Environment Committees. We are so glad that everybody's here joining us today. Keep in mind, all the legislators on the call are busy balancing meetings today. So we have multiple meetings and public hearings going on in this very short session, condensed timeline. So folks will be in and out, on and off camera, but everybody is reviewing all of the testimony, certainly in its written form, and attending and being attentive where possible here today. We've got a great lineup of speakers. I'm looking forward to interesting public hearing testimony that will work to inform us as legislators as we move forward on the 3 bills that we are hearing today. I would just like to remind everybody, those who are signed up to testify, that you'll need to hit the blue join button when the clerk goes to let you into the room. That'll be important to give you the opportunity to speak and testify in front of us all today. I'd also just like to remind all the legislators as part of our committees that we do have a long list of those signed up to testify today. So if we can be as concise as possible, that's always helpful in making sure that we hear from everybody. We don't want folks who are towards the end of the list dropping off. So appreciate that. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my environment co-chair, Representative Gresko, for any opening remarks.
Good morning, Senator Cohen. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for taking the time to participate in this public hearing. I'm looking forward to discussion, getting educated, voicing opinions. This is what it's all about. So no more jibber jabber. We'll move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Gresko. And Senator Haskell, Senate Chair of the Transportation Committee. Any opening remarks?
Thank you so much, Senator Cohen. And I see we have a long list of folks signed up to testify, so I'll be brief. I just wanted to start by saying that we've joined together today in a joint hearing because we believe that it's impossible to talk about the environment without addressing the transportation sector, which is, of course, the greatest contributor to carbon emissions. And it's impossible to talk about the transportation sector without recognizing its impact on the health of our planet and the health of our constituents. And that's why I'm so excited that we are teaming up between the Environment and the Transportation Committee to consider these bills. And I look forward to hearing the testimony today.
Thanks so much, Senator. And your co-chair, Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Senator Cohen, and thank you everyone for joining us today. This is relatively unusual for the legislature to tackle issues like this in a joint public hearing. And we're doing it because of the importance and the continued concentration that both committees have. I think Representative Young wants to get in as well.
You can tell me what the
committee members could please mute themselves.
And I just had the old language here.
Representative Young. Thank you.
There we go. But this is a wonderful opportunity for us to talk about priorities that both of our committees share. And there are bills on the agenda today that are House priorities, Senate priorities, but more than anything else, they are shared priorities of our two committees. And a lot of work has gone on to get us into the position that we're in with these bills. A lot more work is before us. Great testimony today, a lot of experts with some advice for us to consider. And frankly, I'm excited to be tackling these issues in a joint committee process, which allows a lot of us to hear some great testimony. So thank you, Senator Cohen, and thank you to the Environment Committee and Transportation Committees for being willing to do it in this manner.
Thank you, Representative. I too share your excitement that we've joined forces for this important cause. Nothing better than making sure that we have clean air to breathe. And now our ranking members, Senator Minor, ranking member of the Environment Committee, any opening remarks?
First of all, just happy to be here with all of you, and my schedule is busy just like yours, so from time to time I probably will be needing to leave here and go to other hearings and take care of some constituent issues. That having been said, what I'm hoping we're going to find out today is how much of this problem is actually created by emissions here in Connecticut, and whether in fact the greatest contributor is transportation, or if the greatest contributor is the air to the west. So I'm all for a clean environment and want to try and help the environment. I'm not sure how much we can influence air quality in some of these regards between our western border and Long Island Sound and Rhode Island. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Minor. Yep, it is true that we are a downwind state, so it'll be interesting to hear what the impacts of that is to the state of Connecticut. And also our House ranking member is Representative Harding, who, like many of us, is balancing multiple meetings and whatnot, and other jobs besides the legislature. So if he pops in, we'll certainly give him the opportunity to say a few words as well. And the transportation ranking member, House ranking member, Representative Carney.
All right. Thank you, Senator Cohen, and everyone for being here. I'm looking forward to this hearing and hearing from, DEEP and DOT and many of the advocates on this issue. I would echo the comments made by the ranking member of Environment, Senator Minor. And, I'm certainly interested in trying to find out from Commissioner Dykes where Clean Air Act fees, which most everyone has to pay on their motor vehicle registration, where those funds are actually spent, as it has been difficult in the past to get a straight answer from her, and what we've been doing really since the Clean Air Act fee has been completely, the Clean Air account was completely gutted, and it was divided amongst the Special Transportation Fund and the General Fund. So I am looking forward to hearing about that and how she plans to make improvements there realistically. And that is all I have to comment. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Carney. And the Senate ranking member of Transportation, Senator Summers.
Yes, good morning. I'm sorry that I am not on video. I am driving to an in-person meeting at the Capitol right now. I would just like to echo the comments of our ranking from the Senate, Senator Minor, and the ranking from the House, Representative Devin Carney. I'm interested to hear some of the testimony that we will hear from our DEEP commissioner today. And also, I'm very interested to find out again, what the contribution to our air quality is. Is it from our cars and emissions, or is it one of the situations where we're in because of where we're located and the prevailing winds that blow our way? So I'm looking forward to this, and I hope that we can, in the end, have a balance between keeping our air quality as clean as we can make it. Air quality is important to all of us on both of these committees, but also keeping in mind what can be reasonable and balanced for us to continue our lives and for business to be able to prosper here in the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Summers. And with that, let's get our hearing started. I believe first up, we have DOT and DEEP testifying together, if I'm not mistaken. We've got Deputy Commissioner Garrett Ucolito, as well as Commissioner Dykes, and I'll leave it to each of you to introduce your team if necessary. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Cohen. I believe Commissioner Dykes is still in the attendee section, so we need to move her as a panelist.
There we go. Hi, good morning. I hope you can see and hear me okay.
Yes, good morning.
Great. Good morning, Senator Cohen, and good morning to committee chairs and vice chairs and ranking members. I won't recognize everyone by name, but I do want to express a sincere appreciation to this committee, to the Environment and Transportation Committees for hosting this historic joint public hearing on a topic that I think deserves a lot of investment and progress and commitment, which is efforts to reduce air pollution and promote more affordable and clean transportation options from our transportation sector. I'll just say at a high level that we recognize that the transportation sector is the source of the largest share of greenhouse gas emissions across our economy. About 38% of our greenhouse gas emissions are coming from vehicle exhaust from internal combustion engine vehicles. The transportation sector is also the largest source of asthma-causing air emissions that are generated in our state. Approximately 67% of NOx emissions generated within Connecticut are coming from transportation. Last summer, I joined Governor Lamont at an event where we shared the results from the most recent greenhouse gas inventory that was issued by Connecticut Deep. We issue these once a year to track our progress towards meeting the requirements that the legislature has established in the Global Warming Solutions Act for Connecticut to do its part and do its equitable share in reducing greenhouse gas emissions that are contributing to climate change. As you know, the Global Warming Solutions Act requires our state to achieve a 45% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. And unfortunately, what we're seeing is that we are not on track to meet that target. In particular, while we've seen progress in reducing emissions from our electric grid, emissions from the transportation sector continue to rise. And this is at a time when we need to be on a path to reduce those emissions by about a third in order to accomplish the 2030 target. So a 1/3 reduction during this decade. We also highlighted in that report that we believe that legislative action is going to be needed to ensure that these targets are met. And so that's one of the reasons I just want to really appreciate the committees for raising the bills today and convening this hearing, as it's so important to have legislative partnership and new regulatory tools authorized by the legislature if we're going to meet those targets under the Global Warming Solutions Act. I also want to note that, of course, air pollution is a significant challenge, and the transportation sector, again, is the largest contributor to air pollution. And the public health burdens of air pollution, I think, are experienced by so many across our state as we see elevated levels of respiratory illness, including asthma, across our communities. These burdens are disproportionately borne by our cities, by our environmental justice communities, as a result of transportation emissions being concentrated in communities that are bisected by our highways and interstates, and the communities that live adjacent to light industrial zones. And so we have an incredible opportunity before us at the same time as these have been longstanding challenges that we faced in terms of our air pollution. We also know that there are new opportunities to tackle those challenges as we see more and more vehicle manufacturers producing clean transportation options that can help to dramatically reduce air pollution contributions, as well as help ensure that our state is on track to meet the Global Warming Solutions Act. Many of the automakers across the country, as well as across the world, have been very busy developing electric trucks, buses, and passenger vehicles that can be deployed affordably. And when you consider the total cost of ownership, can also provide for a more affordable option for mobility in our state. So I just want to highlight briefly the written testimony that we were appreciative of the opportunity to submit on House Bill 5039. This is an act concerning medium and heavy duty vehicle emission standards. This is a governor's bill, and we're proud to support it at DEEP. This bill would provide our state the ability to adopt emission standards for medium and heavy duty vehicles, following the lead of California, which has been promulgating these emission standards for medium and heavy duty vehicles. Many of our sister states have been adopting these standards, including New York and Massachusetts, as well as New Jersey. And we think it's very important that Connecticut have the authority to be able to adopt these California standards as well. Importantly, we just recently issued a report, which we linked to in our testimony, which identified that adopting the California standards will significantly reduce carbon emissions. It will significantly reduce smog forming air pollution by over 750 tons per year in 2035. It will save Connecticut $270 million in avoided healthcare costs between 2020 and 2040. And we think that it will provide for more options for businesses, for municipalities and others to be able to have access to and purchase clean and emission-free medium and heavy-duty vehicles. So we're really appreciative of the committee raising this, considering this bill today. In addition, I'm pleased to have been part of joint testimony submitted by DEEP and DOT and DAS on Senate Bill 4, an act concerning the Connecticut Clean Air Act. There are many provisions in this bill. I will just say that we think that there are, from a policy perspective, many aspects that will ensure more equitable access to clean transportation options, such as enhancements to the Cheaper program that will help ensure that the rebates for electric passenger vehicles that are provided through Cheaper are more accessible, particularly to communities that are overburdened by air pollution. The bill also provides for additional support for vouchers for medium and heavy duty vehicles, and including support for electric school bus purchases. I'll note that could have some positive synergies for municipalities to be able to pursue federal funding under the bipartisan infrastructure law for clean school buses. But I in the interest of trying to be brief, I will pause there. I know that I do want to note, and I think my colleague Garrett Euclidio will also speak to some of the fiscal concerns that we would have as far as where the funding for these provisions would come from. But I won't duplicate his remarks, but instead pause there and appreciate the opportunity subsequently to answer any questions the committees may have.
Thank you, Commissioner Dykes. So I will take it over from here. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Garrett Euclidio. I'm the Deputy Commissioner at the Connecticut Department of Transportation. Appreciate the opportunity to testify in front of both committees today. Especially excited to be here on this topic. And I want to start by thanking the members and staff who have worked on this legislation and helped shine the spotlight on the importance of cleaning up the transportation sector in Connecticut. Governor Lamont has made this a top issue for his administration and has directed ConnDOT to really double down on our efforts to make transportation sector cleaner, make it more accessible, and to continue to improve our transportation system across the state. Alongside those efforts, ConnDOT has taken many steps recently. Over the past 3 years, we have increased bus service in the New Haven region. We've added service on the Hartford line. We'll be launching additional service on the Waterbury branch line in just a few short months. And we're launching a new customer experience program to kick off statewide improvements to our bus and rail system with a key focus on improving the bus stops statewide to make it easier and more comfortable for current and future transit users. We also are looking forward to building out a new bus rapid transit system in the greater New Haven area and potentially replicating the success of CT Fast Track. In accordance with Governor Lamont's recent executive order, ConnDOT's also taking the historic step of ceasing the procurement of any diesel-fueled transit buses. As our current diesel buses age out of the CT transit fleet, they'll be replaced with battery electric buses, meaning our state's transit fleet is going to be 100% electric in the next 12 to 14 years. This is not only going to improve air quality in our communities, but also reduce noise pollution for residents who have to hear buses idling outside their homes. ConnDOT's also recently cut the ribbon on 25 dual-headed EV charging stations at our headquarters in Newington, and we're going to be installing EV chargers at DOT facilities all across the state. This is going to allow us to convert our entire light-duty agency fleet to electric. saving taxpayer dollars and reducing emissions in the communities in which we travel through. Clean and accessible transportation is not just bus and rails, but it also requires ConnDOT and our local government partners to invest in safe mobility options for all of our residents, while also reducing vehicle miles traveled on our roadways. ConnDOT has and will continue to invest in road diets, which is reducing lanes on roadways, building out roundabouts, which are safer and actually reduce crashes significantly, and investing in bike and pedestrian infrastructure. For instance, we recently awarded, or over the past few years, we're awarded $38 million in community connectivity grants to municipalities across the state, and have invested over $50 million in the growth of the East Coast Greenway in Connecticut. All of these initiatives serve a multitude of goals for ConnDOT. They not only help reduce carbon emissions and other asthma-causing pollutants, but they actually reduce costs for the state to operate our transportation system. And most importantly, they also improve safety for all of our residents and travelers. We know that making it safer and easier for residents to commute by foot or by bike or scooter, whether electric or foot-powered, can help reduce costs for residents and households, alleviating the need to own one or more vehicles and the associated costs with such ownership. We as a state can do more, and I'm excited by the federal infrastructure bill that's going to allow us to take our work to the next level. We're working with our neighboring states and other state DOTs across the country in talks on these issues. We appreciate the intent of many of these initiatives in this bill. They're aligned with ConnDOT's shared goals for the future of our state. I will flag that some would encounter implementation or funding issues for our agency and the executive branch. Additionally, many of the funded activities in this bill are not accounted for in the governor's budget and would necessitate either spending reductions or revenue increases elsewhere in the budget to accommodate them. All of us at ConnDOT look forward to working with the committees on these topics. In Connecticut, all of our families and businesses can thrive if we keep moving towards a safer and cleaner transportation system and more livable communities. So with that, I'll turn over to Commissioner Dykes. If you have any more comments, I'll turn over the chairs.
Okay, I see the commissioner shaking her head, and I see there are a lot of questions. I'll hold most of my questions, but I will say, Deputy Commissioner Ucalito, because you were just talking about the funding mechanisms in the bill, would you mind addressing the federal infrastructure bill and how that plays into this? I know that there were several sections of the federal bill that require matching on the state's part, and would love for you to speak to that a little bit.
Thank you, Senator Cohen. There are several new programs in the infrastructure bill. One is a new electric vehicle charging infrastructure program. Connecticut will be receiving $52.5 million over 5 years. And that will require at least a 20% cost share at the state level. There also is a new carbon reduction formula program. Connecticut will be receiving, I apologize, it's either 79 or $90 million over 5 years. I keep getting two different programs confused. I think it's 79 million over 5 years. And that will also require at least a 20% cost share. There are also competitive grants. So for instance, there are competitive grants already existing today. One of them is called low emission, no emission. That's for low emission, no emission bus transit equipment and facilities. Actually, about a half hour ago, my colleague from ConnDOT was down in New Haven announcing we just secured an $11 million grant to purchase 22 electric buses. Senator Murphy announced it today in New Haven. So we're excited to be able to participate in those future grant opportunities. It will alleviate some of the burden off of ConnDOT to pay for that, but we will have to come up with that match funding. And Commissioner Dykes can probably talk about the school bus side of things, because that falls under the EPA.
Thank you. I'm just happy to just briefly tack on to say that, yes, the EP under the bipartisan infrastructure law, the EPA will have approximately $5 billion to provide for clean school buses. Half of that will be specifically set aside for electric school buses. So the total amount nationally we anticipate is about $1 billion per year for 5 years. This will be a competitive program, and we expect it to be very competitive. So the funding for Connecticut could be anywhere from 10 million per year up to 50 million over the 5-year period that the bipartisan infrastructure law supports.
Thank you both. I'll hold the rest of my questions to allow for committee members to ask theirs. And first up, I see Representative Metzgers.
Thank you very much for this moment. I am toggling between the various committees, so I appreciate that. I think there's two overarching issues here that I think are of prime importance to me. I want to encourage the DOT and Katie, Commissioner Dykes, pardon, Commissioner Dykes, to set up a conference call with the municipalities in relation to the public funds available through the federal government. We're talking about an allocation, and I would assume that both the DOT and the DEEP are deep into the weeds on how the funds are being allocated. There's a portion of those funds that needs to be or will be allocated to the municipalities and rewarded to the municipalities for our environmental efforts. So I encourage them to make sure that the municipalities are thinking about where they need to reserve some of their funding so they also can capture the match and multiplicative benefits of any of the federal aid. You know, as well as trying to update the entire legislature on what you need from us. And we're supposed to be at the, the top of that food chain. I can't think about how the municipalities are probably yards or miles behind us on understanding what they need to have in the way of resources to qualify for federal funding at the municipal level. So I would make that as my first observation. And I want to thank you for all you do. Secondarily, in relation to the federal funding on air pollution and quality control, I know that the DOT is in the midst of a project of about $200 million that's going on 95. And I encourage you to look at that between the issues of vegetation, sound barriers, et cetera, through deep in terms of what might add to the quality of that effort. So knowing that there are federal funds available, if we can leverage them, because I have the highway going through, 95 goes through my most disadvantaged communities and up against my, a couple of my Title I schools. So I'd love to see what we can do there as well through DEEP in terms of any mitigation. And that's a project that's going to be, it's about 60% design. So if there's room for federal funding on the environmental side, I just ask us to take a look at that. Those would be my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Next, we have my co-chair on the Environment Committee, Representative Gresko.
Thank you, Senator Cohen. Thank you all for being here. I guess my question would go to Commissioner Dykes. Since the EPA's response to Connecticut's legal challenge of the prevailing winds argument was, correct me if I'm wrong, clean up your own state first, and then we'll talk kind of a response. Are you anticipating another report from DEEP saying that we will again not meet the standards that we're supposed to be meeting as far as the Global Warming Solutions Act goes?
So thank you for that question, Representative. I think I'll take those two pieces in turn because your questions go first to air pollution and air emissions that contribute to ground level ozone, which are regulated under the Federal Clean Air Act, and for which we are many decades of falling behind on meeting the EPA standards. And then secondly, we'll talk about how we're doing in terms of meeting the Global Warming Solutions Act, the state established economy-wide greenhouse gas emission standards. First, with respect to the air emissions, clearly that they're under the Clean Air Act, we have responsibilities within our state to meet the requirements of the EPA for the ozone standards. And we have been out of attainment for some time. We have implemented a lot of different regulatory steps to help demonstrate reasonable progress to EPA that we're doing what we can within our borders to address that air pollution. We do expect that we will be hearing from EPA soon that parts of Connecticut are actually losing ground and will be downgraded from serious to severe non-attainment. But I'll say first, within our borders, we are required and have responsibilities to EPA to show that we're making that reasonable further progress towards attainment of those ozone standards. So that's critical. In addition, a lot of the air pollution that is impacting communities in Connecticut is also coming from upwind states, from Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey. And so we have been, those states also have a responsibility under the good neighbor provisions of the Clean Air Act to ensure that they are putting in regulatory steps to reduce emissions that are contributing to cross-state air pollution. And so we have been very actively advocating as well as litigating, to ensure that those states are being held accountable to do more to reduce the emissions that our modeling and our monitoring can directly attribute to them. Tracy Babbage is with us, our bureau chief for our air division. Tracy, is there any additional update that you might want to provide in terms of the EPA steps there?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. And thank you so much for the question. As the Commissioner is noting, this has been something near and dear to our heart in terms of advocating for EPA and upwind states to address our air pollution transport and what's impacting Connecticut. We have been very active in pushing EPA, and we do expect EPA action very soon. In fact, likely today, where we'll hear more about where EPA is going to really address air pollution from upwind states. What has been in play too for Connecticut, we are part of a coalition that has been suing a variety of upwind states, as many as 26, to ensure that they implement, as the Commissioner noted, what we refer to as good neighbor provisions. Basically, states taking those actions that we have required our in-state power plants and other air pollution sources to take. So it's an area of advocacy and litigation that Connecticut has a long history in. I think EPA is well aware of the issues that we have had and the equity that we are seeking in terms of federal action. And we hope that we are going to be seeing the results of all that hard work that we've put in Connecticut from EPA's next steps extremely soon.
Yeah, but just in short, I think that the Clean Air Act is not structured in a way to say that Connecticut is exempt from taking reasonable further steps to address in-state air pollution if we have contributions to our air quality challenges coming from upwind states. It instead says both that there's a framework for addressing the upwind states. That's the cross-state air pollution rule and regulatory framework that Tracy was mentioning that we've been active in. And then in addition, we have requirements under the Clean Air Act under the NOx provisions to ensure that we're making reasonable further progress here in our state. So we are working on both fronts. We think that adoption of the medium and heavy duty rule will demonstrate reasonable further progress and is a prudent step for Connecticut to take for many different reasons. And that coupled with our advocacy and also the regional work that we've been doing. As you'll note, New Jersey, New York are also states that are upwind of us that are adopting the medium and heavy duty provisions. And so our regional coordination on program implementation is also a very effective way for us to induce more upwind states to take actions. Finally, to the extent that we do not, conversely, if Connecticut fails to take some of the steps that upwind states are also taking around things like medium and heavy duty, that can be cited by states upwind of us that don't want to take responsibility for their pollution to say, well, Connecticut isn't taking these steps, so why should we? So as you'll see, that there's a lot of dynamics to this, but I anticipate we may get more questions on this topic. So I appreciate your indulgence of a longer answer to your first question.
Quick follow-up, are we in danger of losing federal funding if we go to the severe level?
It's Go ahead, Tracy.
Well, I was just going to say, there is always this risk of losing federal funds. We are obligated to, when we are in non-attainment, to outline those strategies that will get us to attainment. So as the commissioner was noting, it does drive the need for us to identify what are those measures to get us there. So we're always sort of making the case every time, we go through this process that we are taking all necessary steps to avoid the situation where we're risking jeopardizing our federal funds.
But I will just finally add to what Tracy said, is that in that instance where we get downgraded, we will have to, present our plan to EPA for how we will take those reasonable further steps. And, in the absence of having regulatory authority over for addressing a different a new sector, if you will, like medium and heavy duty vehicles, which are a significant contributor to in-state air pollution, we may be in the unfortunate position to have to look for reasonable further progress through more restrictive measures on those entities that we already have regulatory authority and regulatory programs in place for, and that includes many of the stationary sources within our state that include, some of the large industrial and emitters in our state. So I think that would be another kind of point for the committees to consider, is by enabling the state to be able to implement the medium and heavy duty regulations. It helps to balance out the sectors where we're seeking those additional reductions that will be required by the EPA for us to be able to continue to show that reasonable further progress.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have other questions, but don't want to monopolize. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative, and the good ranking member of Transportation, Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you to both Commissioner Dykes and Deputy Commissioner Ugalito for your testimony. So, I don't really have any questions that are going to be super specific to a lot of sections. I think the overarching theme to me is I sort of see SB4 as sort of this sort of high level academic solution to a problem, and I'm not sure it can actually be a real solution to the problem. I think there's all of these, and I've supported them in the past, but some of these, programs you want to put together and percentages you want to hit that, I've seen over and over again that the state doesn't achieve. I know we were supposed to have about 125,000 electric vehicle or electric and hybrid vehicles on the roads by, I think, 2025. And when I did say that was unattainable last year, I didn't get a response that was like, yes, you're correct, it is unattainable. I got, no, we can hit that, but we can't hit that. So I'm a little concerned that there are unrealistic goals here. I'm sure in 2030, I can almost be positive that a lot of these things will not be in place. I being in government for as long as I have, I just can with almost sure certainty say that. So I am concerned about that. And when I see what's going on now with the cost of transportation affecting everyday people, the way that gas prices are and energy prices are, and I know Commissioner Dykes, you know that very well. And I tell them, well, don't worry, there's all these electric vehicle goals. I don't think they're going to appreciate that answer. In my view, especially with electric vehicles, the market is sort of working itself out with, and this sort of like government intervention that I see in this bill is troubling to me. But with that, I do have a couple of questions for you. The first one is I have, for a couple of years now, been very concerned about where the Clean Air Act fees go. I hear from constituents, as many do, the high costs of registration for motor vehicles. And right now, I think it's 57% roughly goes to Special Transportation Fund and 43% roughly goes to the general fund. Now, number one, how much money is that? And number two, where is that spent and how much of that is actually spent on improving air quality?
Great. Well, thank you for that question, Representative. It's such a pleasure to speak with you about these topics today. First, I'll say we do have ambitious targets that we need to meet in terms of electric vehicle deployment and greenhouse gas emission reductions. I will say that the cost of not acting and not meeting those targets far exceeds the cost of investing in the types of clean transportation or other emission abating technologies that we need to meet those goals. I'll say just on the passenger vehicle side, many of we've seen a 5-fold increase in the number of electric vehicles purchased and on the road in Connecticut, registered in Connecticut over the last 3 years. And at the same time, I think anyone, watching the Super Bowl this year probably came away surprised by the number of auto manufacturers here in the US that are very bullish about, and getting very invested in the shift to electric. But I would posit that a lot of that explosion of interest and promise around EV adoption is the result of some of the regulatory steps that were put in place years ago as we adopted, many states and led by California adopted light duty vehicle standards that ensured that manufacturers would offer for sale and invest in and create an increasing percentage of their vehicles from low or no emission resource. So creating that market and that opportunity for folks to have these vehicles to purchase. We know that the total cost, to your point on affordability, I would also note that while I'm the Deep Commissioner, of course, I care a lot about air pollution and the environment, as I know you do as well. Affordability is also paramount, especially in these challenging times with geopolitical events causing fossil fuel prices to be more volatile. The total cost of ownership for electric vehicles is lower than the total cost of ownership for gasoline powered vehicles in terms of the fuel costs are lower and the operating and maintenance costs are lower for an EV than for a gas powered vehicle. It's the upfront purchase price that's the challenge. Of course, we're seeing battery costs come down. So the MSRP for an EV is dropping, but there are significant parts of our population, folks who may not be able to afford an electric vehicle. And so I think what we want to focus on now, and with the cheaper program since 2015, we've been very, very focused on is ensuring that we're placing these incentives to buy down the upfront cost of the EV in a way that's not subsidizing, folks driving Teslas who have, very expensive or luxury vehicles, but that we're really placing this support in a way that will make sure that folks who are really struggling with the affordability of these vehicles can access them, especially folks who are living in communities that are overburdened by air pollution. And so I think that's a very important goal to ensure that EV ownership, which once you purchase the vehicle, they're much more affordable to operate and fuel, that ownership opportunity is made available to more folks. And I think that's how the cheaper program would be targeted under this bill. But to your question about the Clean Air Act funding, so there are two charges on vehicle registrations. One is a greenhouse gas fee. The other is the Clean Air Act fee. I'll just speak to the Clean Air Act funding, and then I might invite my DOT colleague to speak to the greenhouse gas emissions fee. The Clean Air Act funding generates approximately $8 million per year. Roughly $4 million of that is allocated to DEEP. And it supports staffing for our Air Bureau. And of course, our Air Bureau is directly responsible and has federally delegated authority for implementing the Clean Air Act programs here in our state, from permitting to enforcement, as well as supporting and implementing programs like Cheaper. So I hope that answers that question. The other portion goes from the greenhouse gas fee goes into the STF. I don't know if Deputy Commissioner Euclid, if you want to speak to how those funds are utilized, if that's responsive to your question, Representative.
Yes, Commissioner Dykes, Representative Carney. So I can just say the inner workings of the STF, those fees are not deposited into a special account within the STF. They go into the general STF pool. So there's no way for us as the DOT to know what money we're using when we have our annual appropriations process. But I will point out, in terms of clean transportation, the General Assembly and the governor traditionally support or provide through the enacted budget around $200 million per year in rail transportation and $200 million per year in bus, both of which I would deem clean transportation on top of other investments.
Okay, so the Clean Air Act fee goes to subsidize buses and trains?
No, there's
I'm sorry.
all the money in the STF is just one pool of the STF.
Okay.
So everything in the STF is paying for all expenses.
Okay, I appreciate that. I mean, the big thing for me is, I am very, supportive of environmental measures. But, I am so concerned about costs. Number one, costs on the average person, which I think, the energy costs continue to rise. I'm not, convinced that, once, let's say, a massive amount of people use EVs, I would imagine that the cost of energy would go up because the grid is overutilized. So I'm concerned about that. And, like I said, Commissioner Dykes, better than anyone that doesn't matter what the reason is when energy prices go up, people don't like when their energy prices go up. They, they get very upset. And so that is a huge thing for me. And, like I said, the technology, I hope it's going to come soon. And that people will be able to find an affordable electric vehicle without the cheaper program. So, I mean, that's really where I am with this stuff. I appreciate both of you and your commitment to improving the environment. And I just hope you're conscious of that fact that, the average middle-class person does have extreme difficulties paying for things, especially right now. And the last thing I want to see is something like this bill or previous bills that have come out of the chamber sort of directly or sometimes indirectly impacted energy costs. And, I'm just going to ask you one other thing. It kind of doesn't really go along with this a little bit, I guess, but regarding air pollution from vehicles, one area that I am very concerned about is the closure of the waste to energy plant in Hartford. And I just wanted to, I'm Commissioner Dykes, this is probably better suited for you, but the air pollution that closure creates, and I know waste to energy isn't ideal, but the air pollution that closure creates by instead having to truck garbage to Ohio or Pennsylvania to be buried, which from what I understand, then, that pollution will come over to us still, again. What is your I guess opinion on that closure, and what can we do to, I guess, reduce the air issues that are going to go along with it?
Well, great question and great comments. I really appreciate your, I think all of these issues that you're raising are very critical. We know that in order to meet these decarbonization goals, across our economy, we have to be able to do it in an affordable way. And affordable means it not just affordable for certain income levels in our state, but affordable for everyone. That's the only way that we're going to get mass adoption of these new technologies, whether it's LED light bulbs or heat pumps or electric vehicles. So thank you for raising this issue. I will actually say that there's this unique feature of vehicle electrification, especially for passenger vehicles, which could actually contribute, Representative, to lowering some of the costs of our energy system, to the extent that electric vehicles are, for passenger vehicles, the optimal charging behavior for those vehicles is to plug them in, just like your iPhone, and charge them overnight. And that overnight charging is actually incented now through a new PURA. The Public Utilities Regulatory Authority has approved a utility program to incent and help residents install EV chargers and get enrolled in special programs that will incent them and reward them for charging electric vehicles overnight. And to the extent that they do that, the overnight time period is the time period when our grid is least utilized. And so to the extent that our utilities are now going to be selling more electricity at night, it means that we can better optimally utilize the existing fixed cost of our distribution system, which could have an ameliorative effect on optimizing or even potentially providing a reducing cost for everyone, because we can spread the fixed cost of the distribution system over more sales of electricity in a positive way. So that's something I just really applaud the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority under Chairman Gillette in getting that program in place. And this is a plug for anyone who's interested in to check out your utility website to find out more about it. But it's an example of how EV adoption will not only provide for lower cost transportation for in terms of total vehicle ownership for the person driving the EV, but also the potential to lower the cost of managing our electric distribution system for every electric customer in the state. So that's a win-win that we are really focused on as part of our decarbonization of the transportation sector. You also asked about the Mira facility. I'll just say, and this has been a topic that I've appreciated. There's a lot of legislative interest in what the future of Mira will be. We do anticipate that the Mira facility will, may close perhaps as soon as July of this year, or sometime in 2022. Or later. I think that particular decision is really in the hands of Mira's board and their executive team. The Mira facility is a significant contributor to air quality challenges in Hartford. But if I've understood your question correctly, you were wondering if the greenhouse gas emissions associated with exporting waste would offset or would be higher or lower than the emissions from running the Mira facility, or I just want to make sure I've got your particular question.
That's not exactly what I asked, but that is a better way of asking what I asked. So,
okay. Sure. Well, certainly from the Mira facility itself, the biggest, I would say, air quality or emissions challenge from the waste to energy facility is more on the air emissions side. In terms of when you think about what's being incinerated at that facility, it's a lot of different emissions that is contributing. Also, the fact that the facility is located in South Meadows and Hartford, East Hartford airshed is impacted locally. So that's a particular burden on sensitive communities in an urban area that already is then crisscrossed by our interstate highways with 84 and 91. There's a lot of truck traffic associated, coming through the state. So when you think about the compounding impacts of air emissions from the stationary source there of Mira plus the interstates as well, it's certainly it's a contributor to the significant burdens that Hartford residents are experiencing in terms of air quality. It's one of the reasons that Hartford is nationally listed in the top 10 asthma cities in the country where it's the most challenging to live with asthma. No one would recommend, though, certainly me first and foremost, shutting down the waste to energy facility as kind of the silver bullet to solving all of our air quality challenges. We do need to maintain self-sufficiency in how we manage our waste in the state. We have been, and I appreciate we have the Environment Committee, co-convening here, the leadership of the Environment Committee, considering many different programs that can help reduce waste, providing support for we're providing grants to municipalities to help them do so. We've also, I know there are bills in both energy and environment and considering task forces around, I think, the direction of should new infrastructure be built. We need to ensure that we have reliable and self-sufficient management of our waste in a sustainable way in our state. And DEEP is very active in working with legislators and with municipalities. We want to be a problem solver and ensure that in the longer term, over the the next 3 to 5 years, we are seeing long-term permanent solutions put in place for that. In the near term, with the closure of the Mira facility, we do unfortunately expect that more municipalities are going to be reliant on trucking waste or transporting by rail to communities, farther and farther away in the Midwest to accept our municipal solid waste, and there are greenhouse gas emissions associated with that. But I think the best solution to that is reducing or expanding programs to reduce the product and divert and recycle more of our materials, and then partnering together on new infrastructure projects that can help restore self-sufficiency. It'll take a few years to do that, but I appreciate all the interest in this topic as we need to work urgently towards those solutions today to ensure that they'll be in place.
Okay, I appreciate that, Commissioner Dykes, and your responses to my questions and my comments. That was very informative, and I hope everyone else's comments are as I hope everyone else asks questions about the bill that I can learn from some stuff on. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. Next, we have Senator Austin, followed by Representative Chafee.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to both Transportation and Environment Committee for having a joint committee. And so I'm going to delve right into the same thing, some of the same things that Representative Carney talked about, and that's affordability. And not only affordability, but how, I've asked this question and everybody assures me that something will happen in the eastern part of the state, which does not have large populations and may possibly see one electric charging vehicle in each of those towns, maybe. And I would say in some towns we won't see any. And so, short of feeling ignored on this issue, what are your plans to handle Eastern Connecticut? And secondly, when I look at some of the homes that I have in Eastern Connecticut, which are a lot of old mill housing structures, which would need wiring upgrades to handle having, and often are rented facilities, are we supporting landlords to increase the infrastructure in their particular homes? Because it's not going to only just be hooking up a plug. It's also going to be making sure that the wiring within that particular structure can support such a thing. So that's my first question.
Well, thank you for that, Senator. Maybe I'll take the second question or the second part of that question in terms of support for EV charging infrastructure for landlords and in multifamily homes. If I've got your question accurately, I'm so glad you asked about this, because it's really important. Again, to the point I was making to Representative Carney, if we want to see significant adoption of electric vehicles and reduction in emissions, we need to ensure that there's access, that this is affordable for everyone, not just people living in single family homes. So there are provisions in Senate Bill 4 that provide for a right to charge provision, which would provide more clarity for renters and condo dwellers around ensuring that they will have to remove or clarify some of the barriers around being able to install EV chargers if that occupant wants to fund that. But in addition, landlords and property owners are critical partners in providing equitable access to charging. The Public Utilities Regulatory Authority has developed a program for multi-unit dwellings. I believe it's $20,000 that includes incentives for the capacity upgrades that are needed at the on-site to be able to support the installation of the charging infrastructure. I believe that we can provide the link to the more information on this, but I believe it's an incentive of about $20,000 as a baseline incentive Plus there's I believe maybe I think the incentive is about twice that amount for areas that are underserved. And so we'd be happy to follow up offline with more information on that. But I have to applaud Puro's leadership in ensuring that those utility incentives are there, as kind of the chicken and egg challenge continues to plague us in terms of if the charging is not affordable, if the support is not there for the charging, then it's impossible to see that those renters have the ability to take part in getting the affordability benefits of EV purchasing.
And Senator Austin, I can talk a little bit about the other point. So the federal government did, as part of the infrastructure bill, has their EV charging program. The first year of the program is limited to within 1 mile of what's deemed an alternative fuel corridor. And I-395 is an alt fuel corridor, as long as 95, 91, and 84, and part of Route 7. So the first year of the program is going to be limited to those areas. ConnDOT has done what we call a gap analysis recently. We held a public webinar on the topic to identify areas of the state where we're concerned will be left behind with those limited investment areas. Both the Northwest and the eastern portion of the state were identified in our webinar as areas of focus. But we're excited for the first year of the program because we think with the federal funds going on the alt fuel corridors, and then the Pura program helping commercial and industrial property owners do their build out, we may eliminate some of those gaps. But then each year after of the federal program is going to be a little bit different. And what the Federal Highway Administration told us is future years of the program, they want to do what's called community charging, directly addressing what you're talking about. Those communities that are not right off of an alternative fuel corridor, but do need those community charging depots. And actually just yesterday, myself and my colleagues here at ConnDOT had a meeting with some individuals representing the Convenience Store and Energy Marketers Association, talking about the plan that we're going to be doing, which the federal government has directed us to do significant stakeholder outreach with the legislature, with communities, with convenience store owners, car companies, to talk about developing that action plan to close all those gaps. So it is one of my focus areas because I come from the other side of the state that won't have any chargers to begin with either. So it is a top focus of mine.
And I would point out that the two sides of the states have some differences relative to socioeconomics too. And on the eastern part of the state, many people are on the lower end of the socioeconomic, just right above the poverty lines, and at the bottom end of the low and middle income. And often because we don't reach any of the standards for lower income, we're just above that. We don't get the resources necessary. And this is not a secret. Garrett, I've said this on so many transportation committee meetings. I'm going to start taping it, and that way I can just push play. But we really have to start paying attention to other parts of the state that are going to have this issue and cannot afford to purchase electric vehicles and put in charging stations in their communities. Most of us don't even have any sort of public transportation, or have such limited public transportation that it's hardly called public transportation. So I point that out. And number one, if we want people to buy into it, it has to be affordable. And right now it is not affordable. It just flat out is not affordable. And that is what Representative Carney, who also comes from Eastern Connecticut, is saying. If we don't address the affordability component of it, you're losing fully a third of the state, which is Windham, New London, and Tallinn counties. All three counties make up a third of the state and have a significantly less population. So I just want to continue to beat that drum that I really don't see any of the real dollars coming into this part of the state in either the current federal bill or what the state is looking at. I think the state continues to put Eastern Connecticut on pause. And I think that that's not wise. I want to talk a little bit about Mira also. As a part of the state that has 2 waste to energy plants that are important to the economy, I know that some people were considering that and have said publicly that we in the eastern part of the state should take the trash from the Mira towns, and I would say out loud, we don't have the capacity to do that. We're at full capacity at both Preston and Lisbon. So I am very concerned about the loss of Mira, and I completely disagree with shipping everything out of state. I think that is so against any environmental standard. I don't even know why we're even considering it, and I don't know why we're doing it. It makes absolutely no sense. And I understand Hartford's position on the Mira plant, but has there been any analysis done on the Mira plant to find out how much it would cost to clean the site up? Because it was not always a waste to energy site. Its site before that leads to environmental concerns too.
Well, thank you for that, Senator Austin. I'll just say first, I do think that one of the exciting things about Senate Bill 4 is that it includes a kind of a focus on equity and equitable participation in clean transportation programs and supports as part of it. I think some of the focus around the cheaper program modifications in my read would be very deliberately focused on ensuring that there's more low to moderate income residents are able to afford and take part in these programs by having access to a higher, cheaper rebate that will help buy down the purchase price of an electric vehicle. That on top of course, tax incentives available at the federal level. I also just wanted to note that the incentives provided by the Pura utility charging rebate program are doubled for communities that are distressed municipalities as defined by DECD. So would be happy to work with the committee or follow up offline in terms of other ways to make that access to the affordable clean transportation solutions.
So before we lose that train of thought,
Mm-hmm.
3 of my towns are distressed municipalities, and have not seen any of the aspects of any of these plans come out to those sections of Eastern Connecticut that are distressed municipalities. And so I agree with you that something needs to be done. I don't see this bill as addressing that issue at all, because we don't fit into any equity lens or any equality lens in Eastern Connecticut. We just don't. And I'd be happy to talk to you on that. And I've had this conversation with Garrett time and time again.
Well, I believe that the Pura program may have just started in January, so or very recently, but happy to follow up offline, because again, if we don't have, I believe it started in January. So I think that, tracking or oversight or tracking metrics in terms of participation, equitable participation would benefit all of us to ensure that we're hearing from leaders of these communities to make sure on the ground the programs are being delivered in a way that is ensuring that intention of equity is playing out in reality. To the point on Mira, I think, the question there in terms of has there been any analysis done around the cost of cleaning up the facility? I would refer to some testimony that Deep submitted on bills I'll say the Energy and Technology Committee's bill, Senate Bill 277. We highlighted a number of questions that we think it would be wise, to analyze with respect to if Mira were to seek to continue operating the facility for beyond July of 2020 to assess whether that is reliable or feasible. And then in addition, we indicated, we have similar questions to yours in terms of what the plans are for cleaning up the site or decommissioning the buildings. I'll say DEEP does not sit on the Mira board. We have, other than permitting responsibilities, we have limited, we don't really have any other kind of formal oversight responsibility with respect to the Mira board. We appreciate, dialogue that we have with different Mira board members and Mira leadership. They obviously have been very busy, with some of the nearer term challenges in terms of ensuring arrangements for the MSW during, for the balance of their remaining contracts. But there is the one piece of oversight that DEEP might have in terms of getting answers to some of these questions is a requirement in statute for Mira to submit an annual plan of operations to DEEP for us to review and report on its consistency with the state solid waste management goals. But I would say Mira's compliance with submitting that report has been a bit inconsistent. We would, appreciate working with the legislature or further dialogue with Mira to help understand how we could, perhaps if that annual plan of operations submission could be strengthened in some way. I think it would benefit all of us to have access to more of that information in order to provide that sort of analysis to inform folks on these costs. I think, as you have pointed out, the future of Mira has impacts even well beyond Hartford and well beyond the 50 towns that participate in Mira. And so we'll be glad to continue that conversation with you in terms of how to analyze those questions.
So quite frankly, Commissioner, the state is going to end up being responsible to clean up the Mira site. If there's no money coming into Mira, they're never going to hold the responsibility to clean up the site. And so that's going to fit under our Brownfields grant program. And just in general, I think it's something that we need to have those dollars in. And I would say the operational plan is not really going to give us the answers. We need to do the real analysis, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 assessments. And I think we should be asking or requiring some sort of assessment on all of those levels. And to go back to the Chifa component of things, there must be a way to do an analysis on how many people are buying new cars in each part of the state. And if many of the drivers are existing on the used car fleet of cars in Connecticut, that is going to be something that will give us an idea on whether people are going to be interested in using Chifa or whether they're going to be interested in buying the next used car. And eventually some of the electrical cars will get down into the used car fleet, but not for a while, not in any great numbers. And that may alleviate some of the problems here. But Madam Chair, I thank you very much for your allowing me to ask a couple questions, and I look forward to listening.
Thank you, Senator. Next, we have Representative Chafee, followed by Representative Devlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first question is in regards to House Bill 5039, the California air standards. As California updates these standards, are we going to be beholden to that, or will that be something that DEEP has kind of final say on?
Tracy, do you want to take that question?
Sure. So thank you for the question, Representative. The short answer is we need to stay consistent with California. We will have a regulatory process that we will have to pursue, assuming the bill is adopted. So that's the mechanism. We would be, periodically updating and ensuring consistency with the California requirements over time to remain current.
Yeah, but those updates would go through the regulatory process here in Connecticut. They're not sort of self-executing. I don't know if that answers your question.
I'm in favor of the bill. I guess my only concern would be, if California decided to do something like very wacky that wouldn't quite fit with, our state or the way we do things here. Would there be any sort of, I guess, veto power or override power within DEEP or within the language of this bill?
So I want to be clear about one thing, which is we are very engaged with California and, participate directly in California's proceedings so that if there are issues of concern for Connecticut, we have an excellent working relationship with the team in California, but also have the opportunity to weigh in to ensure that as rulemaking happens, that it reflects the interests and needs of Connecticut, as our other states have done as well that have adopted the California program.
Okay, great. Good to know. I know there's a lot of very good initiatives in SB4. I'm happy to see a lot of the stuff being discussed today. I guess for me, when we talk about air quality or emissions from the transportation sector, the easiest way to cut emissions is to just get cars off the road altogether. Obviously, the layout of our state, everybody's not going to be able to bike to work or take public transportation to work. It's just not feasible. But I know throughout the pandemic, a lot of large businesses and state agencies had a lot of their workforce was working from home on a permanent basis. So this kind of question to both DEEP and the DOT. During the pandemic, what percentage of your workforce worked from home, and what percentage of your workforce is currently working from home, or is there any sort of hybrid schedule right now?
So this is Garrett from DOT. I can start. I just want to point out, while during the pandemic, during 2020 and 2021, while people continued to telework in our state, total vehicle miles traveled on our roadways basically were at the same levels previously. There was a dip during the first lockdown, but while people were not teleworking, they were doing more trips locally. So total VMTs actually remained at their previous levels, which was a shock to many of us in the transportation sector. For ConnDOT, over half our workforce could not telework at all during the pandemic due to the nature of our jobs. And others were doing between 60 to 100% telework. And then currently we're seeing between 50 to 60 to 80 to 100% telework based on conditions, medical conditions or issues like that.
Yeah, I think our circumstances at DEEP are substantially similar to that at DOT. We had roughly, 500 employees that were full-time teleworking at the height of the pandemic or our stay home, stay safe requirements. But as we have many workers, positions that are in the field at parks or first responders and so on and so forth. So like DOT, we're not able to telework, but now most of our teleworkers are taking advantage of similar percentages of the telework as what Garrett described. But I think it is that, I will say that it was pretty surprising during the earliest periods of the pandemic. I mean, during more of the kind of true stay home period, we did see some brief improvements in air quality during that time, which is pretty remarkable. But the vehicle miles traveled did tick up. And I think one of the things that's exciting about SB4 is to provide that expansion of incentives for cheaper to include, businesses and others who are fleet owners. If you think about gig workers who are driving for Uber or Lyft or delivery vehicles and delivery vans that might be covered by the voucher program and purchasing emission-free vehicles under the medium heavy duty program, this is another major opportunity to tackle some of the emissions that are coming from the business fleets, and from the shift to more on-demand and delivery that could be contributing to some of the increase in vehicle miles traveled. And currently our cheaper program isn't really set up for business fleets and those types of applications, but that may in some cases have some of the highest vehicle miles traveled per vehicle. So just wanted to add that policy point there.
Thank you for the info. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Devlin, I'm sorry, followed by Senator Summers.
Thank you, Senator. Commissioner, thank you so much for your presentation today. And I have a few questions. I'll try to keep them succinct. Some of them you've addressed, so just a little clarity, and I'm happy to have some offline conversations too. I was really happy to hear about the 5-time increase over the last 3 years in electric vehicles. I believe I'm certainly one in the interest category and have yet to find the features and the affordability that come together that will, get me on that path. But I think, as you mentioned, with the number of new vehicles that American car manufacturers are coming out with, we should see a organic move as well to more electric vehicles. But a couple of things, and more for my understanding, you have addressed this to some extent, and I know that our prior governor used to talk about, Connecticut being the tailpipe of the nation, with 90% of our air pollution and ozone coming from states in the West, and not just across our state, but specifically high density over the shoreline, which also, does cover I-95. We absolutely need to clean up our air and address greenhouse gases, but how do you differentiate between what we will accomplish through Connecticut-owned vehicles, let alone those that are going to drive through, and this broader issue of air? And I so appreciated hearing about the good neighbor policy, because at least what I've read is it's not just that wind stream coming from the west, but winds have also shifted, that and maybe this was a couple of years ago, where Maryland was in a really bad state, and so to speak, and those winds shifted up to Connecticut. So how do you differentiate and measure between, what we're actually able to contribute through programs like this and what is happening elsewhere?
Well, you're asking one of our favorite questions. I mean, as a science-based agency, we have some incredible analysts within our Air Bureau who are part of a whole national sort of framework of monitoring and using even more innovative tools every day in terms of even satellite monitoring to track with greater and greater precision how air pollution and ozone is forming, and where it's coming from, and how it's precisely impacting our state. So Tracy, do you want to just speak briefly? I mean, as we think about Fairfield County particularly, which has some of the highest impacts, being upwind of the New York metro area, I-95 cutting through, and I'm sure, as you know, that we have the asthma rates to show for it. Tracy, maybe you want to speak really briefly in terms of how that ozone formation is occurring.
Yeah, sure. Really quickly, it's a great question. It's all about atmospheric chemistry, and I think you're hitting it right on the nose, Representative, because it is about long range transport. It's about short range, and air pollution does not respect state boundaries. So we work as part of a large group of states called the Ozone Transport Commission to really analyze and understand where air pollution is coming from that we are monitoring. We have several monitors, particularly along the coast in Fairfield County, and we are actually able, through modeling, to be able to analyze and cast back where those emissions are coming from and actually differentiate what types of sources are contributing. So that's part of how we evaluate what's happening, but also design strategies to address, how we can reduce air pollution that's coming into the state from upwind states. So it can be a combination of power plants, it's other sources, it's transportation. So really sort of differentiating that, but there's a lot of science that goes into it, and as the commissioner noted, a lot of research research that we're doing to really understand that chemistry.
And the science begets the advocacy, I think is the point, is that all of the careful work and the expertise that we have within our Air Bureau, funded in part by the Clean Air Act fee on vehicle registrations that is supporting our staffing within that Bureau, I would just note, is contributing to having that data, which then we can utilize, we provide to EPA, and it helps us better pinpoint the upwind states that are contributors, which becomes really critical as we anticipate, clarity from the Biden EPA about what more they will be requiring from upwind states to address their contributions.
So that is yet to be determined then, because I don't want to take our time talking about that issue per se, but it is important to me to understand that is currently being addressed on those, as you call, upwind states, but also sort of the neighboring states to the west that carry this. So there's more to come in that regard. Is that right?
There's more to come. We do anticipate we may be hearing more from EPA in terms of any, that framework for requirements from upwind states. And again, there's a whole, being able to calculate and pinpoint those contributions from the upwind states with more granularity. It helps us, better clarify exactly which states are responsible, or even which sources in which states are responsible for what. So we're very, I appreciate the questions we're getting on this, because we are not sitting, quietly and just trying to go after sources here in Connecticut. We're very active in kind of building our case to ensure that EPA, can take that action, and we can work, seek to ensure that those states are held responsible. But at the same time, I will say that many of the programs that we are implementing within our borders, we work to do on a regional basis, and that is a sort of a cooperative way to induce, more uptake of emission reducing measures, not only here in Connecticut, but also, upwind. So being part of the medium and heavy duty ZEV framework, being able to implement this regulation, you've seen this real push and this cooperation among Northeast states to adopt these regulations on medium and heavy duty vehicles. New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Maine is considering, so we're always trying to not just rely on the stick, but also kind of like the honey catch more fly. Anyway, a cooperative approach is what others.
All right, so another question, then I'll stop. I may come back. I don't want to take a lot of time, but this speaks to the grid, and I'm going to throw a couple things. Garrett, you might want to weigh in on a piece of this too, because we do have the highest or close to the highest electricity rates in the nation. And I appreciate that you said that, in fact, by we're going to clearly use more electricity, and hopefully, yes, there will certainly be some overnight, but there will certainly be some in the daytime, right? If there's more electric vehicles, you're going to drive even here at the Capitol, you're going to charge while you're here, or at a grocery store or anywhere else. And we have yet to figure out how that infrastructure will look along the roads, right? Like, are you supposed to sit in your car for an hour while you're charging?
Right.
I'm curious about how, in fact, you said this might lower energy costs, because that just seems like a disconnect to me, and a concern that will our grid be able to handle what is forthcoming, either through incentives through this program, or, like I said, organically, because of the better choices that are going to be made available to consumers?
So a lot in that question. I'll just try to be very, very concise. Just like the 30 seconds on utility rate making is our existing infrastructure, the poles and wires, the substations that are serving customers, that costs a certain amount of money to maintain that system. And your electricity rates, like, with huge asterisks and caveats, but roughly represent, like, dividing up the costs and allocating those costs to individual customers. And that produces a rate that you're charged per kilowatt hour of what you consume, right? So it's just, but to the extent that that grid that we're talking about, it's not fully utilized all the time. Our utilities are required to build out that grid to make sure that it's ready to serve customers based on the maximum usage we might expect at any one moment in Connecticut. Otherwise, we would have some catastrophic, grid outages and blackouts. So it's built out to cover that, max capacity. But in most hours of the day and most months of the year, we're not actually fully utilizing that grid at the full capacity. So back to charging electric vehicles, you really have to the behavior. There's a big change in terms of, we think as you're driving a gasoline, if you're used to driving a gas powered vehicle, you think about pulling over and filling up whenever the light comes on, whenever that may be. With an electric vehicle, it works a little differently. You really, for the most part, what you're doing is you come home from work, you come home, close up your day, you're plugging in and you're charging overnight and topping off your battery. So
but there's a mileage, right? And if you're using your air conditioning or something else, your mileage is going to go down. So if you just commute in a very small area, that might be okay. But right, isn't
the battery ranges are also getting better every year. So so as each year goes by and the new models come off, this problem gets even easier over time. But we do anticipate the lion's share of the charging is happening at night when the grid is least utilized. And so when you think about it, we're already paying for the cost of that grid. If we're utilizing it more and the utilities are selling electricity at nighttime when they normally don't, that means we can spread the total cost of that grid, right, over a larger volume of sales, which means possibly the rate that they're charging you to cover the cost of that grid could go down a tiny bit. So that's, that, or at least we think it's not going to drive it up if we can incent the charging to happen overnight. And that's, PURA has already put in place that framework to provide those incentives to help ensure that happens. Now, that doesn't mean that when you're driving to Hartford from Fairfield, you're not going to, need to plug in or have access to fast charging and those sorts of things. And there's a lot of work going, including with infrastructure funds. DOT will be building out fast charging along our alternative fuel vehicle corridors to ensure that people can get where they need to go reliably. But the lion's share of the driving that people do is close to home within a short range, and that will be covered by overnight charging.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. And you've pinpointed one of my barriers to entry for sure. So hopefully that will be overcome. But thank you. And I may circle back, Senator, for additional questions, but I've taken up a lot of time and I really am grateful for your answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Summers, followed by Representative Michelle.
Yes, good afternoon. And thank you to the chair and thank you to the commissioner and to the deputy commissioner for being here with us today. I do have a few questions, but first I would like to just make a comment that is in line with both Senator Austin and Representative Carney, being somebody who represents 8 towns from Eastern Connecticut. What is being proposed here and, the move to electric vehicles and charging station is something that for my district is considered unaffordable at this point, even with the Chifa program. And I think it's very important that we don't forget there are very rural areas, as Senator Austin pointed out, that are a third of the state that do not have access to the things and the income levels to be able to afford such vehicles, and or our municipalities are stretched to the limit with very limited economic growth. I represent towns that are very distressed in the northern part of my district, and every penny counts for them. So they are not people that could participate in this program without significant help. And I think that's important to keep in mind. That being said, I was hoping that for the lay people perhaps watching this hearing, you could give us an idea on the emissions standards that will be required on medium to heavy vehicles in this bill that are proposed. What does that look like, or what are those standards versus a power plant that is providing emissions that's part of the Reggie program?
Can thank you for that question, Senator Summers. Just let me make sure that I understood. Could you just repeat your last question so I can understand it?
Yes, I'm trying to have a comparison on our power plants that are participating in the Reggie program, their emission standards versus what we're looking for on these heavy to light vehicles that would be on our roads, so we can have a comparison. And secondly, I guess my next question would be, in the Reggie program, I'd like to know if you can provide for us the revenue that is generated from that program. And from that program, I understand that 20% of that goes back to DEEP, or DEEP gets to keep. Of that 20%, what is that revenue to the DEEP, and what is the money spent on? Is it on staff? Is it on programs? And if it is for programs, is it programs through grants? If you could give us a detailed accounting of that, that would be very helpful. I'm not clear that you're going to have that today, but if you could follow up with that, that would be terrific.
Yep. Well, I'm happy to just quickly on the Reggie program. The program does provide for the vast majority of the revenue from the Reggie auctions to be invested in energy efficiency. That's roughly 2/3 of the Reggie revenues. And then about a quarter of the Reggie revenues are going to the Green Bank to support clean energy programs. Many of the specific programs that Reggie revenues are supporting as part of through the energy efficiency fund and through the Green Bank are focused on energy and cost saving measures for limited income or low to moderate income customers. But we'll be happy to follow up offline on that. There's a small percentage of the Reggie revenue that comes to DEEP that supports the cost of our administrative responsibilities associated with implementing the program. And then we've been able to support a few other greenhouse gas emission reduction programs associated with those administrative funds, but we're happy to follow up offline on that one. I think that I guess to the extent that the question comparing I guess it would be the total amount of emission reductions associated with the Reggie, the power plants that are in Reggie versus in the medium and heavy duty program as implemented. I'll turn it over to Tracy Babbage to respond.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Senator Summers, for the question. I want to speak to how we evaluated this question in our medium and heavy duty assessment and the report that we just released. And to respond directly, we looked at the benefits of implementing the California standards, and sort of one quick takeaway is that when fully implemented, it's basically in terms of carbon dioxide emission reductions, it can be the equivalent of reducing or eliminating one of our dirtiest power plants, basically taking it, basically out of operation. So pretty significant in terms of reductions in carbon dioxide. And let me switch over to talk about smog forming pollution. So implementing.
If I can just say one thing, I wasn't looking for the reduction. What I was trying, which is helpful information, what I was looking for is what are the standards that the heavy and medium sized vehicles will have to meet as far as emissions versus what does a power plant have to meet for emissions that are in the Reggie program. So I can look at the comparison. What are we requiring of heavy and medium trucks versus what are we requiring from power plants that participate in the Reggie program?
So just to be clear, it's not exactly an apples to apples to the extent that the medium and heavy duty, or I just want to be clear, and perhaps maybe I'm misunderstanding your question. The medium and heavy duty regulations are not, do not impose a sort of regulatory requirement on any, Connecticut business or municipal owner of a medium and heavy duty vehicle. So that it's more a requirement on manufacturers of medium and heavy duty vehicles to ensure that a certain percentage of their fleets or on a fleet-wide average, that their fleets can achieve certain standards that reduce over time. Tracy,
so the standards that are, I'm looking for the difference in the standards. What are the standards that are required of the medium and heavy duty trucks versus, comparing them to a power plant?
I mean, specifically in the medium and heavy duty, we know that the reductions, it'll differ, but the answer to your question differs based on the exact pollutant we're talking about. But let's just, take smog forming pollution, first. The standard will that the California standards implement goes down to a 0.02 grams per brake horse power hour, which probably doesn't mean a lot to folks here, but you know, a really tight emission standard. On power plants, the way we get to that, it's a different. So this sets a standard for engine, as you know, the commissioner described, engine manufacturers that they'll need to meet. Power plants go through an engineering evaluation, and it's a bit more complicated because, you know, the standards will depend on an evaluation of the cost effectiveness of the controls, depending on, you know, overall what the emissions are and what is achievable in terms of what is depending on the level of control that they're subjected to. So it'll depend on the location that the power plant is located in. So it undergoes an individualized permit review that will determine what limits they will need to meet across the board. So that would cover all the criteria pollutants. So it's kind of you know, it's not setting a one size fits all standard. It's an individual permit evaluation when it comes to a power plant. I hope that helps.
For the Reggie program, so the Reggie program is it's a cap and invest program. So we participate in that program along with, you know, Delaware, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New York, Rhode Island, Vermont, and Virginia. And so across all of those participating states, we've set a cap of total allowable carbon dioxide emissions of 97 million tons for the year 2022, and all of the power plants that are covered by the program across all of those participating states then purchase allowances up to, you know, total the amount of that cap. So it's, I guess I say that I'm not trying to be evasive on your question. It's a little bit of an apples to oranges, but we'd be happy to try to follow up offline with a more detailed answer so we can get you the information that you're looking for. They're just structured in slightly different ways.
I do know that they're structured in a different way. What I'm trying to look at is the requirements that you're putting on the medium to heavy trucks and car manufacturers, or versus what we allow our power plants to do. And if we implement this, I think I heard you say that if we implement this and the heavy to medium weighted trucks and vans, et cetera, move to this, that reduction is equivalent to one power plant's pollution, so to speak, or emissions. So maybe you could tell us what that is, what an average power plant's emissions are. If I heard you right.
Sure, Senator Summers, I'm happy to jump in here. First of all, I just want to clarify one thing with respect to the way the standards apply. Again, we're talking about manufacturers of truck and engine manufacturers. So it's basically 12 for not basically covering 90% of the market, just to give you a sense of the entities that would be subject. And then in terms of the reductions that, you know, when we analyze, so I was talking about, you know, one of our power plants in Connecticut for CO2 emission reductions. We've estimated that the tons reduced, if you look at our report, it's 350,000 tons per day of carbon dioxide. So basically kind of the equivalent of taking the one of the Bridgeport Harbor Station units offline that ran on coal, just to provide a point of comparison. And then
that's what
and then so, you know, we're so complicated sometimes in the air program. It's different pollutants and sort of different requirements. So our warming pollutants are different than our smog forming pollutants. So in terms of smog forming pollutants, one of the things that we looked at in terms of emissions of smog forming pollutants, which we refer to as nitrogen oxides, which if you refer to our report, it's on the order of magnitude, I think, of 900 tons over the course of the implementation of this program, which we were interested to learn that basically is the equivalent of taking Connecticut's baseload power plants offline by 2050. So pretty significant in terms of strategies that we look at in our program that will help us address our ozone non-attainment problem. Pretty significant numbers. So
well, that is excuse me, that is helpful, and I look forward to getting the information on the revenues from the Reggie program from the commissioner. And I thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Michelle, followed by Senator Needham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to try and be as brief as possible. And thank you to the Commissioner and Deep for enabling this process. On 5039 in Section 1C, should we not actually replace diesel by just fossil fuel buses instead of just diesel buses? Are we not setting ourselves for failure and that we are trying to transition to zero emission buses?
Let me just clarify, you're referring to section, can you repeat the section of 5039?
On Section 1C, we're basically talking in this bill about diesel buses, but we want to just limit fossil fuel operating buses, because otherwise we're just leaving it open and people don't have to get into zero emission buses. We can continue driving other still emitting buses.
Gotcha. I'm pulling up the bill, but in the meantime, maybe Tracy, if you want to speak to that.
Representative Michelle, do you mean SB4, not 5039?
I'm reading too many bills. Sorry for my mess, but I think I'm talking about 5039. Yeah. Let me see.
Representative Michelle, this is Tracy Babbage. I'm happy to provide just a little bit of context on diesel buses, which may be helpful. Just, in terms of our overall state inventory of school buses, it's roughly 8,000. And out of that 8,000, it's about almost 75% that are diesel fueled. So it also may be the intent to really address sort of the major component of the, specific fuel that comprises, the biggest concern when we're talking about emissions from school buses.
Thank you, Ms. Babbage. I mean, that still leaves some vehicles. So that means that the target, we're looking at 2030, we're not really going to be at zero emissions buses at 100%. Is that what you're confirming? It's unclear to me. It's okay. We can move on. I know for the sake of time, I'm trying to be as fast as possible. On SB4, I'll go to SB4. How does SB4 address lowering vehicles miles traveled, which is about the density of traffic, which is a major part of the issue?
So with respect to SB4, I can talk about what Connecticut DOT is doing, where we are doubling down investments in public transportation and in safe and equitable bike and pedestrian infrastructure. And that's where the federal infrastructure bill is going to continue to provide mobility options and try to eliminate the need for individuals to have to own a vehicle. That's our goal, is to make it vehicle optional for people in our state. We know it is extremely difficult to do based on land use patterns in Connecticut, but we're going to continue to work towards that. We don't control that final latter part, but we can provide the options for individuals. One of the things in there, in a different bill I've seen in the Transportation Committee, is a micro-mobility pilot. That is something we are seriously looking to implement that will provide transit options in communities that don't have fixed route public transit today.
Thank you for that. I was looking at the Colorado, I can't remember what it's called, the roadmap for GHG emissions from transportation. And then my last question, for the sake of time, when you guys do your emissions inventory, The last one was published 2021 was on the 2018 data. Do those emissions include like transportation from food precisely, or like transportation emissions from commercial and industrial fishing vessels permitted to the state in the state of Connecticut? I'm just trying to see if we're really looking at all transportation emissions, and even some are caused by not necessarily the direct exhaust from a fishing vessel. We could talk about trawlers dragging metal on the seafloor, releasing carbon. Just curious about this. When you're doing the inventory, are we looking really at everything possible so that we can really take away some of those chunks? Maybe there's things that we're not looking at.
If I understand your question correctly, I think you may be asking whether we're factoring in kind of like what we might call life cycle emissions associated with if we're consuming certain consumer goods, or within our borders, are we factoring in the cost of transportation or fertilizer or other types of things outside of our state? I believe that the answer there is no. I think it's just sort of will become incredibly complicated to kind of model and then produce that. We're relying a lot on EIA data and EPA data for how we're doing the calculations. It's more focused on the in-state. But we are trying to collaborate through the U.S. Climate Alliance and with other regional groups and engaging with other states that are doing this kind of greenhouse gas accounting to ensure that we're not double counting emissions. But given that the Global Warming Solutions Act is kind of focused on economy-wide emissions in Connecticut, we've been focused a lot on the in-state emissions and not looking at life cycle. But certainly happy to follow up more with you offline, as we know that accounting is complicated and can be imperfect, but to the extent that it's informing policy, we want to make sure that we're cognizant of ways to enhance it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, I meant like people in different municipalities will order foods that come from out of state, those kind of emissions within our state, coming from our own activities and also our commercial fishing fleets. And then just a last comment, I'm looking forward to see the mobile air quality monitoring vehicle in Stamford. I know you tease some of us with it. Looking forward to see that vehicle come through the district. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. It's another great example of the innovative science and engineering happening within our Air Bureau, where our team has retrofitted a vehicle with some air quality monitoring equipment to be able to support some of our and make some of our enforcement activities more nimble. And so we look forward to providing you some updates on that.
Thank you for that, and for bringing up and for working on all those different items in the bills today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Needleman, followed by Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, Chairwoman, Chairperson. I don't even know what it is anymore. I will try to be quick on this. So I think that SB4 has a tremendous amount of good stuff in it, and really trying to move the needle. I do have a few concerns about the buses. I think that our movement to electrify done properly is absolutely the right thing. So I think that my question should be directed towards the commissioner. So I'm assuming, hi, Commissioner, I see you. I am concerned that when, I don't know exactly how many, for example, school or municipal or public bus garages there are. And I do believe every time I get behind a diesel-fired bus, whether it's in New York or in Connecticut, that these things are a plague on us because they frequently emit actually smellable emissions, which tells you how bad they are. But I am concerned with the 50 or 100 or 150 garages that are out there that will need a monstrous amount of electricity to charge buses as opposed to cars overnight. Have we had detailed conversations? I mean, this bill is an SB4, it's not an energy bill. As you know, I chair the Energy Committee, and we are watching the grid. We know what the grid's going to be like for the next 10 years as we transition to more renewables. We all know how much oil we burned this winter during the cold time in the winter. We had a lot more emissions this winter than we would have liked in New England because of the restraints and constriction of the natural gas supply. So for the next decade, as we move ahead to do this, people should know, we will be burning gas plants that in many cases have dual fuel as we ramp up on the amount of renewables, mostly wind, that we're going to be using. But have we talked to the two utilities in the state and gotten detailed explanations of what the cost will be for each site or the aggregate number of sites where we're going to be charging these? It's a lot of power. It's not like putting a charger in your house. And I'm not sure that we have a full understanding yet of the estimates of the cost of the upgrades to the grid. And I'm not saying we should or shouldn't do it, but I just want to make sure we're not putting the cart before the horse here and layering on more cost onto the grid without having a clear understanding of what we're spending our money on. So I think that's more of a speech than a question, but there is a question in there. So I'm gonna just ask the commissioner, have we had those conversations with the utilities?
Well, thanks for that. And I know that this has been a ongoing area of focus for the committee. PURA has a proceeding under its Equitable Modern Grid proceeding underway that is focused on, all of the different incentives we talked about for passenger electric vehicle charging are a product of the first phase of that proceeding focused on charging for passenger vehicles. The PURA has also opened a proceeding now that the next phase focused on charging for medium and heavy duty vehicles, which I agree present different opportunities and challenges than the passenger vehicle fleet, just given the size of the vehicles. I mean, they do have more predictable charging regimes usually as business fleets or delivery fleets, or when you think about buses. There are opportunities as well for for vehicle to grid opportunities that we wouldn't typically think of for some of the passenger vehicles, where a bus could become a charging, could provide for some charging support back to the grid or for emergency purposes. But there's certainly, to your question of whether we would have had these conversations, I think the PURA docket is the place the utilities are engaged. We're engaged, and other stakeholders, including DOT, is involved. I think relevant. I mean, actually, this might be Deputy Commissioner Euclid may want to speak to this, because DOT has some frontline experience with implementing charging for medium and heavy duty vehicles with respect to the electrification of transit buses that DOT has been in the forefront on. And so DOT is also a participant in that PURA proceeding, where we can ensure we get that balance of, affordability, ratepayer benefits and reliability just right.
So I appreciate that, and I'm happy to hear from the Deputy Commissioner about it. But what we're talking about is incentivizing something on a mass scale. And again, I don't know, for example, school buses, which I think is sort of a logical thing to electrify because they operate at very defined amounts of time. They're not on the road for that many hours. they can be charged overnight and balance out the grid, which is obviously what we all want to do, flatten that curve. So we're burning or using electricity consistently. And I think ultimately we all benefit when that curve on the usage flattens out. But the cost of bringing enough power to charge, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of buses, which are large battery, they're not electric vehicles, they're not home, cars. I just think that the electric companies need to be intimately involved in giving us estimates on what this is really going to cost. We're not doing it overnight. It's going to be a 10 or 20-year process, and I do want people to understand that there's a lag time as we electrify. It's going to mean that the curve will be flattened out, but we're going to still be using a lot of power generated from natural gas, and in the worst case, oil or occasionally coal. So as we move to this future, it's got to be prudent. It's got to balance cost. I think it's inevitable that we do this. I am 100% behind doing it. I just want to make sure that we do it in a thoughtful way and make sure that the utilities, who are the ones who are going to have to do this work and make a profit on it, are fully engaged in that process. Unless we can get them some money that doesn't go to their, recoverable costs as part of the transportation money that we're getting, to make sure that this is done in a reasonable way. So I don't think I have anything else. There's always a lot going on in this area. There'll be a lot more discussions on it before it comes to a vote. And I think we'll all want to participate. So thank you so much. And I appreciate your time. And I know I've been aggressive in questioning at times. And if I did that too much, I apologize. But I just I want everybody to know what we're in for. Electric vehicles, if you're on the road a lot, are a lifestyle change. When it comes to trucks, it's a really significant change. It's the right change. I don't deny it. We're obviously doing our part with the green hydrogen, because I think for tractor trailers, green hydrogen is going to be the better way to move vehicles across the country and move freight without having tractor trailers to stop and hit superchargers that may have 1 megawatt of power for each one. So just about being prudent. So thank you. And thank you, Madam Chairman, for letting me speak.
Thank you, Senator. We've got Representative Callahan, followed by Representative Harrison.
Thank you, Senator. And it's good to see you, Commissioner. Being a relatively new legislator, someone told me that this is the best free education you'll ever get. And I do like to, it's certainly the case. I listen intently, and I like to speak towards the end of the questioning to hear everything my colleagues have to say. And Senator Needleman makes some very good points. I'm very concerned about the grid and the charging of vehicles, especially on rest stops at the highway. There's fast charging stations that sometimes can take up to 30 minutes. Do we have the infrastructure to do that? Do we have the overall infrastructure to provide the power? I know when I recently had a central air unit put in, they asked if they could put in an override switch, so when the state cannot handle the power surge during a hot day, they can pull off of my they can reduce my power. I said sure. So we can't even handle the AC units that are kicking on a hot day. I don't know how we're going to charge all these cars. The other thing I wanted to bring up is one of the goals of this is we hear a lot about underserved communities and people who are affected that live by the highways with a higher asthma rate. And I'm curious where that statistic comes from. Could these people also work in a factory, have hereditary problems, are smokers? I knew I grew up between 95 Merritt 7 or the Merritt Parkway and Route 7. And I didn't see a high asthma rate in our area. I grew up 30 years there. So I understand the goals are obviously reduced emissions and the overall health of the people of Connecticut. But in listening to my constituents, they're scared to death they can't put food on the table. They can't afford to put gas in their car. You can't buy a new car because they're too expensive. So that we're keeping older cars on the road that are less efficient at this point. It's a struggle for my constituents, and the average temperature of the state, which we haven't agreed on, I guess, what is optimal, is one of their least concerns. I think that we should continue to move forward and do everything we can with technology, but that technology also includes batteries and electric cars that have a finite life. What do we do with the batteries? Do we have the ability to recycle them all? And the ones that we do not recycle, Europe's having an issue with it right now, that the elements and the chemicals are seeping into the ground because they don't have the ability to recycle them. So I know I've given you a word scramble, but there are a lot of those are my concerns, and it's not going to be easy to respond to me because I'm getting all my thoughts out at once. But can you give me your thoughts on what I've just brought up, Commissioner?
Well, first of all, thank you for that. It's always a great education for us as agency heads, I think, to have the opportunity to testify and hear about some of the concerns that legislators have, or things that you may be hearing from your constituents. I appreciate it. That's why we enjoy these hearings as well. I'll just note that Connecticut. I just want to be brief, and perhaps this is you've made an invitation for an offline conversation. We'd be glad to take you up on it. Connecticut has an asthma rate that's worse than the nation's average. 11% of children, 10.5% of adults have asthma, and that's looking across the state. So that's falling on everyone, and that's a result, of course, of where we sit as at the tailpipe of the nation. But it is well demonstrated and documented that air emissions that are contributing to higher rates of asthma are significantly higher in communities that are living adjacent to our transportation corridors, as well as light industrial zones. And we operate about a dozen air quality monitors around the state. So we're monitoring those emissions on a real-time basis in urban, suburban, and urban locations. And we're in many cases some of those urban monitors are picking up levels that are 20% higher than the levels that are experienced even in suburban or urban communities. And the science that is connecting higher incidences of asthma, higher incidences of cardiac illness, even increases in hospital visits and emergency room visits associated with respiratory illnesses or during those hours where we see ozone levels be high, they're highly correlated. And so where we're monitoring those levels of air pollution and finding them to be substantially higher in those communities, it is, I think, pretty well documented that is a direct cause of the higher levels of health challenges that are borne by those communities. So, for example, in New Haven's, New Hallville and Dixwell neighborhoods, 17% of residents report asthma, which is more than double the national rate. And in Hartford, 1 in 5 residents are suffering from asthma due to air pollution. And overall, our state is seeing about $100 million in healthcare costs just for asthma alone. So, when we talk about the affordability challenges that people are facing, I think it's important to point out that there are significant healthcare costs. But part of our affordability challenge is the healthcare costs, the days out of work, the days lost from school that our kids and our families are experiencing as a result of breathing air that is polluted. That is a burden that falls across our state, but in a well-documented and more profound way on communities that are living adjacent to our those transportation corridors. So I think there's a lot more in your question or your comment, but perhaps in the interest of time, we can follow up offline on that. But I do appreciate the opportunity to speak with you and the committee on these topics today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could just follow up on one question. When it comes to I'm asking you, but not even asking, waiting for your answer, Senator Cohen. Is it okay if I follow up?
Please proceed, Representative.
Thank you. When it comes to charging stations along the highways, how would we handle, I guess I have a two-part question, Commissioner. When it comes to electricity rates and making the changeover rapidly rather than organically to electric vehicles, how one of the top concerns of my constituents is electric rates in Connecticut. We have energy poverty going on in Connecticut in some neighborhoods that you wouldn't even expect. In my town, it's one of the top, in northern Fairfield County, it's one of the top concerns. So I'm concerned with how this is going to drive our electric rates even higher, either with incentives to buy vehicles or just from demand. And also how our highways for travelers that have to commute further than perhaps a charge can handle. Are we going to have people lined up along the highways waiting to charge vehicles if we don't have the infrastructure?
And briefly, I'll just refer back to some of the comments that we, or the earlier testimony that we provided in terms of, particularly for passenger vehicle adoption, the potential ancillary benefit that could be provided with off-peak or overnight charging in terms of having a ameliorative effect on electricity rates. I agree. It's a top concern for us that Connecticut continues to have some of the highest electric rates in the country. There are many different reasons for that. But I will note that one of the concerning areas of increased costs that we're seeing is first our exposure to fossil fuel prices that are can be quite volatile and can have significant impacts in terms of spikes in energy costs, as well as the delay of that we have had as a country in terms of reducing carbon emissions, which is causing the extreme weather events associated with climate change to become more frequent and more intense. And that drives costs on the electric bill as well, as you think back to Tropical Storm Isaias or some of the other, I mean, it's just becoming so much more common to have these kinds of frequent intense storms that are interrupting our power supply and causing our distribution utilities to have to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on restoring power. That too is a cost that we have to factor in that is attributable to, or is related to the urgent need that we have to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. I think that's, I just highlight that again, probably better for an offline conversation to the extent of a concern about charging on highways. Deputy Commissioner Euclid, perhaps you would like to speak to that.
Yep, Representative Callahan. So I'll say, the vast majority of individuals will not need to do that on their commute to or from work because most likely they'll be charging in their garage or their driveway. If they do live in a multi-unit dwelling or apartment, that's where other funds will be deployed to install chargers in those locations. And with vehicles generally getting 250 to 300 miles on a charge, they won't need to stop at a fast charger. But fast chargers can do a 15-minute charge, and that's what will be deployed all across the state using the federal funds and the PURA funds.
Thank you. And and I'm sorry for all the time, Madam Chair, but one point of clarification. In my reading about electric vehicles, fast charging helps deplete the battery's life even faster. And my last question to you, Commissioner, is there any plans being made by DEP on how to deal with all the spent batteries as electric vehicles use up their battery life?
So again, I think we are pleased that the Public Utility Commission is putting programs in place again to incent charging at home. But we do expect, that will help to minimize the time that consumers need to utilize fast charging. But in addition, with respect to spent batteries, we're really pleased to see the federal infrastructure bill, including significant funding to help with addressing opportunities for recycling of batteries. This is the next, a really important part of having a robust and scalable electric vehicle industry across the country is to be able to recycle those battery components, especially, and so we're really excited to see the federal funding allocated for that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time allotted for questioning. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Harrison, followed by Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to preface my comments with perhaps, not everything belongs here before this committee. But I hear throughout my district, and I've heard this for decades, even before I became a representative, and that has to deal with the school buses and the number of school buses that drive around virtually empty. So whether we're going to transition to electric, we still have an expense to buy these school buses. We still have them using the roads and deteriorating the roads. And my question becomes, what are we doing to change legislation so that we can manage these school buses and perhaps fill them up? School lets out and all you see are cars. And I don't think that that's serving any of this, whether it's transportation or environment, well.
Well, that is a question that is probably outside of my expertise. Perhaps education would be best to respond to that particular question. But I will say that we have had some successes at DEEP in terms of working with school districts and for enabling them to purchase electric school buses already through our VW grant program that just in the end of last year in December, we announced that we have been able to provide support for municipalities to purchase 43 electric school buses. All of them, all those communities that have taken part in that grant program are in environmental justice communities. So it's been great to see the enthusiasm and the eagerness from many of our education leaders and school districts around being able to switch to electric school buses. We're seeing the purchase price of electric school buses come down over time. The federal funding, again, through the EPA Clean School Bus Program, will also help to enhance the affordability and take, use federal money to pay for some of those costs associated with school buses. So that will help to contribute to, I think we're building on the experience we've had to date of supporting EV school bus deployment to help better meet the needs of school districts for making electric school buses affordable.
So thank you for that answer. I'm not sure it really quite addresses, the fundamental issue. So
yeah, I think that the in terms of whether the buses are full, that really would be education.
And I prefaced that it's kind of a multi-committee. I have a second sort of observation. So last summer, I, got the bug and said, I'm going to buy an electric bike. I'm going to use it around town to do my errands. And my research into that was pretty eye-opening. So there's multiple manufacturers who make these electric bikes. Most of them are not, a reputable bike brand. And I ended up going to the bike store and, we discussed all of these bikes that are out there. What should I do? Used other sources to research. And what was eye-opening to it is that most of these other bikes have no way to repair them. They're not using, whether it's sprockets and chains. And so basically, once that happens, they're done. Put them in the dumpster, they're done. So it leads to, what are we doing to recycle the batteries? I see that we want to put into the cheaper program to allow people to get a rebate. And my fear with that is, do they use a bike for a year and find out that they really can't have it repaired? And so how often are they going to be eligible for these rebates? And what are we, what policies will we put in place to sort of prevent what was eye-opening to me?
Well, thank you for that question, Representative. This Senate Bill 4 would provide for the first time for the cheaper program to provide rebates for e-bikes. I know that this is not something that we've provided rebates for before, so I can't really speak to any experience that the department has under cheaper for those particular issues. But I think certainly as we would, if this bill were enacted and e-bikes were eligible, there would be the opportunity within the establishing the cheaper grant program to ensure that it's that we're qualifying the types of bikes or brands that would be available or eligible for the rebate. So perhaps that would be a mechanism to address your question, but I'll just stop there.
I guess as much as my enthusiasm was to buy this and, kind of use it as a way to run around town and do my errands and gain my exercise at the same time, I have to say it was a totally frightening experience because of, auto travel and not sharing the roadway well. So, but thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative O'Day, followed by Representative Meskers.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I've got to hurry up a little bit in my questioning, much to, I'm sure, the committee's happiness. Just real quick on the, I don't know if you had a chance to review much of the testimony, Commissioner, but there was a couple good points by a number of people, including, I don't know if you saw the Francis Pickering's questions and comments. He had said, maybe we could put the money in, instead of creating a new fund for signals, traffic signals, we can just put it into the LOTCIP, LOTCIP program. I don't know if you saw that because it'll be quicker and to implement. Is that something you thought about?
Representative Day, this is Garrett. So I haven't seen any of the testimony. Katie and I have been in this talking to you all for 2.5 hours. Mr. Pickering did not bring that to us. We will be happy to look at that. LOTCIP is really dedicated to represent a swap in federal funds for state funds to make it easier for locals to use those funds. I think the concept of having a dedicated program for traffic signals, due to the substantial benefit of traffic signal replacement, it's one of the most cost-effective ways to reduce emissions in our communities, is something that I think should be continued to be looked at.
Excellent. And on the testimony from Michael Morrissey was to include low emission vehicles in this program as opposed to just electric, so propane type vehicles. Is that something that's being considered?
Could you specify which program you're asking about?
Sure. It's being considered. It's okay. So I guess it's the in the rebate program. Okay. Yes, it's the in the rebate program.
I think maybe you're thinking maybe that's referring to the voucher program contemplated in SB4. I do want to underscore this is a committee bill, so a caucus bill. It's not a department bill, but I guess I would say to the extent that this is a bill focused on reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and in terms of that voucher program, that would mean focusing on electric.
Are you all set, Representative?
Yes, thank you. Has there been any, I know that there's been a lot of testimony and comments about how this will help with the high rate of asthma. And I'm wondering, how much will this reduce the rates of asthma in our communities throughout the state? Has that been studied? And what are we looking at? I mean, obviously, reduction of asthma would be something we're all shooting for. But are we talking about a minimal amount, a lot? What kind of a reduction are we looking at?
Thank you for that. And just, sorry, Representative, when you say this, did you mean, is there a particular bill or a particular?
Oh, yeah. So you were, I guess it would be, I'm sorry, Committee Bill 4, Senate Bill 4, my understanding is that was one of the focuses is to obviously improve our air quality. And I'm just wondering if any studies have gone into what impact Senate Bill 4 will have in reducing asthma rates.
Mm-hmm. Well, we have not performed a study on the provisions in this bill specifically, as it's not a department bill, but I will say that with respect to, I mean, we could certainly all of the different programs in here, particularly the expansion of the cheaper program, the voucher program for medium and heavy duty vehicles are all directionally aligned with the analysis, or with our policies, and which speak to the need for reducing the air quality or reducing emissions from the transportation sector, 67% of our in-state air pollution. To the extent that we would be looking at, you're asking if we've done any analysis specifically to look at reductions in asthma rates?
Yes.
Okay. So I could certainly circle back to you in terms of providing any, studies that we have or analysis, but we have not provided that as part of any of our testimony on Senate Bill 4. But I will say for the medium and heavy duty bill 5039, we expect the total health benefits from implementing the medium and heavy duty emission standards would be as high as $236 million or $270 million in avoided healthcare costs over the period of 2020 to 2040. And we'll be glad to provide the study that we released on Wednesday, documenting those healthcare benefits. And then finally, I would note that, for example, the voucher program in Senate Bill 4, to the extent they would provide vouchers to better enable businesses to purchase those medium and heavy duty vehicles, certainly that would have that would help facilitate the achievement of some of the upper end of those avoided healthcare costs estimates that we've identified for the medium and heavy duty program.
Thank you very much for that. And then just if you could just provide me with a couple of things, you don't have to do it now, but if somebody could. There was some testimony about there's a dozen air quality monitors around the state, wondering where those are. And why I'm getting to that is there's eligibility for the vouchers in Senate Bill 4, and they're basically, the focus is on residents having household income at or below 300% of the federal poverty level, wondering what that amount is, and then which communities are included in the environmental justice communities. Because my concern is, I can understand, my understanding is you want to provide those rebates to those that can't afford to move, right? So, but the poor and impoverished aren't just in, I presume, the environmental justice communities that are listed or identified. And so, there's a lot of other poor or economically challenged people who could benefit from this program that may not live in the environmental justice communities. And so, I'm sure there's hundreds, if not thousands of children in those non-environmental justice communities whose parents would want to take advantage of these rebates. We don't want to, at least I don't believe we should be limiting the poor in just the environmental justice communities. I think we should provide it for the poor throughout the state, but I'm just wondering if you could provide that information to me at a later date. I'd appreciate it.
Sure thing. We'll be happy to provide I think the list of towns where we have air quality monitors installed, and certainly the definition of environmental justice community is established by statute. So we could refer you to that statutory provision where that definition is established, and I believe, and then the website where the current list is housed. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, I was trying to find it real quick, and obviously I couldn't find it. So if somebody could get that to me, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Meskers, followed by Senator Haskell. Representative, you're on mute.
Thank you, Senator Cohen and Senator Haskell, for letting me go. Garrett, I wanted to thank you for your testimony and the observation. I was headed there. It takes me 81 miles to get up to Hartford. And I'm glad we had that conversation in relation to distance and the charging stations. So I'm encouraging Commissioner Dykes and you to talk with DECD in terms of where we fund and where we help to put out charging stations along the state. Just because, you know, some of our economically depressed communities, when I think about places where we commercially are active, whether it be supermarkets where we'll go in for an hour, et cetera, there are multiple places where we go, where we have to go for whatever reasons in our life. And I would prefer that we think about those in relation to the charging station versus the highways. Because I'm not sure how many people with a 200 or 300 mile limit on their battery, when they can charge their cars at their home and at a place of work or a place they shop, are going to choose those interstate places for a rapid charge. That being said, the second piece, since, you know, I was a strong advocate in its day of tolls and hopefully to capture out-of-state revenue, my assumption is the interstate is going to be out-of-state revenue from people who are traveling along 95 and 91 from out of state. So there's the second piece of that was when we look at social justice, the economics of paying for our highways. I want to think about the pricing differential at the charging stations on the interstate for the electricity produced in my state, to make sure that we look at those as potential revenue sources, both for our transportation budget, since we won't have a gas tax. So I wanted to think about all of those things in the mix. And I think DECD, because I'd like to situate the retail charging stations throughout the state in places where the economy of those neighborhoods would benefit, versus throwing them onto an interstate where I have to get on the interstate to charge. Those are kinds of like my broad strokes of what I hope you guys would add in the mix there. And if you want to comment, feel free.
Representative Meskers, I'll just say briefly, because I know Senator Haskell has his hand up too, but entirely aligned there. That's going to be part of our action plan development over the next several months. We know community charging is going to be critical to put these where people are going to go in their communities.
And I'm going to think it's going to be competitive if it's supermarkets, et cetera. Sorry, Commissioner Dykes, to interrupt. People who have maybe looking for the resource because they want to drive business to their location. So let's think about how we build a competitive issue of partial funding for people who are desperate to you know, instead of coupons at the supermarket, they're going to maybe want to say you can charge there. So we're going to have some mechanism to get some private sector funding to drive business towards certain locations. So
I think that's certainly something that we've heard from restaurants and strip malls and so on, that people are starting to, businesses are seeing the opportunity to bring a customer to a location that they may not, you know, otherwise go. And, you know, they may spend a little bit of time there while they're topping off their battery. And so that's a real opportunity to drive foot traffic. I totally agree. I think some of the utility incentives to help bite on the cost of the charging will be helpful there. In addition, we've been hearing from businesses as well about their interest in converting their fleets. And we don't, you know, the cheaper program currently isn't designed for business fleets. But again, that's another economic development, clean transportation opportunity that Senate Bill 4, I think, would accelerate.
and differential rates for out-of-staters to the extent possible, if we can figure out a way. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative. And the Senate Chair of the Transportation Committee, Senator Haskell.
Thanks, Representative Cohen. It's been a long conversation already, so I'll just ask a very brief question, and I think this is best suited for Deputy Commissioner Euclid. The state is already spending a lot of money, to the best of my knowledge, on modernizing traffic signals. So why is this additional funding necessary? Can you draw a distinction for us between what the state is doing on state-owned intersections, but also perhaps elucidate how many of those intersections are in fact owned by municipalities?
Oh, yeah. Senator Haskell, I don't have the number on total number of traffic.
No worries. Big picture.
But big picture, so it is extremely expensive undertaking to do the networked type of traffic signals that ConnDOT is currently undertaking on our state roadways, where you have traffic signals that have heightened detection of when a vehicle is approaching and when a vehicle is waiting. And it can adapt up and down the roadway and across intersections based on traffic patterns that they're predicting. We've heard from local communities that they just don't have the funding to do that level of work in their communities. And while there are some federal sources available today, CMAQ, congestion mitigation, air quality, those traditionally go towards local traffic signal projects. It's not enough. There's always a significant demand that outstrips the available funds.
That's really helpful to know. And I don't think we've talked very much about that provision of the bill, but it's probably the one that in the near term will touch our lives the most. I know I can think of a traffic signal in my neighborhood that is not responsive to the flow of traffic, causes a lot of backups. And I hope that this bill would help to fund its modernization. I just want to, this isn't a question, but a comment. I think we should be clear that this bill, frankly, it seeks to address a lot of the problems that we've been talking about today. In Section 11, for example, we're explicitly directing EV charging investments into those rural areas of the state that are too often left behind. We recognize that affordable electric vehicles simply aren't available to most families, so we're deepening subsidies for EVs. We're making sure that they pre-qualify either by how much they earn or where they live. We hear frustration that EV adoption is low, and I think that that's absolutely true, but we can't fix it until more charging stations are made available and more EVs are affordable to families. So I agree with my colleagues here who have said that unattainable goals do us no good, but I view this bill as actually replete with various tools to help us to meet these goals. So I'll just close my remarks by saying that I recognize there are portions of this bill that the administration isn't fully behind. The same is clearly true for members of the legislature. I just hope that all of us can put in the work over the next few weeks to get to yes, because the stakes are way too high. And, in the face of this crisis, our answer can't possibly be to do nothing because it's hard or complicated, even though it certainly is. So thank you for your thoughtful testimony in this extended back and forth. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. Representative Mashinsky, followed by Representative Michelle for the second time.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm happy to see both DEP, and DOT in the same public hearing. This is a great opportunity for me to ask my question. And it's very exciting to hear about the buses being changed over to electric as well, the school buses. But are you able to hear me, guys?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So the question is, some of us are working on pedestrian and bicycle greenways. I've got one in my town, and it's a struggle to get the funding for them, even though they are used for short-term commutes. For example, the one in my town, it replaces 15-minute drives here and there, connecting different population centers and commercial centers. But we have one more link to go, and we were hoping to get another grant out of DEEP, and didn't get it because there were too many people waiting in line for a grant for the $3 million they had to give out. On the other hand, DOT believes in these projects and perhaps has funding to pick up the slack when DEEP is oversubscribed for applications, could DOT come in and help complete these projects, which would allow, when they're completed, they would allow the public to get from one end of town to the other without ever stepping in their car. So it's really important to allow people to, I'm going to move away from my other phone here. It's a way for us to enable folks to get to the other side of town without using their vehicle. So could DOT help us with that?
Representative Shinsky, this is Garrett Euclido from DOT. This is a topic that we've had conversations with Representative Lamar on. We absolutely would like to work with you on that. We view these alternative off-street pathways and multi-use trails as a critical importance for safety for travelers, to get them out from having to use a vehicle. And frankly, they help drive economic development in a lot of our communities. So we'll be happy to work with you on that topic.
Okay, that's great news. I'm happy you're here, and I look forward to working with you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Michelle, I'm going to just go to Representative Zupkis first, since she hasn't asked a question yet, and then we'll circle back to you, okay? Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize. I'm going back and forth here like everyone. And because of that, I'm not sure if this question has been answered, and I'm not quite exactly sure which agency. What is the fiscal note of this bill?
This is Garrett Euclido from Connecticut. This is not an administration bill. This is a caucus bill. So we did not run fiscal numbers on this yet. So we're still reviewing it.
So no idea?
Not yet. No, it's many different portions. I know our internal agency is still reviewing each piece and what the fiscal impact would be to our agency. I'm sure DEEP is the same.
I was going to say, Commissioner Dykes, you must give me the same answer.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Okay, Representative Michelle, I'm going to go to Senator Martin, who just raised his hand with a first question, and then we'll come back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very, very quickly, I've been listening for a little while since the beginning, and I don't think I heard a question regarding the impact of the scalability, Commissioner. First, how many EVs do we have today, and how long will it take to get to the scalability is my first question. And second is, has any discussion taken place regarding the reduction of revenue that will be lost once we get to that scalability? You know, we have, I think it's like 475 million a year of revenue that we have on our motor fuel tax that we've received. And you know, once we get to this point of scalability, how are those, or even maybe from the time that, you know, from at some point we have to start charging the EV owners the use of our roads, and I guess what is being planned for them to start being taxed for the use of those roads?
Well, in terms of scalability, just to try to be succinct, so we currently have roughly 20,000 EVs that are on the road. That's a five-fold increase over the last 2 to 3 years. So we look at the rate of increase as opposed to the numbers, and we anticipate that this will continue to accelerate, in part because the battery costs and therefore the upfront purchase cost of the vehicles are coming down. Certainly things like high gasoline prices are, I think, incenting more folks who are in the market to purchase an EV to purchase a vehicle to consider electric vehicles. The deployment of more charging is going to contribute to the scale. We know that that's one of the number one things that consumers cite as the reason they don't go forward with an EV purchase, is the concern about range anxiety and where it will charge. So having clarity from the utilities now, since just January of this year, having those incentives and beneficial rates in place for EV charging at home, and other types of charging incentives helps. The federal infrastructure law, $55 million that will be going to DOT to deploy chargers along alt fuel corridors. And then certainly Senate Bill 4 includes support for more charging infrastructure in rural areas. In addition, as I mentioned earlier, this story starts in the early 2000s. If we look at what it takes to scale, when Connecticut and many other states joined with California in adopting the California emission standards for light duty vehicles to ensure manufacturers would produce these vehicles and offer them for sale in the participating states. And so that has really spurred the manufacturers to shift EVs. Another important component to scaling is being able to provide that the manufacturers provide the kinds of models that meet everyone's needs. So I'm a former pickup truck driver. I drive an EV now, but I was excited to see Ford, for example, coming out with a new electric version of the F-150, providing for, station wagons, minivans. We're seeing some of those models start to come in addition to the smaller sedans. So these are all things that will contribute to scale. But I think everyone watching this market right now, you can just ask the chairwoman of GM, is that the future is electric. And this is, I think, we're going to see this move really rapidly because of all these different factors that I just mentioned. To your question around revenue, I'll just note that Senate Bill 4 does take one step in that direction towards ensuring that EVs or EV owners are equitably contributing to some of the costs of our transportation sector, to the extent that the bill would remove a discount that's currently in place on vehicle registrations. That discount is by statute only available to electric vehicle owners. What we've found in practice is that most people who are, thinking about purchasing an EV, they're not really motivated by the possibility. It's really about the upfront cost of the vehicle is what's, compared to a gasoline vehicle, and the availability of rebates and tax incentives is what helps to tip them into purchasing an EV, knowing that they might get a discount on vehicle registration. I would gather most EV owners didn't even know that they get that discount. So this bill would phase out that discount so that EV owners are paying the same vehicle registration fee as a gas-powered vehicle. To your last, but let me turn over to Deputy Commissioner Euclid with respect to the broader impacts on revenue.
Thanks, Commissioner Dykes. Senator Martin, so with respect to revenue for Connecticut on the STF, you are absolutely correct. I think everyone in the nation, not just Connecticut, recognizes that the motor fuels tax, gas tax, is a dying source of revenue across our nation. That's why the federal government has been encouraging states to look at alternatives. And it's something that we in Connecticut will have to address at some point. It's what I spent my career working on prior to coming to ConnDOT. And I have a research paper I can share with you about the EV portion. Happy to share that with you, but it is something that we'll have to address in the next few years as to how to address the gas tax as it continues to decline in our nation. Other states have already started to take steps. So happy to talk further with you about that.
So I would suggest that that discussion starts taking place now rather than later. And regarding the discount for registration that's in the bill, and over time it diminish, it doesn't take care of the loss in revenue. What does Eversource have to say with regards to the plan, so to speak, here? The trajectory of the increase in EV sales, how soon it gets to, or how quickly it gets to I guess to some point. I don't know if it's 4 years, 5 years, 10 years. Maybe you can shed a little light on that. But what impact is that going to have on the demand, and how is Eversource addressing it?
Well, respectfully, Senator, I can't, I wouldn't want to speak on Eversource's behalf before the committee. I'll say that Eversource and United Illuminating have been a part of dockets at PURA that have been ongoing for over 2 years around ensuring that there are the utilities are well prepared to support increases in EV charging. I believe that those PURA dockets included for planning assumptions associated with the state meeting the goals for ZEV deployment under the ZEV MOU, for example. And so again, I am not in a position to speak for the utilities, but perhaps they'll provide that testimony themselves. But we believe that they are well prepared, or at least, and certainly PURA as the regulator has had proceedings underway to ensure that they're prepared to manage this opportunity of electric vehicle adoption in a reliable and affordable way.
I got to believe, Commissioner, that you can shed a little light onto some of their obstacles that they may have.
Well, certainly we've been, PURA is there regulates the distribution planning for the electric utilities. That has been part of the PURA proceeding as part of the Equitable Modern Grid proceeding. And then DEEP, we have responsibilities with respect to the integrated resources plan for the state, where we have been, where we look at the energy supply. So not just the utilities being able to distribute and manage the distribution of the electricity, but will we have adequate supply to meet the needs, including from increased transportation electrification. And we did analyze that as part of our integrated resource plan. So it is factored into our plans for the state in terms of the ensuring adequate generation supply for reliable service.
I guess I would like to see some of those comments from PURA as part of this presentation here. It just seems like we've got to go look for it now. And these questions about revenue loss, or what impact is this going to have on our grid? It seems like we're getting a little piece of information, but yet we need to see, at least I feel as a legislator, I'd like to see what does this all entail in one sitting, so to speak. And I feel like I'm only getting a small piece of the pie here.
Well, we'd be happy to follow up with you, Senator, to help ensure that you have access to some of the information in the PURA dockets, or certainly I'm happy to follow up with the utilities to ensure that they can connect with you and address any questions that you have. But I have full confidence, and I hope that you will as well, that PURA, the utilities, and DEEP have been projecting for the significant adoption of vehicle electrification, and factoring that in terms of the planning for ensuring reliable electric service.
Just one last question, and I'm sorry for taking so much time here, but regarding Mira, that plant receives about 600 tons of trash on an annual basis, and 400 of it, from what I learned, goes out of state. What are your feelings on that? And how can we best help Mira as a state?
So I'll send you, Senator, the testimony that we filed on Senate Bill 277 in the Energy and Technology Committee. The Mira facility, does historically has managed about 1/3 of the municipal solid waste in the state. The remaining has largely been managed by other privately owned waste to energy facilities around the state. We do not, as the Mira facility moves towards a closure, which could happen as soon as this summer, Mira has been making arrangements, including through an RFP that they issued last December, to ensure reliable disposal of municipal solid waste for the municipalities that are remaining with Mira. That may include reliance on out-of-state landfilling for some intermediate period until new infrastructure is built, or until we have broader adoption of programs to help to reduce municipal solid waste tonnage, or divert some of the valuable materials that we're sending for disposal, such as organics, and food scraps, which make up about 35% of municipal solid waste, or recyclable materials, that can be another tool to help reduce or rebalance and regain self-sufficiency in how we manage our waste. But I know that that's not the bill before these committees today, so I'll be glad to, but I appreciate all of the interest in this issue, and rest assured DEEP is working very hard and very focused on partnering with municipalities, with MIRA, and working with legislators to advance solutions so that we can again regain self-sufficiency in a sustainable and affordable way.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Garrett. Madam Chair, thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. And Representative Michel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's just this will not necessitate any answers. These are just a quick comment because earlier I did mention, I was talking about House Bill 5039. Just to correct this on the record, I was talking about or referring to lines 42 to 45 on page 2 of Senate Bill 4. And we've already had a conversation. Just wanted to put that out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate so much the testimony of our agencies today, and appreciate your willingness to make yourselves available, as I'm sure members will continue to have questions as this moves through the legislative process. So thank you so much. And I am going to turn the reins over to the Senate Chair of Transportation, Senator Haskell.
Thank you so much, Senator Cohen, and I echo your thanks to the administration of 3 very thoughtful hours of testimony. And I would just ask committee members as we move forward to be mindful that we've got a lot of members of the public who are waiting to testify. So let's not hold back important questions, but let's just be succinct. The first member of the public is Chip Gengris. After that, we're going to move back to the public officials list and back and forth, so on. Chip, are you with us? All right, I don't believe we have.
Yeah, I think I'm here now.
Oh, there we go. Floor is yours, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. How are you?
Doing well, thanks.
I appreciate the time, Chairman Haskell and Lamar and ranking members Summers and Carney, members of the committee. I'm here to testify on Senate Bill 4, an act concerning the Connecticut Clean Air Act. I've listened to most of the testimony, which has been good. Connecticut new car dealers, we are one of them. We represent 270 dealerships in our association across the state. And we have been working for years to get ready for electrification of motor vehicles. We have invested millions of dollars. We're actually the largest charging station infrastructure in the state. I think the state has around 400. The dealerships in the state have over 600 charging stations. A number of the legislators in the eastern part of the state talked about accessibility. One of the places that your constituents can go charge right now is any retail dealership up in the northeast corner, down in New London, what have you. We have dealers providing charging at no cost to customers. We also are huge proponents of solar panels. We have over 25,000 solar panels across the state at our dealerships. And we have been committed not only from getting ready to sell the product, but also to service the product. There was a legislator from, I think, Roxbury, who talked about an electric bike and how difficult it would be if no one knew how to service it. Before we can sell a product, we need to make sure we have the tools and the technology to service it if something were to go wrong. The Connecticut Automotive Retailer Association has proudly partnered with the Cheaper Program since the inception in 2015. And we have assisted the Department of Energy and in creating the program, which incentivizes buyers to go electric by offering rebates, and now is an opportunity to take this even further. The Cheaper Program has recently transitioned to providing rebates for used electric vehicles and offering enhanced rebates for buyers who are low to moderate wage earners. The commissioner had made a comment about this is no longer just a high-end product, which it is now with Ford and General Motors and Chrysler and Volkswagen, a vehicle that can really be afforded by the masses, which is very exciting to the state. The Senate bill also proposes to expand the Cheaper Program to increase the eligibility for some of the vehicles that are a little bit more expensive, as well as electric bikes. The bill calls for additional outreach to educate the public on the program. Many of the comments I heard today from legislators are the same things we hear from our consumers. Everyone is wondering what electric vehicles are going to be like. The high-end customer who might have experienced it in the last decade isn't the average customer. And I would say 98 to 90%, 99% of the people that come in our stores want to know, where do I charge it? How do I use it? How often do I have to charge it? What if it breaks? What does it look like? They want to feel the experience. It isn't just about saving the environment and being a better steward for our state. It's also a great driving experience. And they need to learn that at a dealership where we can facilitate that.
Thank you. Would you please wrap up?
Yep. So we will see a large investment from the federal government. And I think one of the areas that we can be helpful is one of the legislators talked about additional charging stations. I think car dealerships will be part of that and look to support in their communities where they sell and service vehicles to be a partner with a state or local private businesses to add charging stations. So we are looking forward and willing and able to support the state with this program any way we can.
Chip, thank you so much for your testimony today. I see Representative Carney has his hand raised. I'm just going to ask a very quick question before heading over to him. And that's, can you walk us through some of the shortcomings of the cheaper program as it currently exists? One area where I understand to be a problem is that if you meet certain qualifications, you get an additional rebate, but it's hard to figure out exactly who qualifies. Hard for consumers to be assured that they're going to qualify. So this bill would essentially pre-qualify you based on where you live, in addition to those other qualifications based on income. Do you think that that would help EV take up among those who are unsure if they can afford such a car?
Yeah, I think yes is the short answer, and to expand on that would be education of the consumer is critical, whether it's around a rebate, a new program, a vehicle. It's really the dialogue with the consumer around what's available that helps them make a better decision.
Wonderful. Thanks for your answer. Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chip. It's always great to see you. Hope your family's well.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
So the first one is, I mean, one of the things, I mean, I do want more people, driving electric vehicles if they can, but do you see a longevity to the cheaper program? I mean, I'd like to be at a point, and I don't know if we're there yet, we could be, where the cheaper program isn't necessary.
So I think, thank you for the question. Nice to see you as well. I think the first entries to electric vehicles were the high end, and many of the non-traditional OEMs, they're offering cars that are 75, 100,000. They're just not relevant to the general public. I think, as the commissioner stated, with the Ford Lightning, with the new Chevy Bolt, with the Mach-E, that this car will come down below the average MSRP of a current vehicle. And then once they're in the market for a while, they'll be reasonable and good alternatives on the used market. I think real take will be when electric vehicles have been relevant for a couple of years, that there's now a larger volume in the used market. That's where you're going to see the real conversion from mild adoption to mass adoption. But I do think the OEMs know that in order to be relevant and sell cars, they've got to sell something that's going to be, at least under $400 a month, that you can finance over 6 years and that doesn't break the bank. And otherwise they wouldn't be investing the type of money they are.
Right. No, I appreciate that, Chip. My other question is, do you see any issues with certain car companies having car specific charging stations? I mean, I know Tesla has them. Rivian wants to have them. I've never seen a Toyota or Chevy specific charging station. So do you see any issues with that?
So again, it was really refreshing to listen to the dialogue earlier. I think that's where the auto retailers of Connecticut and Massachusetts and Vermont and New Hampshire can really be partners. Right now, there are 600 charging stations at all dealerships across the state of Connecticut that you can charge any car you want. They're available right now. And if we were to double that, all of a sudden we're triple what the state has to offer. And so I think the OEMs, whether it's Ford or Chrysler or General Motors or Volkswagen or what have you, they understand that, like a gas tank, it should be open to all. They're just trying to change the fuel source to electric. So I think if someone has a proprietary charging system, it will be a deterrent. And in sort of, I don't think it's a smart idea, but any business will do what they want to do. But I don't think it'll help drive consideration. I think mass availability of charging will drive consideration as well as the price of the vehicle.
I appreciate that. I agree with you. So that's all I have. And thanks again for coming on.
Sure.
Thanks, Representative. Chip, I don't see other questions or comments from committee members, so we're grateful for your time and for your patience this morning.
Yeah, thanks. Take care.
Okay, next I believe we're going to go to, I'm just looking at our list here. We want to cycle back to public officials, and I see that Senator Looney is in the room. I wanted to give an opportunity for him to jump in if he's here. Okay, if not, we're going to go with another member of the public then, and that's Jen Regan-Lefebvre.
She should be joining now.
Great. She hadn't accepted the promotion. I think she has just now.
Hey, Jen, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Representatives and Senator Haskell. I'm here to speak in favor of Senate Bill 4, an act concerning the Connecticut Clean Air Act, and in particular the section on electric school buses. So my day job is I'm a college professor. By night, I'm a member of the Board of Education in Wethersfield. I am testifying here in an individual capacity and not on behalf of the entire board. There is extensive scientific evidence that shows that diesel school buses are really dangerous for children. Knowing how dangerous they are, it's reprehensible that we continue using diesel buses. And I'm sure many others will testify in more detail on these public health dimensions. What I like to explain is why this bill matters from the point of view of a Board of Ed member who has a role in approving contracts for school buses. So I speak as an individual, but I am quite certain that my town will not adopt electric buses unless it is required to do so, and unless it receives state assistance to do so. And that's because our annual town budgets are just too tight to countenance any additional expenditure. So my Board of Ed has just recommended next year's budget. It's nearly 5% larger than last year's. We haven't added money for supplies or services. We've actually cut them. Rather, the increase is due to the rising cost of healthcare. Wethersfield is the municipal version of the squeezed middle class. We're much better off than many cities in Connecticut, so we don't qualify for a lot of grant assistance. But we don't have any disposable income either. We have a mill rate over 40, and we can't afford to replace school computers next year. There's no way my mid-sized town could politically justify additional expenditure on electric buses, which are initially expensive. But there is a collective active action solution. It will be cheaper if towns across the state adopt electric buses together. SB 4 will transform the desire for electric buses into a market reality, and production costs will go down as demand goes way up. SB 4 will also drive economic growth. In Enfield, Connecticut, there's a major manufacturer of batteries for electric vehicles, but it's currently sending most of what it produces out of state. Demand for those batteries in state will create jobs. Electric buses will be cheaper for municipalities in the long run. Energy costs will be lower and more predictable, and the cost of running buses will be lower because electric vehicles require less maintenance. For taxpayers across the state, removing a major source of pollution will ultimately lead to lower public health costs. The poorest children in our state are the ones most likely to be subject to awful air pollution. They are also the most likely to have public health insurance. We're already paying the cost. I thank the committees for drafting this transformative legislation. We need electric buses, and we can't do it without your help. I urge you to pass SB 4 in the best interest of promoting public health and controlling public costs. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Jen, for your testimony today. I don't see any questions or comments from committee members, but I think it was timed perfectly at 3 minutes, so we are grateful for that. Next, we will go back to public officials. Mr. Matt Masunas from the Green Bank. Are you with us, sir?
I am, Chairman Haskell.
The floor is yours.
I would have gladly ceded to the Senate President Pro Tem. So Senators Cohen, Slappin, Minor, Haskell, Casanos, and Summers, Representatives Gresco, Palmer, Harding, Lamar, Sims, and Carney, and all esteemed committee members. Good afternoon. It's wonderful to see you. I'm Matt Masunas, the Legislative Liaison and Associate Director of Regulatory Policy for Connecticut Green Bank. Our testimony is in front of you on Senate Bill 4 and House Bill 5039. I'll briefly discuss, actually in personal terms, why these policies are needed. They're needed because I have a 4-year-old son. And the way the climate projections are trending, the weather is going to be several times as volatile by the time he's my age. And so I could worry enough about him. But there's vast numbers of disadvantaged populations out there who are very likely to shoulder climate-associated environmental burdens first that we need to worry about. Anyone who watches this building knows the work that you all put in every day to serve the public, and with the idea of making society run smoother, making this a better place. The proposals in front of you today will move us meaningfully toward that better world. So on to the bills. With regard to House Bill 5039, this is a policy already adopted by New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, partners in the same heavy industry corridor as Connecticut, along with California, which is a market maker economically for the products that'll meet the compliance standards. Connecticut should be in that pack of fast follower states, pressing toward that mark of facilitating deployment in next generation technologies, improving public health through the reduction of transportation related emissions, emissions that otherwise do violence to the respiratory and cardiovascular systems of our students, our bus drivers, our workers, and our residents. So we support the bill. With regard to Senate Bill 4, I'll just say, since the establishment of the cheaper board, I've been the Green Bank's designee to it, as well as an electric vehicles driver and enthusiast for a much longer time, like plenty of folks you might hear from later today. Humbly, at your request, I'd be happy to offer any perspective on the general subject matter throughout the bill, or the general market or customer experience, if that could be helpful in your assessments. In general, we think SB4 proposals are meritorious of support, and it's exciting to see them. So I'll close with gratitude to you for the time, gratitude to those who preceded us, and I'll reiterate these collective obligations to the populations that follow us. It's a debt we could pay by leaning into these market innovations and infrastructure of the clean energy economy, by making it accessible and affordable to all. I know that was long on rhetorical flair and not even a lot about Connecticut Green. Excuse me, my son, the 4-year-old in question, gave me a cold, so pardon the voice. That wasn't a lot about Connecticut Green Bank. I'm happy to answer any questions, chat on any of these subjects to the extent I could be half as conversant as any of the previous speakers that you heard before you. Some of the questions that I was hearing over the last 3 hours, I would have loved to field those too, but I think I lost track of the answers I was jotting down on them. So feel free, and I'd love to open it up to any questions should there be any. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Matt, for your comments. I really couldn't agree more with regard to our responsibility to the next generation. I see that Representative Lamar has his hand raised.
Thank you, Chairman Haskell, and thank you, Matt, for your testimony today, both the personal and the professional elements thereof. And we are more than excited to see some of the deeper dives that you're willing to do on sections of the bill and to answer any questions that you think are important for this committee to consider as we move forward. So please forward those to the committee, either if you like amended written testimony or through our committee clerk, and we'll be sure to get those out to committee members. And again, thank you for the general overview of each of these bills, and we will be certain to reach out to you for more specific understanding and input that you'll be able to provide. And we do appreciate the resource that you've been on this and other issues, and will continue to be. So thank you again, Matt.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thanks, Representative Lamar. Matt, I don't see any other questions or comments, but as the co-chair said, we'll certainly be in touch. Thank you.
May I, sir?
Yes, absolutely.
I know that the utilities are not on here, Pure is not on here, but there was a number of questions that came up with regard to the status of how can you make the expansion of the electric vehicle segment work for electric ratepayers in Connecticut. There is ongoing dialogue with adding on, I'll only take 30 seconds here, adding on to the just started electric vehicles a make ready and rebate program through the electric distribution companies in the state. So if interested, it's de facto public anyway with a number of stakeholders that are in these working groups. So reach out. I'd be happy to forward the latest and greatest as far as what sorts of questions the stakeholders are wrangling with so that we could establish those policies in Connecticut.
That'd be really helpful. We'll schedule a follow-up. Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, Matt. We will go now to Charles Rothenberger from Save the Sound.
Thank you, Chairman. I won't try to match Mr. Masunis in his masterful run through of everybody's name on the committee, but my name is Charles Rothenberger. I'm the climate and energy attorney with Save the Sound, and I appreciate the time by all of the members of both committees for this hearing. I'd like to begin by addressing SB4, the act concerning the Connecticut Clean Air Act. There's a lot there, so I'll just briefly provide a few comments on specific sections with more detailed comments in our written submission. Starting with section 1, I think I'd like to add on to comments that were raised by Representative Michelle earlier, considering what may be an unintended consequence of the way the language is currently written. We certainly approve of the attempt here to codify Governor Lamont's Executive Order 21-3, directing that the state cease procuring diesel buses by the end of 2023. It does appear, though, with the changes made, we are missing a requirement to ensure that a minimum percentage of the fleet remain zero emission or grow to be zero emissions. So we just recommend adding back language that sets a date certain, perhaps January 1, 2035, to ensure that 100% of all buses purchased or leased by the state will be zero emissions. And I think that also comports with the governor's executive order and certainly the underlying intent of the original statute. I'd like to jump now to the end of the bill, section 18, which requires DOT to provide estimates of total greenhouse gas emissions from certain transportation projects, as well as provide mitigation measures resulting from such projects. We understand this is based upon the Colorado model, and we definitely support it as a good start to what Connecticut should be doing. We would urge, however, the committee to expand the scope of this section to require that all state agencies perform similar climate impact analyses and evaluate necessary mitigation measures to ensure we meet our obligations under the Global Warming Solutions Act. As we strengthen the foundational elements of laws designed to protect our most vulnerable citizens, it's really important that our work isn't hindered or undone by individual decisions made by various state agencies. As the old saying goes, if you find yourself in a hole, stop digging. And as we know from the recent greenhouse gas emissions data that was published late last year, we know that we're actually starting to lose ground on meeting our greenhouse gas emissions targets. But generally, SB4, a great and comprehensive approach to addressing air emissions from our transportation sector. In the brief time I have left, I'd also like to lend our strong support to 5039 concerning the California medium and heavy duty vehicle standards. Connecticut has enjoyed the benefit of being part of the California program for light duty vehicles since 2004. And this bill is a common sense and simple but critical element of allowing Connecticut to meet its emissions and air quality goals moving forward. And with that, I will take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Charles. I greatly appreciate your testimony, and I don't see any questions or comments from committee members. So have a nice day, and thank you for your patience with us today.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, up next, I see we're going to go back to the public officials side, and I see Representative Cavaros-DeGraw.
Thank you so much. And in terms of efficiency, Representative Kate Farrar and I will be doing a joint testimony so that we conserve time as best we can. Chairman, and apologies, my picture's not on, I'm having connectivity issues. Chairman Lamar, Chairman Haskell, Chairwoman Cohen, and Chairman Gresco, Vice Chairs, ranking members, and members of the Transportation Committee. Thank you to the Transportation Committee for the opportunity to testify today in support of Senate Bill 4. We would like to emphasize an important item of this bill in Section 6 that expands the electric vehicle rebate eligibility to electric bicycles. Helping Connecticut invest in e-bikes would expand electric equity, utilize the currently underspent Connecticut hydrogen and electric automobile rebate cheaper funds, and reduce carbon emissions by increasing the utilization of e-bikes in Connecticut. The EV financial incentives that currently exist through the cheaper program are regularly underspent and often not practical for lower income households, those who are on a month-to-month budgets, or those who can't afford or even want a car. We only need to look at the latest increase of gas prices to know that we need as many options at our disposal as possible to disinvest in gas-powered vehicles. Rep. Farrar.
Thanks, Representative Covers-DeGraw. And so to continue, and you all certainly have heard this today and will continue to hear it, we do know that the electric cars begin at around $40,000. And we're here today because we do see electric bikes as a viable alternative because they provide a much more affordable electric transportation option ranging from $1,200 to $10,000. And expanding these rebates to electric bikes will really help our state achieve the goals that have been mentioned today of lowering carbon emissions, while we hope at the same time really supporting equitable transportation options. Like many bills out there, some of the best ideas come from constituents. And so I'm grateful for my constituent that brought forward this idea and was part of proposing the bill that Covers-DeGraw and I proposed, House Bill 5088, which did specify a tax credit for electric bike purchases by income level. And we really appreciate your committee's attention to this and hopefully inclusion of the language of offering this type of rebate so that we can all have a priority for environmental justice throughout our state. So thank you for having us. Thank you for your leadership. And we really look forward to working with you on passing Senate Bill 4 this year.
Thank you so much, representatives, to you both. I see that there are two hands raised, but if I can jump in with a quick question. I made the mistake yesterday of checking Twitter mentions, and I saw some people say, really, is now the time to talk about the electrification of our transit network when gas prices are so high? And it struck me as being exactly the right time to talk about moving away from internal combustion engines. So I just wanted to give you an opportunity to sort of talk about why you think this is important in this moment specifically.
Go ahead, Representative Covers-DeGraw. You can start.
Okay, I think, there is no better time because the reality is when I talk to my friends who've already purchased their e-bikes or their EVs, they are saying, their electric bill has not gone up significantly. It is a much better time for them because they're not feeling that pinch at the pump. They're not freaking out that the gas prices, and rightly so. I mean, it's hurting so many, working class and middle class families right now. But this is the time to have the conversation because we can have a cleaner, healthier future for our kids, for our grandkids. And if we're not talking about it now, when we are really, being held hostage to these gas prices, I don't know when the time is.
And I think Representative Covers-DeGraw's point and why I know you all have so many folks signed up for this hearing today is that, this is a moment when we're seeing this hit every single one of us and disproportionately so many people in our communities that just do not have the extra dollars to pay at the pump. So I think it is imperative on all of us to take heed of all of these options. And that's why e-bikes really are such an option, especially in areas such as mine in West Hartford, where we have denser areas where you can more easily get around on something like an e-bike. And it would just really help, not just with our emissions, but our congestion overall.
Well, thank you both so much for your advocacy, especially around the e-bike portion of this bill. We really appreciate it. Representative Lamar now.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. Thank you, Representatives Farrar and Covers-DeGraw. As you know, I think we need to embrace e-bikes as a true transportation alternative in our state. And what I'm recognizing in New Haven, I'm wondering if people are recognizing in other communities as well, which is folks are making a conscious decision to not buy a second vehicle in their homes or a first vehicle in many cases, because they're recognizing that overwhelmingly they can accomplish 95% of their daily activities with an e-bike, and it makes it a little bit easier for them to get around. And in some of the cargo bikes that are available for limited costs, essentially can go grocery shopping without a vehicle. You can run all your basic errands without having to purchase a vehicle. And the model prices are starting to come down to a point where in the very near future, these should be relatively affordable for all income earners, particularly if we can start offering this type of rebate structure. So I know some of the language that we have, advocates are concerned, maybe not be enough. So I'm going to work with them to make sure it's relevant to the cost of acquiring a vehicle, and the rebate structure should be focused on that. But are you seeing the same thing I am in New Haven, where people are making a choice to go with a low cost electric vehicle rather than having to purchase a $40,000, $50,000 car in their homes?
I can start. The answer definitively, Representative Lamar, is yes. That's why this came to me as a constituent idea and issue, because it is something that my constituents in West Hartford are really considering in, not just their own family budgets, but again, to make the better green choice.
And I would say that we're really lucky in the Farmington Valley to have so many rails to trails and the Greenway. And so, it was interesting, as we talk about extending it all the way from New Haven up to us, that is going to be a driver in terms of, like you said, getting around town. It's such a better option to be able to go grocery shop. And people say, well, how do you do that? Well, let me tell you, all you have to do is look at e-bike Twitter to see all the amazing solutions of how you can shop and live and work and play with your e-bike. So I think it's just an extraordinary option for people to have on the table at this point.
Thank you. And we'll hear a lot of testimony today from members of the public and folks who've been doing research on this across the country. And it turns out that feeling I have in New Haven, other people are seeing across the state and across the country, which is, this isn't, for folks, recreational joyriding. They're good for that too, but they're honest vehicle replacements carrying out day-to-day activities at a marginal cost for people who are buying them. And so I'm thankful to have your confirmation that it's not just in New Haven that this is happening, but in fact across the state. Thanks again.
Thanks so much, Representative Lamar. Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both to Rep. Farrar and Cabras DeGraw for your testimony. So I have a little bit of a different take on this, and it kind of came up last year with my caucus on expanding this to e-bikes. So do you have any idea how many people or how many e-bikes are actually out there in the state of Connecticut? How many owners there are?
Representative Carney, I can start. I don't have the data behind. I'm not sure if our state even collects that data. I hope we would if we were going to start to invest in this type of program. But again, I think this goes hand in hand, not just with our efforts to incentivize the purchase of these, but the other part of this is how are we working with our municipalities as well to make sure that we have bicycle friendly roadways and are really, as Representative Cabras DeGraw said, connecting our communities so we can easily get from community to community. And that's a piece of this to make sure that the usage is practical as well.
And Representative Carney, I actually have those numbers, but not in front of me. So I am happy to get back to you with those. The reality is that we are seeing the numbers climb. And I think it's because people are really looking for alternatives. And so while last year the numbers were probably maybe something that people would have considered negligible, as I talk to more owners of e-bikes and they send all their positive information about how it's going up, we are seeing an uptick. And I think that we have to be prepared ahead of time. I think later on today, you're going to hear from some of the e-bike folks, and they are going to share some of the numbers, but it's growing. And I think that, when it comes to electric vehicles and e-bikes, we are going to have to be sort of ahead and not behind when it comes to encouraging folks to be able to purchase these items.
Okay, do either of you know whether one has to actually register them with the DMV?
I'm not aware that that would be required.
Okay, all right. No, I mean, I was just curious because I don't know, but
and I kind of laugh because I'm thinking to myself, Representative Carney, as my bicyclist husband, he would say, I don't have to register at the DMV, so why would I have to register? But I understand your question, and I again, from my understanding, there's no requirement.
Okay, no, I was just thinking because it's a motorized, bicycle as opposed to just a, regular bike. But
Absolutely. That's definitely a good question. And I think we should find that out. The other thing I was thinking of is in terms of registration, obviously there are certain fees that go along with that. So, which, could be looked at as lost revenue. So it may be something that we have to look at in the future. But I don't believe, because I think it's still classified as an actual bicycle, that that's something that would have to happen at this point, even with a motor attached to it.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. I mean, it's something that I do need to learn more about. I personally, in my district, I haven't heard anybody talk about e-bikes. I haven't seen any e-bikes in my district. I mean, it doesn't mean they're not there. I'm sure some people have them. I'm a little hesitant to expand the pool for the cheaper dollars because they're limited. I understand we're not using all of them, so that would be a reason to expand it. But I will do additional research, and I do appreciate both of you coming on to advocate for your constituents.
Thanks, Representative Carney. Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to thank you both for your testimony today. And I actually just hopped on to say, in response to Representative Carney's question, I do happen to have an e-bike manufacturer in my district, and I believe they're signed up to testify today, as well as I see other e-bike manufacturers on the list. So I think we'll be able to get some of these questions answered. But my understanding is that e-bikes do not, in fact, need to be registered. And I think electric mopeds, if they're over 2 horsepower. But again, we can get some answers to those questions, I think, as the day presses on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Senator Cohen. Looking forward to hearing their testimony later today as well. I don't see any other questions or comments. So Representative Farrar, Representative Cabarrus-DeGraw, thanks so much for your time today. We're going to go now to Lauren Bosie, and after that, we will go to my friend, Senator Saud Anwar.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, esteemed members of the Transportation and Environment Committees. My name is Dr. Laura Bosie. I'm Director of Programs at the Yale Center on Climate Change and Health. I'm testifying in strong support of both HB 5039 and SB 4. Both bills would help Connecticut make necessary progress toward addressing ground level ozone, particulate matter, and greenhouse gas pollution. As you've already heard, the transportation sector is a major source of nitrogen oxides and volatile organic compounds, which combine to create smog and greenhouse gas emissions. Medium and heavy duty vehicles in particular, in spite of being only 6% of the state vehicle fleet by weight, are responsible for about half of the sector's NOx emissions and a quarter of the greenhouse gas emissions. And the health impacts from these pollutants are significant. As you know, Connecticut fails to meet its national ambient air quality standards for ozone. Ground level ozone or smog worsens conditions including COPD and asthma, causes increased risk of premature death. Children are at higher risk from ozone exposure, especially for asthma exacerbations, since their lungs are still developing and they're likely to be active outdoors when ozone levels are high. And importantly, ozone pollution is projected to worsen as climate change drives warmer temperatures through something that's called the climate penalty. Diesel-powered medium and heavy-duty vehicles, including school buses, also release diesel particulate matter, which includes fine particulate matter and a number of organic compounds. This diesel exhaust is responsible for detrimental health consequences, including lung cancer, worsened chronic heart and lung diseases, including asthma, as well as premature death. The health harms are worse for people living along highways in the near industrial and port areas, which are often communities of color and low-income communities, making this a significant environmental justice issue. And it's important to emphasize that pollution is often localized. So rather than ozone that is transported regionally, this is a very localized, really harmful air quality impact that is especially hurting these particular communities. And so that's also where we would see the really important benefit. And you also want to remember that with air pollutants, these environmental burdens are cumulative. So they're happening on top of, insufficient housing conditions or other factors that are found within these communities. And so those collectively are producing these health outcomes, and that we also really need to tackle this air pollution. And also, I just want to flag other vulnerable populations for these air pollutants include pregnant women and newborns, children, people with lung and heart diseases, and other older adults. So just to say that there's no time to waste in us transitioning to a clean transportation sector for our health today with local air quality and to address the health crisis of climate change.
Thank you. I'm sorry your time has expired.
Perfect timing, Laura. Thank you so much for your testimony. And I just wanted to dig into one particular point you made, which is the localized impacts of these emissions, especially on the health of populations near major transit corridors. We heard some pushback earlier this morning about the fact that Connecticut's a downwind state and a lot of this air pollution is coming from other states. And I don't dispute that, but I did want to give you an opportunity to respond to that particular point.
As I said, it's both, right? So particularly ozone has a longer range, but something like half of Connecticut's ozone pollution is coming from within the state. So, so we have significant work to do within our own state for addressing our own ozone air pollution. But particulate matter, diesel particulate matter, that's also regional, but to a lesser degree. Much of it is coming from our own state. And so that's where especially these factors that are addressing the medium and heavy duty vehicles, school buses, we can really anticipate to see positive health outcomes from those changes.
That's so great to hear. Thank you so much. I don't have any other questions and I don't see any other hands raised from my colleagues, but we are so grateful for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next, I think we're going to go to Senator Looney, who's been waiting for some time. I believe he's with us.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, good morning, or good afternoon, I should say, Senator, and thanks so much for your patience with our committee. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Senator Haskell and Senator Cohen, Representative Gresco, and Representative Lamar, and esteemed members of the Environment and Transportation Committees. I am Martin Looney, Senator from the 11th District, and here to testify in strong support of SB 4, Connecticut's Clean Air Act to protect human health and the climate. According to the EPA, in 2021, Connecticut had 21 days with unhealthful levels of ozone. And unfortunately, that was the highest in New England and far surpassing Rhode Island, which was the next highest with 5 unhealthful days. And the same data also shows that Fairfield County is the county with the highest ozone levels in the eastern half of the nation. Also, New Haven, Middlesex, New London, Tolland, and Wyndham received F grades on ozone levels from the American Lung Association's 2020 State of the Air Report, and Hartford County received a D grade and Litchfield County a C. And exposure to elevated levels of ozone, as we all know, can aggravate lung diseases such as asthma and emphysema, and long-term exposure can increase susceptibility to respiratory infections such as pneumonia. And in addition, such exposure can increase the likelihood of reproductive and developmental harm. Moreover, additional studies across the nation have found stark disparities regarding exposure to pollution, and the burden of living with polluted air is not shared equally. People of color are over 3 times more likely to be breathing heavily polluted air than are white people, because they live in areas that tend to have great density and polluting uses. And a study that ranked urban areas across the United States with the largest racial disparities in response to harmful pollutants like nitrogen oxide, ranked the Bridgeport-Stamford area number 3, the New Haven area 8th, and the Hartford area 14th. Because of these alarming statistics, I'm proud that the Senate Democratic Caucus and all of our colleagues have made SB 4 and reducing emissions caused by the transportation sector one of our top priorities this session. I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, and Senator Cohen, and also the House co-chairs of the 2 committees as well for making this a priority item of both committees. A wide-scale electric vehicle deployment has been identified as one of the primary solutions for achieving the state's statutorily required economy-wide greenhouse gas reduction targets. And this legislation will enable the state of Connecticut to lead by example by requiring that 100% of all cars and light duty vehicles purchased or leased by the state be electric vehicles by 2030. Currently, however, the challenge is there are only 21,000 electric vehicles registered in Connecticut, and electric vehicles account for only 2% of annual sales of light duty vehicles. So we are a long way from our goal and are still in the early adoption phase. Therefore, we have to do more to support widespread expansion of the use of electric vehicles among the general public and in a variety of government and commercial sectors. And we have to make charging stations more accessible, be able to reduce the time it takes to charge so that people will be able to factor this into their lives and then opt into the decision to buy electric cars that many are now postponing for those practical reasons. So SB4 will achieve transformative reforms to the cheaper program. Electric vehicles are cleaner and cheaper to drive than our conventional gas-powered cars, but do cost more to purchase. This legislation will assist our small businesses, nonprofits, and towns to reduce fuel and maintenance costs associated with their fleets by making them eligible for electric vehicle rebates. Importantly, SB4 also focuses on making sure that the cheaper program is equitable and accessible for communities of color and low-income communities that are most directly impacted by air pollution. And it does so by expanding eligibility and increasing incentives of the Cheaper Plus program for residents living in environmental justice communities and residents with household incomes at or below 300% of the federal poverty level. The literature is consistent in showing that rebates and other incentives tend to induce electric vehicle purchases more effectively among lower income buyers than among higher income buyers, and that rebates were the deciding factor among lower income consumers who chose to purchase an electric vehicle rather than a conventional vehicle. SB4 also recognizes that to increase electric vehicle adoption, the state must ensure that EV charging infrastructure is available throughout all communities in the state. And this can be accomplished through a grant program targeted at rural communities for EV charging stations and related infrastructure. In addition, adopting right to charge legislation passed by states like New York and Colorado, Florida, Oregon, and California will also provide residents of multi-dwelling units with the right to install a charging station in their designated parking spot. SB4 also recognizes the historic infrastructure legislation proposed by President Biden, funding for many of the programs that we anticipate starting here. It requires that the state stop purchasing any diesel-fueled transit buses starting in January 2024, includes bond funds to leverage federal dollars to transition hundreds of diesel school buses to electric buses. Studies show that our residents, especially children, are exposed to high concentrations of toxic emissions that cause respiratory diseases and worsen existing conditions like asthma while they're waiting for, boarding, or riding on buses. And SB4 will also create a voucher program to help businesses transition their diesel-fueled medium and heavy-duty trucks to electric medium and heavy-duty trucks. So combined buses and medium heavy-duty trucks account for less than 5% of the vehicles on the road, but are the second largest contributor to overall transportation emissions. So we have to target where the damage is greatest and the need for change is greatest. So transitioning these fleets to electric is a common sense contribution to protecting our climate and the health of residents of all ages. And also SB4 makes a historic shift in the way we plan our transportation projects and tackles the counterintuitive concept of induced demand. That is, that widening highways and building more roads actually increases congestion and therefore emissions. The bill advances this objective by ensuring that new regionally significant transportation projects that the DOT or towns or regional organizations plan to construct with state funding must estimate the emissions created by the project, take into account the induced demand, and if the project increases emissions, offset those emissions by undertaking greenhouse gas mitigation projects, including but not limited to improving public transit, constructing bikeways, pedestrian walkways, and more. So SB4 makes great strides in the urgent and necessary undertaking of reducing our transportation-related greenhouse gas emissions and addressing the intersecting goals of promoting human health, reducing racial disparities, and improving our air quality. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership on this and for all of the advocates and proponents for their tireless work and dedication on this legislation and urge broad-based unanimous support for this bill, I think, which should be an important consensus item for the session. Thank you for your time and consideration this afternoon.
Thank you so much, Senator Looney, for your comments, and thank you for your partnership on this bill. As in making it a priority for our caucus, I think that you've brought what you bring to so many issues here in the legislature, which is a real emphasis on equity, on making sure that we get this right and that no community and no family is left behind. So that's really been a thrust of SB4, and it's been such a pleasure to partner with you and Senator Duff and so many members of our caucus. And New Haven, I have to say, is really leading the way here, because in addition to being a caucus priority, Representative Lamar, I think, now helped to recruit over 30 sponsors from the House. So we are aiming for a bill that earns broad-based support, and thank you both for that. I just wanted to ask you one question, Senator. It feels to me, I'm new to the building, but it feels to me as though we're living through a historic moment in infrastructure, and that a part of the emphasis of passing SB4 now is that we do have all of this federal aid coming to Connecticut, and we want to make sure that those transportation investments lead to a greener, cleaner network, as opposed to worsening the crisis of climate change. So I just wanted to see if you would like to remark on the fact that we happen to be living through this unique moment, or at least what feels to me like a unique moment, where there are more resources available than there were previously.
Well, I think that's true, Mr. Chairman. Partly, obviously, one of the effects of the pandemic is the recognition that in many ways, only the federal government is in a position to deal with a national emergency through infusion of emergency funding, because only the federal government can engage in deficit spending. The states, all the states, I believe, except Vermont, have either a statutory or constitutional requirement to bring their budget into balance every single year. So in major crises, whether it be the Great Depression or something else that is as cataclysmic as that, all states have to look to the federal government for resources that can then be used at the state level to deal with an emerging problem.
Thanks so much, Senator, for your time and for your testimony. And I look forward to continuing to partner with you on this important bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, hang on, Senator Looney, don't go anywhere just yet. Representative Lamar has his hand raised.
Thank you, Senator Haskell, and thank you, Senator Looney, for your leadership and your desire to make this a priority of the Senate this year. I couldn't be more thrilled to do my part in the House to make sure that we've got broad support there as well. You highlighted so many of the important features of this bill, how we can provide additional equity into already operating programs, how we can ensure the environmental and transportation justice that we need throughout our state. There's one provision of this which, you know, I don't know that I had put too much thought into originally, and I heard from Senator Haskell that it became a priority in their caucus, and is remarkable and substantial in its construct. And I couldn't be more thrilled to have you highlight it towards the end of your introduction, which is recognizing that transportation projects that we may contemplate here in the legislature today, tomorrow, 2 or 20 years from now, can have dramatic unintended consequences of increasing our greenhouse gas emissions. And so your willingness to lead, and for us, I believe, as a state, to become a national leader on evaluating all regionally significant projects to make sure, whether it's you, me, or anyone else in Hartford, a future transportation commissioner, a future governor, if they're going to make $1 million to $1 billion investment in our infrastructure, like, you know, expanding highway proposals, or the idea of fixing a roadway sometimes, which we know can mean expanding lanes or in some way increasing vehicle miles traveled, that we'll have a process in place to evaluate what that investment means for future generations and how much it's going to cost our environment and what we need to do to net equalize the impact. And frankly, the way you couched it at the end of your presentation, I think is exactly how we need to be thinking about this. And I just thought you handled that succinctly and well. And I'm hoping to get that provision gets more attention as we move forward, because I believe you've helped position Connecticut in a way that we can lead the nation, showing how to evaluate all future transportation projects for the net overall impact. And I just want to say thank you for that.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for your leadership in the House and leading us in New Haven on all issues related to transportation, but also energy policy and for so many years now. But I'm excited about the prospect of this because we do have a path to do things that we never had the resources to do before.
Thanks, Senator Looney, and thank you, Representative Lamar. Senator Cohen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much, Senator Looney, for being here to testify on this important bill and for all of your leadership and support around this. In following what Representative Lamar was saying and your testimony on this, I think it's so important that we as a government not only talk the talk, but we really walk the walk as well. And so there's some important sections in this bill that really speak to our accountability to the environment and to the people, the residents of the state and their health outcomes, and making sure that we're improving those as time goes on. You obviously represent an urban community, as does Representative Lamar, with a lot of city buses. You're near several transportation, near right off two highways, interstates. And so I think it's particularly important as we talk about environmental justice and communities that are really impacted by the effects of emissions, not only transportation emissions, but other emissions as well. And what can we do to be improving those? I know a lot of municipal leaders across the state are starting to consider these options as they move forward and really start considering climate impact and climate action. And I just wondered, at the risk of having you speak for your mayor, I just wonder if you've had those conversations with municipal leaders in your area or in other areas as to what they're thinking long term and whether or not it seems that this is something that would be really helpful for them.
Well, Madam Chair, I want to thank you for all of your work that you've done in preparing for this bill and this joint initiative with the Transportation Committee and the Environment Committee. Clearly, I think the cities that have been impacted by highway development now for generations, their leadership has been highly sensitive to the impact of that. First, it was the disruption of neighborhoods and the destruction of many neighborhoods by the highway paths coming through in the 50s and 60s. And since then, it's been concerns about health and environmental impacts caused by the traffic, the diesel fumes, the noise, the smoke, everything that has gone along with that as the price to be paid. But I think that certainly I know the leadership in New Haven and in Hartford is quite sensitive to these issues. Hartford, of course, also has a lot of major development plans that it would like to pursue to correct mistakes in the past in terms of highway design and things of that nature. And New Haven bears witness every day to the consequences of all of the highway cuts that went through previously viable neighborhoods in the 50s and 60s.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And again, appreciate all your support and leadership on this. Thank you, Mr.
Thanks so much, Senator Cohen. And Senator Looney, thanks again for your time today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And again, congratulations on all the great work that these two committees are doing this year and every year.
We look forward to the work that lies ahead, especially on this bill.
Take care now. Thank you all.
You too. And next we will go to Ann Pasca, followed by Senator Anwar.
Hi, this is Pasca Naden. Thank you so much. I was about to just say I had to drop because I have a conflict, but I won't drop now. So I do appreciate this. I really appreciate this morning's conversations and insights because it really was valuable, the information that was shared by the various members of DEEP and EPA and the various legislators. So I really want to thank you all for this. I read this bill and I do not support this bill as it is right now, okay? And even after hearing a lot of the testimony, because I feel there's some gaps in knowledge that I think I need your help in filling. And maybe it's available, online somewhere. But this bill is really shifting the energy source to another pollutant source. So I don't see it changing much in our pollution. What I do see missing is anything to do with measuring the atmospheric pollution that we're experiencing today. So for example, when you look at your sky today, if you're near a window, why don't you look out your window and look at the sky? What has happened to our skies? What is being sprayed in our skies? Do we know the quantity of aluminum, barium, strontium? Do we know those elements that are being put in there? Do we also know the elements of cloud seeding that is being put in our air that affects our asthma, affects our lung health? It affects all these things. And to be honest with you, I do know. I did a water test, rainwater test, 2019, because I wanted to measure what was going on in our water. I have an organic garden on my property for my personal self. I don't sell organic food, but I really wanted to know what was happening with our rainwater, because that's a good indicator with what's coming down from the sky, from our cloud space and atmosphere. And Connecticut, believe it or not, based on other studies, and you could do your own, and I'm sure maybe DEEP or EPA or someone has done rainwater studies. This is basic. This costs me a little over $100 to do, collect my own water in a sterile container. And we're like the highest in strontium, barium, aluminum, and sulfur. I don't know about you, but there's absolutely nothing healthy about those elements in our water, which then seeps into our gardens and which also comes into our airways. So whoever was speaking earlier about asthma as being the pollutant from the car fumes, I would challenge you to say, yes, the car fumes and pollution can be a cofactor in asthma, but there are other environmental toxins that are a cofactor.
Thank you, but I'm sorry your time's expired.
3 minutes. Can I just say one more thing, please? 1 second.
The time is up and we've got many folks, but if you want to just wrap up your thought.
I'll just wrap it up. The other element with these electric vehicles, especially school buses and cars, is the electromagnetic frequency radiation that's being emitted from these batteries and things. It's been measured in Teslas and other cars. You could do a YouTube search, but our children should not be subjected to additional radiation. And that is fact. I will be emailing my testimony. So I thank you again. For this
Thank you so much, ma'am. We appreciate your testimony. I don't see any hands raised, but we're grateful for your time today.
Sure.
Oh, I'm so
Mr.
sorry. Don't go
Chairman?
anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Representative Rabimbus has her hand raised.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to thank you for your testimony, and I was interested a little bit more. Certainly, I'll look at your testimony once you submit it for us to read. But I was interested a little bit more about right now at the tail end that you were highlighting some of obviously the pollutants associated with the manufacturing of electric vehicles. Did you want to finish your thoughts in that regard?
I will send you the documentation, but I think there was a representative who also talked about the fact that there's no recycling of these. And if you really look, I could provide you a documentary that did a very, very good job highlighting how these batteries are made and where they're made and the child labor that is used to make these batteries. These batteries, yes, over time, maybe in 10 to 15 years. That's why I said I like the idea of clean air, but I think we need to approach this problem not just with putting electric cars on our streets and in our homes and raising the cost of these things. The pollution from the batteries are going to be an environmental hazard that are going to feed into our waterways and whatnot. And I have to tell you, it's very important that we also really consider their electrification. There are a lot of people in Connecticut that literally are, I'm sorry about that. There are a lot of people in Connecticut that are becoming very sensitive to the electromagnetic frequency. This legislation, this governor has done nothing to look at the health implications of 5G, 4G that's being placed within 35 feet of our homes. Now you're going to be putting cars. When I walk my street, I feel for the space of safe in Connecticut and Easton, because we don't have 5G antennas at this time in our streets. But now I'm going to have to worry about a car driving by with their electromagnetic radiation that's going to hit my body. It's a silent. It's like radon. You don't smell it, you don't see it, you don't hear it, but it is actually harmful to our bodies. And now with children, that's what alarmed me about these school buses being prioritized for electrification. Look at that word, electrification. Is that what you want your children to sit on a bus seat that has the lining underneath the chassis with these batteries? We could be smart. We are a very smart state. We have the smartest people living here. I think we should rethink this and understand this. But I do ask you to look at the atmospheric bill that's in front of Rhode Island right now in their legislation. Now, I could provide you a link. I could even set up a conference with the people that really are very knowledgeable about this bill in Rhode Island, and that's our neighboring state, right? They're looking at these things as pollutants, the things that are being placed in our air, in aerosols, into our air. UConn actually has a very good working group that's looking at that, and I'll provide you the link. I actually appreciated their comment that said we need to be cautious. We don't understand. Let me tell you, they said this, okay, not me, I'm not making this up. They said that solar geoengineering is a proposed means to respond to climate change. Leading proposals of this solar geoengineering include depositing reflective particles into the upper atmosphere, stratospheric aerosol injections. That's what's happening. So when you look at your sky, it's not the engine fumes. We're being dropped these aerosols. And tell me again, if I breathe this in, I made a video of this just this week because I was shocked to walk out on my patio and the whole sky was covered. And guess what? For 2 days, I kept coughing. Please don't dismiss me as this, crazy woman. I measured how many people in Connecticut measured their water. Okay. I measured the rainwater and I'm sending another batch after the snow. But so I thank you for your question. I hope that answered it.
No, absolutely. I thought that was very informative. And the fact that you took it upon yourself to invest your own money in, testing that says a lot. And then the time that you waited here to testify. And I think, everyone agrees that we want clean air. It's how we get to it. And certainly, I don't know if you said it or someone else had said it, but if you're polluting the air with the intent of cleaning the air, I mean, we got problems. It's a manufacturing of the electric vehicles, manufacturing of the batteries. It's not just the cost of the actual purchase of the electric vehicles, but then the maintenance of it and the battery. Where's the funding for the replacement of batteries at the tune of $5,000 to $7,000 per battery? Exactly. I mean, these conversations are not just as simple as replace one vehicle with another vehicle. The whole has to be looked at. And I'm really interested in your testimony as well when you were highlighting, obviously, what you found in your water, many of the other pollutants that potentially we could be tackling as a whole. So I will certainly look forward to your testimony and anything else that you submit. You can certainly submit it to the chairs and the ranking members, and I'm sure that they'll make sure that all the members of this committee sees it. So thank you for taking the time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Rubembis. Ma'am, don't go anywhere just yet. There's another question for you from Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Pasca, for coming in and speaking with us today. Your statement about the look of the skies is not new to me. I've certainly heard this before, and it raised concern to me. And if I'm reading between the lines here, I think you're possibly saying that this legislation doesn't go far enough. Could you expand on that, please?
Well, I would this seems like a knee-jerk reaction, to be honest with you, to take advantage of some federal funding or federal games or anything like that. We're not tackling the atmospheric pollution. I would like to see a ban or control or monitoring of what is sprayed. Like even today, we're having heavy spraying. Okay, we know based on the Harvard studies, we know even from the UConn, I'm really proud of UConn, to be honest with you. But we know that this spraying is also about weather modification. It's about shielding us from the sun. We need to take a responsible position. Let's understand, why do we need these ingredients sprayed in our air? Why do we need them injected? What's the purpose of that? And how does that affect our health and wellness and our environment and our animals? So we should say no to some of these things. I really do believe we have a right in Connecticut to say no to this spraying. And nobody, and I've spoken to several legislators, they just say, oh, I don't know who sprays it. Well, why not? Why don't we know who's spraying? And why don't we find them? Why aren't we not putting a levy? If you're going to spray on our state, you need to be responsible for this. You need to pay us to clean this up, because this is going to affect all of our lives, from skin cancer to respiratory diseases to degenerative diseases. This is, again, why do we need barium in our air and strontium and sulfur? I only looked at 4 because that's all I could afford at like $100. All right. And the only reason, to be honest with you, why did I do this study? I wasn't really believing that whole chemtrail thing. I was like, nah, that's got to be just vapor. And then I said to myself, well, what's it going to cost to do an analysis? What's it going to take? A sterilized glass Pyrex container to collect the rain. I watched the rain, I put it out there, I collected it and made sure that it didn't bounce off of any other surface to collect any other dirt. And that's what I collected. I'm going to do another one. I have 2 jars of water I'm going to send out next week, and I'm going to collect another series, so to see what's changed in 2 years. But I'm praying that someone in our DEEP or EPA has done this. And that's what I'm saying. In this bill should be stalled. And what we should be looking at is how to clean the mess that we have today. All right. This is going to create a new mess with the batteries, and it's going to create a new mess for our people. Let me tell you something. About 30 years ago, I owned a house and my babies were small, and I had an electric house. It was all run on electricity. And I didn't know that. I was this young, whatever. And I literally faced electric bills that were so high that I had to start making decisions. Do I pay my mortgage? Do I pay my electric bill? Do I pay groceries or my daycare? And I had 2 babies. So guess what? My daycare bills were pretty big. All right, because I was trying to keep my job, and my husband and I at the time, they were huge. When I see this and having to rely on this to get into my car, that's unacceptable. Unacceptable. And so for you guys to sit there and say that all of our cars and our school buses and our mass transit, without considering the health effects of what those batteries will do to us, without considering the health effects of radio frequency, microwave radiation, it's not safe for us. Clearly not 24/7. All right, having a phone here and there, but to sit in a car that is somewhat metal, because not all cars are metal anymore, but to create this Faraday cage and to capture the radiation in the car when you're sitting there. Now, the Tesla batteries are somewhat in the front, so you drivers will be affected. But a lot of the other cars is where your kids are, all right? They're sitting in the back, and we're going to radiate them? Come on. There's cleaner ways we can do this, and that's all I'm saying. This should not be rushed. This is a 28-page bill that literally just showed up. We've never had a debate. We've never had a discussion, and we literally are missing. And I'd love Senator Needleman, if he's still on, kudos to him for saying, listen, have we talked to Pura? Have we talked to the utility companies? What kind of burden? I listed that down. What's the impact to our power grid? California has told people, you know what, lay off on charging your cars because we're having a little spike. Okay, this power grid is going to have to be massively updated to accommodate for the 8,000 buses and so on and so forth. So we need to understand the full health and environmental impact. We didn't do it for 5G. No one on this council or any council looked at the health ramifications to 5G. And guess what? The airplanes don't want to be within 2 to 3 miles.
Ma'am, I'm so sorry. If you could just wrap up your answer.
Sure. So anyway, I hope that was a sufficient answer.
Well, Ms. Pasca, I thank you very much.
Wilson.
Sounds like you've really done some investigation here, and you've opened my ears and eyes this afternoon, and I hope you've been able to open some others. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr.
I thank you
Chair.
so much. And I thank you all. I really appreciate this opportunity. And this is how our government should work. We should
Thank you
have a
so
voice.
much. And
I
thank you,
appreciate it.
Representative Wilson. Have a
Okay.
great day.
You too.
Okay, we're going to move back to the public officials list, and then we will return to the public list. So up next is Kevin Alvarez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Kevin Alvarez. I'm here to speak in strong support of Senate Bill 4. I'm speaking on behalf of Mayor Elicker and the City of New Haven. I was going to be joined by our transportation chief, who is currently under the weather, and testimony was also submitted by our Director of Public Health, all in very, very strong support of Senate Bill 4. And so thank you to Senators Haskell, Representative Lamar, Senator Cohen, Representative Bresco, the ranking members and members of the committee. I initially was not really prepared to speak to this bill. It sort of popped up very quickly for me, but the enthusiasm that I got from our transportation folks and within our city government was just the amount of things in this bill that are going to really, really help advance the city of New Haven's interest in making a cleaner, more better city for all of our residents. There's just so much in this in achieving those goals. And so I'm very grateful for this bill being introduced. I won't dive into all of the different provisions because there's so many of them that are really, really good. But I wanted to say that I was sort of surprised by some of the comments made earlier. One member had said that we wanted with bills like this to see a balance between the different interests. And I feel that it's really important to say that when it comes to clean air, I don't want a balance. I want to breathe clean air, and I don't really have that many other options beyond if I can breathe or not. And one member who I think reasonably said his constituents interested in putting food on the table. And I think he's absolutely right about that. But if we were to, and anybody on this committee could do it with me, if we started at the same time, you go without breathing and I go without food, I'm going to last a lot longer. And so the idea that we can't consider these things at once, and that this bill isn't one of the most urgent things that this legislature could pass, I think that's really important. And there were some doubts sort of sown about, well, is it the air coming from other places? Is it pollution coming from outside of our state? I think there was a woman who testified earlier that really clearly identified how half of the pollution in our state is generated from within our state, and it's really localized. And a lot of folks were talking about the cost of this bill. But I think the cost is currently being borne right now, and it's on, in particular, the five largest cities in Connecticut, because they are heavily concentrated, heavily segregated, and we slapped a bunch of very highly congested highways in the middle of them. And so we have some of the five largest committees, five largest cities. We have 3 times the asthma rate of anywhere else in the state. New Haven has one of the highest asthma rates in the state. And the localization of this is there are a child born in certain neighborhoods in New Haven will have a life expectancy 15 years shorter than one of our neighbors, because so much pollution is concentrated in such a small area. So this bill is so central to equity and trying to make things better for all of our residents. But
thank you. Could you please wrap up?
Yes, I will just say the cost of this is already being borne by those most disadvantaged in our state, and we have to act urgently. This legislation needs to be passed. People will say time and again they support all of this stuff, but then when a bill's before them, vote against it. I would urge you all to support this if you actually support this cause. Thank you.
Kevin, thanks so much for your testimony and the crystal clear terms in which you delivered it. Just one quick question based on your role in local government. So much of this bill is about partnership, helping municipalities to modernize their traffic signals, which they might not be able to afford to do, or making sure that local school districts are able to apply for school bus electrification grants, which are competitive at the federal level and require matching funds that sometimes towns lack. So I just want to ask you to talk a little bit about New Haven's readiness to prepare to apply for this funding if the bill is to pass, and then also maybe evaluate the counterfactual. Will New Haven or other municipalities in Connecticut be at a disadvantage if we fail to act here?
Absolutely. And the first thing that I had heard from our transportation folks when they saw the language of this bill drop was, oh my God, they included money for transportation signals in this legislation. We are so ready to go on that. We've been ready to go on that, but we had no idea of where to get that funding. And so seeing the state put a bill like this forward was really incredibly exciting. And we know we set a goal of being carbon neutral by 2030, which is an enormous challenge for our city to undertake. And the idea that we would have these funds, I was on a meeting yesterday with the mayor's internal staff and several sort of department heads, where we were talking about this bill and some of the goals that we had laid out for trying to get to carbon neutrality, for trying to electrify our fleet, for trying to do all of those things. And every time one of my coworkers was mentioning, oh, it would be really great if they did this, I'd be able to jump in and say, oh, actually, they put this money here and they have this money for electrifying our school buses. And it was sort of a sense of awe of, we're ready to go on this. If the state passes this bill, it will immediately and dramatically change the reality of making so many of the things that we've been trying to make happen in our city happen. So I can't understate just how transformative this bill could be and how important that partnership between the state and our cities really is.
Thank you so much, Kevin, for your time and for your patience with our joint committees today. It's been a pleasure, and I don't see any questions or comments, so I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Okay, we will return now to members of the public. Is Jonathan Malazzi on the line? Do we have Jonathan? Okay, if not, the next member of the public who I see currently in the room would be Paulina Morator.
Hi, I am here. Hopefully the others will get in when they can.
Good afternoon, and I'm so sorry if I mispronounced your name. Feel free to correct me, and the floor is yours, ma'am.
No worries, you were close. I want to thank the chairs, vice chairs, ranking members and members of both the Environment and Transportation Committees for hearing testimony on these important bills today. My name is Paulina Muratori, and I work in the Transportation Program at the Union of Concerned Scientists. Today, on behalf of our nearly 5,000 activists and scientists in Connecticut, I am testifying in support of Senate Bill 4 and House Bill 5039. Sorry, my internet is being a little iffy. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you just fine.
Okay, great. Let me just try to switch one. Okay, hopefully that's better. We think these bills are critical steps in the right direction as Connecticut continues to address the largest source of pollution in the state, which is transportation. I will be keeping my verbal comments focused primarily on HB 5039, but my written comments will also touch on SB 4. As you've heard abundantly today, transportation emissions are responsible for a dual problem, both climate pollution and local air pollution. And while heavy-duty trucks represent only a small share of vehicles on the road in Connecticut, about 6%, they are disproportionately responsible for that local air pollution that hangs very close to communities in the air. Analysis that we've done shows that these vehicles, the heavy-duty vehicles, make up about 53% of on-road nitrogen oxide emissions and 45% of on-road fine particulate matter emissions, as well as 25% of on-road greenhouse gas emissions. I have a lot more in my written testimony to support all of this, so I'm going to skip ahead just a bit. These vehicles, as you know, that release zero tailpipe emissions are becoming increasingly available in a wide variety of models and sizes, as well as with decreasing battery and production.
Still on my hearing, but I'm on my phone now. I'm going to go for a walk.
Oh, Representative Horn, I think you might be unmuted. Sorry about that, Paulina. Go right ahead.
That's okay. I thought it would also be worth mentioning that truck depot charging typically happens overnight when lower grid utilization rates leads to downward pressure on rates. With these heavy duty rules in place, Connecticut will see a nearly 86% reduction in NOx emissions from medium and heavy duty vehicles through the time period that the rules specify, and a 27% reduction in PM emissions. This will also lead to literally hundreds of fewer premature deaths and hospital visits from asthma and other respiratory illnesses, and amounts to more than 1.2 billion in savings from avoided healthcare costs. The importance of taking a holistic approach by combining solutions such as clean buses, active transportation, e-bikes, mode shift, and electrification cannot be stated enough. There is no silver bullet when it comes to such a complex issue, so we commend the initiatives put forth in both of these bills, as there is no one thing that is going to get us where we need to go. In conclusion, we commend Connecticut for considering these crucial bills that will lead to health, climate, and economic benefits. Your leadership on these issues, along with other states in the region, including New York, New Jersey, and Massachusetts, represent a huge step forward toward a zero emissions future. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thanks so much, Paulina, for your testimony. I don't see any hands raised, but we really appreciate your advocacy and also your patience in this long hearing.
Thank you. Likewise. Thanks for waiting through this long hearing day.
Have a great rest of your day. Next, we will go to Andre Baumgartner.
Yes, good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for your patience and due diligence on a very important matter. Co-chair is Senator Cohen, Senator Haskell, Representative Gresco, Representative Lamar, and ranking member Senator Summers, Senator Minor, Representative Harding, Representative Carney, and members of the Environment Committee and Transportation Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to address the joint committee public hearing today. My name is Andre Baumgartner, and I'm a resident of the city of Groton. I currently serve on the town council and previously represented the 41st House District in the Connecticut General Assembly. I respectfully submit legislative testimony in support of SB 4, an act concerning the Connecticut Clean Air Act, to reduce carbon emissions by expanding public and private utilization of electric vehicles in Connecticut to protect human health and the environment. According to the Connecticut Council of Environmental Quality, transportation contributes 38% of Connecticut's economy-wide emissions of greenhouse gases. Yukon Avery Point Circa, located here in Groton, anticipates sea level will be 20 inches higher than the national tidal datum in Long Island Sound by 2050. Our most vulnerable cities and coastal communities will be hit hard by the climate crisis. We must take action now by accelerating the mitigation and adaptation strategies like those proposed in SB 4. I'm writing in support of proposed changes to the Connecticut Hydrogen Electric Automobile Rebate Cheaper program, which currently excludes electric bicycles from eligibility for rebates. I respectfully suggest several amendments to the SB 4 bill language. The first is to increase the proposed cap on eligible bicycles from 2,000 to at least 3,000 to be able to include more of the car replacing electric cargo bikes and the inventory typically sold by local bike shops like Pettigo in Groton and Mystic Cycle Center. Since the pandemic, there has been a significant uptake in recreational cycling along our scenic bicycle routes, such as the Eastern Shoreline Path and incredible bicycle trails, such as those found at Bluff Point State Park. The second is to add 2 seats to the advisory committee, one for a bicycle and pedestrian advocacy organization and for the Pura chair. I suggest the amount of the rebate increase for the EJ and LMI individuals from 500 to at least 1,000. And finally, I suggest the definition of EJ communities to be tied to census tract. In Groton, I'm leading our council's efforts to write a complete streets policy and working very closely with Bike Groton, our local bike ped advocacy organization for the Groton Mystic Stonington area. Without including bicycle and pedestrian safety activists in our discussions, we'd be doing a disservice to the communities most disproportionately impacted by our policy decisions. Additionally, I strongly support legislative language requiring that all the state's light duty vehicles be zero emission by 2030, as well as 100% zero emission school buses in the environmental justice communities by 2030, with the rest of the state by 2035, with the state goal of no longer procuring, purchasing, or leasing diesel fuel transit buses by January 1st, 2024. SB 4 will take great steps to improve air quality in environmental justice communities. I also commend both committees for proposing to accelerate the adoption of electric vehicles in Connecticut. As the bill's language continues to be amended, I hope the committees pay close attention to the condominium association and apartment complex provisions included in the bill. Ensuring that all homeowners as well as renters can safely charge their vehicle will bring us much closer to decarbonizing our transportation system. I hope you also
But I'm
consider.
sorry, would you wrap it up, please?
Yes, lastly, I respectfully suggest that the committee amends SB 4 language to state that the CTDOT will utilize electric locomotives by July 1st, 2023. Obviously, down here in Southeastern Connecticut, we utilize Shoreline East as our commuter rail, and it's very important to decarbonize our rail sector as well. Thank you so much for your time, and the remainder of my legislative testimony is in your hands. And so thank you again for your indulgence. Thank you, sir. And it's great to see you. We really appreciate your thoughtful testimony, both your support and as valuable, the suggestions you've made. I'm going to particularly dig into the electric locomotives portion and the census tract suggestions. So thank you so much. And I don't see any other questions or comments from committee members. So I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Hey, you as well, Senator. Great to see you all.
I'm going to hand it over now to the co-chair of the Transportation Committee, Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. Thank you, Andre, for your testimony today. So the next two folks on our list are Chadwick Schroeder, to be followed by Thomas Reagan Lefebvre. Is Chadwick on?
Thank you for having me today. I'd like to thank all the members of the committees for having me here today. I'm Chadwick Schroeder, and I'm the Sustainability Manager for the City of Bridgeport, and I'll be speaking on behalf of the city today. I'm here to speak in support of SB-4, an act concerning the Connecticut Clean Air Act. The City of Bridgeport supports this bill and the expansion of the CHEAPER program. While the city supports the intent of this bill, we believe stronger language is needed in order to ensure resources are going to the residents and environmental justice community as this bill purports. The city supports the expansion of the CHEAPER program and the inclusion of e-bikes, though the city has concerns as the bill currently stands over its implementation and ability to deliver intended results to the residents in these communities. I've submitted written testimony today, but I want to highlight a few key points for you today. Bridgeport is the largest city in the state with close to 150,000 residents, one of the most diverse, both in terms of racial, economic, and economic diversity. This divide is clear in the poorest census tracts, which are the most diverse and have lower levels of educational attainment, opportunity, and moderately high levels of linguistic isolation, being in the 90th percentile for the state. Further, residents, and specifically the census tracts where low-income individuals reside, face high rates of asthma and heart disease. Residents in this city do not only bear a significant environmental burden compared to neighboring municipalities, but also have significantly lower levels of wealth, educational attainment, and higher levels of disease. Combining environmental, social, economic factors make mitigating the environmental injustice that much more challenging, and why these must be considered. Stronger action needs to be taken in this bill to ensure residents bearing the largest burden are able to access and use the resources the state says it's directing towards them. The city would like to make the following amendments and recommendations. The city would like to see environmental justice communities defined by census tract to ensure residents most affected by the environmental injustice and pollution are able to access the program. We would like to see targeted outreach and engagement with environmental justice community residents and bike shops located in those communities to inform them of this rebate program. In addition, the city would like to ensure that the materials for this program are being offered in multiple languages and distributed equitably to be accessed by residents in EJ communities where English is not typically a primary language. The city would also like to see an increase in the threshold for the e-bikes to at least $3,500 to encompass some people that may be using them for transportation for food delivery. And we'd also like to see the rebate raised for residents in environmental justice communities from $500 to $1,000. We'd also like to see the number of maximum rebates communities eligible to receive change from 10 to 20 for a total amount of 40 over a period of time. And this would specifically be for environmental justice communities. The city would also like to see 3 seats added to the advisory committee, including 1 for an individual/community member from an environmental justice community, 1 for the Pura chair, and 1 representing bicycle organizations or bicycle shops. The city of Bridgeport supports this bill, the amendments and changes as discussed. We appreciate you examining this issue and ask you to ensure that the most vulnerable residents in EJ communities are able to access these rebate programs as the bill purports. Thank you for your time today, and I appreciate you having me to speak about this important bill. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Chadwick, for your testimony and for your recommendations with regard to how we can continue to modify the implementation and board structure of the CHEAPER program. I really do appreciate your insights on behalf of the city of Bridgeport. And clearly that is the intent of where we're trying to go. So we appreciate the guidance on some other ways we may hope to achieve it. I'm not seeing anyone on the board to ask questions. So again, thank you for your time and testimony today.
Thank you. Hope you have a great rest of your day.
You as well.
Thank you.
Thomas, you're up next, to be followed by Tanner Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My name is Thomas Regan-Lefebvre, and I am the coordinator at the Transport Radford Academy at the Center for Latino Progress. We advocate in favor of modes of transportation which are environmentally sustainable, equitable, and accessible. And I am very excited today to support SB4 and HB 5039. I would like to commend members of the Joint Committee for taking bold initiatives on air quality in our state. As we all know, Connecticut has one of the worst air quality in our nation, with some dramatic consequences on our health. We cannot delay taking action on these public health issues. SB4 is a very long bill, and I won't be able to make all my points in my allocated time, so I would like to invite members of the Joint Committee to read my written testimony. I'm going to summarize here some of my proposed amendments. The first one is to include in the statutes the language in the Executive Order 21-3 mandating that the city DOT reduce vehicles miles traveled. Reducing VMT is the most effective way of reducing air pollution. We need not just to replace trucks with electric trucks and cars with electric vehicles, but we must shift our mode of transportations toward public transit and other sustainable mode of transportation. This is why we also suggest that DOT must double public transit ridership by 2030. We also suggest creating a DOT Equity and Environmental Justice Council model on the CJAC within DEEP. And I really appreciate the two previous testimonies as well. I fully support including EJ communities in the structures. And I'm also very excited about electrifying school buses. I'm absolutely delighted to see a clear timeline to phase out diesel buses. It's the priority as we all want our children to breathe clean air. Another great proposal is on e-bikes. As highlighted by the previous speakers, we need to increase the purchasing cap to $3,000. The reason is that products which are below $2,000 are for the most part subpar quality. And by supporting a higher cap, we're also supporting our local bike shops who can not only sell them, but also maintain them so they are safe on the road. Parallel to that, we suggest to increase the voucher from $500 to $750 to facilitate the access to e-bikes to low and middle income residents. And for the cheaper board, to explore zero interest financing for e-bikes. Just a point on sections 18, we recommend adding VMT projection for any major regional project to the other criteria. We also strongly recommend that communities impacted by regional project be consulted by DOT and municipalities. The final word on HB 5039, being a trucker is a very difficult, demanding, and physical job. The life expectancy of truckers is sadly way below that of average American. Those who want truckers to be healthy should support tighter emission standards for truck emissions. Many thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lefebvre. And at risk of making it sound like a French Parliament session, we're going to go from Lamar to Lefebvre to Rep. Michel real quick.
Merci, Mr. Chair. I guess the state of Connecticut gets double French treat right now. Thomas, thank you for your testimony. I have two questions. The first one would be on VMTs. Can you maybe just elaborate a little bit more for the committees and for the public as to what VMT really, what is being targeted with that effort there? And
Yes. So what we mean by VMT, so vehicle miles traveled, is the traffic density on our road. So it's included in the Executive Order 21-3 that the governor signed on December 16. The DOT is mandated to come up with a target to reduce these VMTs and so on. And we think that's a great idea, not just for emissions, but also for living in livable spaces. Like, it's we need to get people out of their cars, and it's a way how to create communities. We should be able to work. We should be able to meet people. We should be able to have some of the services around us. And especially as Connecticut is getting older, and we need to accommodate a population which may not be willing or able to drive around, and would definitely benefit from being in a non-threatening environment by cars. So there's all this element there. And I think VMT is very much the glue that makes everything come together, because we reduce pollution, we increase transit, we shift mode of transportation, and we have a better community and a safer environment. I mean, just in terms of road safety. I mean, we had this year 16 pedestrian deaths this year, and last year the first casualty of a pedestrian was on February the 18th. So we are on track to have one of the worst year in terms of pedestrian deaths, and so we really think that the role of all level of government should be focused on protecting the most vulnerable road users.
Thank you. And then,
and sorry if I just add this, it's the goal of doubling 2020 leadership is not something that you made up. Is based on the International Transit Worker Association and the C40s, the City 40s organization, and they both put it number in the last COP26 during the last climate negotiation. Sorry, Michel, I cut you off.
No problem. And then my second question is more targeted towards we've heard questions as to who's currently represented in the EJ communities. May you please also touch on that subject, please? Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's very important because EJ communities are part of the focus of SB4, and in two elements. There's the school buses, that there's a timeline for transitioning to school buses is 2030 for EJ communities, environmental justice communities, and 2035 for the state. And also an element as well for the e-bikes rebate, which should be prioritized to EJ communities and with other criteria. So what we understand by EJ communities is they are defined as being in the statutes, in Connecticut statute, as being distressed municipalities and towns with defined census block groups. And there is a whole list, there's a map, which has been updated in 2020 by DEP. And there's a perception sometimes that these communities are just cities, and it's not the case. There's plenty of towns on the list. It's in Groton, we have a gentleman speaking Groton before one, is defined EJ. There's Torrington, I think, is defined as well. So we have a whole range of that. And coming back to the why we need to focus on this is because those communities in many ways are not responsible for air pollution, but they suffer the most from air pollution, and so this is why it is unjust, and this is why these bills should focus on making this bridging this injustice. And looking at, for example, at school buses, and we definitely see that the bus companies bring the dirtiest bus in these EJ communities. And today we had DEEP and DOT and great. We don't have the VMT today, and it's when we should have had the discussion here. HB 5039 should have is focusing on some testing of engine and so on, and VMT not there. VMT does not do emission testing for school buses which are above 10,000 pounds. A large school bus is 30,000 pounds. So all the large school buses are not tested by VMT. They can roll call as much as they want. They are not breaking the law. And so we definitely need to, I definitely want to bring to attention to the committee that something has to be done about those school buses in those communities.
Yep. Thank you very much. When I first started in this position, I had complaints from outside of my district where the school buses, because they're diesel, they were idling in the morning, and right in the middle, surrounded with residences all around, and the kids from those families, the direct neighbors, had COPD and asthma. I mean, it's pretty clear. And then you still also wonder about the pickup, right? The kids waiting outside, and there's other school buses driving by. And so, I'm excited about the school bus fleets electrifying as well. Merci beaucoup. We might resume back into the American version of the public hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Thomas, for your testimony and joining us here today. We have Tanner Thompson to be followed by Senator Anwar.
Hi, everybody. I'm Tanner Thompson. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. This is actually the first statewide public meeting I've ever spoken at, so I appreciate the opportunity. Please bear with me if I get some of the protocol wrong. But I want to thank the transportation committees. I am a constituent of Representative Sims, so I appreciate him being here. Thank you, Representative Sims. I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 4, especially around electric bikes. I am the chair of the Norwalk Bike Walk Commission, but I'm here testifying just in a personal capacity. I use my bike to get around town here in Norwalk, also in New York City, where I work. I am a regular e-bike rider in New York City, using City Bike down there because they have electric bikes there. I'm also familiar with the e-bike market because a couple of years ago, I helped my father-in-law to go through the process of purchasing one. So I want to make 2 points. One is that subsidizing e-bikes, in addition to electric cars, is an excellent use of public money. It maybe even is a more responsible use of public money. And my second point is that the cap of 2,000, as other people have mentioned, is too low to include the e-bikes that are really have potential to replace cars. Just some fundamental points about e-bikes. They're very capable. They're much more capable than a standard leg bike or acoustic bike, if you want to call it that. It removes the barrier, so much of the barrier to biking for people who otherwise might be intimidated, like elderly people, people carrying children, people carrying cargo, people who don't want to get sweaty, maybe because they're going to work, people who live on a hill or otherwise ride up hills. Norwalk has no shortage of hills, and I live on one of them, so I know. As far though as comparing them to cars, they're much more efficient, sustainable, affordable, and fiscally responsible than cars. Obviously, bicycles allow much more space-efficient development, mitigate congestion because they take up so much less space. They're more sustainable, not only in that there's no CO2 emissions, because that's true of electric cars as well, but microplastics coming from the tires. That's an area of research that's pretty new. But some people estimate that by mass, the pollution that comes from cars is 1,000 times greater from the tires than it is from the tailpipe. Now the effects are different, but still, it's a sizable source of pollution. And electric vehicles are no different there. In fact, because they're heavier, it's possible that they can contribute even more to the microplastic pollution. Also, the battery size of an electric vehicle. Other people have mentioned that there are potential environmental impacts of the batteries in an electric vehicle, and those are much, much bigger in electric cars than they are in electric bikes. The Hummer EV that was just announced, that's a 3,000-pound battery compared to a 600-pound battery from a Nissan Leaf. But that of the electric bike that I helped my father-in-law buy, that was an 8-pound battery. So we're talking like 100 times less. So we're consuming a lot fewer rare earth metals. Also, they're obviously much more affordable than electric cars by like a factor of 10. You can get a really serious electric bike that will replace your car trips for $4,000 easy. There's also no need to rewire buildings, as other people, I think Representative Austin was concerned about rewiring buildings for higher voltages. No need for that with electric bikes because they charge with a normal outlet. And the last point I want to make is about road wear. It's been determined by the Department of Transportation that the wear on the road from a vehicle is proportional to the weight to the 4th power, which is incredibly damning for heavy vehicles. It means that a Nissan Leaf does about 10 million times more wear on the road than a bicycle, even like a heavy electric bicycle, because of how much heavier it is. And so from the point of view of fiscal responsibility, if we want to maintain our roads, it's way more expensive to run vehicles, especially electric vehicles, on our roads than it is to run bicycles. I think I want to stay within my time.
Sorry,
so go
your
ahead.
time is up.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson, for your testimony. Representative Sims.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Tanner, thank you for sticking around and to testify. Really appreciate your testimony and your insightful wisdom with regards to the bike trails. So we truly appreciate you being here today and look forward to seeing you around the district. Take care.
Thanks, Representative.
And I just want to say thank you again, Tanner, for your testimony today, both written and submitted. A lot of great information that we can evaluate as we make modifications to this bill moving forward. Thanks again. Next up, we have Senator Anwar to be followed by Melinda Tuhus.
Thank you so much, Chairman Lamar, and thank you, Senator Haskell, Senator Cohen, Representative Gresco, and the honorable chairs and honorable vice chairs, and as well as the ranking members for Environment and Transportation Committee. I'm Senator Saud Anwar, representing the 3rd Senate District. I want to share a story. My other job, I'm a lung doctor. And this is a story of, and I'm changing some of the information, obviously protecting that individual, of a person born in Hartford. And she was born healthy, which was miraculous because statistically, the chances are unfair towards the children born in Hartford. And subsequently, this person has indoor air problems in the home that she lives in. And in the outdoor, she has buses, school buses, trucks, medium-sized trucks that actually cross that road, and she has respiratory problems while she is at home inside, and then when she's outside. As a result of a respiratory illness of asthma or airway disease, she has to be on steroids. As a child, she continued to get steroids to the point that she was Cushingoid just so that she could breathe. And of course, lost school, timing for her education was compromised, her health was compromised from the secondary complication of the steroids. She's immunocompromised and then also has developed diabetes. And at this young age, when she's in teenage years, she has got illnesses that people don't even get when they're in their 50s or 60s. Subsequently, after treatment, after looking at some of the options, we were able to get her off the steroids and change the environment and look at her immune reactions, and it was to indoor but outdoor environment as well. But the reality is that while she has this illness which has pretty much crippled her and changed her life, it is actually a symptom of what's wrong in parts of our state. And there are many children across Hartford, Bridgeport, Stamford, New Haven, you name it. And then this is something that we have a responsibility for. Now, this is just one story, but I'll share with you some information that the particulate matter, as well as the diesel fumes, the ozone, all of them have a very strong correlation with the number of people that end up going to the emergency room on that particular day when these levels are high. This could has been shared in all different municipalities and parts of the world where it is well-known fact. And this is something that is preventable. And that's the part that's important. Anyone with heart disease, lung disease, asthma, and believe it or not, psychiatric disease, those hospitalizations increase on the days when the particulate matter is very high in the environment. The prevention strategies are critical because the dividends are going to be a reduction in cost of healthcare and increase in lifespan of our citizens in our communities. Outside of the climate protection and the environment protection, the secondary benefits are going to be significant, and children born in parts of our state would have a full childhood and have a full adulthood and hopefully get older and retire in our communities. And that can happen through the efforts that have been in SB 4 and HB 5039. And I would urge each and every one of you to please think of the children and the adults and the people who are dying because of the impact of environment that is having a serious healthcare crisis in our communities. Thank you for allowing me to testify, and hope if we can answer any questions, I would love to be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Anwar, for your testimony today and for helping, along with a few others today, really provide a public health and frankly, communal health perspective to these issues. I mean, there was some contention early on in the meeting that, well, we didn't need to do this because all of our air pollutants just blow in from Ohio, so why should we bother doing anything important locally? I think you and a couple others have really clarified what impacts folks on the ground in Connecticut, and generally it is exhausts from diesel and fuel burning vehicles that are combining in the air with other particulates and causing massive hospitalizations and public health consequences for so many of our residents. And I really do appreciate the perspective you bring to the legislature as a whole, and certainly on this issue.
Thank you, Representative Lamar. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Haskell, followed by Representative Palm.
Senator Anwar, thank you so much for your incredibly moving testimony today and for your work on this legislation. I just wanted to pose a question to you, which is that, you know, we've talked a little bit today about the cost of action, and nobody denies the fact that there are costs to installing EV chargers. There are costs to rebates that make electric vehicles more affordable. You spoke in very personal terms about the cost of inaction, about what can happen to an individual's public health. But I just wanted to see if you might be willing to speak more broadly about the cost to society, the cost to our healthcare system, when we see more ER visits on days with ozone dropping to, you know, dangerous levels. What are the broader costs that we all face as a society if we fail to pass a bill like this one?
Thank you, Chairman Haskell, for that question, an insightful question. The reality is that there is a personal cost to the patients, but there's a cost to the state. And I'll start with the cost to the state. If you look at the potential for the children, their healthcare, the respiratory illnesses, they have been increasing in our state. And then this is the reality. And it's not only in the inner city. It's not necessarily a problem of the inner city. This is anybody around all highways. You see that pattern, and it's pretty classic. So and even if you're in a rural community, you are at a higher risk if you think that it's not your problem, if somebody thinks that way. So we know that the children's well-being, their long-term health is going to be impacted, and the size of their lungs when they grow up is going to be dependent on this. And the second part is the workforce. We know from our data in our state, there are parts of our community that actually lives 10, 15 years less than some of the neighboring towns, where the indoor and outdoor environment and healthy living environment opportunities are better. So that workforce is going to lose 15 or 10 years of their capacity to work and be part of building our economy. So the costs are astronomical. There are data that I don't have in front of me right now, which I can share later, is the dollars spent for prevention is going to bring far more dollars in return. And this is one of the other areas where the return is going to be very high long-term for our state, in reducing the cost of healthcare, but also increasing the production and the capacity of the workforce. Thank you for that question.
Thank you for your characteristically thoughtful answer, Senator, and appreciate your testimony. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Palm, to be followed by Representative Reyes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Hi, Doctor. I want to thank you for your astonishing work, and I know that you live out your Hippocratic Oath every day at the Capitol. As a pulmonary specialist, you've seen the effects firsthand, perhaps better than anybody in the legislature, of the COVID pandemic. And as you continue to care for people with long haul COVID, do you see immunocompromised lungs and as tied in at all, or do we have a greater number of people now in Connecticut who will suffer even further because of having had COVID early on?
Thank you, Representative Palm. That's a very good point that you bring up, because right now there are people who, thankfully, a lot of them have survived this pandemic. They are long haulers, and we know that the environment, the ones that are at the highest risk are the ones with cardiovascular compromise, but pulmonary compromise. And the long haulers have both heart and lung issues that are restricting them, and they have not been able to get back to their selves even 2 years out. We still see those patients right now who have not improved fully. They have not gotten their lives back yet. And then those individuals in the high particulate environment, high diesel fume environment, are going to be at a high risk for visiting emergency rooms and, God forbid, getting worse or dying as well. So that's a population that is something that 3 years ago we would not even have considered. But with the 10,000 plus deaths, you multiply that multifactorially, that how many more are sick, and a certain percentage of them are going to be chronic cardiac and lung patients, which is unfortunately the high risk population for us. Thank you for bringing that.
I just think it's a thing we should all keep in mind going forward, because these folks are with us now, suffering in ways that probably haven't even fully come to the fore yet. And certainly air quality is going to be one of the things that will continue to affect them. So thanks again for all you do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Palm. Thank you for your kind words.
Representative Reyes, followed by Representative Rabinbas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Anwar, thank you very much for your advocacy today. I was listening very closely to what you were saying, and I represent one of those environmentally justice challenged communities. My question for you is more generic. As you speak of Hartford, and we could take out Hartford and plug in New Haven, plug in Waterbury. It's the same. I think we had the same residual effects. My question for you is, what do you say about the some of the testimony that we've heard earlier that about the trade winds, about how the winds basically flow west to east and everything flows across Connecticut, so it should be theoretically the same air. What you care to expound on that?
Sure, I heard about that, and look, the pollution can have multiple impacts, and the winds do have a component to it. But what's happening right at your level, your breathing level, immediately is going to be the one that you're going to inhale more. So, particularly, there's a higher level pollution that's happening, but both of them are a part of the problem. And just because another one we may not have as much of a control, we will have to work with other states to make sure that they are not killing us. But we have to stop killing ourselves in the process as well. So it's going to be a combination of both things that we have to do. But the immediate thing is going to be the inhalable content that we actually are doing right now in our schools, in our homes, in our walk to our work. Those are the things that are happening right now because of the combustible and the diesel fumes that are directly impacting us. So that has to be an immediate issue. And then if we can have influence on the other communities, they would be able to change their pollution patterns too.
Thank you for that answer, Senator. And one last follow-up. So, and in your professional opinion, once these lungs are infected or once these lungs are compromised, is this basically irreversible?
So some of the illnesses are irreversible, but many of the respiratory, specifically asthma, is reversible. So you can actually intervene and help them out. But if God forbid there is a chronic disease that develops from permanent injury, that gets tricky. Especially cigarette smoke is a very big issue that causes irreversible damage. But the environmental challenges which are causing airway disease, they can improve with improved environment and appropriate treatment. Like for this patient, the girl I'm talking about, she's now doing 2 jobs. She's got her life back. She's doing 2 jobs. She's able to give back to the community. And I can't tell you what job she does because that's going to give us the insight, but she's making a difference like that all these years that were lost, she's making up for that to give back to the community.
Senator Anwar, thank you very much for your advocacy. Appreciate your service, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you so much.
Representative Rabinbas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator, for your testimony. I just wanted to take the opportunity, seeing that Representative Palm had brought up COVID, and you're certainly highlighting the detriment and the effects that we have on pollution regarding our children. I couldn't agree more that those children who had respiratory diseases and other illnesses, the suffering that they went through regarding the masks and not having medical exemptions in that regard, and then even worse than when they weren't able to attend school and there was no remote learning. I mean, truly the damage that we have caused to our children is devastating. So thank you for highlighting that.
Thank you for your question or comment. I can tell you, I think you're trying to allude also to the emotional impact that children have had from the pandemic. So there is no doubt that the children have been suffering from this pandemic. But the issue that we will recognize is that the trajectory of the children moving in the wrong direction with their mental health in our state was prior to the pandemic, but the pandemic has clearly highlighted this and also shown us the weaknesses that we have. To suggest that the masks were the cause of the emotional impact that children have had, that's maybe a small component, but it's not the main component. However, not going to the schools did not help either. So that's a combination of them. So it's losing a parent, losing parents with their jobs, all of those, and having financial compromised status, all of them can lead to emotional impact on the children because they see the stressed parents or grandparents in that situation. So it's a web of causation. It's not one thing, but at the same time, everything does have an impact. The good thing is we're coming out of it, and the good thing is we are all united to make a big difference in helping our children, but also long-term children that are not even born yet, to help them out with environmental improvement. But thank you for your work, Representative.
Yes, and I would certainly agree with certain points that you raised, that certainly in the mental health of our children, the issue has always been an issue even prior to COVID. And then the highlight that you made regarding the stress on the loss of family members and the stress that these children were under, and seeing that parents were forced out of their jobs, whether for not being vaccinated or other circumstances of having to care for their children at home because they weren't allowed to go to school because they were either non-compliant with masks or a variety of other things. Certainly, I agree with you that during the pandemic, it was even worse. So we should continue to be united to correct all of the mistakes that we learned from during this pandemic and hopefully moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now that we've gone pretty far afield from the topics that are on the agenda, I just want to say thank you, Senator Anwar, for your testimony, for highlighting the public health impacts of the bills that are on our agenda today, using your expertise and professional experience as well as your role here in the legislature to educate all of us. And we do owe you gratitude, and thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much.
Next, I have Melinda Tuhus, to be followed by former Speaker Sharkey. Did Melinda? I think we may have lost Melinda. Representative Sharkey, are you here? Oh, there's Melinda. There we are.
I'm sorry, I don't know.
I think Melinda is having some technical issues. We will come back to her when she rejoins. We'll turn to former Speaker Sharkey, who often has technical issues, but appears to be coming in pretty fine right now.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Chair. I had severe technical difficulties. I just want to thank Phil for troubleshooting the problem. And I'm glad to be able to join you and the rest of the two committees today. You've got a long night ahead, so I'll be brief. I have written testimony on behalf of ACES that I've submitted. I'm an advisor currently with ACES in North Haven, which is the Area Cooperative Educational Services, and it's the RESC for the Greater New Haven and Waterbury region. And ACES, just about 4 or 5 months ago, became, thanks to a deep grant from the DERA grant, was able to acquire the first full-size electric school bus in the state of Connecticut, along with the charging infrastructure. And ACES has now become, just in the last 6 months, a statewide leader in the promotion of EV transportation for itself and for school districts around the state, including a statewide network of EV chargers that we're rolling out under the brand name of ACES Up. So as we have gone about talking about these opportunities that ACES is providing for school districts around the state, one of the things that we've discovered, which is captured perfectly in sections 16 and 17 of SB 4, is the notion of having a state bond authorization of $20 million to supplement the federal grants that municipalities might otherwise receive to purchase EV buses. What we learned from talking to other superintendents around the state was that while these are actual recipients of the VW money that Commissioner Dykes talked about earlier and DERA money, and will essentially be the same funding formulas that will come from the bipartisan transportation bill later this year, that's only a 40% match from the federal government. And if you do the math on this, an EV school bus typically runs about $400,000 as compared to an $85,000 new diesel bus. And because these are so expensive, even though the school bus company may have received this grant, they come to the school district saying, okay, well, you have to make up the difference between what a new diesel would cost versus what this new EV bus is going to cost. And a lot of districts are now not able to do that. And in fact, it appears as though some of those school districts may actually turn down the grants that they've received with federal money. What Section 16 and 17 does is it supplements, it backfills that gap between the cost, the delta, if you will, between the cost of a new diesel and the cost of a new EV school bus to enable municipalities and school districts to actually have the funds to actually purchase these vehicles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry, could you wrap it up, please?
I am wrapped up. So thank you, and I'm happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Sharkey, for your testimony and for highlighting this issue. There's someone coming up a little bit after you who's helped provide some information to both Senator Haskell and I about other tools as well that we may look to consider as we look for communities repurchasing bus fleets or contracting with bus providers, about other tools we can do to bring down that operational or purchase costs. And I think that's a valuable part of this conversation, because we want to make sure, these are all just great ideas if we can actualize them in hard, concrete terms. And I appreciate the advice that you've given. We have someone literally number 33 on our list who I think is going to talk a little bit about other advice that we
from DATCO, as I remember.
Yeah, exactly. So I think we've got a good approach that is only better informed by your willingness to work with us on very specific details.
Sure.
Senator Haskell, followed by Representative Wilson.
Speaker Sharkey, it's great to see you. Thanks for your patience today with our hearing. And as Representative Lamar said, thanks for all your work to actually get these electric buses out into school districts across Connecticut. I wanted to, you might have been listening earlier, and there was some skepticism, or I shouldn't say skepticism. There were some concerns raised about not just the electric buses themselves, but the charging infrastructure that's required to make this successful. And I know you've worked on this in other districts. I wanted to just ask you to say a few words about how districts can get this right, how state assistance might be key. Anything you can sort of provide to our committee about the charging side of electric buses would be really helpful.
Sure, thank you, Senator. Well, the ACES Transportation Center in North Haven really is the model of how we can go about addressing this on a school by school basis. One of the issues with regard to the charging infrastructure is that, first off, there will be additional charges on site to actually power the charger, if you will. But that can be offset by other renewable energy on site, such as solar and battery storage, which ACES is all in on. They're already approved for a big solar installation on their roof. We plan on installing solar carports around the perimeter for their gas-powered vehicles to convert over to EV. So one option is to provide on-site power through solar and battery storage. The other is that the committee members may not be aware, but PURA has just approved a new incentive program that is offered through the utilities for EV infrastructure installations. And the way that program works is all of the utilities costs associated with any power upgrades necessary to feed these chargers are covered through, it's a ratepayer mechanism, but the utilities costs are covered. And 50% of the cost of the actual charger is covered under this incentive program. So using those two tools, we're finding that we can actually get to a net neutral cost for the installations. There are going to be needs for power upgrades for sure, particularly in locations where we're using the DC fast chargers. Those take a 480 service, whereas most buildings are at a 210 service. So those types of upgrades will be necessary in these cases, which does mean more power. It does mean more cost, but at least the installation is paid for by the through the utilities. And if you include the on-site power generation coupled with batteries, you can neutralize those expenses.
That's really helpful information. Thank you so much for your time. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Speaker Sharkey. Good to see you.
You too.
And I don't know whether you're the expert to answer this question, or perhaps I just have to wait till Mr. DeVivo from DATCO is on. I'm guessing he might know the answer. So a lot of us are from very rural districts. I'm out in the northwest corner. And as I get thinking and listening to all of this, I can't help but think out here with the longer bus routes and the ups and downs through the hills and the valleys, and in the middle of the winter, like we are now with very cold days, and the buses having to run their heaters and their windshield wipers and their defrosters and all of that. Is there practical application for electric buses out in these districts?
It's a great question, and I've become a little bit more expert in this subject, having worked with ACES on this. ACES had that phenomenon after it acquired the new EV school bus and is housing it in North Haven. They had a situation in the dead of winter this year where they needed to take the bus to Bridgeport. It needed to do a lot of local driving within Bridgeport and then make its way back. And with the heating elements on a very, very cold day, they weren't sure that they would actually be able to get the bus back to North Haven on the single charge. So that range anxiety question is an important one. And that's why, as part of this ACES Up network idea, what ACES is offering to school districts everywhere is the option of being part of a proprietary network of chargers that would be fast chargers located at a high school or other public locations, publicly available, but it can be reserved by the host school district or an out of district school coming to the district, say with for a football game or a soccer game where you're bringing your kids to, the visiting team is coming to your school. And by doing this kind of a networking of DC fast chargers, all part of this network, we can really reduce that whole range anxiety problem that you're describing. Even among and within the district itself, you're talking about rural routes and long distances from point A to point B. The school district, using the incentives that I just described earlier, could actually identify locations internally within the school district for these DC fast chargers to enable them to recharge no matter where they are, and have it scheduled and available at the moment that they reserve it, so that that type of range anxiety problem can go away. So that's the solution that we see with that.
Well, thank you for that answer. And then the other thing that you mentioned was the cost differential between the electric bus and a traditional diesel bus being between $400,000 and $85,000. So with the program that you're advocating, what would be the cost locally for that electric bus when the school district is all in?
Well, it's a great question. Most school districts, as I think you know, typically hire or contract with a school bus provider. And it's the school bus company that's actually making the purchase. And, honestly, the bus company doesn't have the capital to be buying and paying 4 times the cost for an EV bus, they're going to look to the school district to make up the difference. And even if you have a 40% match on a federal grant, that might bring the cost on a $400,000 bus to $260,000, but that's still 3 times the cost of a diesel. As I said earlier, a lot of school districts, even though in this last round of VW grants that Commissioner Dykes talked about, 40 plus buses are approved for grant and got grant awards, but many of those school districts are going to turn that grant money away because they don't have that extra capital to buy 6 or 8 school buses purchased by their bus company provider, their school bus provider, but they're the ones who are ultimately going to be looked to for payment. That's why SB4 is so important, because if you have a bond authorization and $20 million available to help municipalities bridge that delta between the diesel and the EV with the federal rebate, it pencils out under those circumstances.
All right, well, thank you for sharing that with us, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Wilson. And Representative Wilson, you'll learn that there's no question that Representative Sharkey is not best presumed to answer. He'll go 10 miles deep on anything. You talk about yes. You put up the
back in the old days, my
moniker. Well, thank you again, Speaker Sharkey, for your testimony on this issue and your willingness to continually engage the legislature as we contemplate a series of issues in a multitude of committees. And we appreciate your continued public service and so many requests.
Thanks, Representative. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Next, we have Melinda Tuhus, followed by Kyle DeVivo, and then Justina Felinsky. Is Melinda, are you?
I am here. Can you hear me?
There we go. Good to see you.
Sorry for all the technical glitches. And thank you for the opportunity to testify. To the co-chairs, vice chairs, and all members of the Transportation and Environment Committees. I'm speaking in support of SB4 and HB 5039 on behalf of 350 Connecticut. We are the state chapter of a global movement to get our carbon emissions back down to 350 parts per million from the current 419 parts per million in order to secure a livable planet. Connecticut is falling behind on its far too modest goals for reducing and then eliminating the emission of greenhouse gases. Transportation has been a major driver of this failure. The Department of Energy and Environmental Protection's most recent greenhouse gas inventory report showed emissions from the transportation sector increased in 2018, putting Connecticut out of compliance with the state's climate goals. The Senate Bill 4 would take steps toward both reducing pollution that directly affects human health and functioning ecosystems, and reducing greenhouse gases that are driving the climate crisis. 350 CT most strongly supports the aspects of SB4 that combine electrification of transportation with diversifying our transportation options. These include 1, phasing out the purchase of diesel buses for public transportation in favor of zero emission alternatives. 2, setting the target of converting to zero emission school buses in environmental justice communities by 2030 and all school buses by 2035. And 3, a requirement to estimate and offset the emissions from any significant transportation project created with state funds by mitigating those with investments in public transit, pedestrian walkways, bike paths, and electric charging stations. 350 CT also supports provisions in the bill to create incentives for purchasing electric vehicles, including electric bicycles, to focus those incentives on environmental justice communities and to provide electric charging stations for those vehicles. While we recognize that electric vehicles, combined with our conversion of electric generation to 100% renewable sources, will greatly reduce air pollution, we also believe that Connecticut must ultimately move to structuring our communities to allow people to carry out their lives without needing to own or power a car. 350 CT also supports HB 5039, aligning our state emissions requirements for medium and heavy-duty vehicles with the California standards. Medium and heavy-duty trucks cause enormous pollution affecting human health, especially in industrial areas concentrated in environmental justice communities. These emission standards will also help to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Thanks for the opportunity to testify. If there are questions, I will try to answer them.
Thank you, Melinda, for your testimony and for covering so many of the relevant sections, providing a little bit more attention, I think, to Section 18 of SB4 is I'm very thankful for, because I think it is transformative in many ways and allows our state to, as Senator Cohen said earlier, walk the walk when it comes to how we invest in transportation projects moving forward, and whether or not we're actually doing our part by offsetting any additional greenhouse gases we may create. Thank you again, Melinda, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Seeing no questions, we'll see you around New Haven soon.
Okay.
We have Kyle DeVivo to be followed by Yashina Flinsky. Kyle, you are on mute. You are not on mute. We just can't hear you.
How about now?
We can hear you now, Kyle. And also for folks who are coming up soon, you're going to receive an invitation to join as a panelist. Please be sure to click that box when it pops up. All right. Sorry, Kyle.
All right. No problem. We'll try that again. Senators Haskell and Cohen, Representatives Lamar and Gresco, Ranking Members Summers, Minor, Carney, and Harding, and other distinguished members of the Transportation and Environment Committees. As previously introduced, my name is Kyle DeVivo, and I am one of the owners of DATCO Bus. I'm here today to offer our support for SB4 and the underlying goals and objectives it supports, but also to offer some feedback as to how the private bus industry can play a significant part in achieving those goals and the support these communities will need in order to make that a reality. As the largest privately owned passenger transportation provider in Connecticut, we understand the role and responsibility that we have to both our employees and customers to accelerate the electrification of school buses and other vehicles in our fleet. The outcomes of SB4 will have an unprecedented positive impact on the reduction of transportation emissions in the state of Connecticut, but it will also take drastic financial burden to achieve them, one that we will need the full legislative support of this committee and others to overcome. We're excited for the changes that SB4 can enact for our state and its communities. As some of you may know, DATCO has already been a leader in this regard, introducing the state's first electric school bus in 2020, and recently placing an order for 10 full-size zero-emission school buses, which we expect to be delivered early next year. These buses specifically will be based at our locations in New Britain and Middletown to serve the students and families of those districts. In terms of practicality, the electrification of school vehicles has largely been made possible through the existence of grants to offset the significant difference in cost between a traditionally powered diesel or gas school bus and electric-powered buses. At present, a fully electric bus represents a purchase price of 350% more than that of a standard bus that we at DATCO would purchase today. All of our electric school bus purchases to date have been supported in part by grant programs like the Diesel Emissions Reductions Act, which leverages funding to offset these cost differences. I want to commend both committees for their inclusion of a 10-year allowance for school transportation contracts that include zero-emission vehicles. This allows for purchase and other costs associated with this transition to be spread over a more significant period of time. And we're confident that these vehicles will be more durable over the course of their useful life than their diesel counterparts. I believe that this provision will open the door to begin discussion with districts across the state about participating in electrifying school bus fleets over the coming decade. I would, however, like to suggest further incentives might serve to have these objectives met even sooner than projected. The significant purchase cost and value of these vehicles lead to greater ongoing costs in the form of property and sales taxes. And we would specifically like to suggest relief from these taxes, as well as associated DMV registration fees for zero-emission school vehicles to ease the burden on operators. We estimate that DATCO is going to spend upwards of $400 million in order to purchase the electric vehicles and associated infrastructure needed to comply with SB4. I point this out only to illuminate that we need significant and continued assistance, which to this point has been available in order to meet these targets. I would like to add some brief thoughts on HB 5039 and the adoption of California emissions standards for heavy and medium duty vehicles. I share some of the concerns that will be raised in testimony by the Connecticut Bus Association later on today. We often get a bad rap as buses. We're a bit misunderstood. But in the last decade, our vehicles and our exceptionally new fleet of motor coaches here at DATCO have been equipped with diesel particulate filters and other emissions reduction systems that have drastically reduced the environmental footprint of our vehicles. Unlike trucks or other heavy-duty vehicles, the vast majority of the trips that we operate take upwards of 30 cars off the road, which has an inherent benefit to the environment even despite emissions from our vehicles. While short mileage applications like school bus are ripe for electrification, we are concerned that the available technology in over-the-road motor coaches is still very far from meeting the necessities of these types of trips, often requiring ranges of at least 500 miles at a time. So this
Thank you. I'm
technology.
sorry, your time has expired.
Okie doke. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Kyle, for your testimony, for your willingness to work with our committee to provide some insight into how bus companies can be a partner with us, some of the challenges you face in working with school districts. Your advice that you forwarded to myself and Senator Haskell has been invaluable.
Of course.
We look forward to forwarding that to the rest of the committee. And I'm pretty sure you're going to have some questions right now to help guide that informational sharing.
Sure.
So I just wanted to personally say thank you. I know you've put a lot of time and effort into helping us think through this, and I really do appreciate that.
Of course, no problem.
Senator Haskell to be followed by Representative Meskers. Sorry, Senator Haskell to be followed by Representative Rabimbis, and then Representative Meskers.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chair. And Kyle, I wanted to echo Representative Lamar's comments. Thanks for being such a partner in the drafting of this and for suggesting some thoughtful areas where we can do more and do better. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to respond to some of the skepticism that we've heard in this committee about the viability of electric school buses. You, of course, at DATCO seem to be embracing this change wholeheartedly, grabbing onto the future with both hands. What are some of the challenges that this committee or that you thought you might anticipate that have actually worked out quite well in your opening moves towards electrification?
Sure. So, I think school bus is really the perfect application for electrification, to put it very simply. The nature of the routes that we run and the makeup of the service that we provide is such that we have a period of service in the morning to get kids from their homes to school and a period of service in the afternoon to get kids from school back to home, with a series of field trips, athletic charters, other things that are mixed in. But the point being a significant period of downtime whereby even if we have a route that draws a significant amount of charge from the vehicle, we have time both in the evening and in the middle of the day to provide charging either at the school or at our facility. And so, it really is an application that should be the leader in terms of electrification because of how it's structured. And so, that's why we've, taken the opportunity to step up and be leaders. We think that this is going to work, and we believe that the technology is there to meet the needs of this application based on what we know. And we have the perspective of being not only an operator of these vehicles, but also we run a commercial dealership for these vehicles. And so I have not personally been to the facility, but my brother and my dad, who work in the business as well, have gone out and toured the facilities where these vehicles and batteries are manufactured, and been able to see firsthand kind of how they're put together, how the technology works. And there certainly are challenges with the climate and things here in Connecticut, but I think with proper planning, those can be mitigated in large part. Not in every single circumstance, but in large part they can be mitigated.
Thank you so much for that thoughtful answer, Kyle. Really appreciate it. And I look forward to continuing to partner with you on this. You and the whole DATCO team, I should say.
Yeah, thank you.
Next, we have Representative Rabimbis, followed by Representative Meskers, and then Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. I know that there was some reference, I believe it was the chairman that had indicated that you provided some information to the chairs that hasn't been provided to the members yet. So we don't have that before the testimony, but is that something that you shared with the ranking members of the committees as well?
I'm not 100% sure who it's been shared with or who it hasn't, but it's something we'd be happy to share in terms of feedback on the legislation and how it's currently authored. So something we
Well,
could definitely share.
If you wouldn't mind, then whatever it is that you shared with the chairs, I know the chairs were good enough. He made the representation that's going to be shared with the members, but it is important for us to have the timely information, especially in light of the fact that prior to any public hearing. So if you wouldn't mind sending that to the ranking members as well, so we can make sure that we see the information. Another quick question for you regarding DATCO, and I appreciate your honesty and your testimony that there are circumstances that can't necessarily all be addressed. Do you believe that it would probably be in the best interest to have then electric buses as well as some diesel buses on hand to address those impossibilities that you indicated?
I don't think anything qualifies as an impossibility. And obviously it's our hope that, the technology continues to improve over the coming decade and the period, ahead where this transition is going to take place. Certainly it's something to monitor over the course of this. I think we need to keep a close eye on what the applications are. And like I said, right now it's our belief, based on what we know currently, that this is going to work for most every application as it pertains to home to school routes.
Okay. And just to know, I use the word impossibility because you had indicated during your testimony that there were certain circumstances that can't be addressed.
Sure.
So currently right now, not knowing what the future is going to be, and I would certainly hope that technology would continue to improve, but currently right now, what is a scenario that would pose challenges to having just an electric bus?
Sure. Let me clarify slightly. So, because there's a lot encompassed here in a short period of time. And so, our concern, so DATCO is a school bus company. We're also a charter motor coach company, and we operate over the road motor coaches, which typically, are doing trips upwards of, a few hundred miles in a day. Those are the areas in which we have some concerns related to the current range propositions that are laid out, and, looking at the ability to keep diesel vehicles for those applications. At present, there's, not school bus routes that meet or exceed those types of ranges. And so the ranges that we're familiar with in terms of both the small and large type 1 and type 2 buses, as we would call them, for school bus applications, we believe that those applications could be addressed. It's the interstate type of travel that we do with our motor coaches where we have some concerns that range could be a factor as we start to transition that fleet as well.
Sure. So of course, if you had enough electric buses, you could probably switch them out if there was any issues regarding, let's say, morning transportation, afternoon transportation, and school activities. But yeah, you did just highlight then if there was a field trip to be taken outside of the state, those are some of the challenges that may exist in that regard that would have to be obviously appropriately planned for and addressed. One of the other, and you guys already have electric vehicles and you've got them in some school systems, is that correct?
We have one type 2 electric school bus in Middletown, Connecticut right now. Yes.
Okay, and just one?
Just one right now. There's 10 that are ordered. They'll be here either late this year or early next year. I said early next year to be safe.
Okay. And then for the purchase of that through your company, was there incentives, taxpayers' money, whether federal or state, but were there incentives for those purchases?
So it was through the DERA grant program, which is actually a result of the Volkswagen settlement. So I'm not sure exactly the source of funds, but I believe it was a settlement from the Volkswagen Corporation as a result of their fraudulent emission standards, et cetera. So that's where our source came. But I do want to point out, actually, on this first bus, the grant actually only covered about 40% of what the cost was. And rather than seeking other funds or waiting for other sources, we really did want to be leaders in this regard. And so during the pandemic, we actually covered a few $100,000 of cost on our own because we really do believe that this is the future and this is the way that things are going. And, as we talked about before, I think making things like this happen require leadership. And that's how we're approaching it.
Yeah, and I think that's amazing. And I definitely appreciated listening to your testimony regarding how efficient your diesel buses have become. And, which leads me to my curiosity of a lot of the statistics, if we heard earlier, if that was based on the old diesel buses versus what we currently have that are more efficient. So I'd be, really interested in learning more about the diesel buses that you guys have obviously modified now and made more efficient. Regarding the funding, and I appreciate that information regarding that it was 40%, because some people may think that these are fully covered, but they're not. And I appreciate your company being a leader in this and wanting to certainly invest in that. But the reality of many companies, and certainly planning ahead, because your contracts are with school districts, that as we move forward with mandates, that we need to plan accordingly for them through the school systems and, certainly the municipalities and the constituents and the taxpayers, because with the purchases come the maintenance. And that would all then be part of, I would assume, the cost contract that you would engage with all the different school systems in the towns. So a lot to think of, a lot of figures to, really kind of nail down that if we are going to proceed in this regard, and certainly, again, we appreciate your leadership in that direction, but we need to have the facts, the funds, and the accounting necessary to plan accordingly. So thank you for your testimony here today.
Thank you for your questions. Appreciate it.
Representative Metzger is followed by Representative Wilson.
Thank you very much. I've got a couple of series of questions. I guess the first question, not being as familiar as I should with the electrical vehicle program, I'm curious as to why none of the vehicles for distance are looked at as maybe a hybrid gasoline and electric. Because we're talking about pollution, and I think even though it's considered to be relatively cleaner, the diesel still has particulate matter. And I'm surprised if we're not looking at, or is that not where the industry is going on hybrids in terms of some of the school bus programs?
That's a great question. And, so we're both a distributor and an operator of school buses. We're not a manufacturer of school buses. And so, we are, as you pointed out, somewhat beholden to what the available technology is, and because of the length of these contracts, currently they tend to be 3 to 5 years. In SB4, it's proposed to extend that potential contract length to 10 years. We are trying to, in addition to plan to run the contract for that term as a broader company, we're also trying to plan for where we think the industry is going to go, so that we can train our staff and do those types of things to make sure that we can safely operate the vehicles, safely maintain the vehicles, et cetera. And so we have experimented with some other alternative fuels, both for efficiency and emissions reductions reasons, different types of things. We have experimented with hybrid in the past that did not really see the type of adoption that we had hoped it would. We've also experimented with propane vehicles, which we currently operate in New Canaan and East Hartford, with a relative degree of success. And so, but we are somewhat beholden to what technology is available to us, and certainly electric seems to be coming to the forefront in terms of, again, like I mentioned before, because of the application type.
That's good. I'll go on to the next question, but that at some point going forward, that I'll probably want to talk about that in terms of the distance issues we may or may not have. So
of course,
I'm not an advocate for more than the electric, which I think is the right way to go. But given the charging and distance issues, I want to know whether, are there hybrid alternatives for some of the distance issues, so that some part of the stock.
Sure.
Second thing I'm going to ask you to consider as we move forward, and as well as in transportation, is I'm seeing, a couple of issues coming out of California where they're starting to consider some of the buses and cars as being cross-referenced or cross-charged to the electric grid to provide stability to the grid as being a resource when they're not in use. So given the stock that we may build up of electric vehicles, I want to know their ability to provide some swing power production on weekends if they're not actively used. So that would be just a comment. The question I'll go to now is financial question. So you're going to enter into a 10-year contract, or looking to enter into a 10-year contract so you can amortize the cost.
Yes.
So if I'm looking at an average vehicle today, and I'm looking at an electric vehicle, you're talking about a 3 or 4 times more expensive vehicle, I believe is what you said on electric.
Yes.
When I'm looking at all the other research, it's a 70 or 80% reduction in maintenance and repair.
Yes.
So if I amortize the cost of the vehicle on a running rate of 10 years versus the existing vehicle, if I would amortize that over 10 years and add in the 10 years of the service, what's the differential between a low service, high priced capital product, an electric car, and a lower priced, high maintenance diesel bus? So like, where's my net cost working out to if I take the product over 10 years?
Complicated, and we have some models that we could share with everyone, in terms of how we're thinking about this and modeling it. Part of the answer is we are learning some as we go. There is good data out there from just EVs in general to inform some of what we're doing, and the reality is, we actually think we can take slightly more aggressive metrics towards that than just a regular gasoline powered engine. Diesel maintenance is an incredibly skilled job, as well as an incredibly intensive and expensive proposition.
This is where I don't know whether I'll be doing this here or on bonding, revenue, and finance. I want to figure out what my cash out is. I want to figure out if the state provides the funding to buy the capital for these electric vehicles, that the municipalities are going to be beneficiaries of a lower annual fee, whether they're going to help make up the 10-year life of the vehicle, or whether they're going to benefit from a lower maintenance and repair schedule. I mean, there's a back-ended saving and a front-end expense, and I'm not sure who's going to wear that in the majority, and that's what I'll be looking at.
And I understand. I think, look, there's going to be pressure on our districts, as was mentioned before, to keep our costs relatively neutral. Increases to go along, with the normal increases of doing business, but there's not going to be a lot of capacity at our districts to offset more of the burden. And so that's where we're looking to the committees here to assist us with that, in addition to the federal grants that are currently and hopefully will be available in the future, so that we don't have to pass this burden, as much as we can along to our customers in the school district. So that's the intent. And I think the market is going to dictate some of that.
That's why I'm looking at the capital outlay, and I'll be closely watching the profit margin on this, because if I'm funding the vehicles, I want to make sure that the benefit for those lower costs show up somewhere in the cash flows. Okay.
Understood.
And I'd love you if you would share some of that documentation on estimated repairs and maintenance versus
Absolutely.
Capital outlays. Thanks. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I appreciate it.
All right. Representative Wilson, this is your time. I know I have a lot of questions about this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And along Rep. Mesger's line of thought, my mind sometimes works the same way. It's along the financial angle on things. And I think I heard you say, Mr. DeVivo, that your firm is the largest bus contracting company in the state?
Private, but yes. For students, the largest company. Well, I guess technically they're privately owned now too. They were just acquired by a private equity firm. But
could you share how many buses you have in your total fleet?
Sure. Yeah. So we have 1,350 buses, about 150 school vans, and then we operate about 125 motor coaches, shuttle buses, transit buses, et cetera.
So how many other school bus contracting companies are there in the state of Connecticut?
I would say about a dozen.
Okay. And in that size relationship, let's say you versus the other companies, how many others come close to the size that you are?
So 6 of the 30 largest school operators in the country actually happen to be from Connecticut. So there's 4 large national players. Then there's a few large companies here in Connecticut, All Star Transportation, ourselves, M&J Bus, and New Britain Transportation. So,
So,
seven if I'm actually doing my math correctly there.
So where my thought process is going on this is because of the capital outlay. I mean, I don't know how many in Litchfield, for example, I don't know how many buses there are that service that school district.
Sure.
And now we're looking at regionalization or combining Region 6 and the Litchfield School District perhaps this year. And I'm not sure how many buses that will entail, but I'm just thinking about that bus contract. And I think Litchfield uses All-Star, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's correct.
So I'm where my mind is going on this is how many of these companies, because I'm looking at the bill and it says it prohibits the state from bringing in 2024 from procuring or purchasing diesel powered buses. So beginning in 2024, it sounds to me like these companies are not going to be allowed to purchase diesel anymore. Is that the way I read that?
I believe, as I'm reading it, and I would look to the chairman for for clarification. I believe, as I'm reading it, that's related to the state and their procurement of electric or of diesel vehicles, not necessarily related to our procurement as private carriers of diesel vehicles. Knowing that, in the bill itself, if we're looking at the useful life of our vehicles, we certainly want to start to get ahead of this in terms of compliance. So
we could anticipate, for example, that there may be some probability that this rule would spin over into the private sector at some point in the relatively close future. And so where my thought is going is the survivability of some of these other companies, because their size and their ability to comply could possibly eliminate some of these other companies and perhaps even put them out of business. So could you opine on that?
I could try. I would say that most of the school bus operators here in the state have a fairly good relationship with one another, and we work together on a lot of different aspects. I would also say that it's been a fairly consistent group for really as long as our business is a family business, so really as long as I've been around. You've got companies who have been consistent. They've weathered incredibly difficult times, not the least of which being the last 2 years. And so, I think we all see, the direction this is going. And look, we do want to make sure that this is being put together in a way that doesn't disadvantage our businesses financially. We're not trying to advantage ourselves either. We see the benefits of, and speaking for DACA, we see the benefits of electrification and what that does for our communities. I also don't want to disadvantage our business either in the process. So I really want to make sure that we're being transparent with our process, transparent with the numbers based on, what we know today. And that's really our objective as a part of this process is transparency and making sure that, we're giving as much information as we can based on what we know, both as a provider of these vehicles as well as an operator of them. So, I can't speak to certain other companies' financial viability other than to say there are both robust local companies as well as, significantly larger companies than ours, 40, 50 times as large as ours, who participate in our market as well. So,
well, I appreciate that. And is there a collaborative effort that goes on between you and the other providers in the state?
So there is a school bus association, Connecticut Operators of School Transportation. And we collaborate where it's appropriate on safety matters, legislative issues like this one. And again, I think we don't all have the same exact opinion on this. I think that's something that is clear. But from where I sit and having talked this over with my family and our business, I think this is the direction we see things going. And we want to be supportive of that. We want to, like I said before, I think we want to try and take a leadership role where we can, be conservative where it's appropriate, and give you the facts where we think they may come to light. and try to be as honest about those things as we can.
Well, I appreciate your answers a lot, and I'm going to continue to listen. Of course, I always am concerned about the future of all businesses here in the state of Connecticut. And my concern would be that we try to move too fast on this, and somehow that disadvantages perhaps some of the smaller players and puts their business and their jobs that they provide to their employees and families at risk. So let's be very careful as we continue going forward with this. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
Representative Wilson. And again, thank you, Kyle, for your time and for lending so much of your experience and knowledge to the committee. We'll be reaching out to you and sharing the information you provided to Senator Haskell and I more broadly. And we look forward to all the advice that you can continue to provide us as we contemplate our next step as a state, and as your company and our state try to be leaders in this area. Making sure we're doing it right is of paramount importance, and we appreciate your willingness to engage with us.
Yeah, thank you all for your leadership. Appreciate it.
Next up, we have Justina Felinsky.
Hello.
Hello, Justina.
My name is Justina Felinsky. I'm in 4th grade, and I go to a school called Cider Mills in Wilton. I heard that our state senator, Will Haskell, is a sponsor of a Senate bill, Connecticut Clean Air Act. I would like to testify in this hearing to support him, since this topic is very important to me. Pollution affects every living thing on Earth. It affects people's health, healthy baby birth. It causes death and extinction to many animals, sea creatures, and plants. It affects our whole environment. So basically, our actions on this planet right now will decide if our future in this world will be bright or dark. But there are things that we can do to make our future brighter. I believe that Senator Will Haskell's bill is full of great ideas that would definitely help us stop air pollution. Everyone knows that today the gas prices are going up, and gas cars are polluting the air very badly. This is a good time to reconsider buying an electric car. That's what this Senator Will Haskell wants. He wants electric cars to be affordable for everyone. But in order for electric cars to function all over the state, we need more chargers. Also, buying electric buses for schools all over the state instead of gas buses will help the air be cleaner and less dangerous for our health and for animals' health too. Did you know that 12 million gallons of fuel is wasted by idling in the US every day? Senator Will Haskell's bill is trying to also make traffic lights more responsive to the flow of traffic. This will make less congestion on the roads, less idling, and less air pollution, healthy us and animals. In my mind, if we pass this bill, we will be living in a stronger and healthier state. Thank you, Senator Will Haskell, for thinking about our future, and thank you for everyone for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Felinsky, for your testimony and for spending this time with you. I knew you were trying to get on after school and before you had homework to do. And so I'm glad we got you in before dinner time. And I really appreciate you giving perspective on this. A lot of adults are having a lot of conversation about the future of the state, and we can't do it if we're not hearing from you and from a lot of your friends and colleagues and other residents in Connecticut. And I am just so thankful that we were able to get you in today so we could hear from you, right? Instead of us talking about you, let's hear directly from you. I'm just deeply thankful for you coming out. And I know Senator Haskell has some questions for you as well. Senator Haskell.
Christina, thank you so much for your testimony, and you give me too much credit. I am so grateful to work with a whole bunch of people who you see on screen on this legislation, but I am so inspired by your words. And I just have one question for you, which is this your first time testifying or before a legislative committee?
Yes.
Well, you did a really great job, and I'm pretty sure it's not going to be your last time. I think that based on your eloquence and passion, I think that if you want to, you certainly could continue in public service. So thank you so much for being with us this afternoon and for speaking about for sharing with us how deeply you care about protecting the environment. We will do our best to get this legislation that so many of us are working on across the finish line. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. And Justina, Senator Haskell's not running again. We might have to bend some rules, but sounds like there's an opening in your district if you want to join us. Representative Palm.
Mr. Chair, you beat me to the punch. I had two questions for Justina. The second one was when you're going to run for office. The first one is, do you feel that most of your peers, your friends, and the kids in your grade at school, are they also concerned about the environment? How much do you feel in general kids your age know or care about this?
I think they do care. They just really never really talked about it, but I'm pretty sure that they care a lot about it.
Sometimes adults say that we shouldn't teach kids about climate change or talk about climate change or involve them in decisions about climate change because it's too depressing for them or makes them too scared. How would you react to that?
I would think that that is really wrong, that kids should really know what's going on in this world. And I think that it's important that they do step in and do something about it and help out to stop it.
Justina, thank you. You just reminded me why I ran for office. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Justina. That's it for questions. And I just, again, want to say thank you for spending time with us today. We really do appreciate it. And we hope you have a wonderful night and a good weekend, okay?
Thank you so much. You too.
Thanks, Justina. And with that, I've closed out my time chairing the committee this evening, and I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, House Chair of the Environment Committee, Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Representative Lamar, and we're going to keep on rolling here. Next up is Mike Morrissey, followed by Joe Scully.
Chairs, ranking members, and distinguished members of the committee, I'm Mike Morrissey, representing the Alternate Fuels Coalition of Connecticut. Our coalition is an active member in our state's Clean Cities coalitions, and I'm here to oppose Senate Bill number 4 unless the bill is amended to include low emission vehicles in all operative and applicable sections of the bill itself. Propane is a low emissions fuel and is positioned to play a significant role in the path to carbon neutrality today and tomorrow. Our state cannot afford to leave billions of dollars in federal funds on the table by not including low emission fuels like propane, which is shovel ready now in the medium and heavy duty vehicle space where electrification does not offer an affordable, technical, or proven solution. This gap in technology in part is covered by the $1.2 trillion Infrastructure Investment in Jobs Act, which includes almost $7 billion in funding for alternative fuel infrastructure and incentives. This includes access to $2.5 billion in grant funding for propane refueling infrastructure, $2.5 billion for propane school bus funding, and $1.6 billion in funding for propane transit vehicles. Additionally, propane vehicles in this space since 2006 have qualified for the federal alt fuels credit of 37 cents per gallon. Leaving this kind of money on the table in a state which is not on track to meet its 2030 emission reduction goals makes no financial or environmental sense at all. Even CARB emission standards accommodate low emission fuels. Additionally, propane infrastructure investments are already in place now and do not require billions of dollars of electric infrastructure funding over a long duration of time to support itself. More importantly, propane offers energy resiliency. Relying on one energy source, electricity, is dangerous, irresponsible, and undermines sound energy diversity planning and resiliency. Placing all your eggs in one basket never has been and never will be a good idea. Finally, when medium to heavy duty vehicles do not have an electrification solution, they will perpetuate the harmful use of gasoline and diesel fuel. Going forward, low emissions fuels like propane would displace these dirtier fuels and accelerate both short and long-term emission reduction targets. We strongly encourage your committee to amend Senate Bill 4 to include low emission fuels like propane. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Morrissey, thank you for your testimony. Just a quick question from me. What do you say to those who say, well, propane is still a fossil fuel and we need to get away from burning all fossil fuels?
All fuels are not binary, Representative. Some are really clean and some are really dirty. We fall in the really clean category. In fact, we have EIA statistics which show that in 38 states right now, propane is cleaner than electricity. So that would be my response to those folks who are categorizing fossil fuels as one fuel. We don't pollute the water. We don't pollute the aquifers. Propane is an exceptionally clean fuel, and we're getting even cleaner with renewable propane, which is now coming to market in California in particular.
Mr. Morrissey, I appreciate that answer. I don't see any hands raised in our room for questions. So again, we appreciate your perspective and your patience today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Joe Scully, followed by Catherine Farnsworth.
Good afternoon to co-chairs Gresco, Haskell, Lamar, and ranking members of the Transportation Committee and the Environment Committee. I'm Joe Scully, President of Motor Transport Association of Connecticut, representing small business trucking companies here in Connecticut, here to speak about Senate Bill 4 and House Bill 5039. We are generally supportive of incentives, which is in Senate Bill 4, and we oppose the mandates that are in 5039. In Senate Bill 4, though, I want to point out that the way the language is written, it actually excludes heavy-duty trucks from the medium and heavy-duty truck voucher account. You could either adjust that language by going up to FHWA vehicle classification 13, or you could do it by weight range, identifying 80,000 pounds. The other thing is it does not identify a funding source. I would really like to know what that source is, and I caution against any language that would give someone the unilateral authority to impose taxes or fees to generate that revenue. Now, on 5039, there are a couple major energy and financial implications there. On the energy side, one of the things that bill does, California Standards does, is it has an electric truck sales mandate that's phased in. Over a 10-year period, 30% of trucks sold in the state have to be electric. Based on available data, I did a rough calculation. One of the pieces of data was from a truck dealer, which said that charging one heavy-duty truck uses the same amount of electricity as 100 homes. So by the end of that 10-year period, it would be like we added 468,000 homes to our grid, a grid that ISO New England says was in jeopardy. If we get an extended cold streak, we may not be able to keep the lights on. I don't think our grid is ready for this. On the cost side, I also came up with a rough estimate of what the electric vehicle sales mandate would be in terms of incremental cost, electric compared to a diesel. At the end of that 10-year period, my estimate is $951 million. The other financial aspect of this is the Engine Manufacturers Association says that a California diesel will be $57,000 more expensive than an EPA compliant diesel. I don't think there's even talk about vouchers to cover that. I do want to point out, this is about in-state sales. out-of-state trucks that are sold and based in other states where this doesn't apply will come through here anyway. They'll come through these interstate corridors that I've heard about all day. All we'd be doing with respect is imposing costs on our businesses, letting out-of-state trucks come through that are not going to comply. Our industry has made tremendous environmental progress through federal standards. It would take 60 of today's trucks to equal the emissions of one truck from 30 years ago. President Biden just this week announced new EPA standards that are going to go into effect in a few years, further reduce NOx emissions by 90%. That's what we need. We need to be on an even playing field with all the other trucking companies in this interstate industry in the country. Final point, DEEP's data shows that of all mobile greenhouse gas emissions, only 1% is attributable to highway diesel. Just last point to prove that I believe our industry has done a great job over the last 30 plus years. We did not used to be environmentally friendly. I think we've made tremendous progress now. I urge opposition to 5039. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Scully. Perfect timing there. I just had a question or two myself. I would first off by saying thank you for on behalf of the state of Connecticut for getting your trucks cleaner over the last few years, but you cannot deny that the market is dictating that this is the direction that we are going. So instead of I think that this is a good first step to getting us on the road, so to speak, to making the transition. As you probably know from your experience, you're not going to be able to turn on a dime when the time comes that electric vehicles are going to be the norm. So I just I'm wondering what would you suggest that we do, knowing that New York and Massachusetts and New Jersey are all adopting these medium and heavy duty truck standards. So to me, that argument that, well, they're just going to come in from other states around us, not if all the other states around us are following those standards. And, you know, I don't mean to be put you on the spot, but it just seems like, you know, I didn't say that we're going to all switch over to electric vehicles. Well, hopefully within my lifetime, but it's coming. So what are we doing?
Well, if we adopt California standards, there is a phased-in mandate that we do, at least up to a certain percentage. There are some other states that have done it. I do have some data which gives me a sense that trucks from those states that come through Connecticut, it's a very small percentage of all the trucks that travel in our state. So, you know, I don't know how much, if any, environmental benefit we're getting from that. But again, Senate Bill 4, the incentives there, I think are fine. I think we want to provide incentives as long as they're reasonably funded for certain companies that want to do this. And I'm sure there are some applications that do. Refuse, beverage distributors, food distributors, companies that have trucks that go from the same location to the same location every day. It may be more suited for them than the heavy tractor trailers. But if I could also just throw in again, right now, our grid, according to EPA, is powered. There's 52 combustion plants that emit the very things that we're trying to not emit. So if we add, the equivalent of 468,000 homes to the grid, aren't we going to increase those emissions from those power plants that are fueled by biomass, gas, and oil?
Oh, that's a good question, but as many of my colleagues will attest to in listening to public hearings, I'm sure the next person behind you will poo-poo all the data that you have and provide their own data. So we have to sift through what we can figure out from these individual studies and try to navigate a direction forward. You do have a question from Senator Cohen as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Scully. Nice to see you again. It sounded to me like your numbers for emissions output of heavy duty vehicles is at odds with what we heard earlier today from the DEP. Is that correct, based on what you were saying towards the end of your testimony?
Well, I would say I think they're highlighting one number and I'm highlighting another number.
Okay, so do you think then, based on the number that you're highlighting, that the heavy duty trucking industry doesn't need to go towards alternative fuels?
No, there is always room for improvement. I wrote that in my testimony. I should have said it. We just believe that the best way towards more improvement is with federal standards that apply to everybody, along with voluntary incentives that can further speed up introduction of vehicles that have the new federal standards.
So part of what 5039 does, House Bill 5039, is creates a market whereby manufacturers are creating more of these vehicles for purchase by your industry. I'm just wondering, isn't that a good thing if we are wanting to incentivize the purchase of medium and heavy duty vehicles in Senate Bill 4? And I thank you for your input on why, perhaps widening the language to allow for incentivizing heavy duty vehicles as well. We appreciate that expertise, but wouldn't we want to, in fact, have manufacturers producing more of these vehicles so they can, in fact, be purchased by, businesses across Connecticut?
I know that's the thought, but when there's only a few states following California standards, we in the industry are under the impression right now that the truck manufacturers are very likely to make two kinds of vehicles, one to California standards and one to EPA standards. So that's why I have concerns that we'd be putting ourselves at a competitive disadvantage compared to businesses in other states, while also very likely not realizing the environmental gains that DEEP predicts, because I don't think they factor in the EPA standards trucks that are coming from other states into Connecticut, even with this rule that we would potentially adopt.
Well, I thank you for your input. I think we'll be watching really closely and listening, have our ear to the ground on what other states are doing. Some neighboring states, as we heard, have already moved to adopt California emission standards. So we'll certainly have to keep our eye on that. And again, appreciate your testimony and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And Mr. Scully, no other hands raised in the room. Thank you for your testimony, your perspective on this, and your patience today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go to Roxana Grunenwald. But I must ask two individuals in the waiting room, Chris Phelps and Catherine Farnsworth, to hit the blue button and come on over. So let's go to who did I just say? Roxana.
Yes, hello. Thank you so much. Good evening, Chairs Lamar and Haskell, Vice Chairs Casado and Sims, Ranking Members Carney, Summers, and members of the Transportation and Environment Committees. I am Roxana Grunenwald, an undergraduate student here at Yale University. Thank you first for allowing me to testify in support of House Bill 5381 and Senate Bill 4. Currently, as it is, the Federal Clean Air Act fee has 42.5% of funds toward the general fund, where it can be spent on non-environmental initiatives that are completely unrelated to the sustainable motives for this fee. House Bill 5381 rectifies this by directing all of that money that went to the general fund toward the Clean Air account. This means that all the money raised in the Federal Clean Air Act fee will go toward environmental programs. Without House Bill 5381, Connecticut's progress toward a more green environment is stunted, and our compliance with federal law is incomplete. We in Connecticut have a duty as a faithful state to the larger US umbrella to fulfill the ideals depicted in the Federal Clean Air Act. This act also charges local governments with the same responsibility of executing successful sustainability practices. And the creation of the Clean Air Act account in House Bill 5381 at the state level will set a good example and promote greater compliance with the act among smaller municipalities so that other pragmatic approaches to environmentalism will arrive at the local levels of government. Senate Bill 4 outlines benchmarks in the process of phasing out motor vehicles and phasing in hydrogen and electric vehicles, which directly incentivizes sustainable practices on the consumer side. In addition, Senate Bill 4 also promotes systemic modes of environmentalism through the zero-emission public buses and the endorsement of the Clean Air Act account. We know that on the national level, investment spending in real capital is a component of GDP and is the only component that allows for a sustained increase in the long-run aggregate supply, the long-run production capacity. Using this model, the erection of an electric vehicle and green infrastructure of real capital, as promoted in Senate Bill 4 and House Bill 5381, will contribute to a sustained increase in production output in Connecticut. Think of it as an investment in our state's ability to operate more efficiently and productively. Thus, we have an economic incentive to support both bills. The directing of money collected from the Federal Clean Air Act fee away from the general fund and toward the Clean Air Act account, as included in Senate Bill 4 and House Bill 5381, also promotes governmental transparency, which thus fortifies public trust in the system. We have all seen firsthand what a lack of trust in the government can wreak, with the January 6th riots coming to mind most immediately. Currently, the public cannot see exactly what initiatives the general fund has endorsed, but the creation of the Clean Air Act account ensures that all of the money from the fee will go toward fulfilling sustainable measures, either through that Clean Air Act account or through the Special Transportation Fund. Weak trust in the government propagates a weak democracy. These bills can prevent this by ensuring that all funds raised from a green initiative will go toward another green initiative. Trust in the governmental system is a positive externality that we will all reap the benefits of. We as Connecticut residents, American residents, and inhabitants of this larger world have a shared public interest in a flourishing environment, economy, and democracy. And thus we have a moral, fiscal, and bureaucratic obligation to support House Bill 5381 and Senate Bill 4. I strongly entreat the committees to vote favorably on these bills. Thank you.
Roxanne, thank you for taking the time to testify and give us your opinion on this. I just had a quick question. You said that if we went to an all-electric of at least transportation mode going forward, it would improve our economic development and production. What are you basing that on?
So I didn't say going toward an all electric mode of transportation, but definitely taking steps in the right direction through infrastructure. Infrastructure is real capital, which is a component of GDP. And so just like the basic macroeconomic model is that when you engage in this investment spending of real capital toward infrastructure, especially when it's green infrastructure, infrastructure that is not actively degrading the environment, then we're able to better utilize the environment's capacities in the future. So if we engage in investment spending, we are putting money toward institutions that we will be able to reap the benefits of immediately, and then also into the future, and then even into the greater future, because this is an environmental concern. If we don't engage in this investment spending and green infrastructure, we are actively kind of diminishing the materials that the earth provides, the Earth's resources. And so this investment spending, I think, will have tremendous economic benefits into the future, both on the stance of what consumers and individuals will be able to use, and then also as just a fulfillment and, you know, keeping the Earth's resources in check and like available to be used.
Thank you, Roxana. I don't see any other hands raised in the room for questions, so we appreciate your testimony and your patience today.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go to Andrea Dunn, followed by Chris Phelps.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Andrea Dunn. I'm an attorney and partner at the law firm of Bender, Anderson, and Barba here in North Haven, Connecticut. I represent condominiums associations, and I'm also a delegate for the Legislative Action Committee through CAI, which is the Community Actions Institute. It's a national nonprofit that provides education, research, and information and legislative advocacy for its members. I'm testifying against the passage of Section 2 of the Committee Bill Number 4, an act concerning the Clean Air Act. Not that I don't want clean air. Get that out, concerning the EV charging stations at condominium associations. The language in Section 2 contains the same language as raised bill number 5117, an act concerning electric vehicle charging stations. I testified on House Bill 5117 a couple of weeks ago. The passage of this bill as it is written would take away contracted property rights of unit owners. Unit owners purchase and take subject to the governing documents, which are declaration, bylaws, and rules. These documents are covenants that run with the land. It is clear that this bill is written would operate, this section, I should say, would operate as a taking of a common element in a common interest community, which is against the governing documents. The declaration, bylaws, and rules are a contract with the purchaser that should be able to be relied upon by the purchaser and the association. The one-size-fits-all nature of Section 2 is not workable. Every condominium community is different. Some communities contain freestanding homes, some are townhouses, some are multi-unit buildings, some are converted industrial buildings, some are mixed use with commercial and residential space. The boundaries of these units are different in every community, and the parking situation in every community is different and often a continuous source of stress and frustration for owners. This bill takes the approach that every community must allow for charging stations or will be subject to fines and attorney's fees should a unit owner take court action, with no consideration for a situation where the association would be able to recoup the same in the event that they are the prevailing party. There's no consideration for the unique makeup of condominium communities where the installation of the charging stations would be an impossibility due to space issues or lack of an electric source close to the parking areas, which in getting to the electric source might require extensive digging up of the land, sidewalks, and other common elements in order to install the stations. Many communities do not have adequate parking spaces to allow for more than one vehicle, and requiring charging stations would only make this worse. Some older communities do not have the electrical infrastructure that would support an EV charging station, and upgrading for one unit owner would be cost prohibitive. Further, the bill refers to bylaws imposing reasonable restrictions. Bylaws do not impose reasonable restrictions of a condominium community. The declaration and rules are the documents that impose restrictions. Our communities are not against electric charging stations. In fact, we're always looking to be towards the future and how we can improve our community and make our community a green community. But this proposed bill as written misses the mark. There's already a process via the Common Interest Ownership Act for a unit owner concerning alterations, additions, and improvements, wherein the unit owner same process would obtain information from the board and pay for those alterations. As I mentioned earlier, I testified at the public hearing on HB 517, and we did speak about creating a bipartisan working group to figure out the bill and how to make it more workable for condominium associations, because they're also different and complex. During that hearing, this idea was generally accepted. The Legislative Action Committee would be open to working with the proposed legislators to come up with a workable resolution. Our communities want to be energy efficient and environmentally friendly as it benefits all the unit owners and looks towards the future. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Andrea. I had the pleasure of listening to your testimony on the Energy Committee as well. So let me give you a hypothetical or a question. Do you think that condo associations, if we don't encourage them by bills such as SB4 to install charging stations, will do that on their own? I mean, I will bring up the fact that I said to Mr. Scully that this is the market is dictating that this is coming. So as opposed to having a special assessment in each condo association to do electric vehicle charging, you would take advantage of an individual who would pay for it themselves and subsequently improve the infrastructure of that individual condominium.
Mm-hmm. Most of my associations, we've had the discussion and we've been having the discussion, understanding that this is the way of the world and this is something that we really have to do. We can't keep relying on, the fossil fuels and continuing down this path that we've been on forever. And, we've had discussions and I'm always telling them we need to look towards the future. And I do have communities that they have been installed. It was a little bit more workable in that community because they had covered garage spaces. So the EV charging station and they were deeded spots. When you have a deeded spot, it's much easier because it's their spot and they actually were able to hook it up quite easily. And we had the infrastructure there. It didn't cause a lot of damage to the common elements and the unit owner did pay. So we're looking, and I have communities that are like, maybe we can get a space together, take some of the visitor spots and install a station there. So they are looking towards it. It's just with the one size fits all nature of this, there's situations where it's impossible. I have communities of like 400 plus units and the parking is the spaces are smaller because it's, the minimum they can have so they can fit everybody. And it's just the setup just doesn't work. So, I mean, we'd want a workable solution. It's not just banning it all together. We really would love to work with the LAC, would love, and we have property managers in our group, we have unit owners in our group, we have insurance people in our group and our attorneys. So we would love to work with our representatives to try to find a workable solution so that we can keep our mind towards energy efficiency and moving towards the future.
Thank you, Andrea. Don't go anywhere. You have a question from Senator Haskell.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chair. And Attorney Dunn, it's good to see you again. Thank you for your thoughtful testimony. I think we share the same goals, which is to make sure that the 33% or so of residents in Connecticut who live in multifamily homes are not excluded from this transition to electric, that they too feel comfortable, if they can afford it, to move beyond their internal combustion engine and to embrace a zero emission option. I guess the question that I have for you, well, I have a few. Can it really fairly be considered a taking if the bill specifies that there has to be compensation to the landowner?
Well, it's how we have to install them. Understand that everybody in this community, they're in control of their unit, but they all own the property collectively, the common areas, and that percentage of the common areas, each person buys in knowing that's their allocated interest in the property. The way that some of these are set up, it would be a lot of digging up sidewalks and digging up of land, the common areas. And it might be that if our electrical infrastructure isn't up to code to handle it, installing something new, and then it might take up, these charging stations could potentially encroach upon other spaces, the sidewalk, the common areas. So my mindset there is, you're giving something to the one at the expense of other people. They all have our opportunity to ask for this, yes, but the setup of each community being so different that in some of these communities, yes, you'd be basically taking from everyone else for your charging station.
Fair enough. I think we've got some homework to do, and I would love to give you a call and we can work together on how to get this right, because my feeling is that there are very legitimate concerns raised by condo associations and property owners. On the other hand, I'm deeply skeptical of working groups and task forces in general, because I haven't been here that long, but the little time that I've been in the legislature, we create these working groups and then very often nothing happens. So I want to do something on this, and I want to get it right. I fully concede that the language is drafted isn't perfect, although that brings me to my next question. Very similar language has passed in Florida. It's passed in New York. It's passed in California. How are those states different than our own?
Well, what can we say about Florida? They're crazy. No, I'm just kidding. Little levity at the end of the day.
A lot of condos in Florida, though, right? A lot of condos.
They are, but we're specific with our Common Interest Ownership Act. I haven't looked at those particular laws in Florida because Connecticut is its own, we're a creature of statute. So that's all we have to go on. It's very difficult. I mean, it's not going to be an easy task. I know that some of these places, it might be a little bit easier to get around what we have in place that makes it a little bit more, maybe incentives or things like that for these communities to kind of take the plunge. And they're not opposed to it. It's just, everybody's got that thing now where it's like, you're telling me what to do. You're trying to tell me what to do, which is fine. We have laws, but then at the same point, it's like, but we can't really do that. The way it's written, you want us to do this, but it's kind of an impossibility. So this is the thing. I would love to work with you and maybe look at those other states and kind of see what we could take from them. Connecticut is one of the first states that really had its own, we're kind of I like to call us the home of the condo, but Florida has, with all the snowbirds taking that over. But, I think we all have the same goal in mind, but getting there and a commitment, which I know the LAC that I'm a delegate, we would love to, and we are not people that drop the ball.
That'd be great. No, I certainly didn't mean to claim that you were. I just am expressing frustration about other working groups, but I'm going to take you up on that. I'd love to have a follow-up conversation. I would love to look into other states as to how they've gotten this right and how our bill could be tweaked. I respect the role that you are playing in advocating for the landowners. I just want to make sure that the renters have a seat at that table as well. That they, and not just the renters, of course, in the situation of condos, they're owners themselves as well. And I want to make sure that they have agency and aren't left behind in this transition. Mm-hmm. So I appreciate that. And I have a great weekend. I'll be following up first thing next week. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And seeing no other hands raised in the room, Andrea, thank you for your testimony and your perspective.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we're going to move on to Chris Phelps, followed by Jim Ed. Chris, what did you do? You're not second to the last. You're middle of the pack. Who'd you pay off?
I know. I'm very confused by that fact, Representative. It's the first time this session I've not been testifying at midnight or thereabouts, and I'm grateful that you managed to get to me now, because my daughter has her final college theater performance starting in an hour, so I'll be able to actually get to it. Thank you. I'm Chris Phelps, State Director for Environment Connecticut, and this has been an interesting hearing. I've been listening to a lot of interesting testimony on both HB 5039 and SB 4, which we've submitted our own testimony on. And I want to touch base on both bills. We do support them. Regarding HB 5039, adopting the medium and heavy duty emission standards for buses and trucks and vehicles from California. Our view is, amongst other things, that this bill, it's a great idea. It really ought to be adopted this year. And it, in part because it builds upon a record of success that we have experience of in Connecticut. I was listening to Mr. Scully's comments earlier about the need for federal standards, and it occurred to me that I'd heard many of the same things that Mr. Scully was saying about voluntary measures and how only a few states follow California. We heard that almost 20 years ago when this legislature debated and ultimately agreed and decided to adopt in a bipartisan fashion the California emission standards for light duty vehicles. That is a success story that has helped drive innovation within manufacturers, creating more clean cars, putting more clean cars on the roads, not just in California and the 13 other states that follow their light duty emission standards, but raising federal standards and raising standards in states across the nation. This is a great idea. It's about states innovating and driving innovation and setting a marker for where the industry needs to get to in order to benefit everybody in our country, not just Connecticut, not just California. It's enough on that. I'll turn to Senate Bill 4. We strongly support at Environment Connecticut and Environment America measures to move our vehicle fleet towards 100%, hence the cap, 100% electric vehicles and zero carbon vehicles. That's what we know we have to do to clean our air, as this bill talks about, and to meet our climate goals before it's too late to stop and avoid catastrophic climate change. Regarding the details of the bill real quick in the time I have left, we'd echo the comments that regarding section 1 of the bill that we would urge change to that section to retain the existing statutory requirement that new transit bus purchases transition to a target of at least 30% zero emission vehicles by 2030. We'd say we need to set a target of 100% zero emission buses by 2035. You were just talking quite a bit about right to charge legislation. I know I have colleagues in states around the country who have worked on that. It is, as it was just discussed, complicated, difficult, but it's really important because we have to ensure that access to electric vehicles, access to zero emission vehicles is available, as is a big part of this bill, to everyone in Connecticut, renters and condo owners alike, as well as single family homeowners. It's a problem that can be solved, and it's a problem that frankly has to be solved quickly. We have to make sure that everyone has access to charging infrastructure. That's how we drive more consumer adoption. And then regarding the changes to the cheaper program in particular in this bill, we provide some detailed comments in our testimony. We encourage and applaud the idea of expanding that program, providing more funding, which will be critical to expand the program to more products, more consumers, more opportunities to expand the program in Connecticut. We do comment on some specific concerns with the language, for instance, the writing into the statute of a specific, I think it's $5,000 rebate level for residents of specific designated communities in Connecticut. I heard Senator Haskell, your discussion of kind of the thinking behind that earlier, which I do sympathize with. But
I'm sorry, your time has expired. Would you please summarize? Thank you.
I will do that. Thank you. It does raise some potential unintended consequences. For example, if you're a wealthy resident of a designated EJ community, you can qualify for that more lucrative rebate for the purchase of a $50,000 electric vehicle, for example. Or if you're a low-income resident of a non-designated EJ community, you don't qualify for that level of rebate. That's one of the challenges I'm sure you're aware of that I think still needs to be worked out in this bill. Well, heck, I was going to comment on propane and a couple of other things, but I want to respect your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Well, thank you, Chris, and thank you for your testimony. Can't escape just yet. You have a question from Representative Carney.
Sure.
Thank you, Chris, for your testimony and your last few comments. I wanted you to elaborate on that because it seemed like you wanted to, but I mean, would you say then that we shouldn't give out higher rebates to people who are in EJ communities and just make it purely income based?
I think that would be the ideal. I think if I understand the goal here, it is to ensure that we are providing as a state incentives to help low and moderate income consumers be able to afford electric vehicles. So it's not just a technology available to the better, more well-off in our state. And that's right. That's what we should be doing. We should be making sure that there's equitable access for everyone. The existing cheaper program does try to do that. It is a challenge. It has created, I believe, some additional red tape, if you will, hurdles for customers to demonstrate eligibility for that adder, that extra incentive. But that figuring out how to do that in a way that reduces that red tape is a good thing to do. But by writing explicitly into the statute a $5,000 number and applying it only to residents of certain geographies, certain communities, you do create that problem I referenced earlier about you're now applying that based on community of residents, not based on need. That's number one. And then number two, by picking a number, $5,000 in this instance, and writing that physically into the statute, literally into the statute, that's really a number that would be ideally arrived at through the program design process from DEEP or the administration of the program to ensure that that number is set at a level that meets the needs of the people you want to receive that incentive, but also that doesn't exceed that need, to ensure that the program is most efficiently allocating as much money, as much opportunity to as many people as possible to access this program and go electric for their vehicles. So it's those two problems that this is, as much as anything, more an issue of program design versus something that is easily written into statute. It's very well intentioned and it is the right idea. I'm not sure this is the right way to accomplish the goal, is the point.
I appreciate the elaboration on that. So thanks a lot, Chris.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Carney. Senator Haskell.
Chris, thanks so much for your thoughtful testimony. And if I'm going to make you late to your daughter's performance, just go like this and we'll wrap up the question.
I've got at least 15 minutes, Senator.
Okay, it won't take that long. I agree with you. This section I think is imperfect as drafted. Would you agree that the ideal here is to cover the rebate plus, essentially the deepened subsidy for both residents of environmental justice communities and also those who currently meet the existing qualifications, which is that, as I understand, they participate in certain federal assistance programs like SNAP or the Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program or Head Start or something like that. And the reason I ask is, should we be okay with somebody who lives in an environmental justice community but is themselves a person of means or reasonable means such that they don't qualify for the program? Doesn't it benefit the community as a whole if they transition to an electric vehicle? I guess and to make a very long question short, shouldn't we go bigger in terms of the eligibility for that rebate plus?
Sure, and that's a good perspective. Yes, we should go bigger, and yes is the short answer to the question. I think there's only a limited pot of money available for programs like Cheaper, of course, and you don't want to overextend the program. But I agree with that sentiment that we should be going bigger, particularly in approaches that can help reduce emissions and help people go fully electric in those parts of the state where emissions are the biggest problem. That is the right direction to go. I'm more talking at the end of the day about the question of how to do it in a way that really works both in 2022, but as this program continues into out years, for example. And that's really the question. I think this language could still use some work and thought to achieve that goal, but I do think that is the goal. We have to go as big as possible, frankly, as fast as possible in the drive towards electrifying our vehicle fleet, both light duty and heavy duty. So.
Totally agree. I think we share the goal, and we'll keep talking about how we get there. Thanks so much, and best of break a leg to your daughter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And I don't see any other hands raised in the room, Chris. So you're able to make your event. And thank you again for the testimony and the perspective.
Thank you, Representative.
Next is Jim Ed, followed by Lori Brown.
Hi, thanks for letting me testify. My name is Jim Head. I'm a West Hartford resident and I work in Hartford. I'm here speaking in support of SB4, specific to the electric bike portion, including that in Cheaper. I've owned an e-bike since September of 2020, and in just over 18 months, I've put over 3,500 miles on it. I think adding an e-bike rebate for low and middle income households is important because it's a viable transportation alternative that's relatively new and And like me in 2020, a lot of people don't even know about e-bikes. The e-bike I purchased specifically is a cargo bike, and I use it to commute in and out of Hartford with the benefit of being able to drop off my kids on the way to school or get groceries and take out food on the way home, so I can make multiple stops with it. I also take the bus in severe weather, but in Hartford, Connecticut, there's really not a lot of severe weather that I can't bike in. One of the benefits of the e-bike is that the battery is removable. I know Tanner mentioned that you can charge using a regular wall outlet. So there's no infrastructure required, and also you can bring your battery inside for added level of security, which is really nice. The electric bike is incredibly helpful in filling transportation gaps. In fact, my wife now has one after seeing how useful mine has been. And I'd highlight specifically cargo e-bikes that are cargo bikes are specifically useful. And that's why I would propose the cap of $2,000 be raised. The cargo bike I own is actually one of the bottom line cargo bikes, and it's currently selling at $1,999. So I think that to open up the true ability of using e-bikes for day-to-day like grocery shopping and other things, that cap would ideally be higher than that $2,000 mark to allow more selection in the process. Finally, riding an electric bike has been life-changing for me. I wasn't a cyclist before, neither was my wife. After being isolated for those several months in 2020, just getting outside and going for trips did wonders for my physical and mental state. I would hope the same experience for anyone, which is why I'm so passionate about e-bike inclusion in SB4, and that's why I'm here today. So that's all I had to say.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you for taking the time to share your testimony with us. I don't see any hands raised in the room for questions. So again, appreciate your patience and your perspective. Next, we have Lori Brown, followed by Nathan Froley. Lori, you're still on mute.
You'd think by now I knew.
No.
Yes, hi, Representative Gresko, Senator Cohen, Representative Lamar, and Senator Haskell, and also all the members of the Transportation and the Environment Committees. My name is Lori Brown. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut League of Conservation Voters. And on behalf of the League, I just really want to thank you for the opportunity to express our very strong support for all three of the bills on your hearing agenda tonight, 5039, 4, and 5381. So these bills will have a significant and lasting impact on reducing pollution from transportation created in our state and help clean up our local air. Together, they set policy and incentives to help our state reach the goals set under the Global Warming Solutions Act that the legislature adopted in 2008. But as you know, unfortunately, the most recent greenhouse gas emissions inventory reflect that we are absolutely not hitting our targets. We are not on track. And so we are undeniably in a climate crisis, and nothing short of really bold action by our elected leaders is going to get us back on track. So as you also know, the transportation sector is clearly the largest contributor to our state's growing emissions problem, and new regulations are needed. HB 5039 allows Connecticut to work collaboratively with our neighboring states of New York, New Jersey, and Massachusetts to improve air quality, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and protect public health regionally. And other states like Maine and Rhode Island are working towards adopting these goals as well. So as you've heard multiple times, trucks and other heavy-duty vehicles make up only 6% of the vehicles on our roads, but the exhaust from these larger vehicles is responsible for 53% of our emissions. So this bill is really about vehicles that are disproportionately polluting our air. And as you also just heard recently from Senator Anwar, Connecticut's rising emissions and poor air quality are causing major public health problems that disproportionately impact residents of our densely populated urban areas, which are frequently low income or communities of color. So major highways that often go through these densely populated areas. So every step that we can take towards reducing our transportation emissions is a step towards environmental justice. So CTLCV is really extremely grateful to the strong leaders on the transportation and environment committees, and for the leadership, particularly of the Commissioner of Deep, to really push these bills forward as a package and get them over the finish line. Thank you very much. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Lori. Thanks for taking the time to share your testimony with both of our committees. I don't see any hands raised in the room, Lori. So thank you again for your patience, and I'm sure we'll be having discussions on this in the coming weeks.
Thank you.
Next we have what just happened? Nathan, where did he go?
Right here.
Oh, there you go. You came off my screen there for a second. Nathan Froelich, followed by Gannon Long.
Well, thank you, Co-Chair Gresco, and of course, Cohen, Haskell, Lamar, and ranking members Minor, Harding, Summers, and Carney, and distinguished members of both the Transportation and Environment Committees for my chance to testify today. I'm going to focus on HB 5039 in support. My colleague Carrie Lynch will be speaking on SB 4 a little bit later. I'm Nathan Froelich, Director of External Affairs for the Nature Conservancy, and we're certainly committed to promoting clean, affordable, and equitable transportation policies goals, which are supported by 5039, which, as we know, will give the state of Connecticut the authority to adopt the California Advanced Clean Trucks Rule, or ACT. And this would require manufacturers who sell medium and heavy duty vehicles to sell zero emission vehicles, ZEVs, as an increasing percentage of their annual sales from the year 2024 to 2035. So as we've been hearing all day today, all of us here know that vehicle emissions are an extremely serious problem for the climate and for our health. In Connecticut, the transportation sector is responsible for approximately 70% of smog forming air pollution and 38% of all our greenhouse gas emissions. So what's the role of medium and heavy duty vehicles? Based on emissions inventory data, these vehicles typically account for over 25% of transportation emissions. And because so much freight passes through Connecticut, this is likely a very low estimate for our state. With truck freight volumes projected to increase 30% over the next decade, the issue grows in importance, particularly to overburdened communities located near heavy truck traffic corridors. The good news is that many federal and Connecticut actions will make adoption of this bill much easier. Federal funds to build out charging stations and alternate fuel corridors along heavily traveled routes has increased substantially. Additionally, as we've heard, states are moving to pass ZEV mandates, which build the geographic extent and policy support for this important transition. And I think we've heard today, if we pass the bill, we'll become the 7th state of those we've heard. With strong policy support, coordinated investments in both vehicle manufacturing and charging infrastructure, we can harness the potential of zero emission vehicles. On the consumer side, zero emission medium and heavy duty vehicles are becoming increasingly available with the kind of variety needed to meet market demands. And some models already offer a lower total cost of ownership over the lifetime of the vehicle. All these factors will continue to get better with time. In our written testimony, we include a brief history of key steps that make adoption of 5039 timely and viable, along with accompanying technical information. So we think 5039 is both viable and necessary, and I'll leave it at that. Thanks so much for the opportunity to testify. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Nathan. Thanks for sticking with us during the course of the day today. I don't see any hands raised in the room, Nathan. So again, appreciate your patience, and I'm sure we'll be speaking on this as we go forward.
Thank you so much. Good to be here.
Next, we have Gannon Long, followed by Joe Ceccarelli. Hi, Gannon.
Hey, everybody. Thank you for having me today. My name is Gannon Long. I'm the Policy and Public Affairs Director with Operation Fuel. So Transportation Committees, Lamar and Haskell, ranking members Carney and Summers. Environment Committees Chairs Gresco and Cohen, ranking members Harding and Minor, and distinguished members of both committees. Thank you so much for the opportunity to support SB4 today. We're going to talk today, Operation Fuel, first let me start, provides equitable access to energy for all by providing year-round energy and utility assistance, promoting energy independence, and advocating for affordable energy. We partner with local government and community-based organizations throughout Connecticut to ensure that low and moderate income or LMI families and individuals in our state have access to year-round utility and water assistance. And if anybody is experiencing these issues or has constituents who are, we encourage you to please visit us at operationfuel.org/gethelp. We're here today to talk about SB4. We did submit written testimony that we hope you all have a chance to look through. There are a few references in there that I think will be helpful. And Operation Fuel really is observing, as we've noted, that transportation insecurity is a burden increasingly for the families that we serve in our state. And we're grateful for the leadership of both these committees. We know that you're working hard to improve the air, health, and transportation benefits of Connecticut residents. So I think today we really want to talk about e-bike access that's included here. We think e-bikes are an excellent transportation solution for people in all parts of the state, and especially for those who cannot afford the high cost of car ownership. In addition to cost, we think safety is really important. And we also note that having fewer cars on the road, having more infrastructure and safety for people using bikes, walking and rolling around, and of course, having better transit is essential to make the road safer for all users. We are always concerned about electricity rates, as I know many of you are. We also want to ensure that the costs of EV charging, incentives, and just electrification broadly are not unfairly passed to LMI ratepayers through regressive means. So for one, SB4 has different incentive levels and caps for cars and bikes. And we're questioning why that is. Why would the state encourage families to take on car debt when e-bikes are a really good solution for a lot of people? This is about freedom of movement. And we think it's more important for families to decide how they're getting around rather than for the state to encourage it in a way that, cars are actually not the ideal solution for folks or for state policy in some ways. And so anyone who is able to afford a $50,000 vehicle can get a $5,000 rebate for that car. That same amount should be available to LMI residents of our state who want e-bikes, especially since the cheaper program right now underspends their budget regularly for car incentives. So there's plenty of money already in that budget that could be spent on bikes. For the cheaper board, we also support adding more bike advocacy and manufacturers, residents of environmental justice communities, which is important to include, and also adding a seat for PURA. This is the state agency that's handling the charging infrastructure in the state. We think their insights would be really valuable for the cheaper board. And I think they should have a seat on that. It seems like the smarter way to leverage state resources to combine these different groups together. We've talked a little bit.
Your time limit has expired?
Sure, I'll just wrap up. We've talked about the public health implications of air pollution, and the bill goes a long way towards that. We also acknowledge that 16 people have been killed by cars on Connecticut streets just this year. It's a way higher total than last year so far. And for those of us who constantly worry about cars running into us as we get around, we don't have time to worry about the vehicle's fuel source. So safety is a really important issue for our state to address, and I hope that we continue working on that. Again, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. We think this bill is going to go a long way to improve life in Connecticut for our clients and communities, and we look forward to seeing these improvements implemented soon. Thank you, and we appreciate if you have any questions.
Thank you, Gannon, and I had a couple of questions. We'll first start with Senator Haskell.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And Gannon, thanks for your thoughtful testimony and these suggestions. I look forward to digging into the written testimony and perhaps revising membership on cheaper board and taking you up on perhaps some of the others that you put forward. But I want to better understand the proposal to make the e-bike subsidy as generous as the subsidy for cars. I totally take your point that there's a real value and the state ought to be engaged in helping people transition away from cars altogether where feasible. But of course, across all of Connecticut's 169 towns, that won't be feasible everywhere. And there undeniably is a stark difference in the cost between an e-bike and an electric vehicle. So you want to talk a little bit more about that and help me to sort of grapple with the huge cost differential and the fact that e-bikes just, they're not going to be feasible for some of my colleagues who live in, more rural communities?
E-bikes actually were initially designed for people living in rural communities. They're a great solution for people in rural communities. And part of the reason that I say this, I think a lot of folks, when we think about transportation issues, the way that I like to think about it, and I think is important, is to consider the most vulnerable user on the road. And the idea is that if you make the most vulnerable person safe, everybody else will also be safe because the systems are going to protect that person. And in the case of roads, it's the systems are, do you want a really wide road that people can drive really fast down and has no sidewalks? So if people have to cross the street or wait for the bus, they're at risk of getting hit. That's an infrastructure choice, right? That's a safety choice. So e-bikes, I absolutely appreciate, and I think Deputy Commissioner Ugalito has been a great leader on this, along with our state's Vision Zero Council that's up and running now, thanks to your committee from the bill last year. For folks that are, I think you're thinking of people who maybe commute from Fairfield to Hartford, or other folks that maybe work in the legislature. But what we're not thinking about is people who live in rural communities who cannot afford cars. The system that Connecticut has right now, it's very difficult. And this is from the study that the Green Bank and BEIC did about mapping transportation burden and household energy affordability in Connecticut from 2020. It's linked in my testimony, but it's very difficult to get around without a car in Connecticut because the infrastructure is so heavily invested. At the same time, there are many people who do not have one. And so the choice is they don't go somewhere because there isn't enough rural public transit in rural areas, or they get into debt because they're keeping a job just to pay for the car to get through next week. And being from Hartford, I've never had a car that didn't need constant maintenance. And that's one of the reasons I don't have one today. So I think, our e-bike is going to be the perfect solution for 100% of the people who travel in the state, 100% of the time, probably not. But I think they are a great solution for people in different settings, including rural folks, including first mile and last mile, door to door in urban communities, including suburban commuters, like several we've heard from today and will later on. And they're also good for folks that have physical disabilities or are elderly and aren't able to do the physical work as much. So I don't know what the purpose is of trying to incentivize people to buy cars when there are other choices. But that's one of the questions I guess I'm raising in the bill. $5,000 could buy a few e-bikes. That could be transformative for different families. For people who can afford a $50,000+ car, that doesn't make as big of a difference. And I don't think it's as much of a decisive factor in the person choosing an electric vehicle to get a few $1,000s off. It can absolutely be decisive. If you give somebody $5,000, they can now afford a cargo bike that can get their family to school, that can do errands, that can get them to medical appointments, et cetera.
Fair point. Gives me a lot to think about. Thank you so much, Gannon.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next, we have a question from Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Gannon, for your testimony and all you do. You touched up a little bit about public safety and earlier. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? I'm talking and I'm thinking about my mother getting hit twice by a car when she was crossing the same crosswalk. It was spaced out by like 3 years. I was like, this is crazy. You get hit by a car twice in 3 years. Just unreal. Can you touch up a little bit more on that?
I'm sorry to hear about your mom, Rep. Michelle, but I think that experience is, I'm glad to hear that. But I think that experience is really real to people because most of us do know somebody who's been hit by a car. Most of us do know somebody who's been, a lot of us do. And what you're referring to, Transportation Secretary Buttigieg on the federal DOT has explained this is a national epidemic right now. We're in a national epidemic of road death in the United States. And this has increased a lot and quickly over the past few years. Part of the reason is these huge trucks and SUVs. Part of the reason is our roads are designed for speed. Part of the reason has to do with enforcement and other factors. But at the end of the day, we've seen more people killed by cars on our streets that this year than we had this time last year. It actually took us several more months. I'm not the expert on the numbers, but I did in my testimony include a map of where these deaths have happened, and they're across the state, right? There are absolutely hotspots. So I've heard Rep. Lamar talk about parts of New Haven where we know there's no crosswalks. We know there's a bus station there. There's a bus stop across the street from the Target in Newington, right by the mall. Why is there a bus stop with no sidewalk or no crosswalk and it's a safe place to be? How is that choice being made, right? So we're in the middle of this, and I was really moved by Senator Anwar's testimony earlier talking about health. We've heard a lot about the health impacts of air quality. I grew up in the one of our asthma centers of Hartford, and I was surprised you had skepticism about it, but I've been very aware of these issues for a long time. But I think we also need to pay more attention to road safety. And again, I think our state is on a good path to doing that with Vision Zero Council, and I hope that work continues.
Thank you very much, Gannon, and I'll put on the record that we have hotspots in Stanford too. Thank you.
I'm sure you do. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Next, we have a question from Representative Reyes, followed by Representative Meskers.
Thank you, Chairman Gresko. Gannon, good to see you. Thank you for your testimony here tonight. Representative Michelle was basically along the lines of the questioning I was concerned. Waterbury is no stranger to, unfortunately, pedestrians getting hit. And what I wanted to ask you was if you could share data statewide with the entire committee, because I think that another piece of legislation that we should be looking at is pedestrian safety, something that we can do, even if it's not even the short session, maybe something for next year. Because unfortunately, whether it's local policing or highway state policing, it seems that tickets are way down for whatever reason. And, stop signs are, I don't even know what a stop sign is anymore. People volunteer, people have flown through those things like they're not even there. So I think we should be looking at something a little bit broader, but I want to really thank you for bringing this out, and you jar my memory again, but please share that data with me statewide. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Reyes. We have Representative Meskers next, followed by Representative Paul.
Thank you for your testimony. When I think about electric bikes, there's the acquisition cost, there's the maintenance cost, et cetera. And, I'm close to I'm in Greenwich, but think of me more as a guy who's lived his entire life working in New York City. So I'm trying to reconcile an urban and suburban model on the subsidies. And I'm not sure that I'm comfortable with an urban subsidy to purchase a bicycle versus a voucher to use bicycles essentially for free that are in the urban centers. So I'm trying to reconcile with the best dollar benefit for encouraging e-bike usage. So I can understand why you might want to foster ownership, in the northwest corner of the state with no infrastructure, as you were suggesting, for people in poor rural areas who want to go out shopping and would use an electric bike. But I'm not sure if you're living in down Bridgeport, do you want to have a bike to drag up 5 flights of stairs or 3 flights of stairs or into an apartment? And I'm wondering there if it isn't more logical to have socialized ownership with a voucher program for those the neediest members of the society have access. If you can comment. I'm just trying to reconcile it.
Yeah, I think there's all types of models, right, to make it available. I don't think it's an either or. What I do see with the current structure of cheaper is that it's very much focused on cars. And right now, electric vehicles are prohibitively expensive. Cars in general are prohibitively expensive for a lot of people in our state. I'm just going to keep saying that because I think it's something people don't think about, and it's really true and it's important. So if folks want to, if there's companies that do a bike share, in Hartford, we have a great company, Super Pedestrian, that has Link scooters. I think Bridgeport has electric scooters. Those, ride share models are a great model. But to say that somebody shouldn't be able to own something because they live in a certain community, I don't know about that, Representative. I think people use bikes in cities all the time. A lot of people in Hartford get around on a bike. I've seen a person riding a bike with huge, bags of cans that they're riding because that's how they're collecting it. So I don't think we should keep people in environmental justice communities or low-income communities from owning the vehicle of their transport. I think it's, I think it's something that people expect to have some level of freedom of movement and decide how they get around. If there's ways that this body can cultivate more scooter share, more ride share, more electric bike share, we're all for that. As a New York commuter, you've probably gotten around by city bike a few times. I think that's a great option. And there's also cities that are piloting like bike rentals where you can rent a bike from the library and ride it around. There's communities in Vermont that are trying that. Oakland has tried that. So there's all kinds of different ways. I don't think that stops us, but I think the question for the state is, or for you all in looking at these incentives is it better to give a small amount of a rebate to somebody who's probably going to already buy that electric vehicle as it is? Or would that money be better spent on a person who can't afford a car at all to help them get around their neighborhood more safely and efficiently? And in our view, we should be more centering the folks who don't have that option to buy an electric vehicle. But if we're willing to give $5,000 to somebody for buying a car, and we're not going to ask them, well, why don't you just get Zipcar? If you need to get around, you can just rent a car for $30 a day or whatever it is. And I was a Zipcar member, it was too expensive. So that didn't work for me. I think these things will continue to evolve, but that's usually, that's a business model. And I hope that our state can continue cultivating a space where companies that do that rideshare would want to be here.
Yeah, I'm not objecting. I'm wondering whether the socialized model is better to have the bicycles available in urban centers versus the ownership. I'm just not sure.
Yeah.
That you want to maximize the benefit. If I can give $50,000 in credits, do I want it in an ownership model where you spend $5,000 per bicycle? Or would I rather see a system where I could give enough in vouchers that people could get free rides with electric bicycles that are maintained and available to everyone? It's just how do I maximize usage and benefit?
I love the idea of a electric bike share in cities, and I would love to see some funding and some pilot, effort put towards that. I didn't see that in this bill. I think that would be a great addition if you all wanted to put that in. But I guess to me, the more question is not like bike versus bike, it's like car versus bike. And we know that we have a large amount, I think 53% of the cheaper budget essentially has been spent. So it's like almost half that budget is not being spent right now. We're not telling people we can't afford it. We're saying we will not spend this money on you. And so that's why I think this bill is so important, because it includes bikes in the rebate program. And there's probably a lot of those details that could be worked out, of how that's distributed later through the board, and hopefully with some additions to the board from what the bill currently proposes. But yeah, I don't think it's an either or. I think we need fewer cars on the road. I think that's a economic, it's an environmental, and it's a safety necessity. And I think that having more bikes helps us get there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have a question from Representative Palm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Gannon. It's good to see you. I appreciate, as always, your advocacy and your expertise. I agree with you that ownership. I feel like we talk out of both sides of our mouth often. We say that the American way is to own your own picket fence, own your own car, own your own this. But then when it comes to Black and brown people or people in the cities, we want them to be happy with, a sharing or a temporary or a rental or a whatever. So I hear what you're saying about people are more invested when they own something. My question though is, when I've listened to this, I've been on this Zoom from the very beginning, I've heard every word. I've heard a lot about business versus consumer, rural versus urban. Mm-hmm. I want you to talk from your perspective as a millennial. Mm-hmm. We need to retain people in our state. We are the one of the oldest states and the fastest aging, according to the AARP. So what would this do for young people your age who may not even want to own a car?
Yeah, and part of being a millennial is that wanting not to, but it's also, we have been just economically compressed through our adult lives in a way that it is prohibitively expensive for people to do. And I think that still is true for folks younger than us. I mean, in my experience, I grew up in Hartford and I lived here most of my life, but I went to school in Chicago, didn't have a car. Later on, I lived in DC. I brought a car down there initially. Within a couple months, I had gotten rid of it, and I haven't had one since then. I lived in Boston for a couple of years. Again, was able to get around pretty well without that. So I don't want to, I don't pretend to speak for everybody in my age bracket, which, is on the upper end of the millennial side. But I think that that's something that, it's just kind of an assumption that people have about life. It's like, you get a job, you work there for 30 years, you buy a home, you stay there for the rest of your life, and that's just not the way that our world and our economy works. It's a lot faster now. I will say that as you look at the job market today, there's been a great resignation, as they call it, right? People are leaving their jobs because we do not want to work in toxic work environments, and we're not going to put up with that. We want to be able to have jobs that are fulfilling and that are going to keep us, that they're going to be able to keep our lights on in our homes, right? Like, I think you've seen some wages going up because people are just not taking it anymore. And I hope that continues, but I think that being able to get around without having to pay monthly maintenance, monthly insurance, monthly car notes, whatever surprise, lost catalytic converter or broken, piece of your car, without a surprise ticket from a state trooper. All of those things, to me, I just found having a car was just much more stressful than it was worth. At the same time, because we have limited bike lanes, we have limited, transit in this area, that limits where you can go. It limits how far you can, how far away from work you can live or where you can go to school. And so again, I've said it before, but for us, the scooter share is a really good solution. I like being able to take a scooter somewhere and leave it, not worry about it. But there's going to be different ways that work for different people. And I wouldn't pretend that a bike or the bus is going to work for everybody. And I don't think we should pretend that cars work for everybody either.
Right. No, I agree 100%. I thank you for that. I think with the college debt, the onerousness of the college debt of your generation, which I think people of my age just really are clueless about. We just really have no idea about the inverse relationship between wage stagnation and inflation in college education costs. Probably a car is one of those things that is like at the end of the line because it's optional, and we have to make our cities more pedestrian friendly and biker friendly. So thank you for all your work. I think you're doing some amazing thinking on this, and we all benefit. Appreciate it.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Representative McCarthy Fahey.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you again. And I would echo what Rep. Palm said for all your good work. Something you said just struck me about being able to get places to work, for example, or where you need to go from where you live and where your housing is in terms of the distance. And I'm thinking about that in terms of, as we look at creating walkable, bikeable communities. But the question that I had was for e-bikes, what kind of range, and this may have come up before, but I think it's worth talking about now. What kind of range opportunities are there for some of the e-bikes that are out there? Are you familiar?
So that's a great question, and it's great to see you as well, Rep. McCarthy Fahey. I am not an expert on e-bikes. I may sound like that. I do know what they are, but I don't use one, and I'm not a technical expert in general. My understanding with e-bikes is that, if you're walking somewhere, you can probably walk about 1 mile to 2 miles to get to your job. If you have a bike, that radius increases. Maybe it's 3 to 5 miles, depending on how fit you are. Or how hilly the environment is. If you have an e-bike, that range increases much more. So now you're looking at 10 plus miles that you can use. And if you're combining that with transit, if you're doing, if you live a couple miles from a bus stop, you can ride your bike, take the bike to where you're going, and then, be at your job. I would refer you probably to testimony. I think there's some bike makers, maybe Rad Power Bikes. My friend Kate Rosen, who really has inspired me and taught me a lot about this issue, is going to be testifying later, and she probably has a lot more detailed information about how e-bikes work and how they have those commuting benefits. But most of the trips that we take by car are within a few miles, and so driving to work is different, but if you're just going on a quick trip, an e-bike is going to be able to replace the car for a lot of those trips. And that's why one of the reasons I think it's important to make them more available to people.
I appreciate what you said, Gannon, and to be able to listen in to some other folks. I think Senator Haskell might be able to share some information about range of e-bikes as well, based on some of his experiences in the past. But I think what you're bringing up is choice and access and opportunity. And, years ago, people used to laugh at me and kind of joke with me about my walkable, bikeable communities. And now it's no joke with the price of gas where it is. It's no joke with what we're looking at in the world today. And so we need to make these options available. And what you're doing is really admirable. So thanks for taking the time to be here with us. And thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McCarthy-Brady. Next is Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Chairman Gresco, and thank you, Gannon, for your testimony today. And I, as you know, I always appreciate the perspective that you bring and your willingness to stay the long hours to make sure that that perspective is heard. And I think you highlight a number of issues that sometimes in the legislature we miss. The homogeneous nature of a lot of our districts means that sometimes we don't recognize that there are a large number of zip codes in this state where car ownership is less than 25%. And there are a large number of districts where it would be even less if they had the choice to buy an e-bike. There are people who resent having had to have bought a car, but they need to because of the very nature and how long it's taken us to build out walkable, bikeable, transit accessible parts of our state. And you've been helpful to me, to this committee, in trying to rectify that over the last number of years, and I appreciate that. But as you and I and most people know, we still have a long way to go. And even if we get where we're trying to get, we're still going to have a number of issues in portions of our entire state where owning an e-bike for a fraction of the cost of an automobile in a traditional sense will just be life-changing for people's ability to access jobs outside of their neighborhood, to complete daily trips and activities that right now they have to take their gas inefficient minivan because it's the only car they could afford that could both take their kids places and go to the grocery store and go to the doctor's office. All trips we could eliminate from a gas vehicle and put people on an e-bike. This is a no-brainer to me, and I just appreciate that you center that thinking and that mindset in your approach to this. And as you know, I've come to rely on you quite a bit in the transportation side, and we'll rely on your testimony quite a bit to inform how we proceed with different components of this bill. And so I just wanted to say thank you for hanging with us on a Friday night and bringing this to our attention.
Well, thank you, Rep. Lamar, and your leadership has been tremendous. We were really proud to support the Vision Zero bill passed last year, and we continue, following cheaper and Vision Zero work through the state. So I know this is a personal issue for you and a lot of members of the committee, but we're always here. So please do reach out if there's anything further that we can help you with or information we can point you to. We're always available. Thank you.
Thank you, Gannon. That's it for the questions. We appreciate your testimony and your patience today.
Thanks.
Next is Joe Ceccarelli, followed by Matthew Mitchell.
Good afternoon, and thank you to all present for allowing us as the Lumber Dealers Association of Connecticut to give testimony on House Bill 5039. For those of you who don't know me, I've been the chairman of the Legislative Committee for the LDAC for the last decade, and I also serve on a federal level for the American Building Material Association that represents 16 states. This bill, as wonderful as it is, and that we appreciate the intent of it, is something that is very lofty and needs to be done. But I don't see the timeline being doable with following California emissions codes. California will, at the end of this year or mid-year, will be not allowing any vehicles with a 2009 registration to continue to run. Some of these vehicles, even though they are emissions safety standard for the years they were built, will not be able to be run. That in itself puts a little burden of time and money onto a lot of people in the industry, not only the lumber industry, but trucking alike. One of the concerns that I have is that we know the need for electric vehicles. Some of them will be able to be done in a very easily, much easier transition with smaller vehicles, motorbikes, cars, small delivery vans. But right now, looking at Freightliner as a manufacturer of major tractors, okay? Their introduction of electric tractors, okay, is a wonderful idea, and we applaud that. The runtime for that will be 250 miles and then have to be recharged, and a recharging time of 90 minutes to an hour, 90 minutes to 2 hours. When we're talking about interstate traffic and transportation and the way trucks move goods from one area to another across this country, that in itself, okay, is something that we feel that needs to be looked at and has to have a better runtime. We're in favor of, okay, zero emission vehicles. We always have been. We are stewards of the land being in this industry. We maintain and nourish, okay, one of the greatest environmental tools we have, and that's America's forests. One of the things I'd like the committee to look at, okay, is to look at the Trillion Tree Act that Congressman Westerman has been introducing, that we on a federal level have been working very diligently with him on. There's a lot of study that's been done on zero emission cars and electric cars. And some of the study that's in there, I think would be very helpful to be looked at prior to a vote on this bill. One of the things that we will continue to do as the Lumber Dealers Association, as we have, is be a proactive partner for the state of Connecticut on environmental issues. We were instrumental in the paint stewardship program that passed very successfully and is still in place today. A year and a half ago, we introduced and let the Environmental Committee and all of the representatives and senators in Connecticut know about a self-starting PVC recycling program that we, as the industry and manufacturers, put into place, far above any kind of state and or federal regulation.
I'm sorry, but your time has expired. Would you please summarize? Thank you.
Thank you for having me. I would certainly want to leave you with this final thought. Greater men than me have said that the trees are the lungs of the earth, and that the creation of 1,000 forests takes only but the nurturing of a single acorn. And as the lumber industry and as the LDAC and American Building Material Alliance that I chair, we are the common thread in the great fabric of this country. Thank you so much for my time.
Thank you, Mr. Ceccarelli. So if you're in support of the concept, but you're not in support of the timeline going forward, what would you suggest as the timeline then?
I think the timeline has to be looked at probably, I don't know, maybe pushed out 2 or 3 years. I'm looking at the fact that probably by 2035, I would like to see all electric vehicles transportation-wise in heavy-duty equipment and medium-duty equipment. That's a goal that I'd like to work towards. That's a goal that I'd be interested in helping with. I'm thinking one of the things that we have to look at is the sundowning of the vehicles that are around 2009 vintage. They still meet regulations as far as emission goes, but I think that the state may be able to put something into place with all these vehicles having to go through federal inspection once a year to be able to be put on the road. And maybe there's some indication or things we could put in to look at better having emission controls onto some of those older vehicles. The cost of a vehicle today, just a tractor alone, is probably in excess of, maybe depending on the equipment and what's needed, $190,000 just for a tractor. Quite frankly, I'm glad that I don't have a distribution center that runs 100 tractors because it would be staggering. But going forward, I think there's got to be that kind of study done, that timeline looked at, and then there's got to be the government intervention, okay, to help with some of the tax incentives for creating and going out and buying equipment like this. With that, I'm open to helping in any way I can. I'm a phone call away.
Mr. Ciccarelli, thank you for your testimony and your willingness to help. I don't see any hands raised in the room. So again, thank you for your testimony and for your patience today.
It's been my pleasure. Thank you again.
Next, we have Matthew Mitchell, followed by Alyssa Berger.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you for your time, everyone on the committees. My name is Matt Mitchell. I'm president of Norbert Mitchell Company, located in Danbury, Connecticut. We are a delivered fuels provider, HVAC service company, and convenience store and gas station operator. Our family business employs 230 Danbury area residents.
Oh,
I'm here to speak. I'm here to speak in opposition of SB4.
Hold on 1 second, Matt. There you go. Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm here to speak in opposition of SB4. I'm a gas station owner, so each piece of legislation that encourages or requires electrification is a threat to the future of my business. I'll be honest with you about that. And that's what has me coming to testify today. I'm also a concerned citizen that's lived in Connecticut all my life and intends to stay in Connecticut all my life. I've accepted that electricity will play some role in Connecticut's transportation future. I just hope everyone who is driving the electrify everything agenda understands the risks that they are taking with our energy infrastructure. It's concerning to me that we are here to discuss legislation that will begin to move a major sector of our economy to our fragile electric grid, but Pura is not here and Eversource is not here to testify on how our grid will handle all this new demand. Let's say the electrify everything movement is successful, converting a majority of vehicles to electric and homes to electric heat pumps. This is the regulatory vision for the future, after all. Fast forward 10 to 20 years. It's one of many 10-degree January mornings here in Connecticut, and we have lots of them, had lots of them this year for sure. It's 1 a.m. and those air source heat pumps have switched over to auxiliary mode, and they're using the old-fashioned, horribly inefficient electric resistant elements to create their heat. This sends a massive energy demand to the grid. At the same time, tens of thousands of electric cars, trucks, and buses are plugged in and charging, which is also sending a massive energy demand to the grid. Where is all that electricity going to come from? This winter, with almost no electricity demand from EVs and heat pumps, ISO New England cautioned that the grid might have issues supplying electricity during an extended cold snap. In testimony yesterday, a representative from Avon Grid, an electric utility, testified that he was concerned that our electric grid is not yet ready for a significant heat pump deployment. If the grid is not ready for heat pumps, how can it handle a significant EV deployment? According to the current regulatory agenda here in Connecticut, fossil fuel will be phased out of our electricity generation in the coming years. So all that generation needs to be replaced. Plus, you have all this extra electricity demand coming from EVs and heat pumps, which will need to be generated. Where is all this extra electricity coming from? What is the investment plan? How much will this grid investment cost the residents of Connecticut? Can DEEP develop that plan and come in here and explain it to you in the same way that they explain their plan to electrify the economy? A skeptic might think that the topic of electricity supply is being avoided because the required investment is too great. Maybe it's better to discuss the cost later on down the road when there is no choice but to make the investment.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Would you please summarize?
I believe the phrase used earlier by one of the senators was cart before the horse. The electrify everything cult has swept the regulatory community, and now they're incapable of seeing any other path to achieve emissions reductions. They don't want to hear about biofuels, propane, or hydrogen. It's electrification or bust at this point. I just ask you to think through the consequences of your actions and ask yourself every time you pass an electrification policy, where is the electricity going to come from? Because it has to come from somewhere. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to take any questions.
Mr. Mitchell, thank you for your testimony. You have a question from Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Mitchell, thank you very much for coming in today. I commend you on your courage. I don't see a bunch of other gas station owner dealers on the list unless I'm not reading it correctly. I presume you have a trade association?
Yes, we do. A Connecticut Energy Marketers Association.
And so in talking with your fellow owner dealers, why aren't they here today?
I can't speak for them. I haven't had much discussion with them on the topic. I do know Chris Herb from the Connecticut Energy Marketers will be testifying later on. So he will speak for the association. I think a lot of it comes down to what Representative Gresco said a number of times. It's where the world's going. It's where the world's going. It's where the market's going. And I've heard that repeated over and over and over and over and over and over again today. And I get it. I watched the Super Bowl, so I know electric cars are everybody's talking about them, and it's out there. What I don't hear being talked about is the supply side of it. I just don't hear it, And I run a company that needs to respond when the power goes out. We deliver propane and diesel to generators all over my part of the state, and our guys are running 24 hours a day when that happens and those emergencies hit. If we're not around to do it, I don't know who does it. That's the question I ask myself.
I definitely hear you. I thank you for coming today. I think oftentimes in the interest of let's call it view, sometimes the legislature rushes into things and doesn't really calculate the unintended consequences. And I think that you have brought up a very valid point, and I respect you for doing it. And I thank you for coming today. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, a question from Representative Harding, followed by Senator Haskell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Matt, for testifying here today. Being the representative, as you know, from Brookfield, I know well how much you serve the people throughout the community in terms of delivering oil and gas to all those in the community. And in that same vein, I would be interested in knowing how many people do you employ throughout the state?
230, approximately.
And from what you've seen in terms of the legislation that's proposed, what impact would that have on your companies and the employees that you have?
Well, a number of our employees do work in our stations and convenience stores, and I think the question was asked earlier by Representative Wilson, where are the other dealers or other folks that own gas stations? I think a lot of them feel the tide, that the tide has turned so much that it's not, it's just a wait and see what happens. So to answer your question, I'm not sure what the impact would be. I think over time, there will be less and less demand for our product, and certainly less people potentially come into our stores, because many people that come into our stores are the ones that are stopping to fuel up with gasoline or diesel fuel. And as Commissioner Dykes pointed out earlier, the vast majority of people will charge at home. They're not stopping at a gas station to charge. So I think the long-term impact of the electrify everything movement on my business is yet to be seen, because I'm skeptical as to how successful you'll all be with it, to be honest with you, when you get to the realities of actually supplying the electricity.
Well, Matt, I want to thank you for testifying here today, and this is critical information for us to know. And I do appreciate you waiting so long on a Friday night. So thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next, you have a question from Senator Haskell, followed by Representative Reyes.
Mr. Mitchell, thanks so much for your testimony and for your patience and what's been a really long day. I just have a comment and a question. The first is, I'll start with the comment, which is that I don't presume to know anything about your business, except I have gotten to know some folks who have kind of embraced the transition to electric as a part of the refueling, so to speak, customer experience. All that to say that I think in the start of your testimony, maybe you presented it as it was kind of in the form of a disclosure when you said that the electrification movement hurts my business, and maybe that's true as it stands right now. But I wonder if there are opportunities for the business to sort of adapt in the way that I know a gas station really close to the Capitol that I've stopped at before driving home has a few traditional pumps and then a few chargers, fast chargers. In fact, I'll just close with my question, which is, you mentioned the supply chain, the supply problems on the electric side, and I don't dispute that. I think that there are hard questions that we have to answer there. But doesn't this moment that we're living through right now also demonstrate that there are huge supply problems on the traditional refueling side as well, given the lack of availability and skyrocketing prices of oil and gas?
Have you gone to a gas station in the last week that didn't have gasoline?
No, but I've paid more than I've ever paid before.
No, I understand, but you said supply.
That's true.
There's plenty of supply in Connecticut right now.
But isn't a portion, anyways, of the increasing prices attributed to supply challenges? Is that fair to say?
It's anticipation of supply challenges.
Fair enough. I'm just saying that there's no panacea here. We may have supply problems on the electrified side, but I also think that there are supply problems on the other side.
Yeah, I don't disagree. No energy is finite. I would just ask that you ask the question as to where the extra electricity comes from. Just ask the question and want to hear the answer. That's all.
Fair enough. Thanks, Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you. Now, Representative Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Mr. Mitchell. Thank you for your advocacy here tonight. I was listening intently, and I wanted to just make a point and maybe ask a question. But the ideal that everybody's going to buy an electric car is really more. I don't see that happening. I see. Let me put it this way. I have constituents in my district that will never buy an electric car in their lifetime. So I think that there's going to be a dual need, and I can understand and I can see the supply side from both sides. But you do ask a great question. How will this all be sustained? And but I do want to thank you for coming here and making me take a look at it from the other side. But at the end of the day, I don't believe there's going to be there's a small market of people that are buying electric cars, and a lot of those are not my constituents. And I think that there's going to be a dual market for a long, long time. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Reyes. And just one parting question before you head out. If we were not doing this bill, what would you be doing as far as your business model goes, having watched the Super Bowl commercial?
The same thing we do every day, and that's try to offer a diverse selection of energy products for our customers. We've been in the oil and gasoline and diesel business for a long time, but we've also been in the propane business since the 1950s. My grandfather got into that business way ahead of his time, and to the point that today we supply probably somewhere between 100 and 200 propane buses every day in local school districts. And that's a good example right there, the propane school buses of a solution, an alternative energy solution that at this point is largely ignored because there's this electrification drive here. So that's what we're doing. We're trying to adapt where we can adapt. We have a full HVAC department and program and of highly trained licensed individuals doing that kind of work in people's homes every day, creating comfort situations and we install a variety of things. We're trying to adapt and stay nimble. But at this point, none of it involves installing electric chargers at stations for a small, tiny percentage of the public that won't charge at their homes.
Mr. Mitchell, thank you for the testimony, point taken on the zero emissions point, and thanks again for your patience.
Thank you.
Next is Alyssa Berger, followed by John Carlson.
Hello, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am, go right ahead.
Great, thank you very much. Good evening, members. Thank you for hanging in there so long, especially on a Friday. My name is Alyssa Berger. I am the Regional Policy Director for CalSTART, which is a national nonprofit focused on clean transportation. My portfolio includes the Midwest, the Mid-Atlantic, and the Northeast, including Connecticut. And I had a boss who once said it was always important to know the state bird of the state one was working in. So I wanted to let you know that I do, in fact, know it's the American robin for Connecticut, and just wanted to share that with all of you this evening. I'm actually based in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
What's the state tree?
Oh, you got me. I was only prepared.
I'm sorry, go right ahead.
What is it though?
Is the white oak.
Okay, I won't forget that. Next time you can quiz me. I've truly appreciated today's discussion and the clear commitment to understanding the issue, as evidenced by how long we've all been on this hearing. So I just want to really underscore how much I appreciate you as members taking the time to listen and to understand what it is we're talking about. My testimony tonight will be focused on House Bill 5039. CalSTART absolutely applauds Connecticut for wanting to move forward with the Advanced Clean Trucks rule, which we see as a catalyst for the electrification of all commercial vehicles, such as trucks and buses. CalSTART has more than 300 industry members, not all of whom seem eye to eye on the topic of these regulations, but despite those concerns, we feel that regulatory requirements send a decisive market signal that calibrates investment priorities for not only manufacturers, but fleets and financiers alike. And during the 4 years before the proposed rule would take effect, the state would have an opportunity to further prime the market and ensure that ACT sales targets are attainable. As has been discussed throughout the day more than once, successful market transformation absolutely requires a dynamic ecosystem, an ecosystem that includes regulations, incentives, and other market mechanisms. To that end, and hopefully this touches on some of the questions that came up earlier, I wanted to speak to, some of the other things the state can think about to make something like the Advanced Clean Trucks rule work. So first, it would be to signal the intent to adopt also a fleet purchase requirement once California's Advanced Clean Fleets rules has been promulgated. This would ensure that manufacturers have a built-in market ready to deliver their zero emissions innovation. I think we've talked a lot about the market today, and supply and demand is absolutely a balance. So it's really important not only to require such vehicles to be sold, but we want to make sure that there's an appetite for these vehicles to be bought as well. Second, robust purchase incentives are absolutely critical to the offset of initial cost differences of these zero emission vehicles. So Connecticut should utilize formula funding and pursue grant funding from the recently passed Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act to support the purchase of these vehicles, not unlike what we've seen in New York. The New York Truck Voucher Incentive Program, as well as Massachusetts offers rebates for electric vehicles, and New Jersey's Zero Emission Incentive Program.
I'm sorry, but your time has expired. Would you summarize?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, please, I took away some of your time, so you could finish your last point. Go ahead.
Third and fourth would just absolutely be, and this was touched upon as well, coordination between PURA and the entities that would be procuring these electric vehicles. Certainly rates and other costs are extremely important. And then a consideration of the low carbon fuel standard as well. All of this goes to say that, this is absolutely important. I think it will go a long way towards making sure all Connecticut residents will have clean air to breathe, especially those in disadvantaged communities. And we strongly support the state's leadership to curb diesel emissions. So with that, I thank you. I'm happy to take any questions. This is also my 5th day on the job, so please go easy on me.
If I wish I had known that before, and I wouldn't have quizzed you. I'm sorry. Thank you for your testimony. And just so both committees are straight, CalSTART stands for?
I don't think it stands for anything, and it's a good question. It's all capital. And this will be so embarrassing when I found out on Monday that it does stand for something. I don't think it does.
Okay. I just thought it was, since you're talking about the California regs, it might have been California START, something along those lines, but I don't see any other question or hands raised in the room for questions. So thank you for your testimony and your patience today. And again, have yourself a good weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Next, what just happened? Next, we have John Carlson, followed by Douglas Ausladen.
Aí vamos para mais pasta. Okay, let's go.
Awfully young, Mr. Carlson.
Good evening. Thank you for having me today. I know it's been a long day for all of us. My name is John Carlson. I oversee state policy work in Connecticut for CERES, which is a national nonprofit advancing leadership among investors and companies working on sustainability issues. I'm here today in support of HB 5039 and the Advanced Clean Truck and Heavy Duty Omnibus rules. I hope in Connecticut will adopt them eventually. CERES organizes several networks that I think are relevant to today's discussion. The Business for Innovative Climate Energy Policy, which is a coalition of 80 Fortune 500 and larger companies, CERES Investor Network with 175 members collectively managing nearly $30 trillion in assets, and the Corporate Electric Vehicle Alliance, which is a collaboration of 30 companies, including well-known brands like Amazon, DHL, JLL, IKEA, Merchants Fleet, and others looking to completely decarbonize and electrify their fleets. Members of this alliance collectively own, lease, or operate nearly 1.3 million on-road vehicles in the United States. Our companies and investors see climate change as a significant risk, but reducing greenhouse gases is an economic opportunity. That's why more than 70 members of businesses and institutions, healthcare systems, employers, investors signed on a letter specifically supporting the Advanced Clean Truck rule, encouraging states across the nation to adopt it. Like these companies, we CERES ourselves support Connecticut moving forward with the medium and heavy duty vehicle regulations through passage of HB 5039 and see this as an essential component of a comprehensive plan to reduce transportation emissions. As you know, medium and heavy duty vehicles are a major driver of emissions, accounting for approximately 6% of the total vehicles on the road in Connecticut, but over 50% of the nitrous oxide and over 45% of the fine particulate matter burdening our public health. It's estimated that adoption of a clean truck standard could save Connecticut $1.4 billion in avoided healthcare costs by 2050. And the largest burdens from these pollutants fall within a third of a mile of freight corridors, warehouse distribution centers, and ports. This is pollution produced within Connecticut borders and harming Connecticut's residents. With particulate matter emissions from the transportation sector disproportionately impacting low-income communities and communities of color, taking this step will also help reduce existing inequities in who bears the brunt of vehicle pollution. Switching back to the business perspective, though, because transportation is also a major cost center for companies, adopting the ACT rule presents a unique opportunity to create savings for fleet owners while decarbonizing the most polluting portion of the transportation sector and improving public health. In addition to helping clean up Connecticut's air, increasing access to these cost-effective zero-emission commercial transportation options, it helps businesses stay competitive in a market where their customers, investors, and employees increasingly expect them to lead on sustainability. Adopting HB 5039 will help drive local innovation and investment in the clean technology development and manufacturing that is going to enable all of these clean, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles. To make the ambitious corporate clean transportation goals possible that our members are adopting, businesses need strong policies to help coordinate industry leaders and stakeholders to increase access to zero emission vehicles and unlock the cost savings and benefits and drive the market transformation at a pace and scale the private sector can't achieve on its own. The Corporate Electric Vehicle Alliance I mentioned is growing, and companies are investing in electrification because they see the cost savings over the life of vehicle. A recent survey of just 13 members of that network say those 13 members are planning to procure approximately 333,000 electric vehicles over the next 5 years as appropriate models
Carlson, I'm
become
sorry, your time
available.
has expired. Would you please summarize?
Will do, thank you. The point is the demand is there, but the Advanced Clean Trucks rule is needed to ensure that there are a supply of vehicles for these corporations. It's going to accelerate the cost-effective deployment of them, and we applaud Connecticut for considering the rule and encourage committees to advance these bills. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson. And you answered my question before I asked it, but if you could just very quickly summarize some of the response to SB4 and House Bill 5039 has been, well, the market is dictating that we're going to go via electric. So why can't the market, and from your position specifically as an investment or capital investor, just not invest in companies or technology that is fossil fuel driven? But you said yourself that the state adopting these rules would what incentivize and the availability of what you would be investing in?
That's right. There's a bit of a chicken and an egg problem, right? The vehicle manufacturers are not accelerating deployment as fast as customers would like to see. And I think there is a coordinating issue that public policy, one of the best uses of public policy is to help that coordinating function and make a market actually accelerate on the scale and time frame that benefits not just the companies, but society. And as we know, there is a climate crisis and need to reduce this pollution. And so I think it's appropriate for government to help make sure that this coordination happens and the transition happens at a speed that we need.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson. You have a question from Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Carlson, for your very interesting testimony. I'm curious, where are you located, sir?
I'm based in Boston.
In Boston, I see. And what caused you to log into our hearing in Connecticut today?
Our businesses operate in every state in the union, including Connecticut. I oversee our work in Connecticut and throughout New England, where many of our investors and businesses have operations, have facilities of employees. We are part and parcel of the state, even if I am, an hour or two away.
And how many employees do you have in Connecticut?
Ceres itself, I think we have a handful of employees that are based in Connecticut, but our companies, I couldn't even begin to guess. I mean, 80 members of the BICEP network, each Fortune 500 companies, I would imagine tens of thousands at a minimum.
All right, I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Wilson. I don't see any more hands raised in the room for questions. So, Mr. Carlson, thank you for your patience and your perspective. I'm going to be handing off the reins of running the meeting to our Environment Vice Chair, Representative Palm. But before I do that, we will introduce Douglas Housesladen.
Thank you. My name is Doug Housesladen. I'm the Executive Director of New Haven Parking Authority. I'd just like to thank the chairs of the committees, both committees, and the ranking members and rest of the committee members for being here tonight. I'll be testifying in support of SB4, the Connecticut Clean Air Act, an exciting step forward in transportation. Like I said, I'm the Executive Director of New Haven Parking Authority. My name is Doug Housesladen. I'm the former Director of Transportation for the City of New Haven as well. I've come before this committee in years past and doing things like passing and legalizing electric bicycles. And here we are years forward trying to rapidly advance the distribution and purchase of said bicycles. In addition to being a former transportation director, I also have the privilege of serving as a commissioner for the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council and also as a board member of a bicycle education nonprofit here in New Haven. One of the main reasons I'm passionate about transportation policy and reform is because transportation sector emissions are the Connecticut's #1 greenhouse gas source. The future of cities and personal mobility is electric. We need that future to begin with communities most unfairly impacted by our current systems. Less wealthy, less white communities have borne the highest cost of our fossil fuel transportation systems, which we consistently see across numerous health outcomes and challenges to access jobs, access food, education, and access to healthcare. SB 4 makes progress on these challenges by extending specific EV rebates to low and medium income individuals and putting public school fleets at the leading edge of our electric transportation future. Government can set the standard and drive the market on electric transportation adoption. At the Parking Authority, we've helped out. We have 45 electric vehicle chargers and electrified each garage we manage. We have also began the design on installing 40 more chargers in the next year alone. And we will be adding more handicap chargers to our already existing 2 handicap restricted electric vehicle chargers at historic Union Station. The bicycle was first patented in Connecticut, and our state has been built on waves of new inventions and advanced manufacturing. We can be at the forefront of the electric future of transportation. Government has been leading in New Haven on public charging stations, and we are going to lead again in Connecticut on electric mobility. We're exploring a new electric transport option for workers and families in New Haven, the electric cargo bike. These are large bicycles that can carry up to 450 pounds of cargo on extended front and rear racks, which can carry work supplies, family members, or several weeks of groceries for a family. The electric assist makes them easy to ride for anyone, making them a prime opportunity for a personal car replacement. The big hurdle, they're more expensive than other electric bikes, costing between $3,000 and $10,000. That's expensive, but still more affordable than many cars as testified to by others tonight. 60% of trips in Connecticut are less than 6 miles. So when electric bikes replace the need for car ownership, they can be transformative for a family struggling to get by or struggling to get to work. These purchases and our government rebates aren't just for the wealthy. They're for people challenged by how to get from A to B, whether for recreation or errands or a new job. Almost finished. In New Haven, we're working to make that more possible for our residents in 2 ways. First, a public electric cargo bike sharing system and private purchase option through a partnership with a local credit union. The partnership with the local credit union will offer 3 years at 0% financing for electric bicycles purchased up to the price of $10,000. Every bicycle purchase will come with a free bicycle education course and a 3-month delay on the first payment. So new employees and new converts can save for 3 months before their first payment. They can pay for the entire bicycle on the amount they save on getting rid of their car. Like this committee, I see a clear benefit in adding electric bicycles to the cheaper program. I'd also like you to ask you to support increasing the rebate for low moderate income residents from $500 to $1,000 and raising the eligible purchase limit on the electric cargo bikes from $2,000 to $10,000 to be in line with the credit union program. This purchase limit change wouldn't increase the amount of the rebate, but it would make a whole realm of vehicles more accessible to working families and a true chance at replacing the need for a vehicle. Thank you for your time. As a local transportation official, I'm also happy to answer any questions about electric vehicle infrastructure, public vehicle fleets, corporate fleets, transportation traffic signals, or systems funding and design, which will all be improved by this bill. Thank you so much for your vision, your leadership, and for the committee support on SB 4, the Connecticut Clean Air Act.
Thank you, Mr. House-Layton. And folks, I'm Christine Palm. I'm the Vice Chair of the Environment Committee. And as my chair, Joe Gresco, said, I'll be driving the plane for a little while. I have a quick question or two for you, sir, before I move on to Rep. McCarthy-Vahey. Do these larger bicycles require special training to learn how to drive them? That's 450 pounds is a lot to maneuver manually. Are they hard to negotiate or navigate?
Thank you so much for the question. That's a terrific question. The electric assist propels the larger bicycles and makes it just as easy as a normal bicycle or even easier to ride. Do they require extra training? No, they do not. But we do through our bicycle education nonprofit, we promote the League of American Bicyclists Traffic Skills 101 courses and other bicycle education courses. And so, we've worked with Learn to Ride people, but also, people that are already commuting and need to have tips and tricks. So I can imagine we're also going to be offering a cargo bike specific courses, but no, there's no need to actually have a different classification or qualification to drive.
Although if people were uncomfortable and had a need, there was something available the way people take driver's ed before they learn to drive a car.
That's exactly. Thank you.
Okay, my second question is, can you please explain briefly what handicap charging stations are? How are they different?
That's a great question. They're the exact same charging station, but they're only restricted to handicap permit users. And so with the Americans with Disabilities Act, handicap parking is supposed to be provided at a ratio of 1 space to every 10 non-handicap spaces. And so at New Haven Union Station, we were proud to install 12 new vehicle chargers for the public. But because that's over 10, we wanted to be compliant with the spirit of the American with Disability Act. So we installed 2 restricted vehicle chargers just for handicap access. And then we have 12 available for the public non-handicap as well.
Okay, so it's a legal designation, not a physically different kind of contraption. Okay.
The control itself is the same, but the space is a little wider to allow for van access. Thank you for the question.
Yes, great. Thank you. Rep. McCarthy-Vahey.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. It's wonderful to see you. And Mr. House-Lutton, it's wonderful to see you. And with his permission and on behalf of Co-Chair Lamar, thank you so much for the work that you've done for so many years to advance this cause. I definitely hope to be out on a bicycle again with you soon, someday. My question for you is related to your comments about the kind of expansion you're doing with the EV infrastructure in the garages and elsewhere. And I'm wondering why. What was the impetus? And really what's behind that question is, what kind of demand are you seeing? I'm assuming that it's not just because you're hoping to induce that demand, but because it exists already. If you could answer that.
That's a great question, Representative, and thanks so much. It's great to see you. Thank you for all of your advocacy and efforts on this committee over the years, and Planning and Zoning and Planning and Committee as well. We are seeing the rapid adoption. We're inside of a bell curve, we're inside of a very fast hockey stick growth. There we go. Sorry, in the rapid adoption of EVs, and it doesn't feel like it yet. But we're going to look back and say this was the time, these few years in 2020 to 2024, when EVs became much more rapidly adopted. So we're up to about 6% of the fleet in America right now as electric vehicles, but we were only at 4% of the fleet the year before. So we actually added 50% to the in 1 year. So we're going to be growing year in, year out. Additionally, we've gone from 45 and added another 40 this year. Mostly because we're seeing the writing on the wall, and we're wanting to be prepared for the future. We're trying to future-proof our garages in order to make sure that we're ready for the tsunami of electric vehicle demand. And so for us in our garages, that actually does mean sometimes increasing the supply in the garage and getting new service from United Illuminating. But thanks to PURA and new regulations from PURA, a lot of that cost is borne by the utilities on their side of the curb. But that's why we've been really adding to the charging capacity in our garages. We've seen a lot of interest, even before the pandemic. The electric vehicle charging stations were about 85% occupied. One of the chargers we use is called ChargePoint, and we can run a report for you and let you know what the activity's been. And we would love to send that report to the committee through the chair, if that's okay.
Thank you. That's wonderful. And maybe you could come here and help us at the Legislative Office Building in the Capitol with some of our infrastructure here as well. I would love to see that information. I think it's great that you have had the demand and that you're preparing for the future as well. So thank you so much, Doug, and thank you, Madam Chair.
You are welcome. And I see Senator Haskell has a question, sir.
Doug, thank you so much for your spectacular testimony and more importantly, for all of your work in bringing these ideas forward over the years. I just wanted to ask about a section of the bill I don't think you had a chance to mention in your testimony, but I may have missed it. Given your work in New Haven, I assume you've got an interest in traffic signal modernization and helping to relieve congestion. Do you want to address how that section of the bill might actually be utilized on the ground in New Haven?
Thank you, Senator. And I didn't want to, I just wanted to stick to certain topics. And this is one of the ones I have a lot of expertise in. So thank you so much for the opportunity. Traffic signals have not really changed a lot since they were invented some 80 odd years ago. But in the last 4, 5, 6 years, you're seeing this rapid increase in technology in traffic signals. There's something called adaptive responsive traffic signal technology now, where a traffic signal is smart, quote unquote, and knows whether a vehicle or a bicycle is approaching the signal. So that adaptive and responsive traffic signal is not going to do the same 30-second cycle every time. It's going to change that 30-second and adjust it to 27, adjust it to 33, hold the green, or shorten the red, and make the cycle more fluid and smoother and calm. And so that helps reduce the need to brake as much. It helps reduce the need to slow down. Every time you brake, you're actually releasing, worse toxins into the air. So, traffic signals, especially in New Haven, are exceptionally old as well. We have over 275 traffic signals, and the vast majority are old. So over 100 were pre-1990. And so even in the downtown of New Haven, where some of the busiest intersections are with some of the most pedestrian volumes, our traffic signal technology is not responsive. It's actually not even communicative. The big signal technology advancement 10 years ago was communication, cellular, phone line, and now fiber communication. Now we went from using magnetic loops in the ground to optical recognition. Optical recognition helps with the adaptive responsiveness. And so I've got a lot more to tell you about, but I'm happy also to keep it short in the interest of time and send any follow-up you might have.
That is spectacularly helpful. Thank you so much, Doug, for your time and for your patience today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator, for your leadership. I appreciate the Connecticut Clean Air. Thank you.
Any other questions from members of either committee? No. Okay, thank you. Seeing none, thank you, sir, very much, Mr. Housladen, for being with us. Up at bat, we have Wyatt Bosworth on deck. We have Andrew Ginsburg, and in the hull or on double deck is Darren Parks. Do we have Wyatt Bosworth with us?
Hi, Madam Vice Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can see you. Thank you, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Great. Just before I begin, I had originally signed up separately than my colleague Ashley to testify on 2 separate bills. Just with your permission, we could proceed on both bills with the 3 minutes.
Is this Ashley Zane?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you.
Yep.
Great. Good evening, Madam Vice Chair, chairs of the Transportation and the Environment Committee, and members of the committee and ranking members. My name is Ashley Zane. I'm a Government Affairs Associate for Connecticut Business and Industry Association. I'm here with Wyatt Bosworth, Assistant Counsel. We're here in regards to 2 bills. The first is 5039. We are opposed to it, and we are aligning our comments with that of Joe Scully. But one thing I really want to highlight about this bill is that the way it's drafted, it allows Connecticut Deep to site-specific regulations from California within our regulations. And as the Environment Committee and the Regs Review Committee is really well aware of, our regulatory process in creating and amending our Connecticut regulations it's timely. We can see regulations that could take 3 months or a year to amend. And if we're stuck on California regulations that don't quite fit Connecticut regulations, we could have huge unintended consequences, delays, and confusion within this industry. And also, again, we do support a federal standard for these trucking emissions. On Monday, the EPA came out with some proposed standards that would require the industry to reduce nitrogen oxide emissions by 90% per truck. So this would apply to 27 million trucks and buses annually. So with that, we do ask that you can take these into consideration and oppose this bill, and I'll hand it over to Wyatt.
Thanks, Ashley. So I will try my best to get through a number of sections that we're commenting on Senate Bill 4, largely supportive of a lot of these sections. The first section 5 exempting level 2 electric vehicle charging stations from the property tax exemption list. We support that because when you combine that with the incentives in section 11 for rural businesses, they're really powerful financial incentives for businesses to take advantage of these funds. On section 6, the cheaper program expansion, we do support, CBIA does support the expansion to municipalities, businesses, nonprofits, and tribal entities. We also believe the statutory cap on the $50,000 MSRP is more than appropriate given the number of vehicles coming to market now within that price range. We're also supportive of the cheaper rebates for businesses that want to obtain electric bicycles as well. We all know during the COVID pandemic, delivery services increased exponentially, and we do have a lot of companies who rely on the delivery of their goods as central to their business plan, and certainly businesses interested in obtaining electric bicycles to fulfill that plan are well warranted and appreciated. Section 8, the Clean Air Act fee. So this is an issue that I know Representative Carney has been working on for a few years now, and we've been supportive of it in the past, and we support it today. Right now, that money is allocated between the general fund and STF, and it's not line items for Clean Air Act purposes. So we think requiring DOT and DEEP to spend that money on Clean Air Act purposes is a prudent use of those funds. We do support Section 11, which is the EV charging station voucher program for rural communities. There is a lot of money coming in through the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Formula Program, more than $53 million in Connecticut. But one thing is that those funds, at least right now, are not able to be used in areas outside of the alternative fuel corridors. So we think until those corridors are built out and the federal government allows that money to be used for rural areas, this is definitely a program that a lot of rural businesses will certainly take advantage of. Section 14, the EV truck voucher program. I'm just going to align my comments with Joe Scully and the Trucking Association. We think that the class range for trucks should be expanded from class 8 to class 13 to capture those really big trucks that are pollute more than the other trucks in those class ranges now.
Thank you. Could you please summarize? Your time has expired.
I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Wyatt, and thank you both for doing a good job staying under the limit. I see a question from Senator Cohen, the chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ashley and Wyatt, for your testimony today. Always appreciate your viewpoint. And you mentioned that you were aligning your comments with Mr. Scully, who we heard from earlier, and I just would ask you the same question that I asked him. In 5039, we're hearing more and more from businesses that want to electrify their fleets, recognizing not only the environmental considerations and impacts of that, but also the long-term cost savings. But we're also hearing that it's difficult to get these vehicles, these medium and heavy duty vehicles. So in listening to that, certainly the adoption of the California standards would require manufacturers to have a certain percentage of sales be dedicated to alternative fuel vehicles. I just wonder what your thoughts are on that. And also, because we are in favor of the voucher portion and even looking for expansion of the voucher, if I understand you correctly, would we not want then the manufacturers to be offering a higher percentage of their vehicles that would qualify for those vouchers?
Sure. So I'll start out with the first part of your question. We're hearing it as well. Many of our companies want to switch their fleets over to electric vehicles because they are cheaper to operate in the long term. Their maintenance fees are a lot less. But one of the things we want to make sure we're doing is keeping Connecticut competitive with other states. So there are a few neighboring states who are considering adopting the California standards as well, but there's still plenty of states who aren't, who are still driving through our state. Connecticut generally is a travel through, a pass-through state when it comes to interstate commerce. So we just want to make sure that all of the companies that do business either through Connecticut or in Connecticut are at least still competitive with Connecticut businesses. One of the things that we want to see is the EPA, which has generally now become a little more favorable to climate change and electrification of vehicles and providing new opportunities. We just want everyone to be on the same playing field. The other thing too is these manufacturers can produce two types of vehicles. They can produce the California vehicles or the EPA vehicles. The Association for the Manufacturers, they mentioned that the sticker price for the California standard is about $57,000 more than the EPA standard vehicles. So that's a huge deficit and a huge gap that these companies are going to have to make up simply by being a California standard state. And Wyatt, I'll kick it over to you for the second part of the question.
Yeah, it's Senator, just, we're opposed, as Ashley just stated, to these mandates. But when it comes to financial incentives, I think that's a separate issue. And, the reclassification of the program in the bill, I think, to expand to class 9, class 10, class 11, class 12, class 13, you're talking about trucks up to 7 axles, I think would go a long way to incentivize companies to adopt those trucks.
All right, thank you. I appreciate your input. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Rep. Piscopo, you are up, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it, Ashley. And you hit on something that's been a concern of mine. Which we adopt California standards, we kind of usurp our legislative process. We don't set our own standards. We don't go with the EPA. We just accept whatever California does. There's volumes and volumes of regulations in California that we're just accepting as a legislature. I've seen them and I've had them in front of the legislature so my colleagues could see them too. So it would not go through our normal regs review process in the legislature. If I read this bill correctly, are you reading it the same way I am?
So the way that I'm reading it is DEEP doesn't have to accept all of California standards. So if there's something very Connecticut specific that they want to work in that isn't in their California standards, they can go through the normal regulatory process to put that in. But if they were to make a specific California standard regulation within our regulations, then if California changed their regulations, we would be required to go based off of the changed regulation. If the change in the regulation isn't conducive to Connecticut standards and what's going on in our state, we would have to go through the regulatory process to amend our regulations, which again, when we're looking at some of the regulatory changes that we've done in the environmental realm, it could take 3-4 months for this to happen, which is what we're concerned about because it also creates a lot of instability within the industry. And right now we don't need any more instability.
And thank you, Ashley. Does and you mentioned the EPA, does our president's executive order 183990 that pretty much requires these standards on a federal level. Does that have you had a chance to review that? And I would think if the federal government's doing some really strict standards coming down the pike, I don't know why we would adopt California's.
Yeah, so we've taken not an in-depth look at what they're doing exactly, but one of the things that the EPA is doing is providing those incentives along with the mandates. So one of the things that they are looking to do is extend the air emissions controls that are on the truck, so extend those warranties out. So it does make it more cost effective for these companies to purchase these trucks. So they're combining the whole carrot and the stick approach.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. And friends, I was working off 2 different sheets here because this is a combined, unusual public hearing, so I apologize. I skipped Mr. Robert Goodrich by mistake, and I believe you go by Robbie. Sir, are you there? I see you. It is your turn. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Representative Palm. And good evening, members of the Transportation Committees and the Environmental Committees, and to especially Representative Reyes, who represents Waterbury, where I'm from. My name is Robbie Goodrich. I'm a father, and I'm an educator, and I'm an organizational leader of an advocacy organization that fights for racial justice in our schools. In Waterbury, where we live and work, we have enormous amounts of air pollution. Vehicle emissions from Interstate 84 and Route 8, as well as a large number of commercial vehicles traveling in and out of our neighborhoods, creates air quality conditions that are unbearable for some and deadly for others. Now, in certain neighborhoods like the South End or even the North End, communities of color are overburdened by air pollution. In our schools, there are over 4,300 students who are treated for asthma-related issues on a daily or weekly basis. Therefore, reducing carbon emissions is central to our organizing efforts, especially for our students and families that are forced to walk to schools in the most polluted corridors in our city. And that's generally why we support SB4. We have two specific recommendations that are sort of seated in our ideology and the way that we go about organizing our communities. And that's about advancing racial justice by having an equity mindset, and that there are several things that this bill can do, including increasing the amount for vouchers as well as the rebates or vouchers for e-bikes. But I'm going to encourage committee members to reconsider how you go about creating clean air. One of those things is increasing air monitoring in our communities. It's one of the reasons why we're starting a person-based and place-based air monitoring program with students and youth in Waterbury, and also to think of these as just not as climate justice, but also as anti-poverty measures. And that Waterbury is cut off from economic opportunity because we don't have reliable or clean transportation options for people that don't own cars, and the ones that do leave the city to work, and that they have an average of about a 25-mile each way commute to work. So those folks who are stranded without vehicles have to deal with the pollution of those of us who have to leave the city to work. So SB4 is a step in the right direction, but we encourage this committee and to sort of beefing up this type of legislation to actually induce some types of racial equity in our communities.
Thank you very much, Robbie, for your testimony. Do I see any questions from either committee members? I do not believe I do. Thank you, sir, very much for sticking with us and for your testimony. Appreciate it. Next up, we have Andrew Ginsburg, followed by Darren Parks, and after Darren will be Jim Jinks.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I apologize in advance for any chaos in the background, as it is shower time with two young girls. So just forewarn you all.
Sounds great. Sounds great.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Andrew Ginsburg, and I'm the General Manager at Hartford Distributors. We are a beverage distributor here in the area, and I'm here tonight to testify in support of Senate Bill number 4. HDI is a family-owned business servicing the communities across 6 of the 8 counties in the state of Connecticut since 1962. We employ around 200 people. We have good wages, offer good pensions, and good healthcare benefits. And roughly 50% of our workforce are members of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters Labor Union. SB4 would offer various incentives aimed at expanding public and private utilization of electric vehicles in Connecticut, thereby reducing carbon emissions to the benefit of our natural environment and public health. We at HDI believe strongly in being good corporate citizens and stewards of our environment, which is why we have actively implemented cleaner alternative methods for operating our business. This includes the installation of solar panels on our facility roofs, which are used to power roughly 80% of our 100,000 square feet of temperature-controlled warehouse space. This capital project was funded via the Connecticut Green Bank. It is in that same spirit that we have explored the conversion of our 50-plus truck fleet to electric vehicles, and we have been proud to host members of the General Assembly and representatives of Governor Lamont's administration at our facilities to discuss our efforts in this area. We consider ourselves a perfect candidate for this type of conversion, as all of our trucks leave in the morning, make their deliveries throughout our local communities, and return at the end of the day. This allows for overnight charging. On average, our trucks run around 55 miles per day, with our longest at approximately 110 miles and our shortest at roughly 10 miles, all round trip. As a beverage distributor, there's no escaping our company's reliance on vehicles to conduct business. And we want those vehicles to be as clean and as efficient as possible. As Mr. DeVivo pointed out earlier, it is important that local businesses are leading the way on this initiative and investing in these programs. The incentives contained in SB4 would help businesses like ours move towards this change more quickly and affordably, including the construction of charging stations. I want to thank you all for your time and attention to this matter. And as is customary in the beer business, it's Friday night. So cheers to y'all. And thank you for all that you do.
Mr. Ginsburg, don't rub it in. We're all still working.
I know you have a long way to go, but we'll be here in spirit.
Yeah, we do. I don't see any questions from committee members. Anybody? No? Okay. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Mr. Darren Parks, followed by Jim Jinks, and then I have Tom Swan after that.
Well, that's not
Parks.
fair that I have to follow the beer guy, but
the beer guy.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and I'd like to thank the chairs, the vice chairs, ranking members, and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify in support of SB4 and specifically the inclusion of e-bikes in the cheaper program. My name is Darren Parks. I'm the Director of Government and Industry Affairs for RAD Power Bikes. RAD is North America's largest electric bike brand, and we're working to actively change the way people and goods move. We're a direct-to-consumer brand headquartered in Seattle with 4 physical retail locations in North America, with more opening soon. Plus, we have our one-of-a-kind RAD mobile service where our mobile ambassadors can offer test rides and deliver or service your RAD bike. We also partner with several local bike shops in Connecticut and across the country that are trained to assemble and service our RAD power bikes. Our passionate team creates e-bikes that are built for everything and priced for everyone. In fact, our vision specifically lays out exactly what we seek to create: a world where transportation is energy efficient, enjoyable, and accessible to all. Today, there are more than 400,000 RAD e-bikes in customers' hands and growing. They are high schoolers, like our founder, Mike, who grew up in a rural community and needed a reliable way to get to school. They are commuters who have made the commitment to reducing the environmental impact of their daily lives. They're moms and dads who are able to spend quality time with their kids while dropping them off at school before continuing their journey to work. They're delivery workers who have sped their deliveries, increased customer satisfaction, and all without spending a dime on gas. To make our radical vision a reality, we need the help of policymakers like you. And SB4 is a significant step in the right direction. We applaud the committee's efforts to target funds to those communities who need it the most first. We believe that all communities must have access to affordable, energy-efficient transportation options like e-bikes. Someone mentioned it earlier, but we want to help make a car optional. When we say accessible to all, we truly mean it. It's why we were proud to introduce our newest model earlier this week, the RAD Expand 5, that's actually $200 less than its predecessor model, despite getting some great updates. Today, our bikes range from about $1,200 to about $2,000, and we would put them up against bikes that are triple or quadruple the price. Now, most of our sales occur online, and so we want to make sure that we can appropriately service potential customers in Connecticut with vouchers. So we look forward to working with the Commissioner on implementation to ensure that there is an ability to verify and accept the vouchers at the point of sale online. And so we're committed to getting it right and ensuring a smooth process. I would like to address very quickly the $2,000 cap. We're concerned that the provision sets the cap for the next 5 years and could put cargo e-bikes in particular out of reach, for parents and caretakers. A recent study by Dr. Elena Thomas shows that cargo bikes are used in particular for people who carry their children. Our Rad Wagon is one such bike. It's priced at $19.99 today, but I can't say that in 5 years it won't cross that $2,000 mark. So we would ask the committees to consider a slight increase to future-proof the legislation. And then lastly, I just want to address the impression that e-bikes are an urban solution. As I mentioned, our founder built his first bike and this company to solve a problem he experienced in rural America. At RAD, our sales are evenly split, a third urban, a third suburban, and a third rural. I was able to look at our sales map for Connecticut, and we sold bikes into every corner of the state. Thank you all for your commitment to this legislation. If I had more time, I would love to address Mr. Goodrich's remarks about equity. I'm so passionate about e-bikes and what they could do about transportation equity and ensuring that all folks can reach their full potential. But thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Your passion comes through loud and clear, and I'm sure that all of my colleagues appreciate it. I think environmental justice is a thing that we're all being increasingly concerned about, and often it is both the rural and the urban areas that have a similar problem, although ironically in some people's minds. So thank you for touching on that. Where are the bikes made?
So our bikes are made throughout Southeast Asia, actually. So if you looked at it, they actually used to all be made in China pre-tariffs. If you look at actually bikes in the US market, pre-2018, 96% of bikes in the US market were made in China. Today, that number is about 88%.
So you said you mostly sell by the internet. You don't have any bricks and mortar shops in Connecticut.
We do not have any brick and mortar shops in Connecticut. We only have 4 brick and mortar shops that we own in North America. And then we have one in Europe. We do have partnerships with more than a dozen Connecticut bike shops that service and will assemble and deliver rad bikes.
Great, thank you. Let's get to the committee members' questions. Brett McCarthy, Vahey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to defer to the chair if you prefer. I know, okay, I see him nodding. Mr. Parks, thank you so much for being here, for the work you're doing, for also highlighting equity as with the previous speaker. It's absolutely critical. You answered some of my questions in testimony, which was the breakdown in terms of sales. Having been a former bicycle commuter, not e-bike, in Seattle, from a town of less than 1,000 people into the city via ferry, it's absolutely all kinds of opportunities for people. So my question, a couple of questions quickly are, one, I asked earlier about the range for e-bikes, to your point, to be able to travel from one community to another. And then the second is about bicycle parking. So that's an issue sometimes in terms of security in the community where I live, where people often or will sometimes ride a bicycle or an e-bike to the train station. And there are sometimes security issues. So if you could address both of those, that would be great.
Absolutely. Let me take the security point first. There are some great locks, and I actually was a victim recently of an e-bike theft. So my beloved Rad City 5 was stolen. So I'm well aware that it can happen, but I decided, I'm just going to run in. I'm going to use my less secure bike chain, and someone cut it and it was gone. There are much stronger locks that you really need to use when using e-bikes because they're just a more expensive and a higher target. But then there are also parking facilities, lots of really great solutions that are coming to the market for municipalities that offer free storage, free parking. There's one that I just saw in New York City that's partnering with the MTA. So there are lots of, and I think they're putting one at, I think it was at Grand Central that I saw it. So there are lots of different solutions. So they're putting big ones and then they're putting little ones in parking pods. So there are lots of good storage solutions that are going on, but it's true that we're going to need to think about parking solutions. Sorry, what was your first question?
And then the other was about range.
Range. So, it obviously depends on payload, but 40 or 50 miles is not, and some of our bikes are even longer range. I think our longest range bike, please don't quote me, but I think is around 70 miles.
Wonderful. So enough to get from one community to another if you wanted to take it to work. So thank
That's
you
right.
so much for your time, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. McCarthy Vahey. I think protocol dictates that I go to the Senate Chair of Transportation, Will Haskell, even though Jerry Reyes, I like you better.
Please go to Representative Reyes first. I don't need any priority.
All right, you heard it, everybody. Rep. Reyes, you are up, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mr. Parks. I just wanted to, when you mentioned talking about the inner city and the bikes for the inner city, and you said that you wanted to expound a little bit more on Mr. Goodrich's, please take a minute or two, and then I would like to continue the conversation offline, but please expound.
Sure. So when I interviewed for this job, one of the things that I talked about, so I have spent my pretty much all of my adult life in Washington, D.C. And Senator Haskell, I know you spent some time in DC, so you know the different areas. I lived, Ward 5 is one of the 5, 7, 8 are sort of the more disadvantaged areas of the city. Don't really have the public transit options. The metro system in DC is great, but don't really have the public transit options. So I worked in a place that, DC is a 10 mile by 10 mile square, excluding the little part taken back from Virginia. So it's not that far from where I live, just really about 4 miles from where I live to where I worked on the other side of the city. But to get from point A to point B was about an hour and a half, 2 bus rides and a metro. Well, that is cutting off economic opportunities, right? I had a car, so I was able to do it because of my economic station. But, look, parking tickets alone in DC was a tax, not to mention insurance and the high cost of owning an automobile, where an e-bike could so easily connect people to those employment options. And I think that's exactly what Mr. Goodrich was talking about, and that ability to connect people to opportunities, without the high outlay of $50,000 for an electric car. So that's why I'm passionate. Assuming that this bill goes into effect, right? So a $500 voucher, a $1,200 bike. So now we've got $700. We have monthly payments that you can do. May be able to get you into a bike for 25 or 30 bucks a month over a year payment. That is much more doable than a car. So I'm excited about the opportunity to connect people to opportunities.
Mr. Parks, did you submit written testimony?
I did.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony. Senator Haskell, thank you for the opportunity. Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity tonight.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. You are up, sir.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And Mr. Parks, thanks for your testimony. This has been tremendously interesting. I think you're being generous in saying that the DC subway metro system is great. It maybe was. It hasn't been so great recently.
It once was. I like I said, I've been in DC for 20 years. I've experienced a
highs and lows.
The highs and lows.
Just a very specific question. I won't take too much of your time, but you raise a really good point about the current cap on pricing. I'm sure you understand the intent of the cap. We don't want to subsidize folks buying luxury e-bikes if such a thing exists, and I think it does. So I just wanted to drill down, and I'm sorry if I missed this in your testimony, but what would be an appropriate cap in your view?
So we supported a $4,000 cap in the federal legislation that did not pass, obviously. I don't see any problem with a $3,000 or $4,000 cap. I don't think it has to be that large of an increase. I would just say something that protects from an inflationary, and look, my colleagues who have slightly higher priced bikes are probably going to, say, no, we want 5 or 6, and let them fight that battle. But I don't see our bikes ever being in that sort of price range. I think you can find good bikes in the $3,000 or $4,000 range.
Got it. I think we definitely do want to cover that cargo bike option. And at the same time, we want to account for inflation by sunsetting after 5 years, but maybe that timeline could be bumped up a little bit. So I've got more questions, but I can follow up offline. Thank you so much, Mr. Parks, for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And I see Rep. Wilson followed by our esteemed Environment Chair, Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Parks, for coming. This is an interesting topic. I'm an old guy, and I think that qualifies me highly for a candidate for an e-bike. But anyway, I think I heard you mention that today approximately, was it 86 or 88% of the e-bikes are made not in China or Southeast Asia?
No, 88% of bikes that are sold in the US, generally not ours, but generally are made in China.
And so my question is, are there any e-bikes that are made in USA?
Yes, though that number is very small. And my understanding is those are those e-bikes that Senator Haskell was talking about that are in the 10,000 plus range, the very expensive, sort of what I would call almost custom bikes. I may be, wrong about that, but that is my understanding, sir.
All right, I appreciate that. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much, Mr. Parks. It's really cool what's going on in the industry right now. I love seeing it, and I love, increased mobility options for all people. I'm wondering, back to the cap again. I have an e-bike manufacturer in my district, actually, that are also getting into electric mopeds, which are slightly higher price point. They're not luxury electric bikes, but I think they're, and unfortunately, I think they were signed up to testify, but they're not going to be able to make it. And I think they're more like $3,000 to $5,000, which to me seems like another alternative to a car. And I just wondered what your thoughts were on that. It sounds like you don't manufacture electric mopeds, but I just wondered, if you could comment on that. I'm just thinking about this cap and thinking what would be a right fit and where we need to, what mark we need to hit.
We do not manufacture electric mopeds. I think that I will let me speak for Darren and not for Rad in particular, in saying that I think the more micromobility options that are out there, the better, right? I don't think that there's a one size fits all solution. I think that we should explore as many transportation options to get folks out of the car as possible. Now, what I think is best about e-bikes versus a moped is the fact that there is still physical activity involved and there is still a workout involved. And in fact, studies have shown that people actually get more of a workout on their e-bikes because they ride further than they ride on conventional bikes. So, if by moped, I'm assuming you mean something without pedals that does not provide any physical activity. That's why I would personally say that an e-bike is a better solution, but I'm not, getting people out of cars is a good thing, period.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I had a chance to try out an e-bike over the summer, and it was a game changer. I loved it. So thank you for that. And again, thank you for your testimony, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And can I just say one thing to Representative Wilson, just by the way, we are looking every day for North American manufacturing opportunities. So, hey, if you have Connecticut opportunities for us, we would love to hear about them. So please give me a call.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Reverend Bendis, I see your hand up. Are you there?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. It was very interesting. And regarding e-bikes, I think you had said earlier the statistics. How many are manufactured outside the United States?
Bicycles generally, 88%.
E-bikes.
I don't know the number for all e-bikes.
Okay. Now, do you work for, what is your position exactly? Do you work for a specific company that manufactures e-bikes?
I do.
And
I
what
work for, it's Rad Power Bikes.
Rad Power Bikes. And I know that you testified to that earlier. So, and what is where are your bikes specifically manufactured?
Throughout Southeast Asia.
Okay. And what is your profit margin?
I cannot speak to our profit margin.
You can't speak to it because you don't have that information, or it's not information that you have the ability to disclose?
Both. I don't have it, and I couldn't disclose it if I did.
Okay, which is very interesting because, you know, you have no problems being here today requesting subsidies for your company, but yet at the same time, you don't have the ability to provide us with profit margin information.
I am not requesting a dime for my company. I am asking that you all subsidize your state's residents, to incentivize your state residents, quite frankly, to choose a different transportation mode that I believe is going to A, be better for the environment, B, be better for their physical health, C, be better for gridlock, be better for the roads. So I honestly don't think that it is. I will be honest with you. Connecticut is not in our top 10, 15, 20 market states. I am here because I believe that it is the right thing to do, not because this is some amazing market opportunity for us.
And I can appreciate that. And I think no one here disagrees in that regard, the health benefits, and then what we want to make sure that they're available to everyone that wishes to have one, but certainly your company would benefit from it. And I mean, certainly it'll be I'm sure a topic for a different occasion as to why Connecticut is in a market, but I'm sure it has something to do with our topography. But with that said, I also, when we look at using taxpayer money and wanting to incentivize and helping those who may need it most, that don't have the ability of just based on their income to afford e-bikes, that I would want to make sure that we're investing those funds to where it would be most beneficial. But I absolutely appreciate the time that you took to testify before us. And we share certainly that importance of the health benefits all around, environmental as well as personal and physical health of bikes. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Representative Bendis. Senator Haskell, back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not a question for you, Mr. Parks, just a brief comment. We've talked a lot today about understanding the role of bikes versus cars and how we can help to create a greener, cleaner future all around, but also to drive consumer behavior more towards bikes. And I just think it's worth noting that we've not once asked, as it relates to a subsidy for consumers, about what the profit margin might be for the car dealerships who have testified in favor of this legislation. We haven't asked about the car manufacturers who have submitted testimony in support of this legislation. So I think I understand the point of the representative's question, but it seems to me to be unevenly applied as we consider consumer rebates. Perhaps that's something we can discuss in a future committee meeting, but I did just want to make that comment.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Bendis, back to you.
Yes, I thought it was worthwhile responding to the good chairman. Actually, I disagree. I may not have specifically asked during this discussion what the profit margins are, but for Tesla, for example, and many other manufacturers, it's available online. And I noticed I did not see that for e-bikes. So I don't want any misrepresentation that in some way that the question was not properly put forth because it wasn't put forth to everyone that testified here today. As you know, many of us are in multiple meetings and multiple committee meetings. I would have been more than happy to specifically ask each and every one, but A, we don't have the time to do so. And B, a lot of the information is available online and it is not for the individual that was before us. And that's why I requested it. And he admitted to that fact. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative.
Okay, thank you. Moving along, we're going to move on. If there's no more questions for Mr. Parks, thank you, sir, very much for being with us and for your interesting testimony. Next, we're going to go to Jim Jinks, followed by Shannon Lawn, and then I am going to happily hand it off to my colleague in the House, the Vice Chair of Transportation, Rep. Travis Sims. But next up, we have Jim Jinks, followed by Shannon Lawn. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Devin was, he didn't want to follow the beer guy, but I am more than happy to follow the rad power guy. I wish we could talk to him a little longer. My name is Jim Jenks. I'm here in kind of two capacities. I'm here as a board member of Bike Walk Connecticut, also as the director and founder of my own bike advocacy group called Bike Cheshire in Cheshire, Connecticut. I'm going to speak to Bike Walk a little bit first. Our mission is changing the culture of transportation through advocacy and education to make bicycling and walking safe, feasible, and attractive for a healthier, cleaner Connecticut. So that being our mission, and the core elements of this bill really align well with our mission in the interest of bike walk advocates and Connecticut residents wanting a climate-friendly and more efficient transportation system. Bike Walk Connecticut enthusiastically supports SB 4. And we urge all Transportation and Environment Committee members to please vote in favor. It's become clear, especially over the past several years, that the two of our greatest challenges as a civilization really are public health and the health of our planet. We're really kidding ourselves if we think that we can reduce the emissions to the level we need to reduce them to without bikes. So we're really, Bike Walk is really urging everyone to support SB4, as well as to, we would like to see the rebate, the value be raised to $3,000 for the bikes, and also the value or the rebate for especially low middle income folks from the 500 level to 1,000. I'd also like to point out an important part of this bill is the piece where there's planning and projects to be done, or infrastructure projects to be done, whether it's highways and bridges. There's an element of this bill that asks that, or kind of stipulates that green projects or things like multi-use trails and bike lanes, that those be also planned as kind of complementary to those projects. That's, I think, a very important part of this bill. We not only want to encourage people to get e-bikes, but also we need the infrastructure to allow those folks to ride them and get places safely and effectively. I want to bring this to a bit of a kind of a local example of why e-bikes are important, and that has to do in Cheshire, Connecticut, where we have in our industrial zone, we have several large employers that employ folks, large employers in the kind of warehouse and distribution businesses that employ a lot of folks from Meriden and Waterbury. Meriden is about 7 to 8 miles away. The center of the town is about 7 to 8 miles away. Waterbury is about 11 to 12 miles away. Those distances are well within range of an e-bike for someone that wants to use one for a commute. A lot of these businesses have complained for years to our town government that they struggle to attract workers because we don't really have public transportation in Cheshire. At least the bus system doesn't really go anywhere near these businesses. So these workers, a lot of them have to rely on getting from one of those bus stops somehow to some kind of a car sharing arrangement, or they simply just don't go for these jobs in Cheshire. So e-bikes are not just about improving the climate. They're not just about improving public health. At least in the case of Cheshire, and I would say there's probably lots of other examples throughout the state where we'd find that e-bikes can also be about economic development, about workforce development, about jobs. They certainly would be in the case of Cheshire. So I just want to again state that we're totally supportive of SB4. Thank you everyone for being here so long today to listen to everyone's testimony, and thank you to the chairpersons and vice chairpersons and ranking members and all the members of the committees for your hard work on this bill. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Really appreciate it. Believe we have Representative Zuckis, followed by Representative McCarthy-Vahey.
Great, thank you. Hi, Jim. Nice to see you. And I know this is and biking is a passion of yours. So thank you for coming. And I guess this is really not a question for you. It's really probably for the chair. I've been hearing this phrase tonight called environmental justice communities. And now since you're Cheshire and you're sitting here, my question is Cheshire an environmental justice community? And I guess that would probably be for the chairs. And exactly what is that term?
Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to.
Go ahead.
No, Senator Cohen, you go.
We'll go for ladies first. You have the floor, Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Representative. And thank you, Representative Zupkis, for that question. There is a list of environmental justice communities. They can be found on the DEEP website. I do not believe Cheshire is listed as one of those distressed communities, but there is an updated list on that website.
So can you just define what that is, please?
It's defined in statute. I can look it up for you and get back to you.
Okay, because that's the quote I've heard all night long. And if we don't know what it means, I think that's important. And I'm curious as if my towns, Cheshire, Bethany, and Prospect are in that. So please, if you would get back to me, that would be great. And actually everybody on the committee, if we don't know what it means, that would be great. Jim, thank you for coming. I appreciate nice seeing you.
Good seeing you too, Liz.
Okay, thank you, Representative Zuckis. Now up is Representative McCarthy-Vahey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Jinks, thank you so much for sticking with us and for being here for all of your advocacy and work on behalf of vulnerable users across Connecticut. I just wanted to thank you for highlighting an issue which I think will be one that continues to be of importance, is access to those distribution facilities, which are certainly not going to be in the center of town. Cetus talked about the other day on a webinar about the future of commercial development in our state, and with the different patterns of consumption with COVID, with more people shopping online, those kinds of distribution centers are going to be a likely source of development. And I appreciate you just specifically laying out that 7 to 8 mile distance. I think illustrating that for us was really helpful. So I just wanted to say thank you for that, because I think that's part of our future, and electric bikes are a perfect way to help people get to work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Vahey. Go ahead, Mr. Jinks. You have the floor.
Yeah, I was just saying thank you to Kristen, but yeah, I mean the example that I made is I mean, other people have talked about this today too, as far as e-bikes can truly be a car replacement vehicle. I mean, but for people that you know, that have to at least now kind of rely on less than perfect public transportation, I mean, it can be life-changing for someone to be able to then kind of live life by their own schedule and have their own vehicle very affordably with an e-bike to travel from, well, like I said, whether it's Meriden or Waterbury or some other town where they come into Cheshire for these businesses. And like I said, these businesses have been complaining for years about how it's tough to recruit people to come in that are willing to take these jobs and also be able to get there. So, and it's just one example that I think it probably could be replicated throughout the state, really, where e-bikes will be a game changer for sure I think it was Senator Cohen that may have used that term earlier, but they truly would be. And I also want to just remind everyone, if you don't know, I don't know if it's been mentioned yet today, but Bicyco is having next Tuesday afternoon from 11 to 1, they're having a e-bike day at the state capitol. So if you haven't seen one of these vehicles or bikes, if you haven't had a chance to ride one, it would be worth your time for sure to go and experience what an e-bike is like. It truly is a game changer for local mobility and for making our entire transportation system much more efficient. Bikes are at this sort of unique, I think, intersection, no pun intended, where they truly do help us get to much healthier, happier citizens. It improves traffic. It improves local small business. It improves, just there's so many great features and side effects of bikes. And it's kind of ironic given that it's, basically 125-year-old technology. But, anyway, that's my spiel. I hope you guys will all I urge you guys all to support SB 4, and there's a lot of great aspects of this bill. And as I said earlier, we have to begin to make a cleaner and a stronger, more efficient transportation system in Connecticut, and this is a great step to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Jinks, and Representative Vahey. Are you all set with your questions? Wonderful. I don't see any other hands, so thank you, Mr. Jinks. We certainly appreciate your testimony tonight. And personally, I haven't tried the e-bikes, but I certainly do look forward to trying one in the near future, and hopefully at the Capitol. So thank you again, sir, and you have a great evening.
Thanks, and go Huskies.
All right. Up next, we have Tom Swan, followed by Shannon Luan, and then Brian Moran. Tom Swan. Okay, let me see if he's in the room here. Don't see Mr. Swan. All right, we'll go, we'll have to come back if he shows up. We'll go next to Shannon Luan. Shannon Luan, I see you in the room, and you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Representative Sims. And good evening, Senator Cohen, Representative Fresco, Senator Haskell, Representative Lamar, and members of the Environment and Transportation Committees. My name is Shannon Luan, and I'm an attorney with Conservation Law Foundation. CLF is a regional environmental nonprofit with offices in all 6 New England states. I'm here to testify in strong support of HB 5039 and SB 4. As we've heard many times today, motor vehicles are a major source of air pollution that harms public health, especially in environmental justice communities. Transportation is also the state's largest source of greenhouse gas emissions. Rapid adoption of electric vehicles is key to decarbonizing the transportation sector, and these 2 bills would significantly accelerate the state's progress. We strongly support HB 5039, which would authorize adoption of California's medium and heavy-duty vehicle standards. 5 other states, including New Jersey, New York, and Massachusetts, have already adopted these standards. Adopting these standards in lieu of the federal baseline is critical to reduce pollution that harms public health and contributes to climate change. And multiple studies have concluded that adopting the rules would bring significant benefits to Connecticut. We also strongly support SB 4. One highlight of the bill is Section 16, which would require 100% zero-emission school buses in EJ communities by 2030 and elsewhere in the state by 2035. Prioritizing zero-emission buses in EJ communities makes sense because the children in these communities are exposed to more pollution and would benefit the most from clean buses. We also support Section 1A, which would update the state's clean fleet requirements. It would require 100% of the state's light-duty fleet to be electric by 2030, with interim requirements starting in 2023. Finally, we are concerned that Section 1C would remove the current requirement that at least 30% of all buses purchased or leased by the state be zero emission by 2030. It would replace this provision with a prohibition on state funding for diesel buses starting in 2024. And to be clear, we fully support ending state funding for diesel buses, but it is essential to retain and ideally strengthen the existing requirement for the state to purchase zero-emission buses. Otherwise, this change could result in the state switching entirely to buses that run on other fossil fuels like propane and LNG without purchasing any zero-emission buses. I agree with others who've recommended requiring that 100% of buses purchased or leased by the state be zero-emission by 2035. Thank you for your leadership on clean transportation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Luan. I don't see any questions from the members here. So thank you so much for your testimony. Your points were well taken, and we certainly look forward to continue to further this conversation. So thank you again, and you have a great evening, ma'am.
Thank you, you too.
All righty. Up next, we have Brian Moran, followed by Gina Cronin, and then Kerry Lynch, in that order. Brian Moran?
Yes, here.
Yours, sir.
You bet. Thank you, Vice Chair. My name is Brian Moran. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the New England Convenience Store and Energy Marketers Association. And I'm here to testify and provide some comments on SB4 and comments in opposition to House Bill 3059. Before I jump into some of the specifics, I wanted to clearly state that our members are not against EVs or EV charging. We sell traditional motor fuels now because that's what people want and that's what they need. We're fuel agnostic in a way that we want to be part of the future. Clearly, the electrification of mobility is well underway, but it's going to take some time. And we believe we have a critical role to play as we provide traditional fuels along with alternative liquid fuels, electrons, or hydrogen. With that, I'd like to offer a couple of comments on SB4. First, in section 4B2, there appears to be a one-size-fits-all approach for installing level 2 chargers at new construction. And we would suggest that this requirement not apply to commercial buildings and specifically exempt retail buildings, given the EV driver's residence time may be short at different types of commercial buildings. And therefore, meaningful charging really wouldn't take place and may be a waste of resources to require the implementation of those equipment. The second comment we have about EVs on SB4 is in 4C, where it appears to be relief continues for registration fees or Clean Air Act fees. And at some point, there really needs to be, that this is going to limit EV adoption. And I think that really is unfounded. And I think they need to contribute, EV drivers do, to the maintenance of roadways and bridges and in our transportation infrastructure. I'm sorry, I think I cross-referenced my own thoughts here. It's late, my eyes are not working so well. That section 4 is really talks about allowing municipalities to adopt more stringent regulations for EV charging requirements. And we believe that would create a patchwork of different regulatory requirements that would lead to chaos and confusion for everybody to implement. And would like to see that remain the sole providence of the General Assembly.
Thanks, Mr. Moran. Your time is expired. Would you please summarize?
You bet. Thank you. In terms of our opposition to 5039, I want to echo the comments made by Mr. Mitchell, comments made by Connecticut Business and Industry Association as well, and believe that this requirement should continue to be incentive-based and not a mandate. There's many issues that still are unanswered, from supply to impediments for electric vehicle charging costs. And we're not talking about electric vehicle charging costs for light duty vehicles. We're talking about heavy duty vehicles that are exponentially higher amperage requirements that need to be met. And with that, I'll end my testimony and entertain any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moran. Appreciate your testimony here tonight. Are there any questions from the members? Are there any questions from the members? I don't see any, sir. We thank you for your testimony and for being with us and this late in the evening. And we certainly do wish you a great rest of your evening. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Next we have up is Jane Cronin.
Thank you, Representative Sims. It's good to see so many of you here on a late Friday evening. Chairman Haskell, Cohen, Lamar, and Gresco, Ranking Members Summers, Minor, Carney, Harding, and members of the Transportation and Environment Committees. My name is Jean Cronin, and I'm here in my capacity as the Executive Director of the Connecticut School Transportation Association, better known as COSTA. I'm here today to offer comments on Senate Bill 4, an act concerning the Clean Air Act. COSTA is a trade association which is comprised of owners and operators of school buses and school transportation vehicles in Connecticut. Our member companies support the goal of operating cleaner emitting buses. In fact, several of our member companies currently operate fleets of propane-powered buses in approximately 6 school districts around the state. We know cleaner buses are possible, but electric buses present a different host of issues, and I'm here today to speak about those financial and practical implications in the bill. From a financial perspective, electric school buses cost significantly more than diesel school buses. To purchase a new diesel-powered Type 1 school bus, which are the big yellow school buses everybody knows, costs approximately $80,000, while that same electric-powered Type 1 school bus costs $350,000. This is more than 4 times the cost per vehicle. It's a very expensive proposition for school districts that may be operating anywhere from 10 to dozens of vehicles each day. And keep in mind, there's approximately 8,000 of these Type 1 school buses operating in Connecticut right now. We support Section 15 of the bill that would allow for up to a 10-year school bus contract, so we could amortize the cost of these these more expensive vehicles. But we would still need to obtain grants and other assistance to help defray the costs to the school districts and the school bus companies. We support the $20 million bonding allocation that is set aside in Section 17 to assist with the purchase of the electric school buses. While federal grants are available, the funding only covers a percentage of the cost, and I think Speaker Sharkey talked about that earlier today. The shortfall that remains sometimes is more expensive, and if the town and the school bus company can't afford it, many times they have to turn down that grant. There's also infrastructure needs associated with electric school buses that would include the installation of electric charging stations at bus garages for each of the school buses, as well as the electrical upgrades that will need to be made to those facilities to handle this new electric energy load. Many of the school buses actually lease their garage space in the various municipalities, so they would have to obtain permission from landlords to make those upgrades. And then there would be associated losses with the equipment when the company vacates that site once the contract expires. But we believe the voucher program established under Section 14 of the bill will help defray some of those costs. Our biggest concern is the aggressive timeframe outlined in Section 16 of the bill that would require the conversion of the state's school bus fleet to all electric. School districts and environmental justice communities would have to convert all their buses to electric by January 1st of 2030. These are the communities that are the largest cities in our states. They have the greatest population and they have the most school buses. They are least able to pay for these additional transportation costs. There are thousands of buses that would need to be converted in these cities in just a matter of 8 years. The entire statewide fleet of school buses would be required to convert by January 1st of 2035. This is a significant expense, even with the subsidy of the grants, and we would respectfully ask that those timeframes be removed. If you want to help with
Sir,
the
your time
cost,
is expired. Could you please summarize?
thank you, Pam. I certainly will. Just the last 2 points. If you really want to be helpful, one of the things you could consider is a sales tax exemption on the purchase of these electric school buses, as well as a property tax exemption. These costs are borne in the contracts by the towns themselves, so it would actually be a cost savings to the town if you took those costs off the vehicles up front. Again, keep in mind, this is a new area. There's a lot of unknowns with these electric school buses. We don't know about the mechanics or the batteries. We don't know how long they're all going to last. So, we'd like the opportunity to kind of go slowly and let the technologies develop further and the cost balance out before we impose strict time mandates. Thank you for the opportunity for me to share these concerns, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Jean, for your testimony here. I see Senator Haskell has his hands up. The floor is yours, sir.
Gene, I just wanted to thank you so much, first for your patience with our committee over the course of this long day, but also you and I had a conversation during the hearing on a similar matter, similar but different, because I think it lacks some of the tools that will assist your association and others in making this transition. Anyways, it feels like in this hearing, the approach of the folks you represent is yes and or yes but. We need the tools to make it happen. So I'm so encouraged by that. I'd love to have a conversation about a property sales tax exemption. And I guess my only question to you is, would we be the first state to do that? Or are there other states that we should look to in terms of following that model? I think it's a really cool idea.
Yeah, we can look into that, Senator. And I know I still have a little project pending from a question you asked me in energy about what other states are doing in regard to that 10-year contract. It's difficult to find out because many of the other states are in the same position we are. They don't yet have fleets of electric vehicles. What we have are, a school bus here or there in a town that's electric. So we're kind of learning as we go along. But I would be happy to do that research and see if I can find that information. And I also want to point out, keep in mind that the cost is on the school bus companies, but it's really on the boards of education. It's all the folks in your town. So I'm really surprised that we haven't seen any school boards here tonight or the business officials, because this is going to be a cost borne by the municipalities through their transportation contracts. And we're happy to work with everybody on that, but please do be aware that those vehicles are still very, very expensive at this point in time.
It's a fair point. I feel as though I've been hearing though from your testimony that you guys, you share the goal, you want to get there, you need some tools in order to make it possible and affordable. And we, or at least I, and I know many of my colleagues are all ears about that. So I'm sure we'll keep talking, but thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. Up next is Representative Mesker. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Travis. Appreciate that. Gene, thanks for the testimony. So I'm hearing the concern is that it's too aggressive to try to roll out a mandate for 2030. Is that your concern on that?
That is correct, yes.
So is there a counter to 2030? What do you think makes it more reasonable?
Well, I think we'd have to look at the pricing. I think, it's kind of like when electric vehicles first came out, right? Tesla was the first one. It was so very, very expensive. And then over time, Tesla came out with the less expensive models. Other manufacturers started competing. So we have several of the large school bus companies are making electric buses, but they're really expensive. So, it's a question of how much are those vehicles going to come down in cost over time? How much can the towns afford to pay in their transportation contracts? And then, the grants are wonderful, but remember, $1 million will cover 3 school buses. So when you're talking about 8,000 school buses, that's a lot of money to convert. So, we can work on a time frame, but, think about the cost and how you would phase that in a town and how you're going to pay for that in your contract. So that's why we're asking for the longer time. Let the technology, let the buses become less expensive, let the towns work toward their budgets to help accommodate that, because it's not going to be an easy or inexpensive solution.
Gina, I think the second piece of that questioning or suggestion is, I'm not sure whether the state should be looking at itself as purchasing agent and negotiating a volume metric and discount on behalf of districts. If we're going down, not necessarily to assume all the liability, but there's going to be a first strike advantage to the bus companies that get major contracts and establish their credibility. I would think that they would also then provide enhanced service and maintenance contracts, because if they can get the state of Connecticut and become the preferred supplier, there may be a very aggressive marketing stance. I mean, because we're a small state, it's not a big expense for them. And if they get us and we certify them, and they get New York, which is 10 times our population, or Massachusetts, which is 2.5 times, we could end up in a really interesting position to be a market decider on the manufacturers. So I'm not sure whether that's also something we should be looking at. I don't know if any thoughts on
No,
that.
it could be, but the way it's set up now, it's the individual towns, or the school districts, I should say, that are purchasing the buses. So are you talking about the state becoming like the bulk purchaser? So there's a better price?
I'm talking about the state being the aggregator of the demand, being the purchasing and negotiating agent for 10 to 20 years with service contracts, et cetera. And then the price being picked up between the municipality and the state on the financing. But you could become the preferred supplier to the state of Connecticut and the educational system of the state of Connecticut. So you might be able to get a huge value in discounts, where you might find people, whether they're Tesla-like, to write loss-leading contracts to get the first strike advantage of being the major supplier.
That's an interesting concept. I mean, are the boards of ed going to want to give up their authority to the state? It's worth exploring. I mean, it's everything should be on the table, right?
When I tell them they have to spend 4 times as much per bus, they may be willing to negotiate who's going to get stuck negotiating that price, right? I mean, if you have a question with the technology and I have the question with the technology, how's the board of ed going to decide on the technology? And if I can negotiate a contract with service and supply, that's going to let the manufacturer bear a lot of that risk, because they're looking to get the brand out there in the market and recognized. We might have a negotiating strategy that might work.
You could, and you could bifurcate the contract. So it's the buses being purchased through one, but a lot of towns have their own requirements on services, bus monitors, all types of other things. So I would assume they'd still want to retain that local control, but certainly something to take a look at.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge purchase it's a renovation of the entire fleet across the state. I can't think of which of the major manufacturers wouldn't die to get, versus a splitting of each piece of the business to every individual school district. I think that's not the recipe for maximizing the benefit.
Very interesting concept.
I'd like to give that some thought as well. I appreciate your concerns, and I appreciate you staying so late on a Friday to give testimony. I think it's a testimony to your interest that we get this done right. So thank you.
And thank you.
I'm done.
Thank you, Representative Metzger. Appreciate that. And Jean, thank you so much for your insightful testimony. We certainly do appreciate that. Are there any more questions from the members here? Seeing none, Jean, thank you again, and look forward to seeing you soon at the Capitol.
Great. Have a good rest of the night, folks.
Same to you. All right, let's move on along here. Up next is Carrie Lynch, followed by David Pallone and Paul Breen. Carrie, you have the floor, madam.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, chairs, ranking, and distinguished members of the Transportation Environment Committees for this opportunity to testify in support for SB 4, an act concerning the Connecticut Clean Air Act. I am Carrie Lynch, Climate and Energy Policy Manager at the Nature Conservancy. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony on behalf of the Nature Conservancy tonight. This bill covers a very wide range of transportation and emission reduction actions. The Nature Conservancy supports and endorses multiple sections of this bill and their potential to create quantifiable emission reductions in Connecticut. So first off, we support language in Section 1 regarding the state transportation fleet. The state currently leases more than 3,000 vehicles to support over 90 state agencies and departments. On average, Connecticut's fleet vehicles log about 30 million miles a year, with an average of 25 miles per gallon rating across various vehicles. It can be estimated that the state fleet emits more than 10,000 metric tons of CO2 every year. We support putting into statute a state goal of 100% battery electric fleet by 2030 of cars and light duty trucks leased and purchased by the state. Such a goal, we believe, would be a good example of Governor Lamont's lead by example priorities. We also support sections 2, 3, and 4 regarding EV charging stations. EVs offer many benefits to Connecticut residents, including reducing their annual transportation budget. However, the limited options, locations, and proximity to an EV charging station can dissuade residents from purchasing an EV. We support Section 8, which establishes a medium and heavy duty voucher program. Medium and heavy duty gasoline and diesel vehicles currently contribute about 25% of overall emissions in Connecticut. However, this is pretty low estimate due to large quantities of trucks passing through Connecticut every day. And this does not account for the disproportionate amount of greenhouse gases and particulate matters that they release, particularly in and near environmental justice communities. We believe that a voucher program would be greatly beneficial to medium and heavy duty zero emission vehicle deployment across the state. And finally, we support Section 18, which creates a program that offsets emissions from regionally significant projects. Offsets can compensate for greenhouse gas emissions by funding an equivalent carbon dioxide savings elsewhere. The Nature Conservancy has a very long history of creating, promoting, and utilizing carbon offsets to fund investments in reforestation, sustainable environmental practices, and conservation. Offsets can be used in Connecticut to fund transportation emission reduction technologies and programs when development is the chosen path forward for a Connecticut community. In this way, we can continue to pursue economic growth while providing the means to mitigate climate change. And with that, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Carrie. We appreciate your testimony and you staying with us late into the evening here. Don't see any hands for questionings here. So I want to thank you again and wish you the best evening. Take care.
You too.
All right. Up next is Dave Pallone, followed by Paul Baran and Leslie Anderson.
Yes, good evening, and thank you to the distinguished members of the Transportation and Environment Committees for the opportunity to testify this evening. A little bit late tonight. My name is David Pilon. I'm an insurance broker at Bouvier Insurance in West Hartford. I specialize in community association master policy insurance coverages. I'm a member of the Community Association Institute Connecticut Chapter's Legislative Action Committee, whom I am testifying on behalf of this evening. And I'm a past president of a 380-unit homeowner association where I reside in Farmington. I would like to speak briefly about Senate Bill 4, an act concerning the Clean Air Act, and specifically Section 2 of the act, which addresses community association unit owners installing electric vehicle charging stations on association common elements. My colleague Andrea Dunn had spoken on this issue in a broader context earlier. I would like to specifically address the stipulations in the bill that call for the unit owner conducting the charging station installation to provide the association with a certificate of insurance naming the association as an additional named insured on their personal policy. On the surface, it sounds reasonable, but logistically, this will be difficult, if not impossible, as most homeowner insurers in Connecticut will not endorse personalized homeowner policies to add a commercial entity as an additional and named insured. So in addition, placing the responsibility on a unit owner to insure a hazard located on a common or limited common element does contradict the intent of the Connecticut Common Interest Ownership Act, which specifically delegates responsibility for ensuring all aspects of common and limited common elements to the association's board of directors. Accordingly, I'll question whether a unit owner is even able to purchase this coverage on behalf of an association without having the proper fiduciary authority. So the key point here is that the risk management process, including the procurement of insurance coverage, is and should be the board of directors' responsibility and should not be delegated to individual unit owners who may or may not have the authority or even the institutional knowledge to secure such coverage. Coverage should be obtained by the association itself, and any incremental costs associated with the station, the charging station, would likely be minimal if it is endorsed onto an already existing master insurance program and can be allocated to the unit owner or owners accordingly. So that's my testimony. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, and I'd be happy to discuss this further should there be any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Pallone. Don't see any questions or any hands up for questions. So thank you, sir, and I wish you a great rest of the evening.
Thank you for having me. Have a good night.
You too, sir. All righty. Up next is Paul Barin and Leslie Anderson, followed by Diane Lorcella. Paul Barin. All right, let's move on along here. Leslie Anderson, please.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Hi,
I should say,
Leslie. Yes.
I should say good evening. It's not afternoon anymore. That was 4 hours ago. Thank you so much for letting me testify. My name is Leslie Anderson. I run the Propane Gas Association of New England. We're an alternative energy association operating throughout the 6 New England states. And I'm here to talk to you today about why we think that you should include propane in this bill. The way it's currently written, you're excluding other clean alternative fuels, and we would like for you to include propane vehicles along with battery-powered vehicles in this bill. We appreciate the intent to lower greenhouse gas emissions, but I think that you're missing a huge opportunity. Propane autogas is the most widely used alternative fuel around the world. It's a proven technology. It does not have the limitations of electric vehicles either. If you need range, propane school buses today can take you to away games, they can take you to field trips, and they're used throughout the state and throughout the United States. They don't have to be plugged in the wintertime like electric buses do. They also have the ability to start when it's minus 44 degrees outside, and they warm up extremely fast. The electric cars are not as clean as you think that they are. You're calling them zero emissions, but you're not calculating the electricity that goes into these vehicles. We're still using over half of our electricity in Connecticut from natural gas and from other fossil fuels. So looking at this on a life cycle perspective, if you're using a propane fueled truck or a class 3 through 7 vehicle, which is where they really have a nice niche, then you are reducing carbon emissions today in Connecticut. They are cleaner today than our grid is. If you look at when we need the most from our grid in the wintertime, electric plants are switching from natural gas to diesel and heating oil. You know, on January 16th, 24% of the grid was running on oil, 3% was running on coal. And we need to make sure that as we clean the grid, we also have other clean alternative fuels. And propane is not going to be dirtier as the grid gets cleaner. We're getting cleaner today. We're adding renewable propane energy to traditional propane, and we expect to add additional things to the renewable propane, such as DME, which actually gives you a negative carbon impact. And they're doing that today in California. So we anticipate that propane will continue to be cleaner than the electric grid is in Vermont. The other thing that I think is extremely important is to look at energy security. We're the perfect partner for renewables because we are so clean, we're non-toxic, we don't pollute any groundwater, and there's more propane that exists that's being used today. So we need to use the propane, and it's being used to back up generators when the power goes out in your homes, in your hospitals. Your cell towers only work because propane is there when the power is out. Emergency management agencies rely on it. We warm baby bottles in warming shelters and also in other shelters when there's other emergencies that come out.
Excuse
And as
me,
we
your
speak
time is
today-
expired. Could you summarize, please?
Sure, I'll sum up. I just would like to say that propane is being used on the ground today in the Ukraine and in the neighboring countries to serve hot meals to victims and refugees of war. If you don't support the propane industry in the state of Connecticut, we will not be around to meet the critical needs that you have when the electric grid is out and when we have climate events that cause emergencies that are the places where propane steps in. So I really ask that you consider propane as an alternative fuel in addition to electricity. And the batteries with electricity really bother me from an environmental justice perspective. We're trying to clean up Connecticut, but we're doing so at the expense of some of the most depressed environmental justice communities around the world. And places like the Democratic Republic of the Congo, where they filed lawsuits against Tesla and against Google and other places because they're buying cobalt from child minors and in unhealthy situations. We really need to look at where we're getting the materials for our batteries, where we're doing for the end of life of batteries, and make sure that we're not causing greater pollution in countries that are further depressed than we are from an economic standpoint, just so that we can feel good about what we're doing for the environment. We really need to balance.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Anderson. We appreciate your testimony. You have a couple of hands up raised here tonight. Representative Zuckers, you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just have a comment. Thank you, Mrs. Anderson, because I've been sitting here listening and I have been in and out, but have not heard anything about batteries. And we talk about the environment and those are not environmental friendly. So I appreciate you bringing that up. And one other thing I have not heard about is if we have charging stations at our house, what is our electricity bill going to be? So those are just two things that I haven't heard any answers to tonight. So if you quickly have an answer to those, I'd appreciate it. But those are two thoughts on my mind.
I appreciate the question. The batteries really concerns me. I'm an environmentalist. I spent 2 years working at the Maine Department of Environmental Protection, cleaning up Superfund sites and overseeing the Bureau of Remediation there. And heavy toxic metals are some of the worst things we can put into our environment. We voted not to have mining in my state, where I live in the state of Maine, although I operate all over New England. And we voted not to have mining, but yet we are looking at increasing mining around the world in areas where there are huge environmental justice implications. And then what are we going to do here in Connecticut at the end of life? Are these going to be the Superfund sites of our future where we have these large battery storage? We don't need that. I think that we could meet that need with propane as the backup when the sun is not shining, when the wind is not blowing, rather than bringing in these heavy toxic metals from locations that are, we don't even produce those minerals here in the US.
And what do you do with the batteries when they're dead, after they're done? So thank you. Yes, thank you for that, because those are two concerns I have.
Yeah, I mean, we also are approached about propane vehicles frequently when people are looking at putting in electric vehicles. And we had one bus fleet that reached out to us because they were interested, and they said they went to their town and talked about putting in charging stations, and they would have shut down all of the towns if they were going to convert their vehicles to electricity, because they did not have the demand of electricity coming into the town where they could add the chargers that they need. I recently listened to Freightliner talking about their electric trucks that they're bringing out, and the cost for one charging station for these is like $500,000 for them to put in. And then you have to figure out if you have enough power coming to your town to do that. Because when you're charging one truck overnight for an 18-wheeler on the road, it's the equivalent of over 50 houses that you could be charging. And that's just for one overnight charge that they do. And they're saying the range is 100 miles on these trucks, and that's just not going to work. But in our industry, we're investing lots of money right now in research on the Cummins engine for propane, which would be a perfect ideal solution for large vehicles, class 3 through 7 vehicles. There's a perfect niche for propane.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Zuckis. I don't see any other hands. Ms. Anderson, thanks again for your testimony, and you have a great evening, ma'am.
You too, Representative Gresco. Thank you.
I'm not Gresco. Fresco, but I'm Representative Sims. So thank you. All right. Up next here, I believe is Diane Loricella.
Good evening, Representative Sims. Good to see you. It's been a long day for all. Good evening, Senate Chairs, Senator Haskell and Cohen, Representative Chairs Gresco and Lamar, Vice Chairs, Ranking Members, and all members of both the Transportation and Environment Committee. I'm going to pick and choose what I've been trying to remove things that other people have said. I'm going to try to get it in all at 3 minutes. My name is Diane Loricella, and I'm an environmental justice and management professional, a member of the governor's GC3 Equity and Environmental Justice Working Group, and a member of the statewide Transportation Climate Coalition. I'm speaking today as a private citizen who lives in the city of Norwalk between I-95, Route 7, Super 7, and the Merritt Parkway, down in Fairfield County, which has the distinction of very poor air quality. I'm here today to enthusiastically support SB 4 and HB House Bill 5039 relating to medium heavy duty trucks, but several of the amendments suggested, there were a bunch all day. Please consider a lot of very good discussion today, including an increase in the e-bike purchase cap to at least 3,000 to 5,000, and the voucher doubled for e-bikes to about 1,000. Also reducing the car-centric nature of the cheaper program. While I agree with my Norwalk colleague that spoke before that e-bikes have less of an environmental tire impact than an electric car still has lesser overall life cycle impact than a fossil fueled vehicle. I know that the last speaker made some very good points, but I think wasn't being quite upfront about propane. I'm so happy that Connecticut has looked at this transportation challenge through an equity lens. It's high time. The 2030 deadline to have 100% electric school buses. The point is that children in environmental equity areas, and I'd be happy beyond my 3 minutes to explain and define for one of the representatives what environmental equity is, how it's defined, or environmental justice. It is high time. The main premise is we're in a climate crisis right now. We're in a health crisis due to progressive climate change impacts now. Please show us that you too share this sense of urgency. We can't wait any longer. We have to move forward. And that's why I really appreciate all the hard work in trying to get this bill right. We still have a little ways to go, as some of you have said. I appreciate Senator Looney's statements about concerning highway design, patterns of the past that burden certain neighborhoods in all of the cities and beyond. I agree with many previous speakers who supported this bill and their suggested amendments from DATCO, Yale, Operation Fuel, 350 Connecticut, Center for Latino Progress, League of Conservation Voters, RAD Power Bikes, and Bike Walk Connecticut. I just wanted mainly to note this. I know I have to wrap up. One thing that's missing because we didn't get to having a full TCI pass last session was the need for air quality monitoring. I ask that you truly look in either sections 8, 9, or 10 to add some money for increasing air quality monitoring along our highways, because of the fact that, for instance, in Fairfield County alone, there's only 1 or 2. That handles the material blowing in from out of state, but it doesn't look at the local pollutants that others before me have mentioned, Laura Bazzi from Yale and Dr. Anwar. That is where we need to focus so we can focus our dollars and our planning for the future. Because remember, what is managed must be measured. And that's why I ask that you include that.
Can you please summarize?
Yes. I also lastly, just in summary, wanted to say that many of you feel that this is only an urban issue, but I stayed to dog sit at a friend who lives in Darien, a very small suburban town, wealthy, this person lived within a half mile of I-95. I was not shocked, but it was very noisy, which is a pollutant, but also there was a regular stench in the air from the backup of the rush hour the whole neighborhood smelled to high heaven of fuel fumes. So it is not just an urban issue, and many of you that represent small and rural towns must realize this also applies, the health issues also can apply to your constituents. So I hope that you will take a look at this, and I thank you for your efforts.
Thank you, Ms. Lorcella, for being with us late in the Friday evening. We thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions or any hands raised. So thank you, Ms. Lorcella, and you have a great rest of your evening.
You too, Representative Sims.
Thank you. Okay, up next is Tucker Sells, followed by Carl Krugler Jr. and John Nicholas.
Thank you very much, Representative Sims. I'd first like to thank the chairs, Cohen, Gresco, Lamar, and Heskell, and the members of the Environmental and Transportation Committees for allowing me to speak here this evening. I've been here the whole time. It's been very interesting to watch what everyone's had to say. So I'd like to speak in support. First off, I work for Transport Hartford Academy at the Center for Latino Progress as a community organizer. I'd like to speak in support of SB4 in relation to its addition of e-bikes to the cheaper availability. First, the last speaker, Laura Cella, I hope I'm saying her name right. I think she's absolutely correct when she said that the bikes are not just an urban solution or for urban issues. Where I live, I have easy access to lots of places in my town, but there's no walkability or bikeability because of how the roads are laid out. And so I'm actually forced to drive extremely short distances. And this is true in a lot of suburban areas, not just urban areas. So we really like the increasing availability of the e-bikes because it represents a great opportunity for certain municipalities who are currently going through affordable housing plans in their towns. So these affordable housing plans, we're trying to make sure that they have what's called transit-oriented development, and the e-bikes are a huge component of that, right? So essentially, if a development goes up closer to public transit, the effective range of where people can be in order to get to that transit without a car is widened by an increase in the availability of bikes, especially e-bikes, since they don't have the barrier to entry of necessarily needing to be in good physical shape. Right. So the other thing we wanted to say was that pollution is not the only thing when it comes to these, when it comes to the bike issue or the bike to car issue, right? I know that electric vehicles are significantly better than gas powered or fossil fuel vehicles. But I think that's only kind of making it halfway, right? I don't think that individual motor vehicles, even if they're electric, are really going to be the answer to a lot of our environmental problems. Biking, walkable communities are the long-term solution. They cut down on pollution, they increase, and I'll wrap up in just a sec, they increase the local economy, and they lead to a healthier, happier people. So yeah, pending any of your questions, I'd be happy to talk about it, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sells. I appreciate your testimony tonight. I don't see any hands raised. So I thank you again for being with us this late on a Friday evening. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, sir.
You too.
Representative Sims, you muted yourself by accident.
I apologize. Up next is Carl Krugler Jr. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Representative Sims, and thank you for leadership and members of both the Transportation and the Environmental Committee. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to submit testimony on behalf of Imagineers in opposition of primarily sections 2 and 3 of Senate Bill number 4, an act concerning the Connecticut Clean Air Act. As I mentioned, my name is Carl Kugler. I'm the Director of Community Association Management for Imagineers. We serve about 200 communities, common interest communities, all within the state of Connecticut, comprising over 19,000 homes. I'm also a member of the Legislative Action Committee for Community Associations Institute. You heard from my counterparts earlier this evening, Attorney Andrea Dunn, and Dave Pilon a short time ago. I also serve on the board of directors for CAI and head up our conference and expo, where actually a week from this Saturday, we will have an educational session at the AquaTurf, including a session on electrical charging stations and promoting vehicle charging stations within our communities. We are not against electrical charging stations, but we have concerns on the way this bill goes to address it within our common interest communities. We're concerned that it seems to have more of a one-size-fits-all that doesn't necessarily blend well with the challenges that we have within the communities. As Attorney Dunn mentioned earlier, our communities vary dramatically in terms of their infrastructure. Some of our communities, or many of them, were built in the 80s, but we also have communities that were built in the 60s and even earlier, in the 50s and the 40s. Imagine the infrastructure that's within those communities for supply of electricity. We have different types of buildings, the easiest being the townhouses or the standalone units with garages. It'll be easy for them, and has been easy for them, to install the electrical vehicle charging stations. Our greater concern is with the buildings that are more apartment style, with large parking lots or detached parking stalls, bay stalls with less than adequate electricity. So we're concerned about how to go about doing that. And also, as I mentioned earlier, the vast variety of types of electrical services, meter boxes and all, and what the amperage or supply of electricity is even available to those unit owners. I've submitted my written testimony that includes some other aspects of our concern, including the 60-day, if they don't get a response by that, it's automatically approved. We have some concerns about that. We think that the part about when a unit owner sells their unit, the charging station, instead of not having it sold to the next owner and removed, we think there could be some possibilities where maybe somebody else in the community would have the opportunity to buy that charging station instead of having it be removed. One of the other things, Section 3 deals with rental communities, and we'd like to just remind the committees that many rental units are units individually owned by homeowners that then rent in condominium associations to other parties. So we should keep that into consideration. Yes.
Your 3 minutes is up. Can you summarize, please?
Sure. I think what the greatest need we have in our industry is help from the state of Connecticut in both guidance and funding to be able to improve our infrastructure within our communities and help our communities come up with realistic goals and methods to be able to provide these charging stations to the members of our community that will only help our communities and help property values within them. So with that said, I'm happy to answer any questions that may exist, and our committee remains committed to helping the two committees in these bills.
Well, we thank you for your testimony, Mr. Krugler. I see you have Rep. Reyes. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Krugler, good evening, sir. Thank you for your testimony. I just wanted to ask, how are you handling the situation right now? Because you must have electric vehicles currently in some of the properties. How are you handling this right now?
As I mentioned, a lot of the communities have standalone units or units with garages that are attached, and they're very easy for those to be added. We do have challenges in communities where they're detached. Imagine parking lots, and one of the things I thought of as I got ready for today is think about when the road in front of your home gets finally paved and you've been looking forward to getting paved, and then a year later the neighbor goes and gets a new utility installed and they dig across the brand new asphalt. That's part of the concern in these communities, because if we have these one-offs happening all over, they're going to be, digging across walkways and driveways and everything to get the electrical service that they need, if it's even possible to get it there. I look at these, I'm not an electrician, but I grew up in a family of electricians and worked in that field as a kid. And I just look at some of these electrical services within the association, these 100-amp panels, and the distance that they are away. And I just can't imagine how you get the equipment over there. So, we know, and I also think about, we know what the needs are today. What are they going to be in 5 and 10 years? And what are the draws going to be on our system, and how can we set up these common interest communities that make up so much of our state so that they have success in being able to provide these, because it's going to be daunting.
Well, thank you for your answer, and thank you for your advocacy here tonight. It's very interesting. This whole phenomenon is very interesting, and obviously there's some homework that has to be done. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Reyes. And I see Senator Haskell has his hand up. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, sir, for your testimony. I don't want to unnecessarily drag on our committee hearing, but I just want to ask very briefly the same question I asked Attorney Dunn, which is it's very similar legislation passed in Florida and New York and California and a handful of other states. What makes Connecticut unique, or what makes this legislation different? It didn't strike me. I'm not familiar with the legislative mechanics of the other states, but in my very brief research, it didn't strike me as a controversial item when it passed elsewhere. So I'm just wondering why this has generated such concern.
So some of the attorneys on our committee, I'm sure, can answer this better than I can. I know when the question came up when we were testifying on a similar bill in the Energy Committee, that person or organization said there's the Kiowa, or the version of legislature or the statute that we have in Connecticut. Of the states that were listed during the energy hearing on Raise Bill 5117, it was pointed out to me, and I think there were 10 states that were mentioned. Only one other state had the same type of statute that Connecticut's Common Interest Ownership Act is based upon. So the understanding that I was given is that was the major difference that we're seeing between the states that were mentioned that have similar legislation. As I think I mentioned in that hearing, we are part of this national organization of CAI. We talk regularly with their advocates in the legislative area. So our committee has the ability to research, and I know Andrea offered to be able to help with that. And I know our committee can reach out to those in the national office of CAI to be able to get some insight into that, to be able to provide it to you to help in this.
I'd love that. Thank you so much for that offer. I'll certainly take you up on it. I do feel that there's an urgency here with about 33% of Connecticut residents living in multifamily dwellings. We've got to make sure, I think we are in agreement, we've got to make sure this group isn't left behind. So I look forward to continuing to speak with you about this language.
Right. Thank you, Senator. We're happy to be involved.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. And Mr. Krugler, thank you for your testimony today, and thank you for sticking with us in these long hours. I wish you the best for the rest of the evening, and good night.
Good night, everyone. Thank you for your time and your representation of us. Thank you.
All right. At this time, Senator Haskell will be taking over. So the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much, Representative Sims. Next, we'll go to Joan Nichols. Joan, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Oh, well, thank you. Good evening, everybody. Senator Haskell, Representative Sims, Senator Cohen, representing Gresco, and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Joan Nichols. I'm the Executive Director of Connecticut Farm Bureau Association. Connecticut Farm Bureau would like to express our concerns and recommendations regarding House Bill 5039. Connecticut farmers continue to face unprecedented challenges to growing and producing the very food you're able to purchase at the grocery store or farmers markets. Many of agriculture's challenges are the result of climate change. The climate changes faced by the agricultural industry, drought, floods, invasive pests and diseases, and so many other of the same challenges that bring us here today to seek solutions. Farmers strive to be good partners and stewards of their land, utilizing water conservation measures, implementing better soil and tillage practices, utilizing technology and innovation to conserve energy, all to reduce their carbon footprint and to produce the food we eat at the most environmentally sound manner possible. In fact, the most successful greenhouse reductions program on a dollar per ton basis are on-farm anaerobic digesters that trap methane and turn it into electricity or renewable natural gas. While CFBA supports any initiatives to reduce emissions, we are concerned about the increased cost to our farmers to invest in medium and heavy duty trucks that will meet the standards mandated in HB 5039. If Connecticut is going to impose the California standards as proposed in HB 5039, that we ask that Connecticut also explore the incentives put forth by the Connecticut Air Resources Board. Incentives are critical for achieving investment and offsetting significant costs for businesses to comply with these standards. I have submitted written testimony to that effect, and I've also included a link to the California Air Resources Board recommendation. And with that, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Joan, for your testimony and for your patience with us on this long day. Just one quick question for you from me. Did you have a chance to review the portion of SB4 that relates to vouchers to assist with the electrification of medium and heavy duty vehicles? I wonder if that syncs up with the recommendations you cited in your testimony.
I believe it did, and I know it's a long evening. I did read over Senate Bill 4. It looks like it does provide for vouchers and incentives, and the purpose of my testimony tonight was to make sure that if we're going to go down the road of, embracing technology to reduce emissions, that we also absolutely have to find a way to help businesses pay for this. And if the voucher system in SB4 is the mechanism we need, then I believe that's going to align with what California has recommended. I did reach out to my colleagues at California Farm Bureau this week and had lengthy discussions about how this is implemented in California. And they were absolutely passionate that incentives and vouchers are the best way to move forward with these types of initiatives.
Wonderful. I'm so glad to hear that. If we're going to adopt stricter standards, I share your opinion that we have to give business owners, including the farmers here in Connecticut, a financial path towards that.
Yeah,
option.
We have to put our money where our mouth is.
Yeah, good point. Okay, don't go anywhere, Joan. Representative Dubitsky has his hand raised. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Thank you. Thank you, Joan, for coming in and talking about this. I'm, most of the farmers that are around me are pretty small farmers and, don't have a lot of extra capital to buy lots of equipment. They've accumulated equipment over the years. Can you just talk to me from the standpoint of a farmer who suddenly finds out that all the equipment that he's been using is no longer able to use? What is he going to do?
Thank you, Representative, for bringing that up. That is a concern. I think part of this bill is, our farmers are going to, honestly keep running the older trucks as long as they can run them until they just don't run anymore. And I think part of this bill is not to require that the older trucks be taken off the road. It's just that the trucks that are sold meet the newer California emission standard once this is enacted. So one of the things that will happen is that the old trucks will stay on the road for as long as they can possibly run. To answer your question, you're right. It's I suppose like any other business, once you need to comply with something, you have to find the money to invest in, the newer equipment. I think our bigger concern, I think, for agriculture is many of our farmers are what we consider pretty good backyard mechanics. I'll just put it at that. And we do find even with the newer farm machinery that the technology built into that equipment is very, very expensive to repair and takes very specialized mechanic skills to maintain it and repair it. So I think it's we have to not only consider the purchase price for these vehicles, but then the cost to, maintain them, like we do our cars, but you change the oil now and you can generally walk out of the garage for $100. I think, these vehicles, I suspect, just like the newer farm machinery, is going to be quite more expensive to repair and keep on the road. And that's something else to consider, battery replacement and all of with new technology comes new challenges.
Don't you see the farmers sort of being pushed to get rid of their old stuff and and spend money buying newer equipment?
I think, all honesty, Representative, I think the farmers will do what they need to do and stay in business. And if they're forced to, by statute, to replace equipment and trucks, then that's what they'll have to do. And just like all the other business, figure out a way to pay for it. That's a concern. It always is a concern. And input costs for agriculture are skyrocketing. There's another part of my testimony I'm going to urge all of you to read. I'm not going to bring it up in this hearing, but there's other sections of my written testimony I'd like you to take a look at. We're experiencing some of the highest production costs this year than we've seen in decades in Connecticut. And just watch what the price of your food does this year.
Yeah,
it's astronomical.
I don't have the same confidence that you do that all these farmers are going to be able to find the money to stay in business. I think we're going to be losing farmers left and right. And
well, we already are.
Well, I think this is going to push many of them over the edge. I just don't think that there's a lot of, the farmers have the available cash that some of the other bigger businesses have. And it's not like you can just raise prices, with regard to milk, especially, you can't just say, well, I'll increase the price of my milk. It doesn't work that way. Milk prices are set by somebody other than the farmer. And when costs go up, which is what this bill is going to do, the farmer can't pass it on. They either absorb it or they go out of business. And
it's a real challenge. I mean, maybe one of the things to consider because of the challenges that farmers face, plus what they do, which is basically, to provide the food that we probably are all well past dinner time, right? But all that food that you're missing at your dinner tonight was grown by a farmer. So, maybe part of this legislation is to put in some additional incentives for agriculture so our farmers can continue to produce the food that we all enjoy.
Well, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did want to say hello to Joan and thank her for hanging in with us all day and also for being such an effective voice for our farmers, as Representative Dubitsky alluded and came out and said basically. But also, I have to agree that we have to be careful with our farmers. While I agree with you, Joan, that every farmer I've ever known is going to take a tractor or a truck and keep it on the road for as long as it's humanly possible, and that can be a very, very long time. Like Representative Dubitsky said, sooner or later they're going to have to bite the bullet and replace that equipment. And we have to remember that the scale of farming in the Central Valley of California is not the scale of farming in Connecticut. Connecticut, we prize and value small farms, which is sort of the foundation of our state. And that gets to some of the economics that you've just been talking about. It may be that we need to look in as many creative places and ways as we possibly can to support our farmers if we're going to have this kind of change embed itself into the farming community here, because it may not be enough with what we've got on the table right now. And so we should really think hard about other ways that we can help keep our farms viable long into the future, because we are losing them every year. We're losing more of them, and we all see it, and it puts other pressure on our communities, because when farmland is lost, it becomes housing developments, and housing developments put other types of pressures on communities that affect property taxes, with increased school populations and more need for fire and police protection. So there's a whole cascading effect that happens beyond just losing parts of our state that we value and admire when we drive down country roads. So thank you, Joan, for being here and for everything that you do for the farmers in Connecticut. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr.
Representative. It's my pleasure.
Thanks, Representative Smith. Joan, don't go anywhere just yet. Representative Harrison, you have the floor.
Hi, good evening, Joan. Here's my concern with this. You know, the purchase price is one thing, and as you said, the repairs are another. My concern, and it's, you know, personal, I've experienced myself, is finding those people to do the repairs. So where, you know, a farmer can keep things patched together and, you know, again, my own personal experiences, we keep it going until literally it can't even be recycled. And that's where my advocacy becomes. I also am concerned, like you said, okay, well, look at the price of your food. Look at what's happening with the inflation and what people can't afford. And so I'm very concerned that the prices that I have to set and the prices that I have to raise to be able to sell my product, that I'm not going to be able to sell it because I'm going to price myself out of the market. And that's where we're going to continue to lose people in these farms, and they're going to fall by the wayside. So I think those are my comments, and I don't know what your thoughts are to that.
Thank you. And I don't mean to hit the crisis button here, but you know, at some point, I'm happy to speak to any of you offline outside of this meeting on what's going on with our input costs this year. We've never seen anything like it. It's unprecedented. So if you think food prices are escalating now when you go to the supermarket this weekend, watch what they do till the end of the year. It's frightening. It's very, very, fertilizer prices, fuel prices, it's just skyrocketing. Fertilizer went up 200 to 300% since 2021.
Correct.
It's frightening.
So thank you.
Thank you. And thank you all for your time and your passion. I really do appreciate it. So do our farmers.
Thanks, Rep. Harrison, and thank you, Joan, for your testimony this evening. We appreciate it very much. And next we will go to Kate.
Thank you.
Good evening, Kate. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. To the Environmental Committee Chairs, Senator Cohen, Representative Gresco, and distinguished members, Transportation Committee Chairman, Senator Haskell, and Representative Lamar, and distinguished members. Thank you all for your time today. The good news is that you're nearly done. My name is Kate Rosen. I'm here to testify specifically in support of SB4 and adding electric bicycles to the Cheaper program. I work in downtown New Haven, and in 2019 purchased an electric cargo bike for my commute and as a car replacement for short trips under 6 miles. I use the CT Rides app to track my commuting data, and I have some numbers to share with these committees. To date, I've biked 1,781 miles between my home in Woodbridge and my office in New Haven. That's nearly the equivalent of riding between Maine and Key West, Florida. I've saved over $1,000, 80 gallons of gas, and as someone with asthma, I've improved my overall health from getting moderate exercise on my commute. And to date, my bike commutes have prevented nearly a ton of emissions. I've submitted a written testimony that includes a screenshot of the data that you get from the CT Rides app, and it's worth looking at it because it's a very cool app. I'd like to encourage the committee to look at the written testimonies from Dr. Allie Thomas, who wrote about her research on the transformative impact of e-bikes as a car replacement, specifically for women and families. The testimony of Dr. Mary Donegan, who teaches at UConn and points out how our young people really value having multimodal transportation options, and supporting that adoption is an important piece of keeping them here in Connecticut after graduation. And Domingo Medina, who owns and operates a New Haven-based company called Peels and Wheels that utilizes e-bikes for their operations. There were questions earlier today about maintaining and fixing an e-bike. Bikes purchased through a local bike shop can typically be serviced there. And as Darren Parks of Rad Power Bikes testified earlier, the larger retailers who do direct sales have relationships with local bike shops and companies like VeloFix, who will come to your home with a mobile bike shop van. I'd like to echo the others who testified today to request several modest changes to SB4 to increase the proposed cap on eligible bicycles to at least 3,000 to be able to include more of the e-cargo bikes and the inventory typically sold by our local bike shops here in Connecticut, and to increase the amount of the rebate for environmental justice communities and low to moderate income individuals. I'd also like to thank Connecticut DOT Deputy Commissioner Eucalito for his testimony earlier today and the agency's focus on Vision Zero, and Deep Commissioner Dykes. I know adding e-bikes to the cheaper program is a shift in focus, but sometimes we need a moment like this to look at our priorities and make sure we aren't leaving folks behind. E-bikes are an amazing tool for fighting climate change, one that should be supported by programs like Cheaper. And I think the emphasis in this bill on communities that have been underserved is necessary. Our electric future must be equitable. Thank you.
Kate, thank you so much for your testimony and for teaching me everything that I know about e-bikes. I really appreciate it, and I've learned even more from today's hearing. Just one very quick question for you. Help me to think through the argument that there's a role for government to play in promoting e-bikes and helping folks to afford these. We've heard some pushback today that maybe this should just happen in the private sector and that government shouldn't be involved. And I'd love your thoughts on the counter argument there.
I heard Representative Meskers earlier today, and I think that feedback is important. We want to transition to an electric future. We want to make sure that we're not leaving people out, and e-bikes are kind of that perfect tool in between car ownership and, in addition to public transit. And I think that we are very lucky here in the state of Connecticut to be able to help out this kind of work. And I think that e-bikes are really necessary. It's been an absolute life-changing piece of equipment for me, as I mentioned with all of my stats, but yeah, we should do it.
Wonderful. Well, I had a blast e-biking by your side through some beautiful Connecticut towns, and I really appreciate your advocacy on this. Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Chairman Haskell. Thank you, Kate, so much for your testimony tonight, making it so late on a Friday night, and for sharing so much of your journey, or journeys, I should say, on your bike in New Haven, and helping us with the copious amounts of research you've done, so a lot of what you shared with me personally, but with the committee as a whole, and helping us think through these issues in more concrete and specific ways about what types of programs we should be thinking about, how smart investments can yield what we really are most concerned about, which is trip displacement out of a fossil fuel burning vehicle and into a clean, efficient mode of transportation. And it's clear based upon your personal evidence, but also your personal work to forward studies and examples around the country about all of this and what it means and how Connecticut can lead and how we can have a cleaner future if we just make smarter investments. And I just want to say thank you. And I really do appreciate the work that you put in of your own personal time to help all of us understand the issue a little bit better and make positive change in Connecticut. So thank you again, Kate.
Oh, my pleasure, Representative Lamar. Thank you for being a great partner.
Thanks, Representative Lamar, and thank you, Kate. Representative McCarthy has her hand raised, and I think she is joined by a friend.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'm joined by Rep. Curry tonight, and really we wanted to echo Rep. Lamar's remarks and to say everyone should follow you on Twitter because you have an amazing Twitter feed and it's a tremendous education for all of us. And thanks for sticking with us today, Kate, for being here, not just today, but every day for us on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Representative McCarthy-Vahey. Kate, just one last question before we let you go. Representative Lamar mentioned that Connecticut would be leading here. Would Connecticut be the first state to have a rebate program for e-bikes?
Vermont is ahead of us. They have a great program that is funded by their local electric companies, and there are a bunch of states that are all kind of swimming towards the same goal right now. But we would be one of the leaders, and I think that that's a really important place to be.
I love that we would be at the head of the pack because I feel that so often when we're considering bills, it's like Connecticut is one of only, anyways, we're often playing catch up, and this is an opportunity, as Rep. Lamar said, where we can lead. So thank you so much, Kate. Okay, next we'll go to Samantha Dynowski, followed by Kay Aday.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. Good evening to you and to
the other committee chairs, vice chairs, ranking members, and all the members of the Environment and Transportation Committees. And special thanks to Phil Naniero for helping me with my technical problem and getting me into the meeting. My name is Sam Danowski. I'm the state director of the Sierra Club. And on behalf of the club and our more than 40,000 members and supporters in Connecticut, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony tonight. We strongly support House Bill 5039 to allow Connecticut to join California, Oregon, Washington, and neighboring New York, New Jersey, and Massachusetts, and I'm sure more to come, to adopt the California medium and heavy duty truck standards. My written testimony includes links to reports from DEEP, the Union of Concerned Scientists, the American Lung Association, and others that outline how this bill will reduce emissions and healthcare costs, and most importantly, will save lives, especially in low-income communities and communities of color that disproportionately live closer to warehouses, transit centers, and highways. The Advanced Clean Truck Rule applies to manufacturers of vehicles, and by adopting it, manufacturers will be competing to sell zero-emission medium and heavy-duty vehicles in our state. It is up to the manufacturer to make the vehicles attractive to sell to meet their minimum sales requirements under the regulation. It does not mandate anyone to purchase the vehicles. So I don't think anyone's quite emphasized that point, and I wanted to make that point. Sierra Club also strongly supports Senate Bill 4. There's a lot to like, including a transition of the state's light duty vehicles to zero emission by 2030, that 100% zero emission school buses in environmental justice communities by 2030, and the rest of the state by 2034. I will note, as others have, Section 1C as written would replace the current requirement that at least 30% of buses be zero emission by 2030 with a prohibition on state funding for diesel buses starting in 2024. And while prohibition of diesel buses is a good idea that should be extended to all buses that run on fossil fuels, we urge the committee to retain and ideally strengthen the 2030 requirements for zero emission buses. And lastly, regarding the cheaper program, specifically regarding e-bikes, we agree with the many folks who have recommended an increase to the proposed cap on eligible bikes, to add a seat to the advisory committee for a bicycle organization or bike shop, and for the amount of the rebate to be increased for EJ communities and low and moderate income individuals. We urge your support for both of the bills, and thank you very much for the consideration of our testimony.
Thanks so much, Sam, for your patience with our committee on this during this long day, and we really appreciate your insights. I saw that Representative Mashinsky had her hand up, but perhaps you answered her question in the course of your testimony. Representative Mashinsky, is that right?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I was actually going to tell Kate that I have been shopping for e-bikes, and whether or not this bill passes, I will still be purchasing one. And it really is an alternative for short trips. If you're just going out for a quick errand or picking up something or whatever, you can many times leave your car at home with your e-bike. So I see a great future for this in densely populated areas. And I sure hope this bill goes, but whether or not it does, I will be jumping on.
Thanks, Representative Mashinsky, and I'm so sorry to have missed your hand earlier.
No, okay. I just didn't want to inflict any comment on the suffering committee because we've been here a long day.
Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. Thank you, Samantha, for your testimony. I have taken a few stabs at the equity provisions inside of the cheaper program, and sort of the current bill reflects what my thinking was, but I'm hearing some concern that it maybe need to increase the thresholds for what's available for purchase, and how we can best target those plus-up programs. There is no pride of ownership on the current language, so I am not offended by folks saying, hey, we can do a little bit better. So please don't hold back. If you think we're getting it wrong, let us know. Let me know what what your thinking is on it. I've trusted your organization for a while on a number of these issues. So please feel free to add as much criticism as you need to if you don't think we've got it right yet. And so I appreciate, as always, everything that you do and your testimony. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you. We really appreciate being able to work with you and the committee as you continue to shape the bill.
Thank you, Sam, and thank you, Rep. Lamar. I see no other hands raised, so we're grateful for your testimony and hope you have a great rest of your night.
Thank you.
Okay, next we will go to Kai Ade, and I'm so sorry if I mispronounced that. Please correct me.
Yes, it is Kai. Thank you. So thank you, co-chairs Lamar and Haskell, Senator Cohen and Senator Gresco, vice chairs and ranking members, and everyone who's been here for 9.5 hours now from these two committees. I'm testifying really quickly in support of SB4. I'm a resident of New Haven, a bike shop employee, a member of the Safe Streets Coalition of New Haven, and the chair of the Climate Emergency Task Force in New Haven. So I'm in strong support of this entire bill, but particularly the provisions expanding the Cheaper program, setting aside funds for modernizing traffic signals, and making sure that carbon emissions from new developments are mitigated with offset projects. The New Haven Climate Emergency Task Force has been thinking a lot about micromobility and e-bikes in our New Haven efforts to try and get rid of all of our emissions by 2030. So we recently held a focus group to understand what people's challenges were in micromobility, and heard over and over that the biggest barrier for people moving away from cars and being able to get around using micromobility, things like e-bikes, is cost. And so the expansion to the Cheaper program to include e-bikes would make a really big difference. As an employee at a bike shop, I am familiar with the types and prices of electric bikes that are best suited as car replacements. And I do think it's really hard for people to find a high quality electric bicycle, especially one that they can buy at a local bike shop for under $2,000. So I would definitely recommend increasing the e-bike voucher rebate to at least $3,000 so that people could buy locally, and so they can buy the types of cargo or utilitarian e-bikes that best serve as car replacements for individuals and families. Thank you so much for letting me testify, and I hope you have a good night.
Well, thank you so much for waiting all of these hours to testify, and thanks for all the work that you do in New Haven. I had the chance very briefly, I think we were there together on the Farmington Canal Greenway, and was just in awe of what you guys have there. Very jealous. So thank you so much, and I don't see any hands raised, but hope you have a great night. Okay, next we'll go to Amy McLean, followed by Diane Keefe.
Thank you very much. Thank you for allowing me to testify. Thanks to the chair people, Cohen, Gresco, and Lamar and Haskell. The advantage of going last is that everyone's already said what I was going to say, so I'll just pick up on some pieces. First of all, I am an e-bike owner, so I just need to tell you that. And the other reason that I am is because, or the reason I am is because I'm also on the Cheaper board. And so I figured if I was going to be on the Cheaper board 2 years ago, we talked about e-bikes. And I thought, well, if I'm going to talk about e-bikes, I never go try one. So I went and I tried one at the local store. And I think it was Senator Cohen who said that you rode one and it was like incredible. Well, that's what happened to me. So I ended up buying one. And so I feel like a little bit ahead of the curve here. But I wanted to reemphasize as well the points that were just made. I think we do want this to be a very viable program with the addition of the e-bikes into Cheaper. Cheaper's got its issues right now, and I think the revamping of this, both for the electric vehicle side of it, as well as the e-bikes addition, is going to make a big difference. Definitely agree with the 3,000 level of cap versus the 2. And I think that, the voucher itself needs to be a little higher. I heard the $1,000, I heard $750. I've written in my testimony that 1,000 would be good. I understand it's not always the easiest thing to do. However, I think it's important. The bill, I'm testifying in favor of both bills, both SB4 and House Bill 5039. Firmly believe that we need to have both of these pieces. They work together. And I think the only other component of the cheaper question is, I think we need to add more, not just one more member, but maybe 3. Someone from bike manufacturing, possibly design, an active transportation advocate possibly as well, and then environmental justice representative on the board. That's been a problem. So, and because we have not had any representation as of the board that exists right now. I'd like to also say that I think SB 9 is good in that there are other components accelerating the electrification of the bus transit system, supporting the EV charging stations, especially in condos and associations, and the matching grants for traffic signals as well. Section 18 was mentioned earlier today about the managing of the mitigation strategies and the major regional projects. Important, really important. I'll leave it there, except one other thing. We believe that that the creation of an EJ, Environmental Justice Council within DOT, to advise on many of the projects going forward is incredibly important. The rest of my testimony is in my written testimony, and thank you so much for having me tonight.
Thank you, Amy. I think your testimony was exactly 3 minutes, so we appreciate it. I see that Ranking Member Carney has his hand raised.
Sure.
Hey, Amy, it's nice to see you so late on a Friday. I just have a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
So regarding extra membership on the Cheaper Council,
yeah.
So is there a reason why there's not somebody from an EJ community on there now? Do we have to designate someone, or can't you just pick somebody?
Well, I believe the statute in 2 years when it was first created did designate both people to appoint certain folks and then where those folks should be from. So the broadening of the members as far as where they're representative of is incredibly important. The other problem was that some of the people who were supposed to appoint members never did. So we were operating at a deficit. So I do believe that, I know this is being moved into an advisory board versus the cheaper board that it is now. Frankly, don't know what that means. If it means the same thing, great. I don't know what it means. So I'd love to find out what advisory versus what it is now, what the difference is there. I did talk with Tracy Babbage about this, and she didn't really think there was that much of a difference, but I'd love to be, if someone has that answer, I'd love to know what that is.
I don't have that answer, but hopefully somebody can figure that out for you. But I do appreciate that answer from you. The other question I have is regarding e-bike eligibility for the Cheaper program. I think you mentioned $3,000.
Yeah, as
okay.
the cap, right? As to what would be an eligible purchase, up to $3,000. Yes.
Is that? I mean, I to be honest, and I mentioned this earlier today, I don't know that much about e-bikes. I'm not I'm not playing it. I just don't know that much about them.
Sure.
So would something? I mean, based on my Google searches, like, what is a reasonable price for an e-bike? I don't want to give somebody a rebate, for example, that goes above and beyond and gets like the gold standard of e-bike, if that makes any sense, versus getting something that is certainly serviceable and can get you around town and to make these small trips to get groceries, something that versus like the gold standard. So if you can elaborate on that a little bit.
Sure. I didn't read this, but essentially, when you want to buy an e-bike, there's different, as we heard earlier from Rad, they have those are actually fairly competitive prices. But when I bought mine, it was before this kind of sort of craze, I think. But it was only $1,200. But now I'd pay $2,000 for it, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think the prices are going up, and I think that's been anticipated in someone else's testimony when they said 5 years from now, that's probably not good. Oh, I think it was Rad who said that. And so at least $2,500 is needed for a commuter e-bike, so that for low income people, they would need to have a sizable kind of rebate or voucher, be able to afford that. So that's why I recommend going from $750 or $1,000 for the actual, however we want to designate the low income and or environmental justice community rebate.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that. And I hope you have a good rest of your Friday night and you can enjoy it past waiting so long to testify more.
Well, I think that you all will have a chance to ride an e-bike because I think we might be doing something at the Capitol. And I would suggest you take advantage of it because you get on it. I'm telling you, you're going to buy one.
I would like to try it. I've never tried it, so I will take you up on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Representative Carney. And I too am very excited about e-bike day at the Capitol. Amy, just to answer your question very briefly about the change of nature of the cheaper board, since this is largely a group of volunteers, we felt it more appropriate for administrators within the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection to make programmatic decisions about funding levels and evaluating qualification, changing the MSRP cap when it sunsets in 5 years. And instead, like so many other boards, with volunteers in Connecticut, the cheaper board would have more of an advisory and oversight responsibility to the sort of, officials who are actually administering the program. That's the intent there.
Yeah, and I think that's important. I do think it's important, though, to have the input from the group of stakeholders. I think that's it's good. It's much better to have a cross section of people who can inform. Also, the marketing component of the cheaper program needs to be changed drastically. There's basically none, and it's part of why we haven't been able to roll our EVs out.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you on that. And I think that this legislation specifically tasks DEEP with ramping up marketing. And I really take to heart your suggestions and the suggestions of others about how we can tweak the membership on that advisory board. So thank you so much for your testimony and for your patience tonight.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good night.
All right, folks, we are in the home stretch. I think we could even wrap up by the 11th hour. So next we're going to go to Diane Keefe, followed by Aaron Good, and our very last speaker of the evening, Stephen Sack. Oh, Diane, you are still on mute. We still can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now we can. Sorry about that. The floor is yours.
Sorry
Welcome.
about that. Thank you, everyone, for staying to take my testimony. I'll be very brief. I support SB 4 and SB 5039. And I heard many concerns today, but one of them I just wanted to clarify. I formerly worked under an EPA grant for air quality control. And so when someone asked, well, what is generated in Connecticut versus coming from other places? And I think later it was clarified that 25% of the pollution generated is being generated by medium and heavy duty trucks. So the air quality in Connecticut is a mix of many things. It has to do with how much congestion we have because there are more cars per household and more people driving longer distances. And so that's one factor. But another factor is that it would be worse had there not been good standards implemented on light duty vehicles. So medium and heavy duty vehicles lobbied more, and it took longer to finally get these changes in place for them. And the reason why this is so important and why the electric vehicles for just regular cars and for school buses in particular and public buses is that diesel particulates, which is basically a fancy word for dust, actually goes deep into the lungs and creates lung cancer in people who don't smoke. It also creates heart attacks. It can contribute to stroke, and it also contributes to asthma. So these are very, very serious public health impacts. And as Senator Anwar stated earlier, it really makes a difference. I'm testifying and staying this late because I had a friend who died last year, never smoked a day in her life, was an incredible tennis player, and she died of lung cancer. So I really think that we cannot measure effectively how much this is going to clean up our health, but it will pay for itself many times over in terms of the pain and suffering that will be avoided if we can clean up our air. In response to some of the earlier testimony today that was skeptical, I went to the Connecticut Council on Environmental Quality report in 2020, and it showed almost the whole state is in danger of being considered severe air quality levels, which would violate EPA standards. And that's something that Katie Dykes referred to earlier in the day, but this is a way that we can solve both the air pollution problems and decrease our carbon footprint, which is of course vital for decreasing the intensity of summer heat waves, which are also a great threat, and they multiply the air pollution effects. When you have a lot of heat and sunlight in the summertime, these ozone conditions and the other air pollutants are also exaggerated in their health effects during those periods. The other thing
Diane, I hate to interrupt you. Just wanted to give you a warning. You're running right up against the speaking time limit. If you wanted to kind of summarize, and we can take questions from the committee members.
Sure. Lastly, I did want to encourage you to consider going up to $1,000 on the subsidy for e-bikes. I am a bicyclist, not an e-bicyclist, but I definitely understand the cost component for environmental justice communities. And for young people, Norwalk, where I live, has a ton of new developments of people, mostly young people, populating these 5-story apartment buildings that have been built near the Metro North line, and they really value not having to buy cars. So this will enable them to go out easier into the far towns in Connecticut and spend their money out there. So I hope that we can facilitate this and become leaders in this area. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you for your time, Diane, and for your passion. And I just want to say I'm so sorry about the loss of your friend. Thank you for sharing that story with us. I don't see any questions or comments. Oh, I'm so sorry. Representative Sims.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Diane, I just want to say thank you for your comments and for your testimony. It's very enlightening, and I truly appreciate your insight. So thank you again for holding in for this long day and hour. We truly appreciate it. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Sims. And Diane, thank you again. Have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Okay, next we will go to Mr. Good. Good evening, sir. The floor is yours.
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm in my electric vehicle now. But thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for your endurance. It's why you all get paid the big bucks. My name is Aaron Good. I'm a New Haven resident. We started the EV Owners Club of New Haven in 2021 because we've seen over and over again we're never going to achieve widespread EV adoption in communities like New Haven unless we address the problem of limited charging access for residents in multifamily housing, which is the dominant housing typology in New Haven, as well as building out non-highway public charging infrastructure. Currently, we have less than half a dozen publicly available EV chargers in New Haven, while we have 100,000 residents living in multifamily housing without access to home charging. So I think sometimes my environmentalist friends from the suburbs fail to recognize just how much of an obstacle this is to scaling up EV market penetration. Just a few specific suggestions on SB4. The right to charge provision, which I think is the same in the standalone ENT bill, HB 5117. I think some language here could be improved to align with best practices and state right to charge laws. My primary residence is a condo. I'm on the board of my HOA. This is a more than casual personal relevance. There are significant complications for obtaining liability insurance for property owned in common, not in fee simple. As you've heard from the Community Association Institute, they pointed this out in their testimony. In the California right to charge law, the indemnification works differently from what SB4 has, beginning in line 167. In California, tenants are not required to maintain a general liability insurance policy if the charging station is certified by a nationally recognized testing laboratory that's approved by OSHA, and any associated alterations to the dwelling's electrical system are performed by a licensed electrician. I think that's more optimal language than the current waiver provision you have in SB4. Another feature of the California-Washington right to charge laws is that they override arbitrary review by local historic district commissions and any kind of form-based zoning. We love our historic district commissions. We love our local zoning bodies, but they shouldn't be sitting in judgment on solar panels or EV charging infrastructure based solely on aesthetic criteria. Section 3 should also explicitly be applied to commercial leases, so that commercial tenants have the right to convert a number of spaces based on a formula that takes into account the square footage of the rented premises and the total number of parking spaces for the entire property. Adding commercial fleets to cheaper is a positive step, but there should also be a commercial right to charge. And adding the charging infrastructure incentives from the Energy and Technology Bill on CPACE, SB 93, into this bill will also jumpstart commercial EV sector, which is very, very promising for local delivery vehicles. Section 4 should apply to new construction as well as major renovations of state-funded facilities. Cheaper, maybe I spent too much time on Twitter. I don't think it's helpful for people to pit
Aaron,
electric bikes.
I hate to interrupt you, but you're right at your time limit. I just wanted to ask if you could kind of summarize, and they'll move to questions and answers.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely. Just finally, Section 18, it's great to see induced demand embedded into statute. I think it would be more useful to include a specific requirement here for a TDM plan in order to reduce VMTs for all regionally significant projects. So I'll stop there. You know, I do also support HB 5039. I think that'll have significant public health co-benefits for communities like mine. And chemtrails are not real, just so we're all clear on that. But thank you very much for your time.
Aaron, thank you so much for your testimony. And it is incredibly specific. I took a ton of notes, and I thank you for that level of specificity. On the most basic level, can you help us make the most succinct counterargument to what we heard tonight, which is that this is too hard for condo associations and for landlords? You mentioned very briefly that we can't get there on EV adoption, EV take-up without right to charge legislation. But can you put that into more concrete terms for us in terms of what it's meant for you, maybe in your experience as a condo, somebody who resides in a condo?
From what I've seen in my community, I think we understand that this is something that will add value to our community and that will actually increase property values. So, I mean, that's how I look at it. And I think that's how my association members look at it.
Got it. Well, thank you so much. And just to be clear for committee members, acronyms are always hard in the General Assembly because there's a lot of them. But I think you mentioned TDM. Correct me if I'm wrong. Transportation Demand Management. Then you had another one, vehicle miles traveled. Is that right?
Yes, correct. Yes, that's correct, Senator.
Okay, great. Just for the purposes of the record, I think it's good to spell those out. Representative Lamar, followed by Representative Michelle.
Good to see you, Aaron, and thank you for your testimony. It is, as Senator Haskell suggested, I have some children melting down. It is past their bedtime. I apologize, Aaron. I would just suggest that I really appreciate the testimony with specific regard to how we can actually make this work in condos and shared communities and community associations. I think you took the right approach, which is how do we make this work? What are the challenges? What specifically can we do if we earnestly believe this, rather than a different testimony we heard tonight, which was centered around how can we prevent ourselves from ever having to do anything. And also, thank you. I could tell you've been listening for a long time with the call back to chemtrails. I appreciate your hanging in there for at least 7 hours since we've had that conversation.
Always good to see you, Representative.
Thanks so much, Representative Lamar. Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Aaron. Nice to see you again. And thank you for your advocacy. Just a quick question. I was looking to see if you, maybe it's not there yet. Could you possibly send the list of those changes? I was not as fast as Senator Haskell. I don't think I caught everything that you were mentioning. So just curious if you could send it to us, and thank you for everything.
Yes, thank you, Representative. Yes, I'll be happy to do that. The standalone bill from ENT about right to charge, I did submit written testimony on that, but I did not yet submit any testimony on SB4, so I'll be happy to do that.
Thank you.
I was going to make the same ask, Representative Michelle. So thank you so much, Aaron, for your testimony, and I look forward to reviewing those written suggestions as well. All right, last but certainly not least, Mr. Steven Sack, thank you so much for your patience. You have the unique honor of being our final speaker, but we are looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you very much. Just a quick update. UConn's up by 2 right now, almost going into the half. All right, my name is Steven Sack. I own Sack Energy, an energy wholesale business in West Hartford, Connecticut. I live in West Hartford, and I'm also a commissioner on the town's Clean Energy Commission. I'm here to talk about Bill number 5039 and SB4, and I'd like to start off with an old philosophy statement. You can't put all your eggs into one basket, and that's what these are doing. These bills are only looking at electrification and not considering any other energy sources when it will be decades until our grid can handle the extra load and we can supply 100% renewable electricity. In New Haven, there is a manufacturing company, American Green Fuels, that produces clean, renewable biodiesel that can be used today in all diesel engines, and it employs 100 people and another 200 ancillary jobs that it provides. Why is biodiesel an important fuel? When analyzing emissions, biodiesel has about an 80% reduction in life cycle emissions versus petroleum diesel. When we're looking at ways to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, there needs to be a balance of cost versus emissions reduction and a basket of several energy sources. Today, we can use biodiesel to reduce greenhouse gas emissions without any added cost to the taxpayers or need to install expensive recharging systems. I was told the cost to install the recharging system at the New Haven transit location in New Haven was around $25 million, and that didn't include the purchase of electric buses. The cost for electric transit buses is around $1.2 million a piece versus $350,000 for a diesel bus that can run on biodiesel. There is technology available to install on current buses and trucks that will allow them to run on 100% biodiesel. There are federal programs that can be used. I'll just kind of shorten this up. It's been a long day for everybody. There are several different federal programs that we can access to update our city buses, school buses, ferries, trains to implement the use of biodiesel that we could use today without any cost to the taxpayers here. If you think about the city of Hartford, New Haven, Bridgeport, if you mandated the use of electric buses, as we heard before, what is that going to do to the cost of transportation for the school boards? The school budgets don't have the extra money to purchase these school buses and electric school buses. The grid system also can't handle the charging today, nor is it going to be zero emissions as you think coming out of the tailpipe of an electric bus, because it's all dirty electricity being made. Until we can get clean electricity, it's kind of useless. We can run 20% biodiesel today in almost all the buses, and the engine manufacturers approve the use of this fuel in their engines and doesn't void the warranties. There's a lot of other states around here that use biodiesel in 20%, 30%, even 100% usages.
Stephen, I hate to interrupt you. If you could just kind of summarize your remaining testimony, and we'll move to questions from committee members. I see a few hands up.
Sure.
Thank
No
you.
problem. Just to summarize that there are other sources of clean energy to use out there, not just electricity. Just one little concern I have about all the e-bike talk. I've ridden the e-bikes. I love them. I want to buy one, but I can afford to buy my own. So how can you protect me as a taxpayer who can afford to buy my own e-bike that I'm not paying for other people who can afford their own e-bikes? The subsidies should go for those who can't afford it. And just want to make sure that in the bill that it's not just an overall rebate, that there has to be some sort of a income level limit so that we just don't buy e-bikes so that everybody can ride the rails to trails bikes, rails to trails all day with state subsidized money. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen, for your testimony. And with regard to the e-bike provision, I did want to note that the bill as drafted doesn't include an income cap, but it does incorporate a level of progressivity such that DEEP would be authorized to provide deeper subsidies, up to $500 in environmental justice communities. So there is a prioritization there that I think gets a little bit to the matter that you're referencing. Just one question, then I see 2 hands raised by my colleagues. I'm intrigued by the idea of biodiesel, especially using a 30% blend or one that doesn't require any hardware changes. But the downside, to the best of my knowledge, is that it is more expensive. And in a world of limited resources, like the one we live in, every dollar that we spend on biodiesel is going to be a dollar that we can't spend on electrification. Am I wrong about that? And how much more expensive is biodiesel compared to, the regular diesel that's going into most of our buses at the moment?
Today, it's on par. They're equal in the price. Maybe it's even cheaper by a few pennies a gallon for biodiesel. Sure, when we get to the point when the grid system is completely replaced and you can provide the clean electricity, 100% clean electricity, let's switch to electric buses. But until that happens, why aren't we using biodiesel today in the state transit buses, in the DOT trucks, in the locomotives, the train, the Hartford or the New Haven to Springfield line that we run with the locomotive in the Shoreline East? We can change that fuel over tomorrow to at least a 20% blend or higher at no added upfront cost today.
Fair point. I was I was somehow under the strong impression that there was a greater cost for the 30% blend, but I will look into that, and I take your word for it that that there wouldn't be an increased cost. So thank you for your answer. Representative Meskers, followed by Representative Gresko.
Steve, thank you for your testimony. Do you know what the blend is? And it's not meant as a ambush question. I'm on energy and technology. I should be answering it. But do you know what the blend is on our electric grid between carbon neutral and carbon production?
Sure. Yeah, if you go right to their ISO New England today, I'm on my phone here, going right now. 8% renewables, 37% natural gas. A little bit of nuclear. That's right now. But there's not enough of it going. When you talk about you want to add in electric heat pumps, you want to add in electric vehicles, you're now going to increase the demand. In order to get to the clean energy, we have to replace about 75% of our production of electricity in Connecticut with renewable electricity, and then double, triple, quadruple it. The state wants to, they like the nuclear power plant. I was involved with DEEP and the electrification of the grid system, testifying in a lot of those. We have one nuclear plant. We consider that clean electricity. So you're in Greenwich, correct?
Last time I checked, yes.
So where on the beach in Greenwich can we put another nuclear power plant?
You can put it right next to my house.
Okay.
You're right.
I don't think it's going to happen so quickly down there. But
no, and if I get recorded on that, you can then find me my next career. But I appreciate that. No, I asked Stephen. It's funny. So first, let me share. You and I at least spell our name the right way. I'm PH as well. So it's relieved to have you in your testimony on Friday night. I would probably suggest that your objection to the clean energy and or to the electrification, I don't necessarily disagree with you. Probably we should be gearing our electric fleet to mirror our carbon footprint. So if 67% of our electricity has no carbon footprint, we should be looking to increasing our fleet to go the same route. Because obviously if I'm increasing the demand for electric vehicles and I'm burning natural gas to charge the batteries, I might be running some kind of a circular illogic, if you will. So you might be right in some of the commentary. And I think we should take that into consideration, that a clean energy grid needs to have clean energy at its core in the production of energy. So I think biodiesel or biogas or propane, I'm not a big fan of carbon emitting, even if it's renewable, but carbon emitting renewable energy versus natural gas electric grid, I would think you probably are pretty sound footing, depending on the particulates on biodiesel, whether or not we should be looking in a transitional phase to be generating our energy in a similar way as the way we're generating our electricity. So generating our transportation energy, if you will. So I think it's worth us taking it under consideration that we can't force the consumption to electricity until we get the electricity to carbon neutral. Or we should be on the same lines.
It's going to take many decades to get there with that electricity. And until we get there, we shouldn't just put all our eggs in that basket today.
Well, I'm willing to push it further than the actual grid, but I think because it becomes a target and ambition, but I can understand why you might object to doing 100% electrification when 35% of the grid or 40% of the grid is natural gas. I think it's a worthwhile consideration. And that might give us a transitional phase for propane and things I'm not in favor of, but maybe it makes sense as we're looking to reduce emissions to look at more neutral carbon product as well as the electric grid. You know, I'm not steering the committees, but I'd love the information, so feel free to ship me out what you have.
I can do that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Meskers. Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Steve, it took us quite a few years to get a biodiesel blend and home heating oil. Do you have enough feedstock to do what you're telling us you can do?
We do. We definitely have. We don't have any issues getting product. It's getting bigger and bigger. We can grow some more in Connecticut here with the farmers if they're looking for more to grow. We can use soybeans. We use used cooking oils. We use the animal fats from the slaughterhouse. There is plenty of feedstock around to feed this.
And the DOT trucks aren't going to smell like French fries?
If they do, no, we don't. In its neat form, it definitely has a different smell than petroleum diesel. But burning it has no difference in the smell.
Thank you, Steve. Always good hearing from you. And that'll be it, Senator. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Gresco, I think you just solved our DOT recruitment problems if every truck smells like French fries. Mr. Sack, thank you so much for your time this evening. We greatly appreciate your testimony.
Thank you for hanging out all night.
Absolutely. Mr. Clerk and Madam Clerk, since this is a joint hearing, are there any other members of the public who haven't yet had a chance to testify and who are waiting?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any in our waiting room.
All right. That's great to hear. I want to thank every member of this committee for what's been a really interesting, I think, back and forth exchange of ideas. It's been 11 hours, but this group has stayed with it all along the way. Members of the Transportation Committee, please know that we have a public hearing on Monday. I also want to remind members of the committee to, if you did have questions for folks who were testifying or for the agencies this morning, the easiest way to make sure that the answers go to all members of the committee is to cycle those questions through our spectacular clerk. So please don't hesitate to email them if there are any follow-up questions. Did any of the co-chairs or ranking members want to say anything before we adjourn this public hearing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will just say that members of the Environment Committee also have a public hearing on Monday at 10 a.m. So we will see you then.
All right. Thank you so much, everybody. Happy Friday and have a great weekend.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.